B. In Tur column, Uchiha, who was originally invincible in the world, is Chi at this time. Shirtless, with a haggard and regretful face, he completely did not have the appearance of the troubled hero who was proud of the world in the past, but returned to the form of a centenarian man he should have. Side eyes with the pair of almost godless reincarnation eyes, looking at the tailed beasts not far away who are fighting with the human pillar force. What Madara is thinking at this moment may not even be able to describe himself. Even he does not have the strength to turn his head. He is really too weak when he is drawn out of the 10 tails. He can only turn his eyeballs back to him and sit on his knees, agreeing to look at his old friend. Before, whether it is you or me, these things in front of us that we can't pray for, I didn't expect to be realized so easily. The weak Madara let out a sigh of emotion. In the end, his life was constantly invited for peace, and even gave up everything for this, but it was completed by two imps who were less than 20 years old, and there was some sourness in the heart between Madara and Senjuju. I know that we still have a lot of things to do, so it's wrong to entrust it to the next generation of children? Looking at Madara, who he had never seen before, seeing his best friend and archenemy for the first time, Senjujima felt unexpectedly relaxed, which reminded him of the carefree moment when he was playing with Madara in the past. Senjujima continued, "Don't you think so? Aren't our predecessors the same, and everything is entrusted to us?" "Huh, how naive you are. That's why I hate you so much. It's because you're so optimistic, that's why I..." Speaking of this, Madara suddenly froze slightly, sighed lightly, and said, "Maybe your idea is right, but I still don't recognize Naruto Uzumaki's way of peace." Madara thinks that Naruto was able to win this time because of his will and spirit to temporarily unite ninjas around the world to deal with his common enemy. So when the major ninja villages appeared again, after wiping, can his mouth cannon still be so powerful? It is absolutely impossible to sustain such a peace without substance. Hearing Madara's words, Sasuke, who was in the distance, also looked over to Madara, with a sad look on his face. Although he has always been an enemy, but he also has the blood of the Consent family in his body, and Madara just now did resonate with Sasuke. "You're still so brain dead. It is not our duty to cultivate lasting peace, but it is enough to produce the next generation capable of maintaining peace, passing it on from generation to generation." At this time, Mama did not forget to persuade Madara bitterly. "Maybe that's right, but it's impossible for me. I don't like people standing behind me." Madara gradually softened his brows, and there was a look of seeing everything away. And seeing Madara such an expression, the Thousand Hands pillar also smiled slightly. At this moment, they finally restored the relationship of their past best friends. The connection of old enemies no longer exists. Until the death of the two people who are enemies, did not expect that after death, the relationship was made up. "You once said such a thing, right? We will continue to fight until we die, but now we are all dead." Senjuju smiled slightly, put his hand on Madara's shoulder and said, "Now, we can really drink a glass of sworn wine and become comrades again, right? Ha, comrades in arms." This word, for me, Madara had not fully uttered his last words, and the body between him and the Thousand Hand pillar turned into the earth of the world at the same time and dissipated between heaven and earth, and the tailed beast and everyone not far away also witnessed the death of these two troubled heroes who had turned the entire ninja world upside down. No matter which one, they were all big people who were worthy of history. However, this is also a thing of the past, and a new era in the ninja world is only coming now. Everything around him was dark, but at this moment, Madara did not move at all, but secretly thought in his heart, "It seems that my life has ended here. Going to hell? He has done so many things that endanger the world, and it is natural to fall into hell, but Uchiha is Uchiha Madara. He didn't regret what he had done in the slightest. Until now, he hadn't thought there was anything wrong with what he did. He didn't agree with Naruto Uzumaki's way of saving the world. Could he create peace again and again with just one mouth? If you want to truly achieve peace, it is absolutely impossible without sacrifice, and if in the future, Naruto Uzumaki still has the mood to take care of everything and not sacrifice anything to maintain peace, Madara absolutely dares to guarantee that this peace will not last." Madara was just thinking about the way of peace when a strange mechanical voice sounded in his head. "The 6 reincarnation systems have begun to bind the host." "What people?" Madara was slightly stunned. At this time he couldn't open his eyes at all, he couldn't see who was talking, and Chakra couldn't sense the opponent's position. What was going on? Could there be other dead people talking to themselves? "What are you?" Although Madara couldn't see it, he still asked. Even after death, his personality still did not change in the slightest. "Determine the host, formally bind it." The strange mechanical voice did not answer Madara's question, but was just talking to himself and saying something that Madara couldn't understand at all. Immediately afterwards, the mechanical sound sounded again. "Host Uchiha spot identity, the head of the Uchiha family, the reincarnation of Indra, son of the 6 paths, and the owner of the Eye of Reincarnation Strength. In the past heyday, he was a quasi-god, and he was only a middle forbearance in front of him blood succession boundary, writing will I, Muduin, fire done, and others sealed damn. What the hell is this guy talking about? I didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing when I died." Uchiha couldn't believe his mood at this time, and this guy said that he only had the level of Naka Ninja? I'll go UMD. Even if he is drawn out of the tailed beast, it is a thin camel bigger than a horse, and there is no problem in abusing the 5 shadows again. Travel to the new world, One Piece. Final mission, peace time unlimited. The mechanical voice kept ringing in Madara's ears, except for the word peace just now, which made Madara's face slightly moved, but the other things themselves couldn't understand what this strange guy was saying in a tone. Ha! What a feeling on your back. At this time, Madara suddenly felt as if his back was leaning against something, a little soft, it seems to be a chuang. Wait a minute, is there such a thing as a chuang in hell? Before, Madara had always felt that his body was in a floating state, but suddenly he felt that he was lying on chuang, and today, no, it's a bit too much of a lot of strange things that happen after death, right? Yo, Brook, sing it again. Yankee grinned, his face had some tattoos, but it didn't look scary at all, not at all like a pirate captain. Yo hee hee, wait a minute, Captain Yankee, I was about to go to see if the little ghost who was rescued from the sea today woke up. Brook is a man with sunglasses with a big explosive head, although his eyes are blocked by sunglasses and his face cannot be seen, the same as Shino, but from the appearance of his appearance, he is more than 30 or 40 years old, but I don't know why he still laughs so much. Extinction, ha ha, it's the first time I've seen such a handsome little ghost. It seems that he is not yet 20 years old, and he will not be robbed by pirates and thrown into the sea, right? It's really pathetic. Yankee said with a grin, without the slightest hint of sympathy. Yo he, Yankee, we are pirates too. He was just robbed by pirates and saved by pirates, then he was really unlucky to get home. Brook let out his trademark weird laugh again. My Uncle Yankee's pirate group won't do something tasteless like robbery, right? I'll go see him with you, Yankee said, and Brook nodded. The two walked to the ship's infirmary, pushed open the door, and glanced at Uchiha, who was sitting on the chuang and frowning a little. But if an acquaintance of Madara in the Naruto world saw Madara as he looked now, Baozun would be surprised, because Madara at this time looked exactly the age of a teenage high school student, and his face was slightly immature, which was completely different from the surprised Uchiha Madara on the battlefield. Madara suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, although he had already suffered 10,000 times more serious injuries than this on the battlefield, but I don't know if it was because his body was really weakened. Madara raised his hand at this moment and pressed it on his head, hoping that he could feel a little better. Is this on a boat? Feeling the feeling of the bumps and ups and downs of his body, Madara frowned in confusion and thought, although ninja treading water is a basic skill, but on crossing the stormy sea, it is still necessary to rely on boats. Madara with kaleidoscope riding realized, not to mention, when he was young, he himself had ridden many times, and he was still familiar with this feeling. Seemingly, it's not hell, but it's not like heaven either. Finally opening his eyes that had been closed, Madara looked around and found that he was indeed in the room of a ship, and from the window he could see the sea, so he could be sure that it was on a large ship. Yo, little ghost, are you awake? At this time, from the doorway, 2 people walked in, and in Madara's eyes, it was very strange to dress up, and one of the guys with a tattoo on his face actually dared to laugh and call him a little ghost. Dared to call Uchiha, who swept the world on the battlefield, a little ghost? This guy, don't want to live? Yes, you guy? Madara looked at Yankee and Bunok in front of him with an unkind face, daring to talk to himself like this. He did not directly attack the past with a fire, it was already polite. Aw, what an uncut little ghost. Uncle Ben saved you. Seeing Madara in a bad tone, Yankee laughed heartily. In his eyes, Madara should be the son of some rich man, so the tone of talking to people is so aggressive, and the other party is only a teenager, there is no need to think about him. Junior, have you been robbed by pirates and thrown into the sea? Fortunately, we salvaged you in time. Brook said boldly, but immediately showed a puzzled expression and said, but it's so strange. Obviously, ordinary people will sink when they fall into the sea, but you are lying on the ground and floating on the surface of the sea, which is really amazing enough. That's it. All of us saw that it was a big jump. Yankee also said in a mixed way, of course they don't know, this is formed by the chakra automatically radiating from Madara's body. For ninjas, treading water is completely a basic skill, even if he faints and is unconscious, not to mention lying on the water. Even Madara will not sink into the sea when he is upside down on the water. Is it okay to go out? Madara slowly closed his eyes, his expression a little impatient, but he still tried to talk to the 2 people as politely as possible. After all, it sounded like they had saved themselves just now. Oh, is it a little emotional to die a lot? Brook, let's go out first, Yankee said and pulled Brook out the door together, and after closing the door, Brook's weird but energetic laughter turned outside the door. Yo hee hee, James, to celebrate the resurrection of that kid, let's all sing another song. A bunch of weirdos, but they don't seem to be cunning. Madara looked at the back of the 2 departing, and gave Yankee and Brook an evaluation in his heart. With the age he has lived for 100 years, he has seen all kinds of characters. From a person's demeanor, tone, you can almost judge what kind of personality the other party is. People like Brook and James who have no city in their hearts are really rare. But that guy dares to call me a little ghost. It's bold enough. Madara sat up from the chuang, stood up, walked to the washstand, wanted to rinse it with water. When he saw the mirror in the mirror that lined his face, Ra was characterized by Madara, and almost shouted out in surprise, "The face is indeed his own, but it has become the appearance of his 16 years old, and his long hair that covered his eyes at the waist in the past has also become a lot shorter, and it has become a hairstyle that exposes both eyes and the back and back." Now he seemed to know why James called himself a little ghost. What's going on? The pupils in Madara's eyes froze slightly. He had never seen this kind of thing in his previous life, and it was impossible for the resurrection technique of outer reincarnation to do this. "The host is awake, please hurry up and confirm the system and mission of the new world." At this time, the mechanical voice from before appeared out of thin air in Madara's ears. "Who the hell are you?" Madara stared, left to put on a fighting posture, and opened his Sharingan, but the next moment, Madara found a problem again. His own eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I actually turned into the state of Urga Jade? My kaleidoscope. How? Madara stroked his eyes in disbelief, looked at the mirror again, and found that his eyes were indeed just the writing wheel eyes of Urga Jade, completely without the appearance of the eternal kaleidoscope of the past, let alone the eyes of reincarnation. "Please don't worry, this is because of the turbulence of time and space that has caused your power to be lost. As long as you complete the system task, sooner or later they will all return." At this time, the mechanical sound began to sound again. "Host?" Madara frowned, feeling that the words of the mechanical voice were a little strange, so he asked, "Are you a psychic beast or something?" Advanced psychic beasts are able to communicate with the contractor using teleportation methods, and Madara identifies the system as such. "You can also think of me as a psychic beast that cannot be summoned, or an informant who specially issues tasks and gives you bonuses in the mercenary group," the mechanical voice replied. "Where are you?" Madara asked. "No need to look for it, I am in your mind, or in your body," the mechanical voice replied. "You dare to take my body?" Madara frowned slightly, his face clearly angry. "Please rest assured that my existence has no effect on your body at all, but you can recover your strength and get the complete help of more powerful power." Feeling Madara's anger, the mechanical voice said unhurriedly, "What do you mean? Introduce yourself first. My name is the Six Realms Reincarnation System. As far as you can see, as I just said, most of your power has been seriously damaged by the turbulence of time and space, and this is not the world of ninjas, but a new world." Saying that, the six reincarnation systems began to explain to Madara the system structure of One Piece's world. The naval government, the age of pirates, the devil fruit. A lot of unheard of, unseen things. Even if Madara has a strong ability to understand a brand new world in front of him, his head almost can't turn these things, and the past ninja world is really not a star and a half, but a world apart. "Don't worry, only by completing the task I issued and restoring your own strength, you don't need much world at all, and you can still get more powerful power." "You mean I don't need to kill my loved one to restore the kaleidoscope?" Even Madara still retains the existence of affection, killing the person he loves the most with his own hands, even if he himself does not want to experience a second time. As long as the tasks or points given by the system meet the requirements, you can do it, the system replied. "Open my current ability value for me," Madara said lightly to the system, but there was an air of command in his tone that could not be denied. Immediately, a large amount of data appeared in front of Madara's eyes, but these things were invisible to outsiders. Host Uchiha Spot Strength, Naka Shinobi Elite Blood Succession Boundary, Writing Will Ice Possession Ability, Muduin, Huoduin Weapons, Shuriken, Uchiha Flame Fan, Unawakened. "I didn't think that my Uchiha would actually degenerate to this point, between the pillars. Are you laughing at me in heaven too?" Madara smiled self-deprecatingly and closed the data bar. "Yo he, boy, get ready to eat." Hearing this laughter, Madara knew that it was the explosive head who came in, glanced at Brook slightly, and did not say anything, but Brook introduced himself familiarly. "Yo hee. Teenager, everyone hasn't introduced themselves yet. I'm the musician of the Rumba Pirates, Brook. Just call me that." Madara, Uchiha, Spot. Madara also said back to Brook, "Madara? What a name I've never heard of. But the unexpected suits you." Brook cracked his exaggerated mouth and smiled, then raised the violin in his hand and smiled at Madara and said, "Then, for our first friendly relationship, let's sing a song first." "Hey, Brook, hurry up and call the imp over. Everyone is waiting for the meal." Brook's violin had just started when Yankee's shouts interrupted him. "Really, then, let's go together." Spot. Unable to ignore the captain's order, Brook patted Madara on the shoulder and walked with Madara in the direction of the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, a week or so passed. Madara also officially mingled with Yankee and Brook, but they were only familiar with each other. Almost all of the people of Yankee's Rumba Pirates were cheerful, and Madara with a serious personality seemed to be a little incompatible, but everyone thought that it was Madara his own personality, and did not care much, but Yankee and Brook always laughed and ridiculed how much ransom to take from his family after sending Madara back. "Not good, Captain, it's the Panda Pirates. They attacked." One day, at noon, Madara was still half lying on the deck of the ship, sleeping with his eyes closed, although in the eyes of others he was taking a nap, but in fact Madara was condensing his chakra. Although the strength could not be refined temporarily, but the use of chakra still had to be practiced at any time. But at this moment, crew member John ran to Yankee and shouted in panic, "What are you afraid of? John, an opponent of that level, I can solve it right away." Yankee laughed, took a sip of beer and shouted, "Boys, get the knife and get ready to dry." Oh, dozens of crew members raised their big knives in unison and shouted, looking very excited. Madara opened his eyes slightly, and found that his guy did not have the seriousness of those people in the ninja world in the past, which made Madara a little incomprehensible. "These guys, don't you value your life?" Ding! Newcomer system released, defeat the Panda Pirates, success reward, 10,000 points. Failure penalty, unable to use chakra for 3 days. Humph, I was going to practice it. Madara pouted disdainfully and slowly stood up from the deck. Yo he, Madara you should hide in the lifeboat first. Wait until we finish them off and you come out. Brook suggested to him by patting Madara on the shoulder, but Madara just glanced at him lightly, took out a shuriken and shook it in front of Brook's eyes, revealing his meaning. Hey, no way? Madara, you big young masters still want to fight? Ha ha ha, this is not a rich person playing a game. Yankee smiled exaggeratedly, even the other crew members looked stoic. Usually Madara reflected them as a quiet beautiful man, this kind of skinny, teenage young master figure to fight, this really no one will believe. Madara didn't say much, anyway, these guys wouldn't believe it, and directly took a shuriken and rushed towards the ship of the Rai pirate group and a large ship more than 10 meters away. Hey, wait, Madara. Brook, who usually gets along with Madara, wanted to call Madara on the spot, but he didn't expect that Madara ran at a speed like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had already stepped on the deck and jumped from above to the ship of the opposite Panda pirate group. Nanny, how did that kid jump so far? At least 10 meters. That's not right. How can you run so fast? Could it be that this kid has been hiding deeply? The members of the Rumba Pirates looked like their jaws fell to the ground, just like a sick man you have always known who was hospitalized all day long, and suddenly saw him running past Lu Xiang on TV, and now the members of the Rumba Pirates are almost in this mood. What are you still stunned for? Hurry up and support Madara. Yankee, as the captain, was the first to react. He can't be idle. This is the battle of his own pirate group, how can he let Madara fight alone? Yo he. This is our battle, we can't let Madara steal the limelight. Brook inspired the crew, but under the sunglasses there was a look of concern for Mama. Yes, the treasure can't be won by that kid first. The head of the captain of the Panda pirate group must be cut down by my Uncle Taylor. Saying that, Brook immediately increased the speed of the ship and approached the ship of the Panda pirates. They did not have such exaggerated jumping power, they could only wait for the position of the ship to get closer, and then jump onto the other party's boat. On board the Panda pirates. The first appearance of the Lamba pirates is actually a little white face? A big man with tattoos on his body and a hideous face looked at Madara and said with disdain, and the other members around him also looked like they were grinning, obviously not putting Madara, who looked like a teenager, in his eyes. Little brother, are you scared of guts, so you were the first to run to die? Another yellow-haired pirate also chuckled, and as he spoke, he slashed at Madara with a large knife in his hand, shouting loudly in his mouth, "What Lao Tzu is most uncomfortable with is a little white face like you." Humph. Madara snorted coldly, the blood-colored eyes hidden under the bangs were waiting for the pirate who dared to rush towards him, and in an instant, a terrifying cold current seemed to invade every cell of this pirate's body. Looking at the blood-colored two-hook jade in Madara's eyes, the hand that originally grasped the big knife trembled unconsciously, shaking, as if every cell in the body was telling itself that this guy was terrifying. What's wrong? Zank! Hurry up and give him a knife. At this time, the other pirates did not realize what was happening, but at the same time, the shuriken in Madara's right hand had already appeared cold, and as the hand rose and fell, the blood turned colored, and this pirate named Zank had a deep blood mark on his neck, and slowly fell, and the blood stained the deck of the ship, obviously out of breath. Be careful. This kid is most likely unable. The tattooed big man no longer had his contempt for Madara at this time, reminding his companions around to be careful, and after hearing the words of the big man, the other pirates also began to be cautious, and they all took a fighting posture, raised the steel knife in their hands, and looked defensive. Fire! The art of the mighty fireball. Madara had complex handprints in his hands, and within a second, a strong chakra rushed up his throat, and in one breath, a large fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters was finally ejected by him, sniped fiercely on the body of the group of pirates in front of Madara, and in an instant everyone smelled a smell of burnt meat, and looked in the direction in front of Madara. Nearly 10 pirates were already lying half dead on the deck, their bodies were completely burned black, and the arms in better condition were still twitching slightly, but with a little luck, they could have already driven Hexy. Be careful. It is the ability to burn fruit. The big man's eyes froze, and he reminded the people around him, only by throwing this kid into the sea will we win. Yes, that's right. That's it, the capable person is a hare. Hearing the words of the big man, the surrounding pirates also began to roar, as if this gave them a little more confidence. Don't make noise, it will show your weakness. Madara looked at the chattering pirate with those writing wheels, his face was still very indifferent, but his eyes showed strong disdain. Les got carried away there. Gremlin! The big man directly threw the steel knife in his original hand on the ground and stretched out of a pair of strong arms ready to grab Madara. In his opinion, Madara should be the ability to burn fruits in the natural system. Head-to-head duels or knives and guns are unlikely to work, then just grab him and throw him into the sea. Stupid. It is understandable that he thinks of himself as an ability to burn fruits, but isn't it stupid that this idiot actually lost all his weapons? It's like you obviously fight with an enemy with a sword and a gun, just because the opponent's weapon is stronger than yours, so you lose all the swords? Brain is okay, right? Humph. The chakra turned slightly in his eyes, and he could perfectly predict the opponent's action spot stepping out of his right foot, turning around slightly, and instantly turning into an afterimage and disappearing in the eyes of everyone. No, it's gone. What about the kid? The big man grabbed the air with both hands, and couldn't help but look around anxiously. The invisible opponent was the most troublesome. Above you, Captain. At this time, a thin little pirate raised his head slightly, and saw the figure of Madara standing in the branch of the ship shouting anxiously. What? The big man raised his head in surprise, but found that a black shadow only came into front of his eyes, and it was getting closer and closer to his eyes, a sharp tingling, and the big man only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Ah, my eyes. My eyes hurt. Blood kept coming from the part of the big man's covered eyes. As soon as the position flowed, everyone could see clearly that the shuriken in the original hand was inserted in the eyes of the big man. Row is that these pirates are murderous characters, and they are also a little shuddering at this time. After all, a person's eyes are alive and pierced by a knife. How many people will not be indifferent to this situation? Do you still have kung fu when you fight the enemy? Madara froze again. Fire escape. Phoenix Immortal Claw Red Art. After spitting out dozens of small fireballs, Madara took out a large number of small shuriken darts from his waist and threw them into the flames, attacking the dozens of pirates below. It is slightly different from the How Fireball, and the flame is attached to the flying shuriken at the same time as the Phoenix Fairy Fire Art of multiple fireballs, so that the shuriken mixed with the hot heat is like a phoenix flower scattered in the sky to attack the opponent. Not only has the high heat and lethality of the fire, but also has the cutting ability of the shuriken, and even if the fire is extinguished, the shuriken will still cause heavy damage to the opponent, not to mention these little pirates who can only simply cut people with knives. Get out of the way. Will be burned. At this time, all the pirates were dodging in embarrassment, and the captain of the big man had just been pierced in the eye by Madara's shuriken, and now his subordinates were busy fleeing, and it was impossible to care about him, so this captain became the first revenant under the spotted Phoenix Immortal Claw Red Art. Even if they keep fleeing, how can the range of phoenix flowers be able to avoid on the deck of a small ship? In just a moment, all the members of the Panda Pirate group were injured large and small, but some were lucky, just by the arms or big legs. Bit, for a while, did not stop breathing, but still covered the wound and groaned in pain. Oh, an unexpected escape. Madara jumped off the deck and said lightly as he looked at the dying pirates. Hey, Madara, it's okay. At this time, many members of the Rumba Pirate group jumped up, but found this amazing scene and almost fell in fright. This is, did you do it? Although the facts were in front of him, Yankee was still dumbfounded and asked, after all, the contrast was too great. Ding! Mission completion and 10,000 points are earned, and the host can enter the shop to purchase items. At this time, the voice of the 6 reincarnation systems sounded in Madara's mind again. Humph. Third-rate characters. Madara walked dismissively towards the ship of the Rumba Pirates, which had already leaned over, and with a slight jump, returned to the ship, turned his back to Brook and said, "The rest will be left to you." Saying that, Madara had already walked into his own room on the ship, and at this time Yankee specially gave Madara a room that was not used in the past, because Madara this guy did not like to sleep in a large room with everyone. This guy is really unexpected. Brook crouched down to check the enemies who had passed out, and found that many of them had lost their breath, and dozens of people were almost killed by the fire. Is this guy the ability to burn fruits? Taylor looked at many enemies who had been burned, frowning, and analyzing that to be able to cause such flame damage, in their understanding, only burnt fruit. Well, no matter what, Madara is our important companion. Yankee laughed and interrupted everyone's suspicion and said, "Everyone go to the ship to collect treasures, and have a banquet tonight." Oh, laughing anytime and anywhere, this is the style of the Lamba Pirates. In his room, Madara said silently in his heart, "Shop." In an instant, a large number of databases appeared in front of Madara. 3-hook Jade Writing Wheelite, 50,000 points Kaleidoscope Writing Wheelite, 200,000 points Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Wheelite, 500,000 points Reincarnation Ite, 1 million points. Dedicated Sickle, 25,000 points Uchiha Flame Fan, 45,000 points 1000 Hand Pillar Wooden Bloodline, 500,000 points. I can't afford almost anything. Madara frowned and looked at the 10,000 points at the bottom of the information bar. It seems that there is really nothing that can be used now, but at present, it is really a little difficult to restore his original strength, and he can't kill the person he loves the most, so if you want to open a kaleidoscope writing wheel, you can only rely on the system. Don't worry, you can slowly accumulate into a lot. First cultivate your own chakra. This kind of thing can still be practiced by yourself, otherwise with your current endurance capacity of chakra, the fire extinguishing may not be able to issue a second time. At this time, the 6 reincarnation systems reminded Madara of Madara. It's okay, Madara nodded slightly, then exited the store, sat down to recover. He is not a human pillar force, not so exaggerated chakra, just now the chakra I, and 2B level ninjutsu has made him feel a little tired. If you encounter a stronger opponent, I am afraid that you will really suffer, as the system said. The first thing to do at present is to strengthen your chakra capacity. Hey, Madara, you got up so early. At the beginning of the day, the sky had not yet fully lit up, and Brook, who was the alarm clock for the ship's activities, was about to take his violin and prepare to go to the dormitory of all the crew members to sing a song and destroy their ears, but he did not expect that as soon as he came out of the room, he saw Madara standing on the deck. In the Rumba Pirates, only Captain Yankee has a personal room, musician Brook, the last one is Madara, Yankee is a captain. It is natural to have this independent room. At the beginning, although a personal room was arranged for Madara to make it controversial later between the crew, but in the Battle of the Panda Pirates, I saw Madara's overwhelming power, and everyone didn't talk any more nonsense. After all, strength represents everything in this world. As for Brook, no one wants to share a room with him. It's almost 5 o'clock tomorrow morning when he picks up his violin and sings the drunken song, in this case, who wants to live with him? That's why this is the case now. Madara, who was standing on the deck, looked back at Brook, who had already walked towards him, and replied lightly, just come out and blow the sea breeze. After that, Madara walked to his room alone, leaving Brook with a smile on his face. Although Madara's personality is like this, but the Rumba Pirates are used to Madara's personality, and they don't interfere too much. Anyway, individuals have personal habits, not to mention that they are originally a group of people with bold personalities. Sap. Then, use my clear singing voice to wake everyone up. After seeing Madara disappear, Brook strode into the large dormitory where dozens of crew members were, all of them snoring and sleeping, unaware that a violent noise was about to erode their ears. Sap. Mina-san, it's another day, let's wake up to the singing at the beginning. Brook put the violin on his shoulder, pulled up the violin's bow and began to hum, yo-he. A lot of noise first made the crew who were still sleeping quietly sweat, and then began to look gradually painful. Their faces began to turn blue, and finally they couldn't stand it and had to get up from chewing, begging Brook for mercy. Okay. All right. I'm up. Hurry up and stop. Brook, please, don't sing like that early in the morning, okay? Madara, this side. A bunch of weirdos. Madara frowned and listened to Brook's strange songs and the crew's pleas for mercy. I don't know why, but his mood became slightly calmer and calmer. But now Madara only thinks about how to get his strength back, but he doesn't seem to have thought yet. After the strength is restored, what should he do? Bring peace to the world, as the system says? Does that mean to wipe out all the pirates? Thinking of Brook them, the Rumba Pirates, Madara frowned slightly. These people's personalities are straightforward and cheerful, so that Madara is accustomed to the indifference of the world. This troubled man is a little unable to see through. Pirates. There are also such ones? In the past ninja world, when Madara was still young, he experienced a lot of sea missions, where pirates were synonymous with robbery in the end, a group of ugly objects with knives and bullied the soft and hard, but Brook them. It feels completely different. Humph. It's not like me at all to think of this kind of thing. There is no sign of recovery and strength yet. Madara raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, thinking with some distress. At this time, a crew member knocked excitedly on the door of Madara's room and shouted to him inside, Madara, there are good things. Hurry up and check it out. Madara glanced at the door, originally wanting to answer directly, don't bother me, but thinking that he really could not do anything now, he opened the door and led the crew to the edge of the ship, where all the crew had gathered and looked down at the sea below. What? Madara looked down at the sea at the bottom of the ship, just like the rest of the crew, but saw a small whale peeking out, smiling at himself and the others, and from time to time he said, you. Excellent. The screams are cute. It's a whale. Madara looked at this little whale that was not yet a year old, probably separated from the whale group and appeared here, but this little guy was not afraid of humans, which surprised Madara a little. How's it going? Madara, you think this kid is cute too, right? At this time, Yankee put his hand on Madara's shoulder and said to him with a smile. Madara quietly lowered Yankee's claws from his body, and was about to walk to the deck, practicing chakra's condensation there as usual. His Mudun is still very unstable. Mudun, who has the power to open up heaven and earth, is not at all what only a person who can't be able to control the power now, but Mudun can be said to be an ace-level ninjutsu. Once it is used, if the opponent does not surpass the strength of the shadow level, then it can basically be said that the victory and defeat have been divided. Ding! The mission opens, communicates with the whale, forcibly enters the mission at this moment, cannot be refused, and the mission success reward, psychic art. Mission failure. Long hair, strength degrades into ordinary middle ninja. At this time, the mechanical sounds of the 6 reincarnation systems sounded in Madara's ears. Humph, guys who will make people call. Madara pouted dissatisfied. If it weren't for the restoration of strength, he would have wanted to split this so-called system, but this was obviously impossible. Failure becomes a medium forbearance. This punishment is inevitable. If it was placed in the past, Madara would definitely not snort even if his life was half less, but I didn't expect that the system gave such a disproportionate punishment for failure, and suddenly demoted to Zongnin. How much time will it take to make up for it? However, he was still rewarding advanced ninjutsu such as psychic arts, which made Madara's face slightly relaxed. Yo what's wrong, Madara, not taking a nap? Seeing that Madara came back again, Brook couldn't help but ridicule him, who told this guy to say less than 10 words all day long. If it weren't for himself and other crew members taking the initiative to speak, those who didn't know him might think he was dumb. Psychic arts? It's been a long time. Madara's mouth moved, whispering in a voice that others couldn't understand. Speaking of psychic arts, he recalled his strongest psychic beast in the past, the 9 Tails, and now, is it living in harmony with Naruto Uzumaki, that little ghost? Or is humanity beginning to peek into the power of the tailed beast again, and war is coming again? But these things have nothing to do with themselves anymore. His identity is completely a dead man. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, Madara jumped, and in the stunned eyes of the crew, he actually jumped to the sea, and everyone couldn't help but sigh that this guy was crazy. Don't you know that people with abilities can't touch the sea? Until now, all the crew still thought that Madara was the ability to burn fruit, and Madara didn't bother to explain this matter. Did he have to slowly tell them a lot of things such as chakra, ninjutsu, natsu, and blood succession limit? Hey, hurry up and give him a life buoy. Yang was still anxious to call the crew to rescue Madara, but when he looked down, he found that Madara, actually walking on the sea, standing hey, isn't that guy capable? How? Crew Taylor was completely stunned and speechless at this time. It was incredible that the capable could stand on the surface of the sea. No, it's completely impossible. Could it be that this is also one of the abilities to burn fruits? That's not right. Isn't burning fruit only fire breathing? That's not right. You haven't seen an able person. How do you know that you can't float? At this time, the Rumba pirates were already in chaos because of Madara's ability to show, and Madara had slowly walked from the sea to the whale, thinking for a while before slowly saying to him, "Are you separated from the group?" Madara thought for a while before he came up with such a sentence. He used to discuss with others what politics, meetings, ninjutsu, family, and other things are, even if he didn't have much family with his family. If you chat and fart, you have only had such an experience with your younger brother Uchiha Senna and your friend Senjuju when I was a child, but now Madara, who is over 100 years old, is not used to saying those words, and after thinking for a long time, he only held out such a sentence. Hey, Madara, this bean skin sushi you made is good. I can't see that your big young master can also cook. In the large restaurant of the Rumba Pirates, Yankee took a bite of the bean-skin sushi made by Madara and praised it. Don't touch me. Madara glanced at Yankee coldly, and after eating the dinner on his plate, he walked out alone again, because the rest of the crew had to giggle and drink and chat a lot of things during the meal, so basically a meal took at least an hour, and Ben didn't talk much to people. Even if a crew member ran over and took the initiative to talk to him, Madara answered in just a few words, which made people really feel a little bored, and gradually not many people took the initiative to speak. This kid is still so unsociable. But I didn't expect the things to be interesting. Yankee said, picked up a bean-skin sushi on the plate and swallowed it in his mouth, because Madara liked the dish of bean-skin sushi, so he made a little of it himself. Although in the past on the battlefield has always been simple, most of the things eaten are tasteless military food pills, but Madara, after all, the dish is bean-skin sushi. In fact, this is not made by him, but to find the 6 reincarnation system, that point in exchange, because it is only a small food, so it only costs points in units, which is not worth mentioning at all. But I didn't expect that they were eating a group or seeing this meal of food that they had never seen before in the spotted plate, and snatched a lot from the spotted plate in 2 or 3 clicks, and threw it to his mouth with a grin. Although the taste of bean-skin sushi is not as exaggerated as in the Chinese Little Boss, it also makes the crew who are accustomed to eating fish and meat at sea have a new feeling, and in the end, if it weren't for Ban's murderous eyes, I don't know how much more I would have robbed. Excellent! Excellent! As if sensing Madara's breath, the little whale on the sea beside the boat let out a slight cry, as if to welcome Madara out. Does following this group of people make you so happy? Madara clasped his hands in front of Xiong, leaned back against the side of the boat, and glanced at the little whale and said lightly, "Until today, the little whale has been with the Lamba pirates for more than 2 months, and in the battle, it has rescued the crew who fell in the sea many times, making everyone in the Lamba pirates more and more aware of the little whale." Rab is the name that Crew Taylor gave to the little whale. Over time, even Madara called so. In the last exchange, Madara and Rap also officially met, although Madara did not say a few words. But as the first person to communicate with Rab, Madara still made a great impression on the rabbi. Excellent! Your rabbi nodded excitedly, showing his approval of what Madara said. is it? You're still a child. Madara was silent for a long time. The Great Passage was the most dangerous sea in the world, and Brook and they were now heading there with all their strength. Considering that Rop was still a child, they couldn't have taken Ruby with them. I'm afraid it would have been less than a month. The strength has not entered the upper patience. Between the pillars, are you a fellow laughing at me in heaven too? Madara raised his head and looked at the night sky that was already full of stars, and sighed in his heart, for the delay in improving his strength. His mood was not very good. To say that Uchiha Madara was not good after the death of his brother Izumina, he had the invincible power of the world, but it was exchanged for the life of his beloved brother, such a power, so that every time Madara used the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eye, he would remember what his brother looked like when he died. Thinking of this, Madara was irritable again. Although the Rumba pirates brought a lot of relief to his mood, Madara still had a sense of confusion in his heart. What was he doing? After gaining strength, what are you going to do? What's the matter? When did you become sentimental? Madara smiled self-deprecatingly, slowly closed his eyes, and the Sharingan eye hidden under his eyelids slowly turned, as if to herald its domineering power that was about to sweep the world. Moo! At this moment, a terrifying wave suddenly broke out on the sea, and the wave splashed up and smashed the deck of the ship. But how could Madara be hit by such a trick? And he jumped back slightly, and easily avoided the splashed water. What's wrong? Hearing this loud noise, Yankee and the crew immediately put down the steel fork in their hands to eat, and all their brains rushed out, asked Madara and raised their heads, but found a super sea beast more than 30 meters high, with a cow's head but sharp teeth, and a body towards a mutated tuna, looking hideous. At this time, the sea demon beast was looking at Rab, who was shivering by the side of the boat with a killing intent, and opened his blood basin and mouth, as if swallowing the rabbi as his own dinner. Protect Rab! Yankee suddenly shouted to the crew behind him. Hearing the captain's order, the surrounding crew members took action. Ruby is now their most important companion. How can they allow other sea beasts to use it as food? A large number of members picked up shells and prepared to put them into the cannon and explode on the body of the sea demon beast, but they did not expect that at this time, the sound of the 6 reincarnation systems sounded again. Mission: first test Mu Duen. Mission content: defeat the sea monster with Mu Dun and protect Rop. Mission success reward: 5,000 points. Mission failure penalty: 5,000 points are deducted. This is a side mission, and the host can choose to pick up or not to connect. Pick up. Madara just pondered for a second, and then replied with this word. He was not a person who despised life, although he sacrificed many people, but it was precisely to protect more people and sacrifice others. Now he is no longer in the ninja world. Madara has no past indifference, although his words and deeds are still thousands of miles away, but for companions like Rab and the Rumba pirates, Madara still has some bonds. Stop, let me come. Madara jumped on the bow of the boat in one breath, turned his back to everyone behind him and said. Everyone had not reacted to anything, but when they heard Madara's words for a while, they all stopped their movements in unison, and looked at Madara standing at the bow of the ship with a surprised face. Did he want to deal with such a big sea demon beast alone? Even those who are capable are inevitably. While everyone was still suspicious, Madara had quickly sealed his hands. Mew. Sensing Madara's hostility, the sea demon beast's attention shifted to Madara's body, opened its blood basin and bit towards Madara on the bow of the boat. Seeing this, Yankee and they all shouted anxiously, danger, hurry up and escape. After the Mudun cuttings technique was sealed, Madara raised his right hand and faced the mouth of the sea demon beast that opened its mouth and was less than 5 meters away from him, and the palm of the hand that was originally wearing black gloves suddenly gave birth to a branch, and the next moment, like a dart, it shot into the mouth of the sea demon beast at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Originally, the sea monster was still disdainful, thinking that Ben was still playing tricks, and continued to open his mouth like Ben to bite away, wanting to turn him into his own dinner, but he didn't expect that when his sharp giant teeth were less than half a meter away from the spot, the spoilers from inside the body made the sea monster's expression stunned. You know, the extremely painful expression is not a distortion or a roar, but you can't make an expression at all, because now, you have been paralyzed by painful nerves, and the sea monster at this time is an example. How did it stop? Yankee saw the motionless appearance of the sea demon beast, and there was a puzzled look in his eyes, but in the next second, a scene occurred on the sea demon beast's body that made everyone's jaws fall to the ground. I saw that inside the body of the sea demon beast, a series of branches as sharp as a blade suddenly burst out, and the thorns on it were dense, and the blood of the sea demon beast splashed on the branches flowed into the sea, dyeing a large area of the sea surface nearby bright red, looking like a super large grilled fish. But this grilled fish did not give people the slightest appetite. I'm XX, this is too perverted, Yankee stammered, and also said everyone's heart, although it was so, but everyone's admiration for Madara quickly thickened. With such a crew, what navy are you afraid of in the future? Ding! Successful mission and 5,000 points. At this time, the voice of the 6 reincarnation system sounded in Madara's ears again. Madara has also been in the Rumba Pirates for nearly a year, during which time, there were also crew members who asked where Madara was and wanted to send him home, and Madara just replied that his home had been destroyed, and since then, everyone thought that Madara was in a state of family ruin, and they seemed to be more concerned about this companion, so the crew also expressed understanding, thinking that Madara had undergone such a drastic change, so his personality became like this. The little whale Rop has been with the Rumba Pirates for more than half a year, and has rescued the crew who fell into the water in the battle several times, making the bond between Rubby and the crew deeper and deeper, and Madara has also repelled the huge sea monster that attacked Rop many times, making Rop also like Madara very much. However, it is worth mentioning that although in this year, Madara has repeatedly won battles and achieved great success, but the Navy has not issued a wanted order for a long time. Even the reward amount of Captain Yankee has been increased twice, but Ban's wanted order has still not been issued. This is not a problem of the naval government, the main thing is that Ban's actions are too fast. In order to earn points, just quickly kill the opponent's leader and it is over, and the rest is solved by the crew of the Lamba Pirates, and they have almost never fought with pirates with a reward of tens of millions this year, generally dealing with some minions. Even Luffy defeated 3 pirates with a reward of more than 10 million in a row to get a reward warrant, not to mention that the current navy is not as dense in intelligence as later generations, so it is normal that Madara was not issued a wanted order for a while. Collect it. The Great Voyage is less than a month away. When the news was learned from the navigator, everyone was silent. Everyone in the cabin was fiercely discussing the problem of Rab, like Brook, Taylor and others, expressing their great reluctance to let Rab leave. After all, this cute whale sang with the Rumba Pirates, although Madara did not join once. Rabbit is too small, still only in infancy, and the Great Voyage. Naturally, it is extremely dangerous, and if Rop goes with him, it may not be a good thing. Maybe it will be swallowed by the storm at any time. If this kind of thing really happens, Madara will not be able to return to the sky. In the end, Brook was silent and compromised, and of course he understood that it was absolutely unwise to let the young Rab go on the great route. But the little whale was very stubborn. Yankee said it didn't listen, Taylor or Madara said it didn't listen, and even Brook, who was closest to him, told it that he still didn't listen, but gave Brook who went to persuade it to pounce. For many days, everyone can still see the young figure tirelessly following the Rumba Pirates to continue sailing. Seeing that the entrance to the upside-down mountain was in front of him, Yankee directly made a ruthless decision, gave the order as the captain, never to show up again, and before Rab left with a dead heart, he was not allowed to sing or make a fuss. Surprisingly, everyone unanimously chose silence. Not a single person objected. Brook just opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Madara looked at the small figure following behind the ship indifferently, and couldn't help but think of the little ghost called Uchiha Obito who was used by himself in the past, and was attached to his companions, which was somewhat similar to them. Into the Great Voyage will ride the currents that fly down the upside-down mountain like a super roller coaster. Taylor exclaimed excitedly, haha, Brook, Spot, pretty exciting, right? We will soon enter the great route. Oh, idiot. Like a little ghost, Madara rolled his eyes in disdain. With the basic skill of climbing trees, he concentrated chakra on his feet. Even if the ship trembled 10 times more, Madara could completely do it without moving. You little ghost, you actually dare to say that I am a little ghost? Taylor was simply angry and itchy, but in the face of Madara's almost perverted force, he shamelessly provoked. Before he had nothing to do to joke with Madara, and as a result, he was beaten half to death, and after that, he didn't dare to joke with Madara. Now after eating deflated, I can only chat and fart with the good-tempered Brook next to me. After a thrilling roller coaster ride, the ship successfully crossed the upside-down mountain, which also marked that the Rumba Pirates officially entered the Great Voyage. But the luck of the Lamba Pirates was not very good. Even if they barely passed the upside-down mountain, the hull became tattered. Here they met a lamp watcher who was about 30 years old, Kulokas. Yankee offered to stay by the lighthouse for several months to repair the ship, and Kurokas simply agreed, but asked that the Rumba Pirates should be responsible for taking care of their own food during this period. I really don't know how the second cargo who dared to rob the pirates survived to this day. Is that your pet? Kurokas asked casually, pointing at the little Rop who seemed happy by the side of the boat. As soon as everyone turned around, they all shouted in surprise, Hadash? Rab? Timesen Brook was even more shocked and speechless, and he ran to Rop and cried and laughed. Madara just stared his eyes slightly, and there was nothing unnecessary to say. He was not Ascension Ninja, not to mention that his current strength was only barely reaching the upper endurance. It was still a little difficult to sense an animal that didn't even have a murderous aura. A few months have passed. Finally, the day of parting came, and after several persuasions from Brook, Rab finally agreed to stay here in Kulokas, waiting for the return of the Lamba Pirates, and Yankee also promised Rop that they would meet here in 3 years. Ding! Mission on. Story-based mission, leave the Rumba Pirates, act individually, gain points within 3 years, awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, mission success reward, Uchiha Flame Fan, mission failure, Sangha Jade riding Wheel-Eye degenerates into a Hook Jade. Is it finally here? Madara listened to the sound of the system in his ears and silently said, originally he planned to start acting alone, but at present, his strength has just reached the upper endurance. There are still many unknown strong people in this world. I am afraid that there are still a lot of dangers hidden, but will Uchiha be afraid of danger? I should be worried that there is no danger in too boring. Why? Madara, Rab is gone. Now you're going to go too? Taylor, who had the most straightforward personality, just heard Madara say that he was leaving, and he shouted. Even the other crew members who were afraid of Madara were reluctant. No matter what, no one wanted to lose such a powerful backbone. I have my own business. Madara just replied lightly and did not continue to speak. Brook opened his mouth and did not say anything, but the eyes under the sunglasses were already widening, a little tear gone. Originally, Taylor was still indignant and wanted to grab Madara's collar and ask for clarification, but he was immediately pulled by Yankee and forcibly threw Taylor into the crew. Yankee walked to the present of Madara and asked with a serious face, Madara, we have always regarded you as the best companion, but now that you are leaving, are you unwilling to tell us why? Madara looked at Yankee, did not answer anything for a while. The main reason is because he didn't know what to answer. If it was changed to the past, he would turn his head and leave, without the slightest nostalgia, but in the face of Rop, in the face of the Rumba Pirates, Madara still retained a trace of special emotion in the deepest part of his heart. Yankee, don't say it. Brook walked up and patted Yankee on the shoulder and persuaded, we all go to sea for our dreams, don't we? Madara also has such a dream, doesn't he? So what reason do we have to stop him? But, Brook, this guy won't even tell us why, will he? Yankee was still a little angry, but his expression was obviously softened a lot. At this time, Brook issued the same yo-hee-hee, as always. After a strange laugh, he said to Madara, Madara, let's make a pact together. Engagement. Madara wrapped his arms around Seong and squinted at Brook, reminding him of the topic that his best friend talked about nearly 100 years ago when he was floating with him by the river. 3 years later, let's reunite here. Yo agreed. Brook said, and then said to Madara Shin out of the right hand, and next to Yankee, Taylor, and many other crew members heard it. They all had a spirit in their hearts, and they smiled tacitly. Located on a small island above the sea in the West Sea, the island is an uninhabited island. Time passed by in Madara's cultivation, and at night, Madara only felt that the chakra in him seemed to be completely empty. Standing on the shore of the island, looking at the sea in the distance, Madara didn't know how many times he had sent fire ninjutsu to the sea. Looking at the sunset that has gradually fallen in the distance, Madara felt a pang of hunger at this time. There is no way, but the strength is strong or weak, only the human body will feel hungry, so I had to stand up and go out hunting. No way is how cheap the points needed for meals are, 3 meals a day, plus the energy Madara usually consumes, the degree of food eaten, but no matter how many points, it will definitely be polished alive in a short time. Since it was almost dark, Madara hurried to act, because at night, there would be many powerful sea monsters around the island closest to the Great Voyage in the West Sea, although I don't know what the strength of the other party is, but one after another, even Madara doesn't know what the end will be, and when it's time to give in, he should give in, which is what Madara has learned long ago. Soon, Madara found the trace of a super large wild boar. The maximum height of the ordinary wild boar is only about 2 meters, but the height of this wild boar is more than 3 meters. No matter how exaggerated Madara's appetite is, it is definitely enough. Madara snorted coldly, took out his shuriken and shot at the big wild boar that was still running. In this kind of jungle area, casual fire is easy to fire, and the remnants of Madara can no longer use wooden dun, so taking out the shuriken as the basic weapon of ninja is the best choice. To deal with a lower animal such as a wild boar, Madara does not even need to use the chakra eye, just relying on his naked eye's insight ability to see the trajectory of the wild boar. He immediately swings his shuriken and strikes towards the big wild boar. Phew, Madara swung several shurikens on the necessary route of the boar's run, and struck it that way. Suddenly, the big wild boar was knocked to the ground by Madara's several shurikens. Madara quickly ran over, found that the vitality of this wild boar was really tenacious enough. One of his swords hit its throat tube. Did not expect this. The boar's limbs were still twitching slightly, and Madara didn't know where to take out a shuriken, and cut it on the boar's neck again, ending its life. Cleanly, Madara will be several large of the already dead wild boars. The legs were torn off, and the wild boar legs that were still slightly dripping with blood and water walked to the sea. Since there are conditions, then it is better to wash the blood on these wild boar legs well, otherwise eat a bloody taste in the mouth. People are a little unbearable, although in the past battlefield, Madara has eaten a lot of things that are not food at all, earthworms, bark, and even tasteless soldier. Food pills can be said to be delicious, not to mention that there is blood and water on this wild boar. Even if Madara swallows them so alive, it's just as simple as every day. But now that you can make your dinner more delicious, why not? Sitting deep in the jungle, Madara gently tufted a cluster of scattered branches on the ground with his fire, and suddenly the firewood he had picked up caught fire. In terms of the proficiency of fire escape, no one in the ninja world can compare to Madara, and this kind of thing is naturally easy. So, next, train now. After gnawing the big roast legs of the 4 wild boars clean, Madara slowly stood up, and the things to train at all times of the night would be much reduced. because if you use those tricks of fire escape, it is very likely to attract the enemy, so the training Madara has to do at this moment is his own printing speed. In the past ninja world, Madara could rely on a seal to directly cast 8 grade or even S-level super fire. That's because at that time, he had a powerful chakra for him to consume, but now it's just a shinobi level spot, and it doesn't have the amount of chakra that is so unheavenly in the past, so in order to save time more in battle, he must receive the seal more quickly. Chakra has almost recovered. So, let's experiment with this trick first. Madara clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. Ugly, secretly exerted force against a clearing in the middle of the woods. Mudun 4-pillar house card magnet. With the surge of cells between the 1,000 hand pillars and Madara's body, the unique powerful wooden energy continued to pour into the soil, and in an instant something that was completely unbelievable in the eyes of ordinary people happened, only to see that from the soil and the clearing continued to drill out a large exaggerated and neat number of long strips of standard cuboids, one by one. Not much later, since a quaint two-story mansion appeared in front of Madara. It took more than 2 seconds, just 5 seals, and I really haven't fully gotten used to this body. Madara frowned and looked at his hands, his face showing anger, although at this moment his printing speed in the past ninja world can also be regarded as a medium to high level, but compared to Uchiha Itachi and Kiki Kakashi, they're kind of more than 5 seals a second. It is still too far behind, not to mention that now he himself can't send out powerful ninjutsu with 1 seal. Ugly, Muduan's 4-pillar family technique is the 5 seals that most ninjutsu are accustomed to, and most of the ninjutsu currently mastered by the class are also 5 to 6 seal ninjutsu, but there are also many powerful ninjutsu that can be solved with just 1 seal, such as the shadow avatar technique that Naruto Uzumaki is using in the face of any kind of enemy, and the most heaven-defying outer path reincarnation innate art is the same. After practicing for several hours, Madara still did not reach a significant speed of printing. After all, even if it was his own body, Madara was most accustomed to his nearly 30-year-old body, which was the peak of Madara at that time, and the peak moment, and now the 17-year-old body. Anyway, he could not fully adapt to it. In the past battle of the Rumba Pirates, he had done his best to adapt to his body, and within a year, to be honest, it was quite good to reach the current level, but Uchiha was completely dissatisfied. Between the columns. Izuna, are you in the kingdom of heaven? Or was it thrown into another world like me? Madara looked up at the bright moon in the air when his hands were almost twitching, and meditated in his heart. Slowly putting away his sad emotions, Madara walked into the house he made of wooden dun, and slowly entered his first dream alone in the world of pirates. Waking up the next morning, Madara went to the beach to wash his face, and then used the shadow doppelganger technique to divide 2 shadow avatars for multiple exercises. He will not be like Naruto Uzumaki in one breath. Hundreds of practice. This training method after lifting the shadow avatar, not only experience points but also training results. Even the fatigue accumulated by the shadow avatar will be added to the body, so Madara in training, the training of the shadow avatar is just to practice the speed of the seal and the condensation method of chakra, and as the Buddha figure himself, it is training in ninjutsu and physical arts. I don't know how long has been on this island. If it weren't for the system being able to report the time to himself, Madara would have almost forgotten how long he had been here. Although Madara at this moment was already under the task of the system, I don't know how many Sea Kings he killed, but the points he got were still not enough to exchange for kaleidoscope chakra eyes. It's almost impossible for Shangnin to break through to the power of shadow without relying on the blood succession limit. Madara stood on the island shore again today, and Yell looked at the distance and said to himself faintly, "Ding! Side mission, eliminate the pirates." Mission description: a group of pirates who hear that the island has treasure is landing on the island and killing them all. Mission success reward, 3,000 points. Mission failure penalty, 5,000 points deducted. The system, which had not been silent for a while, was issued a side mission to Madara at this time, which is probably the first mission in 2 months. Accept. Madara first replied these 2 words in his heart, and his eyes closed behind him, but the next second he immediately opened them sharply, writing will eyes. There, the reconnaissance power of the Sharingan is not as good as the white eye, but it is definitely not bad. With a glance, you can see which one of the avatars is the ontological power of the Sharingan. Just searching for some pirates within the range of a small island is still a breeze. Just looking around for a while, Madara has already found that on his left side, there is a search pirate ship, and dozens of pirates on it are landing on the island. To deal with this level of goods, I hardly even need to use ninjutsu. Ben slowly pulled out a teiji from the space. Whether it was a shuriken, a dart or a taizword, Madara was purchased in the shop in the system, although it cost a lot, but it was also a must-have for ninjas, although it may not be needed when his strength returned to its heyday in the future, but for now, these things are still very practical. Syllable. 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 Constantly jumping on the big branches of the woods, the speed of the spot is not second to none in the ninja world, but it cannot be taken lightly at all, because he is not a combat type. Jo Sing Sing said that the world's martial arts, only fast and not broken, although this sentence makes sense, but it is only in the 3 dimensions. In the ninja world with all kinds of strange tricks in this sea of time, it will not work, otherwise the fastest 4 generations of Hokage in the ninja world and 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, in the end was not also killed? Although there is a certain reason. 2 minutes later, Madara had already jumped on the branch of a large tree that was only a few tens of meters away from those pirates, looking at the pirates who were still laughing wildly before they knew that their lives had come to an end, the knife in Uchiha's right hand, at a very fast speed, double. The leg jumped down, the left hand felt the shuriken out of the hand, poof, accurate insertion, into the neck of one of the pirates, 4 splatters of blood fell on his face. You, who are you? Seeing that the companions around them were suddenly killed, the mood of the other pirates also began to panic, but the years of combat experience made them immediately raise the steel knife in their hands and look at Madara defensively. You're going to die anyway, why are you asking so much? Uchiha looked at the fallen figure in front of him, and he didn't feel anything in his heart. Don't say 17 years old, that is, when he was 7 years old, he had already picked up a knife and was killing, not to mention that now he is just 17 years old in appearance. In his heart, he is a centenarian. No matter what, he had no way back, and the cold-blooded Azura who would make the entire Great Voyage tremble in the future began to emerge at this time. Abominable boy, don't think you're proud to kill someone. Uncle Ben is a stormwalker with a reward of 35 million Bailey. At this time, a small hedgehog-headed man appeared in front of Madara, wearing a pair of nearly half-meter-long fists and hooks on both hands, which seemed to be his weapon. That's a lot of words. Madara frowned, nothing indicated that he directly took a knife and cut at the little man called Walker, but he didn't expect that although this guy was short, his body was unexpectedly fast. A sharp jump actually jumped to a position 5 meters high, jumped behind Madara, raised his hook claw, and said triumphantly, a little ghost, it's just such a little strength, die. The claw knife slashed at the back of Madara's head, and the other pirates were ecstatic, praised, it's really worthy of being a captain. Walker split with his bare hands, but found that he actually waved an empty one, suddenly felt a pain in Xiong's mouth, looked down, and found that Xiong stretched forward, out of a half-cut silver-splattered blade. Is this waist like yours worthy of being called a whirlwind? Madara's words rang faintly in Walker's ears. How could it be? Than me. Still. Quick blood spilled from the corner of Walker's mouth, spitting out such a sentence, his head hanging low, and he died of anger. Burst. Uchiha drew his sword, looked at the corpse on the ground, and said indifferently, with the sharingan, you can see the location of the enemy immediately. Uchiha twisted his neck and looked around him, but he was already double. A group of pirates whose legs were twitching, the enchanting chakra eyes slowly swept over, directly frightening a group of timid ones to crawl on the ground. Don't worry. After all, there is only one person, and we can hack him to death even if we are swords. Despite the fear in his heart, one of the pirates shouted loudly. One of the pirates, as if in response to his words, lifted up the knife in his hand, which was very similar to Madara, roared, bolstered himself, and raised the knife with both hands to split towards Madara. If you want to kill, you should attack quietly, shouldn't you? Only heard Madara another contemptuous whisper. The afterimage appeared. This pirate is also the same as the Captain Walker who was killed by Madara. The knife waved in air, out of conditioned reflex. This pirate after seeing Madara disappeared, the first time was to check his own mouth, and found that there was no same as Walker before by Madara's blade interspersed, only to slowly breathe a sigh of relief. But the other pirates immediately panicked and began to look everywhere for the trace of Madara. Forget it. Let's solve it all in one go. At this time, the pirates only heard a bored sigh from above, and looked in the direction where the voice came from in a panic, but found that Madara was standing on the top of a big tree at this time. Huaju, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Uchiha quickly closed the knife and jumped up, quickly sealed the seal, spit out several small fireballs in his mouth, threw out several shurikens with both hands, flew into the small fireballs, and the shurikens instantly became like red-hot iron bars, flying towards the dozens of pirates below at a very fast speed. Run away. It is the ability to burn fruit. At this time, all the pirates saw the fireball ejected by Madara, and they completely lost the courage to fight with Madara just now, and the ability of the natural system, placed in the navy, is almost the successor of the admiral. Not a small pirate like them who has not even entered the Great Voyage can compete. I don't know how many times the pirates have regarded themselves as the ability to burn fruits, and Madara thinks that if he makes a wooden escape, will he be regarded as an ability to burn the wood fruit again? Phoenix Flower Claw Red. This move cannot kill the enemy at once, but can also completely make the opponent lose the ability to fight. Less than a moment, the enemy hit by Uchiha Spot's move has already brushed down on the ground. Originally heard that there is a treasure on this island to run over, did not expect to meet such a little ghost against the sky. Stealing chickens is not like this, right? I'll end your suffering. Madara does not have the perverted hobby of flying Duen. After falling from the air, he took out his own knife and sent these pirates who were already unable to move to hell one by one. Each of them was killed by a knife, and the speed may not make them feel a trace of pain. Please wait a minute, spare you, chop. The last pirate looked at the chakra eyes in Madara's eyes, and his heart was already full of fear, but the strong will to survive overwhelmed the fear in his heart. But in the end, before the words of mercy could be spoken, he was already in a different place, and this head had been cut off by Madara. Wait a minute, Madara. Madara had already made up his mind to go to sea, but he didn't expect that just as he was about to embark on the journey, the voice of the 6 reincarnation system stopped him. What? Madara frowned and asked the system. Usually the system just came out to talk about the content of the task. Why did it suddenly run out now? It is recommended that you still not go to sea now, but instead recuperate well and cultivate your strength. The system made its own suggestions for Madara, but there was still no emotion in his tone. Color. Why, generally, what the class wants to do, other people's suggestions will not be taken into account, but Madara still does not know much about the world of pirates, so there are many things to get from the system, and the system more or less needs to be listened to. At present, even if you go to sea, in this era, there are not many strong people, but you waste time, you should wait until the era of strong people is entering this world. The system paused slightly when he said this, and then continued, don't forget, you know, our ultimate goal is for peace. At the end of the day, you just want to see interesting things. What a ghost, Madara said with a disdainful glance. You're wrong, imps are frizzy, the kind of person who doesn't know what to wait. The system used the dialogue between Madara and Obito in the past to say, this was originally Madara's evaluation of Obito, but I didn't expect Madara himself to receive such an evaluation today. Cut. Madara's eyes became a little strange, no one could guess what he was thinking at the moment, and just replied, when do you think it will be the era when people can come out? 30 years, the system replied, after 30 years, it's time for you to show off your skills. 30 years, Madara looked slightly stunned. If it was 30 years, then the agreement with the Rumba pirates, and the rabbi. What's wrong? Will Uchiha still keep that boring agreement with others? The system said in a provocative way. Humph, you seem to have misidentified yourself. What I want to do, you have no right to interfere. Madara was a little annoyed by the system's words, and the amazing murderous aura continued to leak out, making the sea kings around the island avoid it. Because what the system said today is really a bit over the bottom line of the spot. Sorry, I'm just saying the most intentional recommendation for peace. After a few seconds of silence, the system finally chose to take a step back and open the sky, but there was still no emotion between the tones. Humph. Madara snorted slightly, and finally walked back to the place where he had always trained on the island. In the end, he still chose the system's suggestion. Anyway, broke their 3-year contract. He said at most a wooden doppelganger. This is also solved. If Madara has to make a choice, he still chooses the way of peak after a while. Madara didn't know how long he had been on this island, but time is such a thing, ask the system can solve it. 30 years, I don't know how much a person can do. Uchiha Madara has finally returned to the peak position of the shadow level, but to be like the ninja world in the previous life, it will take some opportunities to completely surpass the shadow level. The main reason is that the current Madara is only his own kaleidoscope chakra eye at the beginning, not the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye fused with his younger brother, because 20 years of training on this uninhabited island were no one cares. The points that Madara can earn are simply pitiful. Generally, it is to kill the Sea King class to earn points. Damn it, that in the 30 years of this uninhabited island, the pirate group has only come twice, which means that Madara and people have only fought twice. And the strongest is the degree of tolerance. You said that in such a situation, Madara can get an ordinary kaleidoscope chakra eye, which can be regarded as a miracle. Has 30 years passed? Are those guys really dead? Sitting in the house built with Muduen, Madara closed his eyes a little gloomy and pondered. 17 years ago, he once used to make Muduen doppelganger to find Rabbi and the Rumba pirate group. After arriving there, Rabbi was indeed very excited, originally a whale the size of a dining table, but also grew into a big guy of nearly 200 cubic meters, because the uninhabited island where Madara is located is only tens of nautical miles away from the lighthouse of Cape Twin, so even if he takes Muduening's doppelganger, he has not encountered any danger. But unexpectedly, Madara and Ruby waited for nearly a month in the lighthouse of Cape Twin Peaks, and there was no sign of the return of the Rumba pirates, and just when Madara's Muta chakra finally couldn't bear to dissipate, Kurikas, who was in charge of guarding the lighthouse of Cape Twins, told Madara and Ruby that the Rumba pirates had been missing a year ago and were said to have been trapped in a dead sea. When he heard the news, Rabbi's tears immediately flowed, and the joy of just reuniting with Madara was immediately washed away by this shocking bad news, and Madara also had mixed feelings after hearing the news, which is the same feeling as when his comrades died on the battlefield in his previous life when he was a child. I didn't expect to experience such a mood again now. Falling into despair, Rop kept hitting his head against the red earth continent that could never be broken, scarring himself and hissing sadly, and finally in another agreement with Madara, Madara made a promise that after 27 years, he would return here and become companions with Rop, and then embarked on a journey together to find the Rumba pirates. Until Madara said this, Rabbi tearfully stopped his self-harm behavior. Madara also made his second promise in this world. He promised Rop he will definitely not die, and he will definitely take Rop to the great voyage to find the Rumba pirates. Then he came into contact with the Mu Shadow doppelganger. Maybe they're really dead. The dangers of the Great Root. It's comparable to any brutal battlefield you've seen in the ninja world in the past, said the Six Realms reincarnation system with deep understanding. Madara was stunned, and even he did not realize that his own heart, which had been cold by the ugliness of the ninja world in the past, under the influence of Rop and the Rumba pirates, was slowly changing like the direction in which he first met between the past and the Senjuju pillar. Now from this moment, Madara is finally going to officially go to sea, coming to this world for nearly 20 years. Madara in the end, the age of this body should also be close to 50 years old, but now his appearance is still around 25 years old, the golden moment of the body. According to the system, Madara's body will always be maintained at this age because of the existence of the system before death. If Madara dies, it will also come again through the path of reincarnation, but the body will degenerate into a baby to grow again, and the strength will all return to the initial state. So even if he can be resurrected, Madara will never be able to run away and die easily, no, because it is absolutely impossible to die. Essays, then, set off. Looking at the sunny sea, it seems so calm. Madara chose to set off on this day. He will not be like some pretend people specifically pick that kind of stormy weather, play in the rain with lonely back and other forced frames, that is simply pretend to look up to them, completely can do that kind of thing. People themselves are a force. Brook, Yankee. You guys, really dead? Madara walked calmly on the surface of the sea and slowly walked towards the twin gorges, looking down and pondering, and the faces of the Rumba pirates and their silly smiles all day long appeared in his mind. Madara, in such a slow swallowing, the second page can't reach the destination. At this time, the system reminded loudly. Less nonsense, Madara said with a frown, but immediately quickened his pace and ran on the sea, alarming some fish on the way, but he couldn't understand what they were saying, but they must have been surprised. Nearly an hour later, oh. Although Madara's figure seemed very short in Rabbi's size, Rabbi still found Madara from a distance, constantly hissing at him, but his voice was very excited. Long time no see, Rab, has it become this big? Madara touched Rab's huge body, and now the Rabbi had fully grown into a large and scary adult whale, comparable to a small island. Is it finally your turn to play now? Spot. Kulokas came out of the seaside hut, looked at Madara and smiled, but the timing of your appearance is really a coincidence. Now is the time for new people to rise. Whether it is the Navy or pirates, they are all capable people, and in their time, those who have never seen the ability seem to pop up here all at once. After a pause, Kulokas then laughed, but you guy really doesn't seem to have changed at all. I've grown my beard so long. You guy who is almost 40 years old still looks so young. I want to arrest you and study it. Kurokas naturally can't do this, but in his heart he is really surprised that Madara is not old, and in his heart he just feels that Madara has a body that grows against growth. After all, no matter how clever his medical skills are, he doesn't believe in rejuvenation. This parting, we don't know how long it will take to meet. Madara jumped on the body of the Rabbi and looked up at Kurokas and said, Humph, so much sentimentality is not like you at all. Hurry up. Lao Tzu is much easier to have this big trouble without Rab. Kulokas waved his hand, said with a big burden on his face, and then immediately turned his head and returned to the seaside cottage, but Madara with excellent eyesight still saw a trace of loneliness on the face of this 50-year-old man. Oh. Rab also let out a long bark, saying goodbye to Kulokas. Ding! Story mission: sign a contract with Rop to make Rab your psychic beast. Mission success reward, 1000 points. Mission failure penalty, 1800 points. I was going to do this. Madara listened to the voice of the system, and responded in his heart, he will definitely have a lot of time to stay on land during his future journey, and by that time, Rop will definitely have a lot of inconvenience. It is best to make it his own psychic beast, and he can get a little point, and indeed earned, although only a little. Rab, be my help. Madara looked at the eyes of the Rabbi under him and said, and the pupils of the Rabbi eyes also glanced in the direction of Madara, and then nodded slightly and let out a clear groan. It will hurt a little, but it should be a trifle for you, Madara said, and took out a scroll from the system space, which was the scroll of the psychic beast contract used exclusively by the Uchiha clan. Then, Madara took out a shuriken and cut a small wound of about half a meter on Rab's back, not very deep, just released some of the Rabbi's blood. Of course, for the Rabbi of the behemoth, this sting is probably not as painful as a mosquito bite. Madara pointed his finger at Rab's blood, and after opening the scroll, he wrote a blood book, and kept writing some strange words on the scroll. In fact, it was a ritual necessary to officially turn the psychic animal into his own psychic beast. Although this method can make psychic animals become their own psychic beasts, but if the other party is reluctant, even if they are summoned in the future, they may not listen to themselves, like the early Big Snake Pill and 10,000 Snakes are such a situation. But here Madara and Ruby are completely different, not to mention that Rabbi is very willing to become Madara's psychic beast, and Madara has a kaleidoscope chakra eye that even the 9 tails can control. What psychic beast does not have? The contract succeeded. After completing all the rituals, Madara finally cut his fingers, stained the tips of the 5 fingers of his right hand with a little blood, and finally clicked these 5 points heavily on the scroll, and finally, the first psychic beast he got in the world of pirates succeeded. Above the sea, Madara and Rop were originally going to go to the Great Voyage, but at this time, the 6 reincarnation systems opened a mission. The story mission begins: go to the island of O'Hara in the West Sea, and wait there for the arrival of the Demon Slaughter Order. Mission success reward, none. Task failure penalty, none. What is this task? Also, what is the demon slaying order? Madara asked the system. Such success, failure results are unknown tasks. this is the first time he has seen it. The Demon Slaughter Order is authorized by the world government to form the naval headquarters to carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the area that sends the signal, and is used to completely eliminate things and people in an area that threatens the rule of the world government. The Demon Slaughter Order is a brutal attack that burns everything: 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and the elite combat power of the Navy. As for why you want to go there, when you stay there for a while, it will naturally become clear. The system replied indifferently. 5 vice admirals, and up to 10 battleships? Interesting. Hearing the system's explanation, Madara became deeply interested in the demon-slaying order, having been fighting with a group of rabble for nearly 20 years, and now, he could finally really test his strength. Rab, go to the island of O'Hara, Madara said to Rop. Yalu, the rabbi shouted back, accelerating towards the front. With such a terrifying body, Madara did not even need to deal with other Sea Kings. Rab's terrifying body alone was enough to deter the other Sea Kings. Nearly 2 days later, the vastness of the sea is almost not so comprehended by Madara in the past. In the 2 days of sailing, Madara grabbed the Sea Kings and grilled them to eat. But you must know that the fish living in the sea, especially located in the deep sea zone, there are many varieties of fish, fat or exaggerated, just like Madara, so directly under the stomach. Sometimes it is really a little disgusting, but this is just a piece of cake for Madara, although he would rather eat a military food pill that has no taste than this kind of thing. Ding! Have arrived on the island of O'Hara, please land as soon as possible. Madara was sailing in front of an island. The system's voice suddenly sounded to warn. Is that the destination? That tree is really exaggerated. Madara looked at an island not far away, and the most striking thing was the towering tree in the middle of the island, which was almost the tallest and largest tree Madara had seen from the past to the present. It has the largest number of scholars and the largest collection of books in the world, the Tree of Omniscience. It's known as a mecca for archaeologists. The system explained to Madara out loud. Archaeology? I was also deceived by this thing in the past. When Madara heard the word archaeology, the expression on his face changed slightly. In the past, he constantly interpreted the stone tablets of the Uchiha family. This should also be a kind of archaeology, right? But he didn't expect that in the end. He was used by the damn Black Jew, and if he had the opportunity in the future, he really wanted to smash the Black Jew guy into 10,000 pieces. Arriving at O'Hara's shore, Madara jumped off Rabbi's back and said to Rabbi, you go back to the psychic world first, which is also very suitable for you to live in. Aha, Rab nodded slightly. Now, Madara is already the person it cherishes the most. No matter what, Rab will not defy Madara's consciousness. Psychic art, solution. As soon as the handprint was solved, I saw Rab's huge body suddenly respond with touch. An explosion-like sound, in a puff of white smoke, disappeared without a trace, and there are no bystanders around, otherwise it will definitely cause a commotion. Well, next, you just need to wait for the Demon Slaughter Order to be issued. Don't make me impatient, Madara thought, and prepared to walk in the direction of the city. He had been eating those Sea Kings all this time, and he really missed what people made. In the town of O'Hara, inside the restaurant, Madara sat on a chair at a dining table, waiting for the dress. The waiter's greeting, tilted his head to look at the environment around the restaurant, and found that on a whiteboard like a propaganda board, there were several wanted warrants of pirates, among which the most eye-catching and most obvious ones were hung in the most obvious places. There were 3. The photo shows a tall man with short blonde hair and a white scimitar beard, which reads, Edward Newgate with a white beard, and a bounty, 760 million Baileys. A man with blonde hair like a mop, hanging completely to the ground, with a strange smile on his face. Golden Lion Shiji, with a bounty of 620 million Baileys. A black hair with a long black beard. Gore S.D. Roger, with a bounty of 800 million Baileys. In the photo, all 3 people are probably under 50 years old, but they have an exaggerated bounty for completely killing all the wanted criminals around, and almost all the other bounty criminals combined are not as high as the bounty of one of them. Guest, what do you want to eat? At this time, a woman with long pink hair, the student, took the menu and walked up to Madara and asked, seeing most of Madara showing most of his cheeks under his long black hair, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, how handsome. After staring at Madara for a few seconds, the women's suit, the clerk only realized that he was a little rude at this moment, so he coughed twice to relieve his embarrassment, and continued to ask Madara and said, Guest, what do you want to eat? Let's have some slightly more vegetarian dishes. Madara said lightly, not even looking at the menu, eating meat all day long at sea, let his mouth. Batu is starting to get a little greasy. Ah, okay, come right away. Women's clothing, the clerk was a little surprised. She was used to dealing with people like pirates. Eating meat and drinking alcohol is the characteristic of almost all pirates. Madara, this kind of man who proposes to be vegetarian, is unexpectedly rare. But look at Madara's dressing temperament, not like those arrogant pirates. Women's clothing. The clerk didn't go much to her heart, but how could she have thought that this man in front of her who looked harmless was killed in a world? What about the Azura who killed more than 10,000? Madara was still looking at the bounty orders of some pirates on the wall panel, but suddenly heard a few children who looked a little cunning walk in and said triumphantly, hee hee. What do you think? I'm a tomato that beat that monster in the face today. Another kid with glasses looked dismissive and said, cut. What's there? I also let my mom teach her a good lesson. Nicole Robin, that monster. Boring little ghost. Madara listened to these children's words, and a trace of disgust arose in his heart, and the kind of children who were talking about their age were probably children. In Madara's own time, there are also many successors of the blood succession limit when they were very young, just awakened their strength and were rejected by others as if they were monsters, but there is no blood succession limit in this world, so it should be said that 9 times out of 10 it is the ability that the system says. Fruit ability? Interesting. Before the demon slaughter order arrives, go and check it out to pass the time. Madara closed his eyes and smiled coldly. At this time, the waiter had already brought the dish, almost something like a vegetable salad, but Madara was slightly satisfied after picking up the steel fork and tasting it. After Madara finished eating, he slowly stood up and walked to the 3 children who were just talking about monsters, and said lightly, how many of you, look at my eyes. The 3 little boys were slightly stunned, and reflexively raised their heads and looked at Madara, a pair of eyes. Sherry Nan. Madara originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened the moment the 3 little boys looked at him, his blood-colored pupils, and the 3 hooked jade inside turned quickly. Pupil technique, control. When they looked at Madara's chakra eyes, the 3 little boys' eyes became distracted and lost focus, as if they were about to fall asleep. It's really troublesome to control this kind of imp and also use the Sherry Nan. Madara thought a little unpleasantly in his heart, thinking that it was already an honor for these naive brat to be able to see the Sherry Nan. Tell me, what does that monster look like? Madara looked at the godless imps and asked. And I. Nicole Robin, a 7-year-old child, has dark skin and is so cute. The 4-eyed boy replied. Where is she now? Madara continued to ask. West. To the west, the coast west of the island. This time, the hedgehog-headed kid replied. Enough. After Madara had asked these 2 questions, he came into contact with the illusion and walked out of the restaurant, and after Madara left for a few seconds, the 3 little boys came back to their senses and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. The beach west of O'Hara, it's around here, right? Madara walked on the beach, slowly looking around the western beach. The things asked by Sherinan were absolutely impossible, now he only needs to look nearby. You can find your little girl with that ability. Walking to a more remote beach, Madara found that he had an unexpected harvest. At this time, on the beach was lying on the super giant who had been thick eyebrows. At this moment, this giant had passed out, his clothes had become torn, and many seagulls and other birds were whooshing on his body. Giants, Hagul D. Sorrow, a very mild-mannered race of giants, is a former vice admiral, but escaped not long ago. Vice admiral, and still a giant race, this is interesting, so to speak, he defected from the navy, equivalent to a traitor? What was the reason for his defection? Madara asked into the system. The system can only get the surface character information, and the specific content needs to be investigated by the host itself. System mechanic replied. Forget it, just know the identity. Madara didn't care, anyway, he was the kind of person who had to do everything himself. At this time, there was a sudden soft whisper behind Madara and Madara slowly looked back. It turned out to be a little girl. Madara looked at this little girl carefully, black straight hair, dark skin, very cute, compared to the granddaughter Tsunade between the 1,000 hand pillars is not inferior at all. The only fly in the ointment is that the body is wearing some tattered, and there is a little bruise on the face, which looks pitiful. This is probably the injury that the 3 imps in the restaurant said before. The little girl saw Madara with a hint of fear of living people, and there was a hint of rejection in her eyes. Madara didn't say anything, just slowly walked in front of the little girl named Nicole Robin, squatted down, and placed his right hand slightly on her cute little head. That Robin's eyes widened. She had never been treated so intimately by anyone else, and she was still a man, although Robin was only a 7-year-old girl, but her heart had already matured, and there was a faint blush on her somewhat dark cheeks. Madara touched the right hand on Robin's head, suddenly emitted a faint green light. Suddenly the scars on Robin's face immediately began to heal at a speed that could be seen clearly with the naked eye. Feeling the warmth from the wound, Robin's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Madara's eyes as if it was a god. He didn't know what the devil fruit was. Madara exposed this hand. Jane was also beyond Robin's cognition. The wooden cells between the 1,000 hand pillars have a strong healing ability to revive even terminal diseases, although the power of treatment is not as good as 1/10 of the past between the 1,000 hand pillars and the past, but to treat bruises of this level of trauma, it is completely a piece of cake. Little ghost, are you Nicole Robin? After helping Robin heal, Madara stood up and looked down at her and asked. Silence for a while. Robin still nodded heavily, but his heart was very nervous. He knew his name, so, did he also know that he was a monster? Yes, Madara said, slowly turned around, walked towards the giant who was still unconscious, turned his back to Robin and said, very cute child. Madara already knows that Robin is quite a child who was discriminated against by others when he was a child, and for her who was only 7 years old, she has a trace of sympathy in her heart, and there is a rare common point between the Thousand Hand Pillars, that is, they cherish children very much, although they do not say things like the Thousand Hand Pillars to pass on to the next generation, but Madara is also very sympathetic to those children who have suffered injustice since childhood. Lovely? Robin looked at Madara walking towards the back of the giant, and gradually added a layer of mist in his beautiful eyes. When she was 2 years old, her mother's words were no longer clear, and her relatives on the island were just scolding her and being called cute, which was really Robin's first experience. After seeing the giant not far away, Robin saw Madara walking towards the giant, and he immediately followed. Oh, it's just exhaustion. Madara opened his chakra eyes to look at the situation of the giant who had fainted and found out the reason why he had fainted. Yes, wow. When Madara and Robin walked up to the giant made a very coincidental sound, and cried out a little painfully, and put his hands on the ground, lifting all the sand on the beach, causing a puff of dust everywhere. Seeing that the sand was constantly coming to his side, Robin reflexively hid behind Madara, reached out and put his arm around Madara's knee, slightly leaned out half of his head, and looked at the giant who had slowly climbed up with a curious face, but there was no fear. Madara looked down at Robin who was holding her leg slightly, and didn't care after a few seconds. It was completely normal for a child to become a little dependent on the first person who was good to her after experiencing everyone's white eyes and discrimination. Wow. The giant whose head has been raised, as if learning the roar of a tiger, opens his large mouth that is almost 10 square meters, and roars at Madara and Robin with his hands open and clawed, as if to deter the enemy side, and then, the next second, he fell down, and muttered softly, "Water. Water. Water." This is the Lieutenant General. Madara frowned, suddenly a little speechless. Gollum. On the side of the stream, a big mouth is constantly sucking in it. It seems to have a strong sense of discord. After sucking the river water in the stream I don't know how much, the giant Sorrow only burped a lot, stretched a lazy waist, lay on the ground with his back, yawned, overwhelmed a large area of jungle. The giant race is a waste at this point. All in all, thank you for saving you. There are also towns on this island. Sorrow tilted his head to the left and thanked Madara and Robin. Robin hid behind Madara and nodded. Is it? I'd rather be washed up on an uninhabited island. Obviously saved, Sorrow looked a little dejected. Because you're now a wanted criminal? Madara asked. From the information, it was shown that Sorrow, who was originally a vice admiral, has now defected, and such an exaggerated body as he will be discovered by the Navy in less than a while, so he will say so. You know what? Sorrow looked at Madara dumbfounded. It had been less than a week since he defected from the Navy, and the naval headquarters so far away from the West Sea had not sent people over so quickly. How did this man know? Is it also Navy? Sorrow looked at Madara stunned. There was already a vigilance in his eyes. In his imagination, only the people of the Navy could obtain intelligence in the first place. It's not. At least not yet, Madara said lightly. Yes. Hearing Madara say this, Sorrow gradually relaxed his heart. A few minutes later Sorrow found an open space and sat down, but there were two eyes looking at him beside him, which made him a little embarrassed. It's a bit embarrassing, but I hope you don't tell the people in the town about what happened here. Sorrow tilted his head and looked at Madara and Robin and said, Robin nodded. I'm not interested in that. Madara said with no interest. I'm not interested in you either. Robin heard Madara say this, and he immediately replied, When Sorrow heard Robin's answer, he immediately changed into a disappointed expression, as if he had been hit violently, but in the next second, tears gradually appeared in his eyes, and he began to laugh. No, I guess I didn't know whether to cry or laugh and scream. Drew hee hee. Are you laughing? Robin's eyes widened, leaving a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, and asked Sorrow stunned. Laughing is more idiotic than between the pillars, Madara thought to himself. Drew hee hee. You guys are really two funny guys. Drew hee hee. Sorrow continued to laugh. Hee hee, what a strange laugh. Robin saw this big man's stupid laughter, and he didn't have his previous defense, and slowly walked out from behind Madara and giggled. Madara said he didn't want to speak yet. Drew hee hee. The laughter that has been laughed at by others since I was a child is very strange. You little devil laughs cutely. Sorrow praised Robin. Robin wondered if today was his lucky day, but he didn't expect that two people were praising his cuteness one day. It's called Sorrow, Haguvel, Sorrow. Sorrow introduced himself with a smile. Robin asked a little puzzled. That Gore, Roger. Madara then sounded the bearded pirate with the highest bounty that he had seen in the restaurant before. Hearing Madara say the name, Sorrow immediately put away his laughter and looked at Madara with a serious face. You know that person? It's just that I've seen his wanted warrant, replied with an indifferent wave of his hand. That guy. It's hard to believe, whether it is Kuzan or other navies, all of them were killed by him as easily as a child. As if in deep thought, Sorrow said, I have only seen him once on the Great Voyage, and he is not an opponent at all. Only Lieutenant General Carp can fight him. So strong. Madara began to take a serious interest in this Roger. What would happen compared to himself? Of course. It is said that he is the most likely guy to become One Piece in recent years. Of course, it is not to be underestimated. Well, but it's not the Navy anymore, although Sorrow has left the Navy. After all, it is also a place where he has stayed for nearly half his life, and when he talks about it, there is still a little emotion in his eyes. Alas. Then again, the little girl next to you won't be your daughter, right? At this time, Sorrow asked Madara with some ridicule, as if he deliberately wanted to change the subject. Hearing Sorrow's words, Robin immediately turned red with shame, buried his face in his pair of little seon like an ostrich, and then quietly looked up at Madara. Could his father really be very similar to him? Robin has not remembered his father's appearance since he was a child, so he has a yearning for his father's love, but the appearance of Madara has made her have another feeling in addition to her father's love. I would like to know about you. Madara didn't care about the gossip that Sorrow said, sat down on the bald ground of the hill, and asked Sorrow, why did you leave the Navy, former Vice Admiral? Ha! You are interested in this kind of thing. I don't feel a trace of power in you. It seems that you are not an able person. But the little girl next to you has the appearance of a little capable. Sorrow looked at Madara curiously, not feeling a trace of the momentum of a strong man from Madara's body, nor did he look like the ability of the devil fruit, and there was no saber, completely like a young master without the power of a chicken. Capable person. Robin was stunned when he heard these three words. Ha! Little girl, you are a capable person, right? I have also seen many capable people in the Great Voyage, and I can feel that you have a little breath of the devil fruit on you. Sorrow pulled up a large tree and pointed the other at Robin and said, this one. Robin was silent for a while before he made up his mind and waved his hand slightly, and in an instant, Sorrow's big arm grew out of strips of slender arms like women. It's really a capable person. Sorrow looked at Robin's ability and said, and immediately those arms that grew from Robin's ability turned into cherry blossoms, the flap dissipated. Is the devil fruit like this? The first time I saw it. Madara looked thoughtfully at the ability that Robin displayed, not knowing what kind of ability that Roger and Whitebeard and the others had that he had not seen. Isn't this the power of the Yukai? Robin looked at the flat-faced Madara and Sorrow in surprise. They reacted completely differently from the people in the town when they saw their move. It's just an ordinary ability, little ghost, I'm the same as you. Madara looked at Robin and said, Robin's heart instantly seemed to be filled with something, and tears fell into Madara's arms, crying while saying I don't have a dad and my mom doesn't know where. Woohoo, although I like the predecessors of the archaeological library, but they all excluded me. No, don't let me research. Woohoo. Robin's tears shook Madara black, but Madara and Sorrow were silent in silence, and you can imagine how much the 7-year-old child has suffered so far. If you were born in the ninja world, would you have had a different experience? Madara stroked Robin's head, thinking to himself, if this child was born in Konoha and had such a unique ability, one would be contested by many forces. However, in the end, it is better to be an ordinary child. Robin was still crying in Madara's arms, and Madara looked up at the sky that was close to dusk, thinking to himself, if it were you, what would you do to this child? Between the columns, boom. A few days later, as a huge raft fell on the surface of the sea, there was a sound of lapping on the sea, and Sorrow looked at the raft and smiled with teeth. The raft is ready. Drew hee hee. Madara, who was originally lying on the rock mountain and closed his eyes to raise his mind, was suddenly woken up by Sorrow's strange laughter, and when he opened his eyes dissatisfied, Madara said with a discordant face, it's noisy, giant, give me quiet. Drew hee hee. You're not the stuffy gourd like you. Drew hee hee. Sorrow didn't care about Madara Baba's already very gloomy face, and continued to smile proudly. Little Robin showed a disappointed expression at this time and asked Sorrow, are you leaving? Why do you have such a sad expression? Don't you still have this guy with you? Sorrow cracked his mouth and pointed at Madara and smiled. Robin looked at the spots that closed his eyes and began to nourish, and a slight blush appeared on his face, at which time, Sorrow continued, speaking of which, I still want to hang another flag, so you won't be able to walk for a while. Drew hee hee. Hearing Sorrow's words, Robin showed a happy look, learning Sorrow's laughter, revealing his big white teeth. Drew hee hee. Smile. After a while, going to sea? Do Madara and Robin want to go to sea too? Sorrow sat in the clearing, looked at the endless sea, and asked the two people on the rocky mountain next to him, in that case, don't you go to sea together? No. Robin glanced at Madara with a look of disappointment on his face, and said to Sorrow, my mother has been busy with archaeology, and I plan to take me with her when she returns, so I continue to study and become an archaeologist. Mention his mother. Robin's eyes returned to life. The news continued to tell the two about his mother, although the memory is already very vague. Robin's mother left her when she was 2 years old, but for his mother, Robin's heart has always longed to reunite with her. There are 100 years of unknown blank history in world history. At this time, Robin sat on the ground and said with a frustrated look on his face, Ha! Are you talking about a blank 100-year history? Although curious, the government forbids research on it. Well, my mom is traveling around the world in search of this history, you can't say it to others. This is a crime. Robin's words surprised Sorrow's eyes, and he asked in a panic, are you saying that she is looking for a slate of historical texts? You know what? Robin turned his head sideways and said curiously, listen, Robin, you must not say that you yourself are an archaeologist, let alone that your mother is looking for a slate. Speaking of this, Sorrow seemed to remember something, and did not say all the words in one breath, but the sweat on his face kept falling, and he looked very stunned, as if he had received some huge blow. Luo, Robin, do you know your mom's name? Sorrow stammered to Robin and asked, Madara opening his eyes at this time, his bloody gaze on this listening. Albia, Robin replied, her name is Nicole, Albia. Yes. Hearing this name, Sorrow was stunned for several seconds, and then he fell to the ground in fright, muttering, Robin, Albia's daughter, what's wrong? Robin poked his head over curiously and asked Sorrow, so to speak, here it is it O'Hara? I actually drifted here. No, there is no time to waste. Suddenly, Sorrow got up and said anxiously to Robin and Madara, hurry up and listen, Robin, Madara, the naval warship should be heading towards this island. Why? Robin asked. To destroy the scholars of this island. Sorrow said anxiously. Extermination, you absolutely can't. Say yourself to the government, say yourself an archaeologist. You lied. Robin called out on the spot, which was completely unbelievable for her, although there are many unpleasant memories on this island, but it is also her hometown. Kill them all for this kind of thing. For her, a 7-year-old. Really? I won't lie to you, you hurry back to town and take a look. Sorrow hurriedly said, maybe your mother has returned. Hearing the words mommy, Robin couldn't stay any longer, and immediately climbed down the rock mountain, running in the direction of town without looking back. After Robin ran back, Sorrow covered his head in panic and muttered, what should I do? At this moment, this island is going to, there is time for nonsense here, you might as well run away quickly. Madara also jumped down from the rock mountain and said lightly to Sorrow, you kid has already hurried to take refuge. A little devil with no power, why is he so calm when he hears this kind of thing? Sorrow shouted anxiously to Madara. I don't need you to care, you will be arrested and imprisoned when the navy comes, take advantage of this opportunity, hurry up and escape. Madara said, and he was ready to walk in the direction of town. Madara made Sorrow very angry, and immediately said with his teeth and claws, you will never leave Robin and run away by yourself. This island will soon be attacked by 10 warships and 5 vice-admirals. It seems that you are not willing to escape first anyway. Madara turned half of his head, revealing the left eye on half of his face, looking at Sorrow coldly, slowly, that eye had turned bloody, and the 3 Guya constantly rotated inside, as if they were swallowing the person who saw this hole. What is that? Sorrow looked at the chakra eyes in Madara's eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his head, but he still forced himself to endure the fear in his heart, and shouted to Madara loudly, that's right, don't leave Robins behind anyway. Stubborn. Sherinan, control. Madarame no longer has the need to talk. One moment he launched pupil technique on Sorrow's eyes, and the next moment, Sorrow's eyes began to become slow and indifferent, and in another second, his eyes had become the same 3-hooked jade chakra eyes as Madara. The skill of Sherinan to manipulate others, under control, the controlled party will show the imprint of Sherinan in the eye. Just give me a good time. Madara walked to Sorrow's big foot, and with a slight stroke, he cut his thumb, and a trace of blood immediately flowed from the small wound. Inverse. Psychic. After Madara quickly froze, his right hand pressed on Sorrow's big foot, and immediately, a large number of complex runes appeared in the position of Sorrow's footsteps held by Madara, but the next second, with a touch, the sound was like a balloon being punctured, and under a puff of white smoke, Sorrow's huge body disappeared without a trace. Troublesome guy, won't save you a second time. Madara frowned and clapped his hands, as if to remove the dust from his palms. Reverse psychic art, a trick that teleports the caster or the caster's target to the psychic world, and sometimes it can be used to avoid the opponent's inevitable attack. Walking on the forest path back to town, Madara looked around left and right, and it seemed that he had seen a commotion in the town. But at present, I don't feel any powerful breath, and sure enough, the navy of the vice-admiral level is still on the warship and has not arrived? You guys, are you here to kill O'Hara one by one? Madara was walking on the forest path, but found a woman with long white hair holding a gun, staring warily at the 3 men in front of her and asked. The 3 men in front of the woman were all dressed in black suits, but the long-haired black-haired man in the middle had an extra striped cape draped over his coat, sitting arrogantly on the lawn, looking at the white-haired woman like prey. That woman, Madara frowned slightly, looking at the tall, beautiful and slightly feminine figure not far away, the woman who was flattering, and she attracted Madara's attention. The reason was that she and the little girl named Nicole Robin whom Madara had been staying with for the past few days looked too similar, and the face was almost identical, which should be her mother Albia in Robin's mouth. Who are those men? System. Madara asked the system in his heart. The world government is directly under the secret spy agency. The full name of the organization is Cypherpol No. 9. It is a spy agency that implements dark justice. Those three men were all members of it. The system replied mechanically. Maybe the personality and the thousand hands are very compatible. Madara smiled contemptuously. The guy he hated the most right now was Senjima, who killed his brother. The story mission is on. Mission description: save Albia and defeat the three of CP9. Mission success reward 7,000 points. Mission failure penalty 10,000 points will be deducted. The mission begins. Good, I'll see how capable these guys who like to play dark sneak attack like Senjima are. Madara looked at CP9, who was only about 100 meters away from him, and the blood-colored jade in his eyes had begun to slowly turn. You're right. At this time, the long-haired man who was originally sitting on the ground patted his pants, stood up, and replied to Albia, if the archaeological Holy Land Albia is destroyed, it will definitely cause a big sensation in the academic community, so that the whole world will know what will happen if you have 100 years of research. So, what about warships at sea? Albia asked in a deep voice. Oh, you know a lot. The caped man replied, of course, it is to show the sinners to the public, and it will be prepared to kill them all, but before that, we must confirm your crimes. After all, we are not pirates, so I was ordered to forcibly transfer all the unrelated personnel. I'm here on purpose. Seeing that the words were a little too much, the caped man's face sank, and he ordered the two sunglasses behind him, kill her. Phew, times two. The cloaked man's voice had just fallen, and the two men with sunglasses behind him suddenly disappeared in place, and before Albia could react, he was ready to kick Albia to the ground in less than a second. Using the instant to step on the ground more than 10 times, using the reaction force to produce explosive high-speed movement, this is a trick that has never been seen before. Suddenly, the two sunglasses men felt a cold and piercing voice sounding behind them, and the two people hurriedly looked behind them, but found that a pair of blood-colored jade eyes were rapidly turning in their eyes. Illusion, Sharinan. Madara looked into the eyes of the two, and softly spit out these 5 words and said, in this world, I don't know who can learn the method of cracking the illusion, but obviously, the two people in front of him are absolutely impossible now. When I saw the chakra eye of Madara, I was already in the illusion of Madara. Meet, the physical training has reached the level of patience, but do you not know how to prevent illusion? Madara looked at the two sunglasses men who had fallen to the ground, thinking that he had turned his body around, and looked at the skin a few meters away from the 13 men. Albia was startled when he saw the man in front of him, although he saw that this man defeated these two people who just wanted to attack him, but Albia did not know him, so the gun in his hand still did not relax, but held it tighter, and a pair of beautiful eyes constantly scanned between Madara and the CP9 leader. You, who the hell? No, and we CP9, no. What is the end of the naval government's opposition? Seeing that Madara actually seems to have done nothing, he put it under his two powerful men, and he hasn't seen him make a move. What's going on? Is he faster than shaving? Although I don't even know what kind of trick Madara used in my heart, but judging from the situation of the two subordinates who just killed him, I will never find this, and now, the only thing that the cloaked man can use as a shield is the government behind him. In his heart, no matter how strong the opponent is, only when he hears the prestige of the world government, he will definitely not dare to raise his provocation again. Waste. Madara disdainfully said a nickname for this second product in his heart, and then said lightly to the waste, look at my eyes. Reflexively, the caped man looked at Madara's face, but what immediately came into the caped man's eyes was the pair of crimson eyes that he had never seen before. Could it be? The point is that pair of eyes? The caped man discovered the main cause of the problem a second before he was about to lose consciousness, but unfortunately, it was too late. Albia has been traveling south and north for so many years. Naturally he has heard of the elite killer organization CP9 under the world government, but now the man in black in front of him actually killed 3 CP9 in one move. Is it a sea thief with a reward of more than 100 million? No, just offering a reward of more than 100 million is not enough. At least a sea thief worth more than 200 million can do it. Successful mission, reward 7,000 points. The 6 reincarnation systems prompted. Come here, doll. Madara reached out and pinched the cloaked man's neck and raised it in front of him, and the chakra eye looked at him again, and gradually, the caped man's has also become the control state of the chakra eye. Tell me, what do you want to do after you catch this woman? Madara asked coldly. Take her to the library, prepare to be on the spot with the other scholars who have been arrested, and launch the demon slaughter order. The caped man is now completely controlled by the Sharinan, and it is absolutely impossible for him not to answer or lie if Madara asks. Behind Madara, hearing the words devil slaughter order, he almost fell down in fright, and then, without paying attention to Madara's question of the cloaked man, he began to rush in the direction of the library with his gun, at least a little faster, and there might be a chance to save the precious books and her companions. These 3 guys also have a little bit of use value. Madara did not take care of the departing Albia, but continued to control the three CP9 with the Sharingan, and Madara led the three people towards the direction of the library. Not far from the library, a group of people in black suits were half holding machine guns and facing a dozen scholars kneeling together in front of them, but these scholars who had no power in their hands did not have a trace of fear in the face of death, and they looked like they were at home. And the most conspicuous is the little Robin who was kneeling at the front with a bow hairstyle, who was already standing next to him with an anxious face. Haven't the adults from CP9 arrived yet? Having been holding a gun at these scholars in front of him, the other man in a suit finally asked his companion next to him with some breathlessness. I don't know, but I did come a little later than planned. Another colleague next to him replied, with a slightly worried look on his face, if we delay the time of the five elders, then we, stupid. How can you say such things behind the highest rights in the world? Another person at the bottom of CP9, hearing the conversation between the two people, immediately cursed in a low voice, and the two people who had just spoken also knew the seriousness of the problem and immediately obediently shut up. The five old stars of the world government, they are not nobodies like themselves to talk about, and it is absolutely impossible behind their backs. You guys, let go of everyone. At this time, a woman's voice sounded, and those low-level personnel of CP9 quickly looked back and found a woman with long white hair, beautiful appearance but ragged clothes, holding a rifle, gasping for breath, and glaring angrily at her side. What are you? When the pawns of CP9 saw this woman holding a gun at their side, they immediately raised the gun and asked with a wary face, Miss Albia, Albia. The bound archaeologists seemed to whisper when they saw the face of the woman who arrived, but because Robin was still here, they could only cover their mouths and try not to say the words. Robin looked at the woman who arrived, and a ripple stirred up in his heart, as if this woman was meeting for the first time, and it seemed that he had known each other for a long time. Robin! It's already grown so big. Albia looked at Robin, who was standing in the most obvious position in the team of archaeologists, and his heart was full of relief, but he did not dare to call out his daughter's name, which is probably the so-called farthest distance in the world, to be able to one last look at you. I've been, Albia Qian held back his tears from falling, and immediately looked at the group of CP9 people with a resolute face and said, hurry up and release everyone. What are you kidding? These archaeologists involved in the study of historical felonies were already doomed to death in the first place. Your attempt to awaken ancient weapons to destroy the world is even more sinful. One of the CP9 members shouted viciously. The other party seemed to be just a weak woman with a gun, but there were more than a dozen guns on his side. It's impossible to lose if you think so. You guys. Obviously it's your world government. Albia has been angry to the extreme at this time. In order to prevent people's study of history, so as to eliminate its own disadvantage, the world government has made all these horrific killings, killing his own companions, but now he is brazenly blaming himself here that these archaeologists have the intention to awaken ancient weapons and commit crimes. What is more angry and disgusting? Obviously, your world government and a group of people from the five old stars are trying to hide it. Shoot. Before Albia's angry words could blurt out, the soldier quickly seized the opportunity to order the people next to him, daring to insult the world government so openly. A person who does not get it right may lose his own group of people. You must start first. Touch. Several gunshots rang out, and the bullet instantly passed through Albia's body, and the violent impact and pain suddenly made her fall. Albia. Clova directly did not press his emotions and shouted out loudly, and these four words completely collapsed the last bottom line in Robin's heart. It was her mother who was shot in front of her. Mom! Robin's eyes suddenly burst into tears, and he ran eagerly in the direction of Albia, who had already fallen, kneeling in front of his mother and calling loudly, I'm Robin. You, wake up and look at me. I've been waiting for you to come back. Robin looked at Albia, who had fallen into a coma, and called out to the person he had been thinking about day and night with a handful of snot and tears. Ahem. As if hearing his daughter's call, Albia coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his closed eyes slowly loosened, and he forcefully revealed a smile, and with all his strength, he raised one of his hands to stroke his daughter's head and said, Mom heard about it. You can already read ancient texts. It's amazing. Albia realized that his life was probably coming to an end, and finally had no scruples, leaving his tears in his eyes, looking at his daughter who had been separated for 5 years. Mom! Robin looked at Albia and threw himself into her arms, crying even harder. Albia, Miss Albia. Seeing that Albia was injured, the archaeologists who had been sitting on their knees stood up one after another, wanting to run to Albia's side, but were immediately stopped by the men in suits of CP9. Don't move. You prisoners! The CP9 men took up guns and pointed them at the archaeologists, shooting mercilessly as long as they dared to act rashly. You are so presumptuous to kill a woman. Dr. Kloba's eyes were bloody, and if his eyes could kill, these CP9 people didn't know how many times they had died. It's you who are presumptuous. Now that you know that the little ghost is the archaeologist's daughter, then she will also be judged immediately. The CP9 pawn who had ordered to shoot Albia raised his hand and ordered, send them to the West Heaven together. "Sir, the other party is still a child. Moreover, the adults of CP9 have not yet issued an official order." At this time, a person next to him was a little hesitant to suggest to him, although they were originally a killer organization and carried out an unsavory mission, but to kill a 7-year-old child, it's still a little hard to get started. Stupid. It would be more troublesome if the high-level cotters came. The pawn directly scolded the person who persuaded him and said, "If the high-level knows that the characters we have arrested are still missing, we will not be able to eat and go. Hurry up and shoot." "Yes, B." Hearing the pawn say this, the others also completely let go of the last burden of conscience in their hearts, pulled off the buckle plate of the gun in their hands, and in another burst of snap, syllable, syllable. In the midst of the sound, more bullets shot towards Robin and Albia. Seeing that the bullet was about to enter Robin and Albia's bodies, all the archaeologists widened their eyes in worry, and even some female archaeologists with less courage directly covered their eyes and did not dare to look. At this time, a voice sounded from not far away, and in less than a subtle moment, a series of cuboid large logs of rough ore emerged from the soil behind Robin, forming a hemisphere around Robin's back, successfully blocking the bullet. "What's going on, capable people?" Seeing this, CP9 shouted anxiously and surprised. Killing a woman and a 7-year-old imp so straightforward. "Even I'm afraid I have to be ashamed of myself." A black robe, long black hair casually schemed behind his back, revealing a pair of eyes showing a pair of demon, a blood-colored light, looking less than 30 years old. The corners of his mouth outlined a trace of an evil smile that I don't know whether it was contempt or stubbornness. Uchiha spot, coming. "What man dare to stop CP9? Sir." The pawn originally saw that someone actually came out to get in the way, and immediately wanted to curse, but immediately they noticed that the 3 CP9 high-level people followed by Sephiroth, but I don't know why, the faces of these 3 people were a little dull, as if their spirits were a little poor, and their eyes showed a faint blood color. The young man at the front hasn't seen it. Is it new? The pawn looked at Madara and thought suspiciously in his heart, seeing his boss walking with him, he did not doubt what kind of identity Madara had for a while. "Madara, it's Madara. Help, save my mother." After Robin saw the person coming, he immediately pulled Madara pants leg and prayed, and the tears on his face kept flowing, remembering the mysterious power that Madara brought to him when they met for the first time before. Could it also be his mother? It's you." Albia looked at the man who arrived with difficulty. Why did those CP9s honestly follow him? Madara was silent for a few seconds, but still squatted down, carefully examined the wound on Albia's body, and then shook his head, but still put the hand of Mutachakra, who had condensed the green treatment, on Albia's wound, and said, "The heart, as well as the lung lobes, have been completely pierced, and they are powerless to return to heaven. The last thing I can do for you is to delay your death by 10 minutes. If the wooden done between the 1,000 hand pillars could naturally easily save Albia, but now Madara is not even enough to use the trick of the coming of the tree realm, how can he use such an exaggerated medical ninjutsu? Not to mention that in the past, Madara himself had never studied medical ninjutsu." Liar. Robin looked at Madara in disbelief, seeing the pair of Sharingan eyes staring at him intently, and finally slowly lowered his head, leaving tears in large drops and saying, obviously, clearly, "I finally met. Didn't. It's okay, Robin." Albia was already able to exert a little strength under Madara's treatment, but even so, she still had to endure the huge pain from the wound at the moment. Touching Robin's tear-stained side face, Albia said word by word, "Robin, you are also a research scholar in O'Hara. It should be known that history is the wealth of mankind. They will illuminate your future path, and if it is not passed on to the next generation, it will disappear. So, even if mom is not there, you must also live strongly, passed on to the next generation. Is it? I can hear you everywhere." Madara listened to Albia's words, and recalled the words of his best friend in his heart. Albia said, then tilted his head slightly to look at Madara and whispered, My daughter, please, I am a mother, although I don't deserve, but, please, beg. Please." Albia finally forced a smile to take Robin's hand, but tears still couldn't help but flow. "Robin, certain, be sure to." Happiness, saying that, Albia's hand slowly slipped down from Robin's hand, and finally landed on the grass, and after Albia's hand fell on the grass, it made a soft sound, as if the sentence from hell completely shattered the last bottom line in Robin's heart. Mom! Robin threw himself in front of the departed Albia Xiong, crying bitterly. There is nothing more sad than just reuniting with a loved one, but the next second there is something more sad, and it is impossible to understand Robin's pain, killing his loved one with his own hands, and witnessing his brother's death. After Robin cried for several minutes, he suddenly lost his voice, and his body was motionless in the arms of his dead mother, and when he looked at it, he found that she had fainted in pain. A 7-year-old imp. "No, I should call you by your name." Madara picked Robin up, let her sit next to her mother, slowly stood up, and led the CP9 trio behind him towards the group of CP9 soldiers and the archaeologists who wiped their tears because of Albia's death. "Sir, that archaeologist decided to kill him because he attacked with a gun, and we were just defending." At this time, the pawn who had just ordered the shooting immediately stood up, gave a military salute, and reported to Madara and the other 3 people that from the situation just now, Madara seemed to be obsessed with that little ghost, so he stood up for the first time and hurriedly wanted to clarify for himself. After looking at this nameless person who came out coldly for a few seconds, he did not immediately strike or do anything else, but tilted his head lightly, and said to the caped man, "Just when I don't exist, what did you plan to do before? Let's do it now." Robin had fainted, while Madara was just standing by, watching the group of CP9 men manipulated by him, holding something called a phone worm, talking to the archaeologists. The telephone worm, an animal that can be used for communication, looks like a snail, with spots or stripes on its body or is pure throughout. Color, there is a walkie-talkie on the top of the shell or press the button, sleep when not connected, wake up when connected, and make a purr sound. The mouth of the phone worm will be like the mouth of the speaker when calling, the bar moves, and there are also people's feelings that can understand human speech, and the working principle is to convert the human voice into the voice of the telephone bug for long-distance transmission. The introduction of the system sounded in Madara's ears. Madara looked at the phone worm in the caped man's hand, his expression was slightly interested. It seems that this world has completely surpassed the ninja world in terms of technology alone. It doesn't seem simple. If before, Madara was only interested in the technology of this world, then next, the dialogue between Dr. Kloba, who has grey hair and bow hairstyle, and the voice owner in the phone worm, can be regarded as completely arousing Madara's interest and curiosity. From the content, Madara already knows that inside the phone worm, the owner of the voice is the supreme ruler of this world, the 5 old stars. 5 old stars, the supreme leader of the world government. It can be described as the pillar of the world government. The status is higher than that of the admiral. Strength unknown. During the conversation, Dr. Kloba hypothesized that if the people who left the text were eliminated by something, then these people still exist in this world, and it so happens that the world government was established at this time. Therefore, this doctor boldly believes that the elimination of these people is the world government, then the blank 100 years can be considered a history that is not conducive to the world government. Dr. Kloba, by reading several early texts, discovered the existence of a huge kingdom that seemed to be known for its great power, and now that the history of that nation has been forcibly erased, I am afraid that they have realized that they will be defeated by the United Nations of the United World Government, in order to entrust their ideas to the future and putting everything on the stone as a historical text. But the world government says that it is afraid that reading historical texts will awaken ancient weapons, but the government is most afraid that the existence of the country and its ideas will be awakened, and what is this threat? Madara sits on the grass on the side, the writing wheel eye in the eye has unconsciously transformed into a more blood-red eye, the 3-hook jade are connected end to end, the tail of each go jade is hollowed out, the beautiful writing wheel eye is like a work of art, let people look at it, they will be deeply trapped in it, inextricable. It's a kaleidoscope chakra eye. Madara had such eyes before he got the Sharingan eye of his younger brother Senna Uchiha and became the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the words of the 5 old stars and Dr. Kloba had completely burned Madara's fighting spirit that had been consumed by more than 20 years. The slate of history, the blank history, attempts to erase this blank 100-year-old world government. This is similar in the stone tablet of the Uchiha family that I have constantly studied in the past, and obtained the highest form of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the reincarnation eye, but in the end, I didn't expect that everything was a complete set by that guy from Heija, and all of this seems to be similar and resonant. So, from everything we get from this slate, we can make a bold inference. This is, Dr. Kloba has already stood in front of the guns of all the CP9 soldiers and said to the 5 old stars in the phone worm, this world that destroyed its ancestors and then established the most powerful organization in this world is world government. When Dr. Kloba finished his words, the voice on the phone worm's side had completely lost its previous indifference and calmness, replaced by a trace of annoyance, only to hear the phone worm's expression become a little distorted, and 3 words came out of his mouth, kill him. Seeing that the 3 CP9 members who had been controlled by Madara did not move for a while, the ordinary soldiers next to them shot first. With the tip of the gun, with the pull of the trigger, many archaeologists behind Dr. Kloba only saw a small hole in Dr. Kloba's back, but the next moment, blood immediately rushed out, and he himself was immediately hit by the sharp pain and strong impact and fell down. You devils! The archaeologists saw that Dr. Kloba had fallen and ran up in indignation, while the other CP9 soldiers fired several more shots, and then touch. After the ringing, several more archaeologists fell. You know too much. Far away at the World Government headquarters, an old man with grey hair covered his head and said with resentment, give the order to attack. No one can be spared. After the old voice in the phone bug said this, he hung up the phone worm. At this time, everyone ran to Dr. Kloba for first aid, and the cloaked man controlled by Madara Sharingan also took out a golden phone worm from under his cloak, and when he took this thing out, many soldiers next to him were all stunned, because they knew what the golden phone worm was used for. Golden phone bug used to notify the launch of the demon-slaying order. As long as pressed, it can unleash the power of the Navy to destroy O'Hara. The system's voice continued, mission, press the golden phone worm and launch the demon slaughter order. Task success reward, none, mission failure penalty, none. The consequences are all borne by the host personally, so choose carefully. At the same time, the Cape Man had already looked at Madara's gloomy gaze. After all, now that he was controlled by Madara, what to do was completely what Madara. Bump. Just when Madara was still a little hesitant about whether to launch the real demon slaughter order, suddenly a cannon sounded, and suddenly bombarded a towering tree not far away. Seeing this, the faces of those archaeologists changed, and Dr. Kloba, who had just woken up, changed his face even more. And at this moment, the golden phone worm that issued the demon slaughter order in the hands of the cloaked man who was controlled by Madara was unstable and fell to the ground, and in bang! With a crisp sound, the button on the back of the golden phone bug slammed into a small rock on the lawn. The demon-slaying order has been launched. A bespectacled archaeologist reached out and pointed at the tree hit by the cannon and shouted in panic, "It's not good. The tree of omniscience is on fire." "What do you mean by that? World government. Isn't it enough to kill us?" So archaeologists are all angry to the extreme. The books in the tree of omniscience are not something that can be measured in money, and it is almost all up to them to unravel the blank 100-year history. Shut up. The soldiers of CP9 pointed their shots at these archaeologists, and at this time, the rest of the soldiers asked the three leading men, "Sir, the demon slaughter order has been launched, and we should leave quickly." Although questioned, the three CP9s were all silent for a while, and their eyes looked very expressionless. "Hey, sir, what's wrong? If you don't leave, you will be followed by O'Hara," the soldiers said in a hurry. If they did not quickly evacuate, the cannons of the 5 warships came together. It would not be a joke. No need to go. At this time, Madara, who was watching the play from afar, slowly stood up. Robin had been teleported into the reverse psychic space by him at this time, and finally glanced at Albia lying on the ground. Madara gradually walked towards the group of CP9 soldiers, the 3 hooks of jade in his eyes, constantly spinning. His entire body was completely split by Madara's Teikato, but the severe pain only made it scream for less than a second before it stopped abruptly, because his throat that was vocal had been torn by Madara with Teikato. The blood splattered from the CP9 soldier's body not only stained the lawn and the other CP9s opposite, but also stained a little on the spotted black shirt. 4. Why? A companion was split in half alive, even after a lot of killing. The killing scene couldn't help but make the remaining CP9 soldiers collapse, and one of the CP9 soldiers shouted to the leading CP9 standing on the side with snot and tears, "Sir, who is this guy? Why attack us? Why don't you guys save?" Poof! Before the soldier's words were finished, a knife went directly through his brain, white plasma gushed out, and the archaeologists who hid in the distance all felt sick to their stomachs, feeling that something was about to spurt out of their throats, but several female scholars had already vomited. 4. Miscellaneous. Whatever. The head of the 5 senses was hit. Even the wooden treatment between the 1,000 hand pillars may not be able to heal, unless it is possible with the 6 reincarnation innate techniques. This soldier until death did not understand why his superiors saw his men killed one by one, but he was still indifferent. The machine gun in his hand had fallen to the ground without knowing it, and the remaining 4 CP9 soldiers had already doubled. The legs were soft, and he fell to the ground, looking at the pair of blood-colored eyes hidden under the bangs and slowly turning. The common point of the 4 of them now is the dead silence in their eyes, and the desperate sound from the soul that has been muttered from their mouths. Such a pawn is not worth mentioning at all. Madara looked at these 4 CP9 soldiers who had been frightened into the 6 gods and masters. His brows frowned slightly, and his hands rose and fell. All of them were killed by a knife, adding 4 revenants, and at his feet, there were already dozens of corpses of CP9 soldiers dressed in black suits. Ding! Kill 42 CP9 regular soldiers. Mission successful. 2,800 points are awarded. Madara slowly turned his gaze to the 3 CP9 trio who were still in the air with his pupils in the air, and his eyes were blank, and he thought to himself, "You have just launched an order to destroy this island, right? Then it's okay to leave them here." Madara dropped the sword and did not directly take the lives of the 3 CP9s, but he also did not unravel the illusion of the chakra eye, that kind of low-level illusion. Even if the caster does not unravel it, only about 3 hours, he will take the initiative to contact. But under the bombardment of such a terrifying demon slaughtering order, staying on this island for 3 hours is enough to return to the west. Madara ignored the 3 CP9 who were still starless, and walked in the direction of the group of archaeologists. At this time, under the command of Dr. Kloba, most of the men had already run to the library to extinguish the fire and save books, but helplessly the warship's artillery continued to bombard. It was completely impossible to stop the fire. They had to do their best to move the library books out, or throw them all into the sea. A little more. Seeing Uchiha walking towards his side, only the few female scholars who took care of the injured Dr. Klopa all knelt on the ground, and the look of fear on their faces was undoubtedly revealed, but none of them got up and fled. I don't know if it was because they wanted to stay by Dr. Klopa's side because they were at home, or if it was purely because they were too scared to move their legs. "You, What the hell are you? Dr. Kloba looked at his Madara with an indifferent face, and opened his injured eyes with difficulty, looking at Madara at each other. Just now he also always thought that Madara was also one of the members of CP9, but now it seems that it is not only brutally killed dozens of CP9 people, but also saved Robin. Could it be a pirate who had a relationship with Albia? Dr. Kloba speculated in his heart, but he did not expect that there was another pain from the wound, and his face became a little distorted because of this severe pain. Doctor, are you all right? Although the female scholar on the side was afraid of Madara's presence, she saw that Dr. Kloba was seriously injured, and immediately ran up to inquire. Leave me alone. It's okay. Dr. Kloba forced the pain of the wound, looked up at Madara and said with difficulty, bye. Come on. Oh, put Robin. Robin send it out of the island. Madara listened to Dr. Kloba's instructions, nodded his head slightly, and agreed, and then glanced back, looked down at Albia lying behind him, and said to Dr. Kloba, the body of that woman. What are you going to do? Dr. Kloba held back the pain and stood up, also glanced at Albia, who had fallen, and said, Albia used to say that if what we do is discovered, then we hope to survive with O'Hara. In fact, we are all the same, except that Robin's child is still too young. Oh, does that mean you want to die? Then let it be whatever you want. Madara looked at Dr. Kloba, who still looked at death in his eyes, and a few female scholars next to him, and turned his head to look at the group of scholars who had no intention of running away and were still moving books vigorously in the Tree of All Knowledge, turned around, and walked in the direction of the sea. Looking at Madara Yuen's back, which finally disappeared in the woods, Dr. Kloba immediately said to the others around him, we all go to the Tree of All Knowing and throw all the books inside into the sea, even if it is one more page. Yes, including Dr. Kloba, the others ran to the omniscient tree that was getting more and more intense, and Dr. Kloba, called a man, carried Albia's body into the omniscient tree library. Even if they died, they would coexist with this omniscient tree. How stupid. World government, one day, that man and Robin will definitely reveal the true face of your world government. Looking at the raging flames, Dr. Kloba and the other scholars stood in the library with a resolute face, facing the flames and death that came at them, without a trace of fear. At the moment, the O'Hara Coast nanny. Haven't the CP9 idiots come out yet? So what are you doing waking me up to? On a warship, a horse-faced man wearing small sunglasses stared at a soldier next to him with a murderous expression. I'm so sorry, Lieutenant General Cusin. The Navy was almost scared to pee his pants, but immediately raised a military salute and reported tree. Inside the woods, a man came out. Madara walked out of the woods with Robin, who was still unconscious in his right hand, and was greeted by several oversized warships and the dark cannons on the warships that were facing O'Hara Island. Ha! Did a man escape with his own imp? Cusin looked at Madara coming out of the woods, feeling that the other party seemed to be nothing unusual, so he scratched his curly hair impatiently, lay down in the wheelchair again, covered a book on his head, and said lazily, "Oh, but Vice Admiral, the refuge ship has already sailed out. We thought all ordinary people had already boarded." The soldier said with some embarrassment. "Then let's arrange it on our ship for the time being. Really, encounter this kind of troublesome thing," Cusin said casually, continuing to lie lazily on the flat chair. The mission begins, and he fights Vice Admiral Cusin in the Navy headquarters, and the success or defeat is uncertain, and the power allows him to resonate with the host and join the Navy. Mission success reward 8,000 points. Mission failure penalty, writing wheel temporarily sealed for half a year. Join the Navy, this is what you call the way to peace? Madara frowned. He had not finished it in his previous life, that is, his last regret, that is, he did not smash the corpse of the guy who dared to deceive himself and tamper with the stone tablet of the Uchiha family, and now he knew that even the peak of the top power of the world government, the 5 old stars of the peak were so virtuous. Madara's first impression of the world government was naturally not good. If you want to achieve the purpose of peace and become a pirate or navy of the two major forces in this world, naturally the navy is more reliable, although it is a little rotten. The system replied. Madara snorted coldly with disdain, looking at the navy above who were looking at him. Hey, you, the refuge ship has already sailed away, you will get on our ship first. At this time, the naval pawn who had just reported the situation to Cusin shouted towards Madara underground, and put down a rope to get Madara up. Boom, a monstrous noise suddenly came from not far away, and at this time, even Cusin, who was still closing his eyes and nurturing his mind, widened his eyes in surprise and looked over there. What's going on? The refuge ship was sunk. Looking at the wreck of a large ship not far away, the Navy shouted in panic, yes, it was our army that sank it. It was Vice Admiral Sakaski's warship that fired the gun. Looking at the shipwrecks floating on the sea and some vaguely visible broken arms, Cusin cursed with wide eyes, that bastard. At this moment, on the warship that fired the gun, a vice admiral wearing a hooded suit and dark skin said in a deep voice, "If you want to do it thoroughly, if there are archaeologists on that ship, then all efforts will be in vain. Report." At this time, a Navy salute. Sakaski gave a military salute. What's going on? There is still a man under Vice Admiral Cusin's ship, supposedly a citizen who did not have time to flee, and a little girl in his arms, and Vice Admiral Kyuzin is ready to save them, the soldier reported. After hearing this, Sakazuki waved his arm and shouted, "It is absolutely not allowed that the inhabitants of O'Hara, who may be archaeologists, have a cargo. Shoot the man and the imp." Lieutenant General, that little girl is not yet 10 years old. The Navy who reported showed an unbearable look, and the other officers next to him also had similar expressions. Shooting at a child under 10 years old, is this still a soldier? As if hearing some kind of fantasy, Sakazuki grabbed the Navy who interceded for Madara and Robin and said in a deep voice, "If you know that they are archaeologists, after causing great disasters in the future, can you take this responsibility?" Saying that, Sakazuki grabbed the right hand of this Navy and began to erupt with raging lava, and the temperature rose rapidly, dripping on the planks of the warship, melting the layers of planks. "Non. Sorry very much." The Navy, who was screwed like a chicken, made a sound with difficulty, and his skin was burned a lot, and he looked pitiful. Like throwing garbage, Sakazuki directly threw the Navy aside, hit the side of the ship, and the pleading Navy instantly smashed on the board, splashing a large piece of wood chips on the side of the ship, enough to see how terrifying Sakazuki's strength is. Shoot! Although Sakazuki looked in the direction of Madara and gave orders to the generals, the other shooters raised their muzzles in the direction of Madara and Robin, but their hands trembled slightly, shaking, did not shoot for a while. Still, the hurdle in the heart cannot pass. After all, his muzzle is aimed at a child less than 10 years old. A bunch of trash. Sakazuki cursed, quite embarrassed and angry, stared at Madara not far away. The lava erupted in his right hand even more terrifyingly, and flung at Madara as if he had thrown a baseball, shouting, "This is for justice." Canine Red Lotus. Suddenly, Sakazuki's lava-ized arm spewed out a large wolf dog full of magma, with a high temperature enough to melt steel easily, towards Madara and Robin. "Want to kill people? You are very similar to the unsavory rats." Madara looked mockingly at Sakazuki's lava like his own, his face full of disdain and contempt, although this one was more than enough to call A. The level is even close to the S-level tricks, but Sakazuki does not know how to hide his murderous aura, so he attacks like this, and it is easy for him to dodge. Okay, I'll try what the strength of the Lieutenant General is. Susa, freeze, storm pheasant's beak. Madara originally wanted to open his own ability in the other party's meeting for a while, but in the previous moment, a large bird condensed by ice fell from the sky, like thunder on the big fire dog that attacked Madara. When the ice bird and the fire dog competed with each other, the two sides fought for a while, and they melted into steam, but there was still a certain amount of frost and lava left on the grass. What do you mean by that? Kyuzin? Seeing this trick, Sakazuki immediately jumped off his boat and looked at the tall figure on the boat with an angry face. Having killed so many people, and now even a little devil and a girl have been killed, you may be too sorry for those 2 words on the cloak. Sakazuki? Kyuzin also immediately jumped down from the ship. At this time, his right hand and a small half of his face have been wrapped in ice, looking very bad. Understand those generals who have always been lazy, when they see Kyuzin's appearance at this time, they shout badly. Kyuzin is going to be angry. Oh, are both fruit powers? It's that the level is very high. Madara looked at Sakazuki and Kyuzin, who had already opposed, but this combination of cold and hot was imposing. From this power alone, one surpassed the Shuiwuyu family and the 4th generation of Water Shadow in terms of the delicacy of ice and lava. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Madara's ears. Kyuzin age, 27 strength, Vice Admiral peak, strength, and the Vice Admiral is also among the best, is the most likely to become a general. The strength has a shadow-level devil fruit, a frozen fruit whose heyday can even freeze the sea. Personality, a man with a very sense of justice. He is the Navy Marshal who trusts nigh the most. Sakazuki age, 33 years old strength, Vice Admiral peak, strength is also among the best in the Vice Admiral, is the most likely to become a general. The strength has a shadow-level devil fruit, lava fruit. Its heyday can even raise the temperature of the sea to the limit in one go. At this moment, under the power of the 2 strong men, the generals of the 5 warships are almost breathless in fear, especially these 2 are very likely to become generals or even future marshals. I can't afford to offend. Which side I help is a dead end. Lieutenant General Ponisano. Please hurry up and stop Lieutenant General Kyuzin and Lieutenant General Sakazuki. On the other battleship, an ordinary low-level navy anxiously said to the only person in the other 5 warships who remained calm. I saw this primate-like Vice Admiral known as Ponisano, stepping on the side of the ship, a cigarette in his mouth, and a virtue that did not concern himself. Lay. This can. It's really trouble. The voice dragged out super long, whether it was the tone or the expression. He looked like a rogue, not at all like one of the less than 20 Vice Admirals in the Navy. Although the mouth is shouting trouble, but Ponisano has no intention of making a move at all. In fact, in the end, the relationship between these 3 lieutenant generals is not very good. Kyuzin and Sakazuki fight. Ponisano is desperate to watch the fire from across the mountain, and wants him to stop it. That possibility. It's really a bit low. Are you going to stop me? Kyuzin. Sakazuki glared at Kyuzin, who had entered a fighting state like himself, and said in a deep voice, although Kyuzin and himself have been at odds on the road for a long time, but there are really not a few times to fight in front of the generals like this. Kyuzin did not have the slightest intention of backing down, but intensified the freezing degree of his body. At this time, even his right foot began to freeze faster, and replied in the same icy tone as his own body, "Kill so many civilians for the mission, Sakazuki, these last two guys, I can't let them die anyway. You are so weak. Justice cannot be achieved." Sakazuki, whose hands had turned to lava, raised high and roared, "Your justice is completely desperate," Kyuzin said in a deep voice, also waving his hand and preparing to attack. Pluto, frozen hour. The lieutenant generals on both sides began to shoot, and in an instant they released their stunts. It seems that they are really going to be serious. Madara, who was standing 10 meters away, watched all this happen coldly, looked at the back of the vice admiral named Kyuzin, and secretly said, "It is completely different from the character between the pillars, but this point is a little similar, but you seem to really treat me like a normal person." Although his left hand is still around Robin, who is in a coma, in 30 years of hard training, although he has not reached the level of the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, but on the seal, Madara has been pure and blue. Even if he takes back the ninja world, there is definitely no person who is faster and perfect than Madara, not Prince Attack. At this moment, with only one right hand, Madara can also release advanced ninjutsu with one seal. I saw Madara clench his fist in his right hand, and then quickly raised his middle and index fingers, and an astonishing amount of chakra condensed in his mouth, and burst out in an instant. Fire, Long Yan's art of singing. In an instant, 10 dragon heads shot out from Madara's mouth, and after the dragon head broke away from Madara's mouth, it became larger and larger, each of which was enough to be more than 3 square meters in size, and the high-density dragon flame instantly cut an arc in the air, bypassing Kyuzin and rushing straight towards Sakazuki. Capable people. Sakazuki is worthy of being one of the Navy's most likely to become a general. Even Madara, such an unexpected attack, immediately reacted, quickly distanced himself from Kyuzin, who was still fighting. 2 lava giant hands slammed on the ground at once, shouting, "Lava formation." In an instant, a rectangular lava wall 5 square meters large rose from the ground, and after the long flame singing technique hit it, it actually produced bursts of black smoke, which finally dissipated. "Ah la la, I didn't expect that. I thought it was a refugee, but it was an able person. But it's a pity the flame was restrained by lava," Bonaseno said with a lewd look, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Between the able, especially those with strong abilities like them, they can more or less perceive a person's strength, but when they see Madara, they don't feel a trace of power or the breath of the devil fruit at all, and they can't help but be a little puzzled. And the servicemen on those warships were all surprised that the refugees, who were still protected by Vice Admiral Kyuzin before, suddenly became so fierce that they actually forced back Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who was at the top of the naval strength. "Ah, Lala, with such strength, you should find a ship and go. It made me run out and fight." Kyuzin turned his head to look at Madara and resumed a lazy tone, but secretly reminded Madara to leave quickly. "Boy, where did you come out of now?" At this time, the wall of lava has faded. "Go." Sakazuki's resolute but somewhat distorted face appeared in the eyes of everyone, and in front of thousands of fighters was forced to retreat by a little devil about 20 years old, which was simply a great shame, which naturally made Sakazuki angry. Madara snorted without replying, walked over slowly, handed Robin to Kyuzin, and whispered, "Take care of her for a few minutes." After saying that, he continued to walk in the direction of Sakazuki. Looking at Robin, who had not yet woken up, in his hand, Kyuzin jumped directly onto his warship and put Robin directly on the recliner where he was lying before, although he immediately stood on the side of the ship, looked at Madara, who was already opposite Sakazuki, and ordered his subordinates, "Check if that guy is a pirate." Yes, in Kyuzin's impression, people who have a bounty of more than 200 million generally remember their faces, although sometimes forgetful, but they really haven't seen Matter's face on the wanted warrant. From the move just now, the bounty should have a level of 200 million. Well, never mind. Let's see what he will talk about with Sakazuki. Kyuzin scratched the back of his head a little confused and continued to watch the battle below with those sunglasses eyes. "Little ghost, report the name." At this time, Sakazuki and Madara were already less than 5 meters away from each other, and although he already had the intention of killing Madara, Sakazuki still asked Madara his name out of curiosity. "In the face of opponents who are stronger than yourself, you should try to attack by all means, instead of wasting time here." Uchiha replied lightly, but did not answer Sakazuki's question. Of course, Sakazuki heard that Madara was completely saying that his strength was not as good as him. Originally his temperament was extremely irritable, and now he was so excited by Madara that it was a volcanic eruption. "Little ghost, you will obediently give up my life for me." Under Sakazuki's roar, the ambient temperature around him rose sharply again, and the lawn on the ground had already become scorched black. The personality is a bit similar to that guy from Thunder Shadow, but the strength is not much higher than him. Madara faced Sakazuki. His expression was still full of contempt. If he were himself, he would immediately rush to kill his opponent, instead of yelling there like a shrew cursing the street. "As long as you don't kill him, it shouldn't be nothing," Madara said silently in his heart, and the chakra eyes in his eyes began to slowly turn. Robin, who was lying on the chair, slowly woke up in a loud shout, but his brow still revealed sadness. After all, his mother died in front of him just now. Robin observed the scene around him, as if he was on a big ship. At this time, Robin saw that a stocky Navy ran to Kuzan's side, still holding a thick stack of bounty orders in his hand, and reported to Kuzan, "Report. Lieutenant General Kuzan. Wanted what does not have the name of the person who fought with Lieutenant General Sakaski. Is it a guy who has just gone to sea?" Kuzan scratched his head after hearing this, and found that Robin had woken up, so he waved at her and greeted, Miss, can you come and explain the sea Navy?" Although Robin's heart was a little afraid, he slowly walked towards Kuzan, and across the ship's wall, Robin heard the sound of fighting under the ship, climbed up to see, and found that Madara was fighting with a fruit ability person wearing a Navy trenchcoat. Spotted. After Robin saw Madara, he immediately called out anxiously. After losing her mother, the only existence she could rely on was Madara alone, and Soro didn't know where to run. Seeing that O'Hara had lit a fierce fire, Robin had expected that his fellow scholars on the island might have been killed. Robin's shout made Madara's eyes still in battle slightly glance towards her, but he returned in less than a second, and just said lightly, "Stay there quietly." After that, he continued to fight against Sakaski. Although the voice was not very loud, it was clearly reached everyone's ears, and Robin knew that Madara meant to stop revealing his identity as an archaeologist, because now this group of navies was here to catch himself. Miss, do you know the name of that kid?" Next to him, Kuzan asked as he pointed at Robin. Robin glanced at Kuzan with some suspicion, but replied honestly, "Madara, the name Uchiha Madara. Such a rare name, you should not forget it if you hear it once. It's not a pirate, a little ghost who just debuted." Kuzan touched his chin and said to himself, "Saying Uchiha is a rare name that cannot be found in the world, coupled with that strong strength, no matter how forgetful he is, it is impossible to forget it after seeing it once." Pluto. At this time, in the midst of the battle, Sakaski was already continuing to attack, and the entire right fist was completely wrapped in violent magma, emitting a hot temperature, and a steady stream of black smoke came towards the spot. Feeling the feeling of the scalding molten slurry constantly coming, Uchiha said darkly, "Isn't the temperature inferior to the four tails, and above the 4 generations of water shadows? Humble. Let me be the first test of my best tricks in this world." The kaleidoscope Sharinon eyes hidden under the bangs calmly looked at the fire-breathing lava fist that suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked towards him, and a powerful pupil force suddenly leaked out from a pair of kaleidoscope Sharinon, and a layer of dark blue energy suddenly appeared on the surface of Madara's body tightly surrounding his body, and this energy quickly formed a skeleton shape. And Sakaski's dog attack hit the skeleton, and suddenly made a muffled sound, and then Sakaski only felt that his right hand was numbed by a powerful counter-shock force, and then he was shocked out with the lava ability. Repelling a position nearly 10 meters away, Sakaski was shocked back one after another by this huge counter-shock force, and when he finally stabilized his figure, he raised his head and looked ahead with a shocked face. "What is this thing?" I saw that on the ground in front of him, Madara was surrounded by a skeleton, and his whole body revealed a powerful evil force. Immediately afterwards, the purple and blue energy on Ren Tianyu's body suddenly skyrocketed, and the energy continued to gather, followed by a click, click. Rubbing the sound, a huge skeleton with a half of his body suddenly appeared on Madara's body, but his body was tens of meters high. Then layers of blue ability membrane suddenly appeared on the body of the skeleton, gradually turning the monster that was originally only a skeleton into a humanoid giant. Most of the people already oozed cold sweat on their foreheads, and the dark blue skeleton monster shrouded in Madara made everyone feel deeply powerless. Oh, isn't power more than just fire? It seems that it is not yet an ordinary capable person. Kuzan looked at Susanoo's appearance, his face showed a strong look of curiosity, and Robin was completely overwhelmed. Madara actually had such a terrifying power, but he didn't know it at all? Bonusai Ino crooked his mouth, his face was lewd but a drop of cold sweat dripped on his forehead and said, "Ishh Sakaski, this guy, it seems to have kicked the iron plate this time, but since the opponent is not a pirate, then we have no reason to shoot. This guy Ponaseno is also a ghost. Anyway, there is a chance to make this guy Sakaski deflated, and even if he doesn't help, he has a valid reason. Why not see that extreme guy embarrassed?" "It's not over yet." Uchiha clasped his hands together and shouted, "Susanoo!" The chakra around the body burned in a form visible to the naked eye, forming a blue storm. The dark blue skeleton grew rapidly, just like the human body. The upper body built a complete skeleton, the skeleton-shaped nascent body Susanoo completed. No, it is far more than Subsequently, 2 heads and 4 arms grew, and Madara true Susanoo mature body was finally born. Soon dark blue armor appeared on the giant, and light blue eyes shone with the power to see everything. Mature body Susanoo appears. This guy, is this what he is really capable of? Sakaski gritted his teeth and said that the type of opponent he had never seen before was the most difficult to deal with. Bastard, what the hell is this? Vice Admiral Kuzan, in the end, on the warship, the Navy no longer dares to say that Sakaski is a sure winner. Such a strength, even in the body of the general, is rarely seen. "Ask me what I do." Kuzan immediately replied irritably, "People with that kind of ability have never seen it before. How can I answer?" Kuzan is a little embarrassed. This guy Sakaski won't be killed, right? Should I save myself? Although there is a discord, but seeing a guy who can be regarded as a companion die so alive in front of him, Kyuzin can't see death and not save it. Madara didn't care what everyone thought. At this time he was in severe pain, his eyes were suffering from intense pain, and chakra was passing quickly. It's a pain from the soul. Madara reached out and rubbed the corners of his eyes. Although it didn't have the effect of reducing the damage, it allowed him to relieve the pain a little. People who have not opened the kaleidoscope chakra will definitely not be able to experience this heart-wrenching pain, as if every cell in the body is dying. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, it is temporary. Madara recited this sentence in his heart, and suddenly, Susanoo Shin. Out of the huge palm, a dark blue light erupted in the palm, accompanied by a hissing sound. A huge light sword appeared, aiming in the direction of Sakazuki. With a gentle split, with a bang, the earth trembled. Trembling, a bottomless rift extended into the distance. Soon, but it's not enough to hit me. Sakazuki moved sideways and instantly avoided Susanoo's slash, but although Sakazuki avoided this move, the blue sword chi continued to bombard backwards, and when he saw that he was about to hit Ponaseno's battleship, he saw a yellow. The color after image appeared, and in Madara's eyes, there was a bit of a similar ability to the golden flash that fought with him. Light speed kick. Ponaseno, who was already floating in mid-air, put his left foot in the air, flicked his right foot, and kicked a flash ray at Susanoo's position. Ponaseno's lightspeed kick, the light ray shot out, it seems to be only the size of a neutral pen, hit the slash of Madara Seno. It seems to be colliding with cannon shells with bullets, but unexpectedly, the power of Ponaseno's move is really not to be underestimated, impacting it. The beam and the power of the slash produced a devastating explosion. The energy friction, rubbing the explosion heat and impact force at this time, completely exploded the establishment range of 30 meters in diameter. Blocked Susanoo's slash. That guy. It has the same power as that Kyuzin and this Sakazuki. Madara looked at the guy with a monkey face who actually resisted Susanoo's slash, and speculated that this guy was also a shadow level. At this time, the system came out again and introduced Ponaseno age 36 abilities. Flash Fruit, Flash Man, can kick lightspeed heavy blows, also has lightspeed speed, but is not the fastest. Because it is light, it can float and stay in the air, and it is one of the most likely people to become an admiral. Shadow level. Personality very cunning, like to look at a thing from the standpoint of a bystander, so as to put himself in the most advantageous place, in the way of watching the tiger fight from across the mountain, taking advantage of the enemy's defeat when both sides are wounded. Madara listened to the information introduced by the system, the corners of his mouth raised, and he sneered secretly. Another type I hate. At this moment, a cloud of magma suddenly appeared behind Madara, and in less than a second, it turned into a human form. It was Sakazuki. Madara turned his head to look behind him, only to see that Sakazuki had already raised his hot lava fist and yelled at Uchiha Madara, "You were actually distracted during the battle, little ghost, you were too careless." With that, Sakazuki struck Susanoo's back with his fist that erupted with lava and black smoke. Touch. With a sound, there was a loud bang in Susanoo's back that was more violent than before. It's not over yet. Sakazuki gulped loudly, and the lava fist suddenly erupted with magma several feet tall and devoured Susanoo. Rumble. Magma covered Susanoo's armor, emitting a deafening explosion, and the powerful air wave blew the navies more than 10 meters away to retreat one after another. Worthy of Lieutenant General Sakazuki. Many navies exclaimed. Robin was also anxiously calling Madara's name. Even Kyuzin and Ponaseno were carefully observing the situation in the magma, but they still felt that it should be Sakazuki's victory. After all, he was hit at zero distance. Even if he encountered this move, it was roar. But after hitting all the navy in the face, the dark blue Susanoo seemed to go berserk, let out a heaven-shaking roar, brandished a scimitar bayonet on all four arms, and cut off all the magma wrapped around his surface like cutting tofu, still standing on the ground without any damage. Although Sakazuki's lava is indeed powerful, even above Terumi, don't think that Madara has not made such a breakthrough over the years. In order to strengthen Susanoo, even in the mature body, the level of defense power has also been greatly improved. Something to the effect of, "What are you talking about?" Madara clasped his hands in disdain, and his thoughts pointed to Susanoo swinging his lightsaber to slash at Sakazuki, and shouted in his mouth, "This is called calm." What a terrifying defense! Kyuzin was amazed. If Sakazuki's magma can't help, then his own ice may not be able to bind the other party. How about attacking in 4 directions at the same time? Susanoo raised his scimitar with all 4 arms at the same time, attacking and slashing like Sakazuki. Stab, chop, choose, above, former, right, under. For attacks from different directions, 4 different attack methods, it is absolutely difficult to avoid such an attack against a person. But this time, Sakazuki moved a little unexpectedly, because he seemed to have moved when Madara just asked Susanoo to raise the knife, so that Madara Susanoo was a little slower, but the front thorn in his position slightly pierced the epidermis of Sakazuki's right waist. Blood flowed, and it seems that even his kidneys were not injured. So fast, power, speed, defense, no matter how good it is, this trick. Sakazuki covered his wound with his right hand, and the lava against the wound instantly recovered some of such a small injury, but now Sakazuki's face is very ugly, because he can't crack Susanoo's defense. That shell is too hard. It won't. Lieutenant General Sakaski was suppressed. In the eyes of the navies, the natural ability Sakaski, whose strength was only under the general, was actually pressed like this by an unknown guy, as if his mouth opened in surprise. Sakaski is now anxious because he can't crack Susanoo, but Madara is a little puzzled because Sakaski can perfectly avoid his stunt. What's going on with this guy? I actually predicted the trajectory of my attack in advance, and I didn't write the Eye of Reincarnation or the Eye of Reincarnation, Madara thought to himself as he looked at Sakaski on the other side. Host, that's domineering. What? Hearing the answer made by the system, Madara froze slightly. An ability to feel energy, domineering. Feeling the power of the aura around you, sensing enemies out of sight or further predicting the opponent's movements, is called Heartnet on the Empty Island, which is a kind of mind reading, which can also be said to be the power of hearing. As long as the person is alive, the body can make special sounds, through which the opponent's next move and position can be predicted, and the range can be increased as long as it is exercised. Higher possessors of domineering knowledge can use this ability to hear the voices of others and even speak to others. Oh, an enhanced version of the perception type? Madara listened to the explanation of the system and generally controlled Susanoo. His face showed a slight surprise. The powerful perception ninja himself has seen a lot in the past, but it is really the first time that he can perceive the type strength of the opponent's attack position. Although he saw the new tricks he saw in this world, Madara immediately returned to his usual calmness, looked at Sakaski playfully, raised his hand and waved it controllably. Your ability, can you even dodge this? Susanoo's 4 big hands suddenly appeared on his hands with a dozen guya that burst out with terrifying flames in an instant. Susanoo's big hands were like throwing shurikens, and a dozen 8-foot Kaiengoya rushed towards Sakaski like scattered bullets. Boy, Sakaski faced the terrifying power of the 8-foot Kaiengoya flying towards him, and also felt the threat to his life by this move, and roared. Although it is possible to predict the direction of Madara Sano's attack, the strength in Susanoo is not comparable to the past when fighting with the 5 cages, and in terms of speed, compared to Suzuki's archery, it is not weak, and the destructive speed and impact are completely like a dozen Tenomagaka bows shooting at each other. Oh, it seems a little too much. We'll kill him, stared at the other with contempt, but still did not take Sakaski's life to heart. Madara is also the first time to experiment with his own enhanced version of the mature body Susanoo. This move can be said to be one of the most powerful moves of the mature body Susanoo, and it is impossible for Sakaski to avoid or block it no matter how he looks at it. More than a dozen pieces of 8-foot Kaienga jade with the flame of the sky all attacked Sakaski, and Sakaski suddenly pressed down with both hands again. Lava formation wall. It's useless, this is my trick that surpasses the fire shield several times, Madara whispered as he looked at the lava wall rising from the ground. Ice hockey, light wall. Unexpectedly, at this time, Kyuzen and Bonaseno, who were still watching coldly on the ship, jumped up from the ship and waved 3 large ice balls that were enough to smash the car from the sky, and at the same time, a wall of light also resisted in front of the wall of lava. Bang bang bang. There was a huge sound, and I saw that the triple defense of ice, light, and molten was still shattered by the dozen Guyu, but fortunately, it had not yet injured Sakaski. At this time, the 2 vice-admirals had jumped from the ship, one left and one right, standing next to Sakaski. Looking at the triple defense that had been like broken glass, Bonaseno's lewd expression and the mouth that looked like he had incorrect features grinned. All it's so scary. Although Sakaski and Kyuzen, who know Bonaseno, know that the usual Bonaseno said this sentence with a taste of irony, that is, he was ridiculing the opponent, but this time everyone understood that this terrible was indeed from the heart, without the slightest intention of pleasing the heart. The triple defense of ice, light, and lava, this is indeed amazing. Although the 3rd Lieutenant General made such an exaggerated defense, Madara still only said in an indifferent tone, "Ha." Madara suddenly felt a tingling pain coming from his body, and couldn't help but stump his feet, but immediately stabilized his body, looked up at Susanoo, who had gradually degenerated into only a skeleton strong, and slowly said with a breath, "Is Susanoo's heyday just a little bit longer?" No way. Madara lowered his hand slightly, and in an instant Susanoo had already disappeared, if the dust in the air dissipated. Even with Mu Duen's energy as a pillar, there are still some restrictions. Perfect to exert the power, really want that pair of eyes, Madara thought, looking at the 3 people who were still standing on the opposite side. Trouble. Can you only temporarily use Mu Dun and Huo Dun to meet the enemy? Madara crossed his hands, and the index fingers of both hands were pointed to each other. Fire escape. How fire extinguished. Wait a minute. You man. Seeing that Madara was about to launch the next move, Kyuzen hurriedly raised his hands in front of him like surrender, and said with a stop gesture, "What for?" Madara looked at Kyuzen coldly. The kaleidoscope chakra eye in his eyes had slowly changed into a 3-hook jade, able to save his chakra, and turn it off when he did not use the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes ability, which was also Madara in battle. Sakaski waved his pair of magma hands and said irritably to Kyuzen in front of him, "What do you mean? Kyuzen, this imp is absolutely unforgivable." Now calm down on both sides. Kyuzen raised his hands flatly, one hand to Madara and the other to Sakaski, and tilted his head towards Sakaski and said, "You are enough, right? This guy is not a pirate, he is not on the wanted warrant, but he has committed a big crime against civilians. Sakazuki. Sakazuki was speechless. If Madara was really not a pirate, then he would be punished with criminal law, ranging from confinement to demotion. In short, he couldn't eat and go. Little brother, let's talk about what you want to do first, right? If you want to take refuge, I can send you to the nearest town. Kyuzen still lazily showed his friendliness to Madara. With the strength that Madara showed just now, in a one-on-one situation, everyone on his side is not his opponent, and the other party is not a pirate, so it is good for both sides to live. Host, this is a good opportunity. The system exit reminds Madara of Madara. Shut up. Madara was already a little impatient with this unexpected machine that was shouting blindly in his ear. Sure enough, in a slight anger from Madara, the system really obediently shut up. Hey, little brother, can you answer it? Kyuzen saw that Madara didn't reply for a while, so he asked again. I'm going to join the Navy. After thinking for a few seconds, Madara still made a choice. Oh, join the Navy. Kyuzen looked decadent, and then the picture froze for a second. Join the Navy. The three vice admirals all had the same expressions of disbelief, and those generals on the warship were even more frightened. The head spat out. Are you sure you didn't join His Majesty's 7 Martial Seas? Kyuzen asked tentatively. Siang Ban's lieutenant generals peak, and even most likely a person with the strength of a general. To be honest, it is better to become His Majesty the 7 Wohei than to join the Navy. How? Have an opinion? Madara asked with a cold face. Well, not really. Kyuzen scratched the back of his head and said, then pointed to his battleship and said, then wait a minute, I will inform the Marshal of the Warring States, get on my ship first. Kyuzen then said to Sakazuki and Ponaseno, hey, you two don't have any more opinions, do you? I'll come and report to the Marshal of the Warring States. Can I stop? Seeing that the matter was almost understood, Sakazuki also went down this step and continued to correct. Entanglement is very bad for yourself, but it is a concern for the spot. Bonaseno took a puff of his cigarette and spit out a cloud circle and said obscenely, it's okay, it's just is O'Hara's matter over? The whereabouts of 3 more of the main force of CP9 are unknown. The shells that have just been radiated may also be at risk to their survival, and then use the phone worm to make one last contact, and then determine the death of the 3 without connecting. Kyuzen finally said to Ponaseno indifferently. He himself was not used to the CP9's style, and naturally did not care much about the things they led, just people who learned the 6 styles of the Navy, as long as a little time, can be replenished immediately, and people with the strength of generals like Madara are not comparable at all. Hey, Madara, let's go. Kyuzen replied to Madara, and then jumped directly onto a height of nearly 10 meters, and Madara also disdained, jumped on Kyuzen's boat. Bite. Task interruption, no abandonment, no success reward, no failure penalty. The voice of the system sounded. Madara. After jumping on the boat, Madara immediately heard a baby sound that reached his ears, and then he felt that his pant leg was being hugged by something, and looked down, and sure enough, it was Robin, the little girl. Mom, Dr. Kloba, and everyone? Robin had already seen the almost burnt O'Hara Island, red eyes, tears streaming down, and asked Madara in a swallowed voice. Forget about them. Madara slowly closed his eyes and answered Robin's question in a more sideways way, having just lost his mother, and now he is about to lose his elders and hometown, which is too big for a 7-year-old girl. Whoa! Robin listened to Madara's words. How could he not know what happened on the island, and immediately hugged Madara's pant leg and cried, constantly shouting the word mother in his mouth. Madara looked at the child, slowly squatted down, and put his right hand on Robin's little head. There was only so much he could do. Mary Joya, in the main conference room of the Navy headquarters, the highest power cotter of the world government, the 5 old stars, the Marshal of the Warring States, the naval hero Karp, the former admiral, but now the Black Fist Zifa who is the instructor, almost all gathered here. Even if it is to summon His Majesty's 7 Martial Seas or eliminate the giant pirate group is not so pompous. Of course, there is a reason. What can make such an exaggerated naval chief gather here is because of the blank 100 years, but it can also be related to the Navy headquarters. No, the top priority of the world government is completely sloppy. Hasn't CP9's call arrived yet? It seems to have dragged on a little too long. Wearing a black suit, a bald head, a 2-figure beard, and a birthmark on his forehead, one of the 5 old stars looked at the phone worm on the conference table and asked with a slight impatience. With 5 lieutenant generals and warships, and also sent out all 3 of them Sakazuki, Ponaseno, and Kyuzen, there is no reason why they can't deal with an O'Hara who has no combat effectiveness. Warring States and other high-ranking personnel also had a heavy face. It really shouldn't be that they haven't brought back the intelligence for so long. Brulyalu, Bruru. At this time, there was a sound of the telephone worm, and everyone reflexively looked at the telephone bug on the conference table, but found that it was not the phone bug calling, but the voice of the phone bug came from the hands of the Warring States. It's from Kyuzin, Sengoku said to everyone, and then directly turned on the speaker function of the phone bug, and immediately, the phone bug took on Kyuzin's iconic decadent face, and then a lazy voice immediately sounded from inside. Ah la la, did all the personnel hear it? Hurry up and report the situation. What happened to Ohara? Sengoku roared and yelled at the phone bug, about to be blown up by Kyuzin's tone. The most annoying thing about a serious Sengoku is that Carp and Kyuzin, two guys who are not serious in death, in front of the highest authority in the world, will they not pay attention to their tone? Ah la la, Ohara has completely disappeared from the map. Rest assured, not a single archaeologist has escaped. After Kyuzin reported this sentence, for a while, the tight wrinkles on the faces of the 5 old stars present immediately loosened a lot. Ohara can be said to be a big threat to the rule of the world government, and they were finally slightly relieved to hear that they were finally cut down and rooted. But, encountered a little thing halfway through. Kyuzin's words came out of the phone worm again. Originally heard that Ohara's matter was over, Carp had already lost interest and was ready to sit on the sofa and eat his own donut, but he didn't expect that Kyuzin actually had something to say, which was really rare enough for a guy like him who didn't bother to report many things, which made Carp all interested and wanted to hear what Kyuzin would say. Actually, in Ohara we met a man with a small child, and he said that he wanted to join the Navy. Isn't it enough for you to solve this kind of thing? Before Kyuzin finished speaking, the warring states roared again. Is it necessary to say such a thing as recruiting recruits in such a serious situation? It's a big fart at all. But he defeated Sakazuki. Cut. It's just defeated. Sengoku's face was full of disdain, but after freezing for a second, a drop of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his head, and he asked in a tone of disbelief, "You just said who did that guy beat?" Sakazuki, it's Sakazuki. Kyuzin also specially emphasized twice, for fear that the Marshal of the Warring States and the others on the opposite side had not heard clearly. In the phone worm, Kyuzin's words made the high level of the world government look sideways, and Carp and Zifa, who knew Sakazuki's strength best, were even more amazed. Sakazuki and the three of them were the next generals, and they were actually defeated. Is this true? Although he knew that Kyuzin had never lied, the Marshal of the Warring States couldn't help but ask more. The battle I joined with Poniseno barely brought him down, Kyuzin said. This sentence made everyone present look at the boss in surprise. The 3 strongest lieutenant generals together are only barely forced, then the other party is very likely to be a general level, or even higher. In the phone worm, Kyuzin asked the warring states what to do. I wanted to bring him back to the Navy headquarters with me, as well as the little girl with the devil fruit beside him. There is also a fruit ability person around, Sengoku said with spat at the phone worm. Is the ability of flowers and fruits. Kyuzin replied absent-mindedly. Sengoku tilted his head to look at the people of the 5 old stars, and seeing that they nodded slightly, he said to the phone worm, "Then, you can bring him back to the headquarters with that little girl." Got it. Kyuzin reported so much. At this time on the warship it was already yawning, and after hearing the words of the warring states, he hung up the phone worm without saying a word. Hey, already available. Lying back in his chair, Kyuzin was still wearing his small pair of sunglasses that he didn't know which stall he had scooped from, and couldn't see his eyes clearly. And he lay his head and said to Madara, who was standing by the side of the boat looking at the sea, "Aren't there any doubts about the survivors of Ohara?" Madara said lightly without looking back, and Robin was still a child, and after a while of distress before, he slowly slept and was taken by the Navy to a private room to rest under the order of Vice Admiral Kyuzin. I don't know. I hung up the phone after hearing the Marshal of the Warring States say to bring you back, otherwise he doesn't know how long he will talk. Saying that, Kyuzin crossed his hands, hugged the back of his head, used the palms of his hands as pillows, and slept like this, and in less than a minute, even a trace of fine saliva came out of the corners of his mouth, and the slight snoring sound, which all indicated that this guy was really asleep. It just so happens that I also want to see what kind of person the other person is. Madara saw Kyuzin's virtue, and didn't pay too much attention to anything. Anyway, now he is heading to his destination. What's the matter? Wait until the Navy headquarters. After almost a week at sea, the boring life simply made Madara feel extremely boring. Of course, there was in Kyuzin, this freak, is like he didn't wake up all year round, spending 20 hours a day in sleep. He was originally very interested in Madara's ability, but because after being rejected by Madara, he actually very rationally did not continue to pester Madara to ask about his ability. But I don't know where he came from to sleep so hard, sleep so long a day regardless of other things. Even urine to wake up, right? On the opposite side, Robin, the girl, stays by Madara's side most of the time, although Madara is always the same, looking at the sea in the distance without saying a word, but Robin likes to stay next to Madara without saying a word, just looking at this person's appearance looking into the distance. After sailing again for a while today, above the battleship, Madara finally sees the iconic building of the destination, the Gate of Justice. Imper, the headquarters of the Navy, and the Island of Justice are connected by a huge whirlpool that has changed shape, and only by passing through the Gate of Justice can you ride the right current to reach your destination. According to Kyuzin, the Gate of Justice cannot be bypassed, because the currents on both sides of the gate are reverse vortices caused by whirlpools, and the ship cannot advance. This is a clever point of this place, that is, it can be very well protected against the enemy, and a large area of men and horses cannot really reach the naval headquarters. Arriving in Malinford, Sakaski and Ponaseno were the first to disembark, for unknown reasons. Naturally they did not want to be behind Madara or something else, and amid the cheers of the navy, Kuzan and Madara had already disembarked Robin. When he got off the boat, he naturally held Robin in his arms, but the child seemed to be a little precocious, and his face was always red. After disembarking, Madara found that the cheers of the navy who were next to him were obviously a level higher than those of Sakaski and Ponaseno before, and it seemed that Kuzan's reputation in the navy was still very high. "Hey, Brother Ban, go this way." Kuzan led Madara inside, looked up at the building of the naval headquarters. Madara also had to say that in terms of building conditions, this world really does not know how much higher than the level of the ninja world. It seems that technology is also a great weapon. Conference hall of the Navy headquarters, the old man with glasses who tied his beard into a braid, looked at Sakaski, who rushed to report below, and asked in a deep voice, "Sakaski, did he really wing you?" Well, although Sakaski's personality is a rotten mess, his haughty self-esteem still does not allow him to lie, and now that Ponaseno is still singing, it is impossible to lie. Marshal of the Warring States, don't underestimate this guy. Recently, Roger, powerful characters like Whitebeard are emerging one after another, Ponaseno said in a long voice. Naturally, the object is the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku. Shut up, Ponaseno. Mention the sworn opponent of Whitebeard, Edward. The Warring States are unhappy with the current strength. The Navy cannot suppress the pirates. If the Warring States and Zifa can compete with the Whitebeard pirates, Carp can also compete with Roger, but the other party still has this golden lion. There are simply too many troublesome characters to die for. Wah! Then Sengoku, hurry up and call this kid over. Carp, who was still eating senbei, was interested, and he was able to defeat the strongest Lieutenant General Sakaski's 20s, but he really wanted to see it. Shut up, Carp! Sengoku still yelled at Carp unceremoniously. His son is also a potential scourge, although there is no specific big deed, but the strength and hostility to the Navy can no longer be relaxed. Moreover, having defected not so long ago, I am afraid that it will grow into a person not inferior to Gore again. D. Roger's tough presence. Report. At this time, a navy walked in, made a military salute and reported to the high-ranking people present. Vice Admiral Kuzan has led Uchiha to come. Will he be allowed to enter? Oh, haha. It's really said that people are there. Kapuhaha smiled and directly replaced the Warring States and said, hurry up and call him in. Carp, you boy. Sengoku glared at Carp a little angrily, and didn't say anything more, and said directly to the navy who came to report, let them in. Yes, the navy saluted and went out again, and in a few moments Madara, Robin, and Kuzan had already walked in. As a vice admiral, Kuzan was naturally the first to walk in. This hierarchy is more serious than when Madara was in the ninja world in the past, and it is also a big problem in this world. Madara and Robin walked in after them, and Sengoku glared at a man dressed in black with long black hair, like a young master like Uchiha Madara, who was in stark contrast to Kuzan and Sakaski's 3-meter-tall figure. It was hard to imagine that such an unassuming person could actually defeat Sakaski, a candidate for a general. Everyone's attention to Robin was only swept away, although Kuzan had reported that she was an able person before, but this kind of cowering little ghost, there was nothing worth paying attention to these big people present. Sengoku was surprised, and Carp and Zifa had similar expressions, but they did not show this surprise on their faces. After all, the fact that they can't look like people now has long been remembered by them. You, is it Uchiha Madara? Sengoku asked Madara with the calm he deserved. Facing the bearded man in front of him, who was a little ridiculous, but full of majesty, the voice of the system sounded. Buddha no Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, the highest power in the Navy, known as the Wise General, and Edward the Whitebeard are mortal enemies. Ability, Animal Phantom Beast Species, Renren Fruit Great Buddha. Personality, is a very stable and concerned about the overall situation. Compared to the strength of ability, wisdom is more powerful, is an out-and-out wisdom and courage of both generals. You are Marshal Sengoku. Although even such a harsh existence of the system gave this naval marshal a very high evaluation, Madara still looked that arrogant, and did not answer Sengoku's words first, but asked him, what a crazy boy. I don't know where the person in front of him comes from. Zifa on the side, Carp looked at Madara a little surprised. Such an attitude to face the Warring States, is it the strength of the genius that makes it so arrogant, proud? Seeing that this little ghost who was less than 30 years old was actually so crazy in the face of himself, Warring States did not get angry at the first time, but stroked his beard and looked at the spots, not knowing what he was thinking. After staring at Madara for a few seconds, Sengoku slowly spoke, can you explain why you want to join the Navy? If Madara answered something peaceful or something, I'm afraid even he didn't believe it a little, so at this moment, Madara just followed his own nature, wrapped his arms around Xiong, and said lightly with it doesn't matter, look, the reason. Well, it can be said that it is a whim. It can also be said that there are some factors that have to be done. Hearing this answer, everyone present, including Robin, dripped a drop of cold sweat on their foreheads. What does this mean? Is it possible that after you become a navy, you will run to become a pirate on a whim? Sengoku immediately stabilized his mood, thought for a while and said to Madara, then, you wait a minute. I'm going to think long-term with other people. Sengoku directly picked up the delaying tactic. After all, since Madara has the strength to defeat Sakazuki, then the strength should be at the level of a general. Such a person suddenly appeared and said that he wanted to be a navy, which made Sengoku really have to guard against it. I still have to discuss it with Tsuru and Carp, Zifa. As you please, Madara said nonchalantly. Of course he knew what Sengoku was worried about, but he just wouldn't break it on the spot. Kyuzan, you take him to the dormitory of the Navy. Hey, wait a minute. Warring States. Before the words of the Warring States were finished, Carp said with a big grin under the murderous eyes of the Warring States, this little devil has to wait anyway. It is better to let him live in the old man's barracks. It's all to wait anyway. All right. Sengoku thought about it and agreed to Carp's suggestion, feeling that arranging Madara next to Carp, who has the best naval strength, should be greatly reduced. But Carp doesn't have so much thought. He just wants to see what kind of person this guy who defeated Sakazuki as soon as he appeared. Oh, this little girl also come with you. It's fun to get old. Kapuhaha smiled, noticed Robin, who was holding his pant leg and showing half his head, and reached out and rubbed Robin's little head. So, Kyuzan child, take them to the old place. Carp waved his hand and greeted Kyuzan as if he were sending his subordinates. He was Kyuzan's benefactor, so Kyuzan also respected Carp very much, and said that he lazily walked out of the conference hall and motioned for Madara to come over. Skimming the four people who seemed to be the highest status present, Carp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zifa, Madara seemed to be thinking about something, but still slowly walked out, and Robin naturally followed closely behind, following Madara and running out. After Madara left, Sengoku also asked Sakazuki and Bonaseno to leave, and it was not until only Sengoku, Kapu, Zifa, and Tsuru were left in the room that they all sat in their chairs and began to talk. What do you think of that kid? Sengoku crossed his hands on the table and looked around at the three people present before asking. Very crazy and arrogant, proud, but the personality is a little difficult to grasp. Zifa served as a senior admiral and a naval instructor, and encountered countless potential stocks, but Madara was very difficult for him to guess. Can't you see what kind of person he is? Little ghosts like that. Carp, you bastard. Sengoku said in a deep voice, and then looked at Carp, whose eyes were closed and a bubble on his nose, and began to rage again. Snap! With a sound, the bubbles on Carp's nose broke through because of a roar from the Warring States, and after waking up, he cried out badly, oops, actually fell asleep. Looking at the appearance of the Warring States about to eat people, Carp still said unrepentantly, don't worry about this kind of thing. In short, we should include him in the Navy. Better than him as a pirate. Raised Erlang's legs, a street gangster's tone, but it made the other three people silent for a while, although Carp said frivolous, but very straight to the hearts of the people. Indeed, when encountering a capable strongman, don't you try your best to pull into your side, but set up an enemy? Okay, but what kind of position do you think is appropriate for him? Sengoku still agreed to Carp's proposal and accepted Madara into the Navy, but the question arises, what position is good to give him? Since he can defeat Sakazuki, then he should be a general, but to become a general should not only be strength, experience and achievements in the army are also a very important factor. But if you let Madara start from the grassroots, not to say whether others will agree, even their own side also feels impossible. I think a major general is more suitable, Zifa said aloud. Major general, isn't it too young? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked. Aren't Carp and Sengoku about the same age when they were major generals? Zifa asked rhetorically, and immediately left Tsuru speechless. Zifa continued, maybe the rank is a little low, but we immediately arranged for him to do a large-scale mission, promising to promote him to lieutenant general as long as he succeeded, so that not only can we see his strength clearly, but also give him a suitable position. Oh, Zifa, I didn't expect your head to be bright, and the method I came up with was good. Carp looked at Zifa and said in surprise, but he was angry enough. There's something wrong with your TMD's brain. Zifa scolded back angrily, Kapna's head is even more melon than himself. Does he have the face to say that he is stupid? You two don't make trouble, okay? Sengoku felt that only Carp was there, and his brows did not loosen, and he endured the fire and continued, what suitable tasks do you plan to send him? You say, who is the strongest pirate on the sea at the moment? At this time, Tsuru, who was also a wise general with the Sengoku, spoke. Hey, little crane, you won't let that kid deal with Roger or Whitebeard, will you? Carp naturally heard what Tsuru meant, but given a new addition to the first task, the opponent was Whitebeard or Gore. Roger, this is an exaggeration. I didn't say that I asked him to arrest Whitebeard, but I just wanted to weaken some Whitebeard's power. Tsuru looked around at the other three and said, I don't agree, Whitebeard is too much to hand over to him. Sengoku began, I think it's most appropriate to hand over the Golden Lion Shiki to Madara. Oh, the three people present turned their eyes to the Warring States. After the Battle of Et Walhai, the flying pirate group was almost completely destroyed by Roger, and Shiji was also seriously injured. This kind of opponent is very suitable for him. The strength is not only very commensurate, but also the capture of a sea thief like the Golden Lion is enough to make the Bana kid promoted to military rank. Sengoku said his thoughts to the three. Agreed. Agree. Zifa and Tsuru both expressed their approval of the Sengoku strategy, but Carp asked, "But Sengoku, we don't know where that guy is now." "The location of that guy from the Golden Lion has been discovered not long ago," Sengoku replied. Carp and the other three were slightly surprised. The Golden Lion is an ability to flutter fruits, and it is not easy to find him who can float in the air. "Where?" Zifa asked. Two words came out of Sengoku's mouth: Rogue Town. Rogue Town. Is that the town closest to the Great Passage, the East Sea? All three of them felt incredulous, because the town of Rogue mentioned by the warring states was already outside the Great Route, although that town was the closest to the Great Route. The reason why that guy stayed in Rogue Town is almost understood. Rogue Town, as the town closest to the Great Passage, can also rush to other seas at the fastest speed at any time, which is undoubtedly the most suitable for the fleeing Golden Lion Shiji. Sengoku said dismissively. Carp wrapped his arms around Xiong and said, "Then, let's decide so." Old Immortal also wants to see the strength of this kid. Although the Golden Lion's strength has regressed, it is also one of the top sea thieves. Ha ha ha. Ignoring Kapuna's nervous look, Tsuru opened his mouth and said to Sengoku, "So, how about the little girl who followed him and handed it over to me to lead?" Tsuru then had the idea of digging into the wall, just heard that the little girl was the ability of the devil fruit, so he fell in love with talent. Anyway, he is also a female soldier, compared to Madara should not have any objection. "It's up to the kid to say that," Sengoku replied, and then looked at Carp. "Carp, you are responsible for calling that kid. Wait a minute, grant him the position of Major General, and then immediately issue a task to him." "Ahaha, the old man can't wait." Kapuhaha laughed and walked towards the gate. "Ask for collections, tips, flowers in Carp's barracks." Madara is sitting on the platform in the corridor and looks at the naval soldiers training in the distance. Speaking of it, and the training methods of the ninja world are very different, although the basics are at the beginning of what physical strength, wrist strength, and other things, but after arrival, the training of the Navy is to reach the advanced level will begin to carry out Naval 6 style training, the lower level only. Holds firearms to be cannon fodder level characters. In the end, it is strength that determines what to learn in the end. It's that the ninja world is relatively stingy. Like some villages, no matter how hard you try, there is no background, what blood succession limit. It is a little difficult for you to be a ninja, and the Navy only has the perfection of the 6 styles, and reaching the primary shadow level is not a problem at all. "Madara, can you talk to me?" Robin stood behind the seated Madara, raised his hand and patted Madara's shoulder, and said weakly, originally her only interest was reading, but do you think that Carp himself has developed limbs and simple minds will have such a thing as books in the barracks? So now Robin was a little bored, so he looked to Madara for a topic. Madara stared back at Robin for a while, and after seeing Robin shyly bow his head, he slowly asked, "Are you going to jump?" "Wah, spotted boy. Good news for you." Unexpectedly, before Madara could say a word, he heard a loud noise, and then a heroic voice sounded from a cloud of smoke, and Kapu's old and strong figure suddenly appeared in a field of broken rubble. "This guy is a bit like the one who made the 8 doors dungeon." Madara looked at Carp who walked in through the wall, and silently compared him with the watermelon head in the green tights who had fought with him in the past, and the result was that these two people were very second. Robin saw that what Madara said to himself was interrupted, and couldn't help but look at Carp with a small face pouting and a sullen look. The many naval soldiers who were training in the camp naturally also heard this movement, and they did not dare to have a strange expression, and did not even look at this side, as if this was already a commonplace. Carp: the Navy has overwhelming strength, that is, the strongest naval headquarters, fruitless ability, armed color domineering, overlord color domineering and naval 6. The strength is worthy of being one of the best in the world, with a strong personality, straightforwardness, and often plays a role in easing the atmosphere in the play, and has refused to be promoted to the position of general more than once. The power of the fist is so strong that one punch can blast away the mountain. "What for?" Madara glanced at Carp and asked as he stood up in the hallway. Carp came over and patted Madara's shoulder hard. This strength was so great that Madara had judged that the power of Kappa was still above the Tsunade who opened the 100 Heroes technique. With this power, except for the Medi who opened the 8-door dun armor, I am afraid that there is no one who can match. Kappa laughed and said, "That guy from the warring states appointed you as a Major General, and assigned a task to you right away." Major General. Madara muttered these two words. Before in the system, he already knew how the ranks of the Navy were divided. The highest was Marshal, then General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Dazo, Lieutenant, Major Admiral, Lieutenant, Captain, Lieutenant, Ensign. Below on the Sergeant, Sergeant, Corporal. Below is the General Miscellaneous Soldier. To be honest, although the Sengoku gave this position does not match Madara's strength, but for a person who has just joined the Navy, it is already high. And Madara himself does not care about any rank, let them do it. Carp looked at Madara with a somewhat gloomy expression, and immediately said, "This time you will be sent a difficult task. As long as you succeed, you will be promoted to Lieutenant General." Carp thought that Madara would be dissatisfied because of his low rank, but he didn't know that Madara didn't care about this at all. But it was the difficult task in Carp's mouth that attracted Madara's attention. "Oh? What task?" "Well, let's talk about it when we get to the Sengoku." Carp looked at Robin again and said, "As for this little girl, how about letting her go to Crane's troops? The villain is also the ability of the devil fruit, and it feels a pity that his talent is buried." Carp is a little strange. Why is this girl staring at herself so angrily? "No, I don't want to be separated from Madara." As soon as Robin heard Carp's words, he immediately ran to Madara's side, hugged Madara's pant legs tightly, looked at Carp stubbornly, and looked at Carp with an attitude of "kill me and don't go." "Hey, feed girl, Zayahi's female soldier unit is the most suitable for you. Don't be capricious, okay?" Carp crouched down and yelled at Robin. If it were his children and grandchildren, he would have given her an iron fist of love. In the face of the strongest person in the Navy, Robin did not show the slightest awe, but looked at Carp dissatisfiedly, and the old and the young were so wang ba and green beans. This guy, is it really the strongest in the Navy? Madara looked at Carp, an old urchin who actually stood sideways with a 7-year-old girl, and couldn't help but think with some doubts in his heart. In the previous conference room, there were only 3 people left, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru, but now, many lieutenant generals and major generals were called into the conference room, naturally including the trio of Kyuzen, Sakazuki, and Ponaseno, who fought with Madara once. Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Carp and Uchiha have arrived. A soldier came in and gave a military salute to the Warring States and reported. "Good, let them in," Sengoku said seriously. At the beginning of appointing a new navy as a rear admiral, this is indeed a bit too much, but also caused a wave of dissatisfaction in the hearts of many navies present. He and others worked hard to get the position. This person actually got it as soon as he came, but after hearing that Madara easily defeated Sakazuki, they were also temporarily convinced. After all, defeated Sakazuki, and it was still easy, that was enough to have the level of a general. The door opened again, and Kara and Madara had already entered the conference room, followed by a small-tail Robin. Seeing so many navies, and without the momentum of arguing with Carp before, he weakly hid behind Madara's legs. Although the Warring States have sent people to investigate Madara's background, but unexpectedly, this guy is like falling from the sky. The earliest sighting is Kyuzen's record of O'Hara, but in the archive room to investigate, O'Hara's household registration does not have a person named Uchiha Ban, not even a name with the surname Uchiha, which makes Sengoku a little anxious, but still decided to let Madara join the navy. It is a very valuable combat power. "Uchiha, now appoint you to my navy. I wonder if you are willing." Sengoku got up from his office chair and walked over to Madara and said while stroking his braided beard, "This kind of thing, do whatever you want." Madara said expressionlessly. Many of the navies present were angry. "Dare to talk to the marshal like this? Are you not satisfied with your position?" The Warring States also felt that the approach was still a little inappropriate. After all, this man had the strength of a general, and it was really inappropriate to give a 2-rank position. "I'm not interested in that kind of stuff, but I'm interested in the task I'm going to have," Madara still said expressionlessly. "Ha, I'll tell you right away, but take this first." The corners of Warring State's mouth raised slightly, and he ordered a navy to bring over a brand new coat, and it was the navy above the rank of rear admiral who was wearing a coat with the word justice written on it. Madara snorted. He was not attached to clothes or anything, picked up the uniform and pulled it, and draped it over his back, just like Carp and them. They used this thing as a cloak. Snap! Syllable! Syllable! Times and the applause was endless. After all, it was the Marshal of the Warring States who personally gave Bandara an official position. Even if the Navy was unwilling to give face to the Warring States, they applauded one after another. That is, Kyuzen, who has always been lazy, also applauded symbolically. Only Sakazuki, the dead brain defeated on Madara's hand, looked unhappy, and there was nothing to say. Old Lady Tsuru walked out at this time, looked at Robin, who was still hiding under Madara's cloak, and asked Madara, "Is this child also the ability of the devil fruit? I want to include her in my ranks. Do you want to?" Although the crane tried to put on a kind appearance, Robin was still a little afraid of life, hiding behind Madara and looking at the crane with big eyes. Carp has already said this before. I think it is up to her to decide. Madara took Robin's small hand and pulled him forward, facing the crane. The sudden situation made little Robin a little unable to react, but he still looked at Madara firmly for a while, and then said to Tsuru with a resolute face, I want to help matter. So, please give me strength." "Ha! Are children already thinking about their men?" Seeing Robin, who was strong and put on an adult's appearance, Tsuru showed a kind smile and touched Robin's little head, while Robin's cheeks were red with shame when he heard Tsuru's unorthodox words, and his head hung straight to his mouth. Tsuru said, took Robin's hand, and said to Madara and Sengoku, "Then let me teach this child, go first." Saying that, Tsuru was about to take Robin out, but before Robin was about to leave, he plucked up his courage and shouted to Madara, "Madara, Spot, I'll definitely get stronger, too. When the time comes, it will definitely help you." After that, the gang followed the crane and walked out. Madara still folded his arms in front of him, slightly looking towards the gate where Robin left, and then looked back at Sengoku. Ha ha, boy, you're blessed. That girl will definitely become a beauty. Carp patted Madara's shoulder like an old urchin and said with a grin, "Ahem, all right. Now let's get down to business." Sengoku coughed twice, glanced around at the navies, took out a wanted warrant and said to Madara, "This is your goal this time." Madara looked at the picture on the wanted warrant, but it was a face that he had already seen, and he had already seen it in O'Hara's restaurant before, the Golden Lion Shiki. Hey, no way. Is the first mission to fight the Golden Lion? Seeing the wanted order given by the warring states, many rear admirals present were boiling, and some vice admirals were still calm, but their eyes were also surprised. "No, I heard that the Golden Lion was being Gore. After Roger defeated, he was already badly damaged, and if this Uchiha really had the strength of a general, he should have a chance." Another major general answered. The three vice admirals standing at the front did not join the useless talk among the navies, but they all looked at the spots with a bright light in their eyes. Even if they had the strength of a general, I am afraid that it was a little reluctant to deal with the Golden Lion. "How? Is it acceptable?" Sengoku asked Madara with the Golden Lion's bounty order. Madara sneered mockingly, took the bounty order, and said with a sly smile, "Kill him, no problem, right." Although it was smiling, on this smiling face, it made all the navies present shudder, and even strong hands such as Carp had a trace of fear of Madara's smile. Sengoku looked at the dead and arrogant in Madara's eyes, and secretly said in his heart, "This young man's future is definitely not simple," and said to Madara, "You can do this at a critical moment, but it is best to try to capture him alive. Although for an opponent like the Golden Lion Shiji, it is almost more troublesome to capture alive than to kill him, but if he can be hung out and offered a reward to the public, then the majesty of the navy will definitely be greatly improved." So the warring states still plan to let the Golden Lion go to the big prison. "Just take the head back, right?" Madara asked directly. "That's okay," Sengoku said in a deep voice. It seems that Madara is iron-hearted and wants to solve the opponent, and he doesn't have much to say, but in his heart, Sengoku is still very skeptical about whether Madara can complete this task. The navy present frowned when they heard Madara's words, thinking in their hearts that this kid was too crazy, right? Golden Lion Shiji is an absolute top 5 sea thief in the sea today. Even General Zifa does not dare to say that he can definitely kill him, mainly because the ability of Golden Lion Shiki's fluttering fruit is simply a big help for escape, super troublesome. Sengoku said the intelligence of the Golden Lion Shiji, the Golden Lion is in the town of Rogue in the East China Sea. "I'll leave right away." Madara lifted his navy cloak and prepared to walk outside. "Wait a minute, I haven't sent my subordinates and battleships to you yet." Sengoku waved his hand and shouted at Madara's back, feeling that this kid was really in a bit of a hurry, right? "Battleships? I don't need that kind of thing." Madara turned his head and looked at the Marshal of the Warring States and the others and said coldly, "And I alone is enough." After that, Madara had already jumped from the large window of the conference room. "This kid is crazy." All the navies looked out of the big window, and the Marshal of the Warring States was also very surprised. Without an army, without a ship, and alone against the Golden Lion Shiji with his bare hands, is this possible? Under the building of the naval headquarters is the sea. Madara jumped on the window, then jumped on the surface of the sea, and in the surprised eyes of thousands of navies present, quickly bit his finger and nodded, "Psychic art, come out." Rab, with Madara's palm facing downwards, instantly centered on his palm, a large number of bizarre black symbols appeared in mid-air, and the next second with touch, with a sound of wanting to shoot, accompanied by a burst of white mist, a huge figure appeared out of thin air from under Madara's palm, and fell directly under the sea surface under Madara's body, and the terrifying weight splashed the waves like a small tsunami, directly washing the building of the naval headquarters to a hard cooling. But no one paid attention to this, because their attention was completely attracted by the huge black figure under Madara, which was an oversized whale. I don't know how much bigger than the Sea King. It's a whale. It's so big. Times in the eyes and tongues of the Navy standing under the headquarters of the Navy who are responsible for guarding, his head came straight out, and he shouted in panic. He can actually summon animals out of thin air. What is his ability? Rao is a warring states, Carp and others are well informed, and they have never seen any devil fruit or trick that can summon animals out of thin air, and they can't help but look at Uchiha who stands on top of the whale and looks at all living beings with wide eyes. And when everyone was surprised, Madara had already driven Rab away. The back of the big whale was getting farther and farther away, and finally slowly disappeared in the eyes of everyone, leaving only a continuous sound of the whale's "Oh, you're up!" groan. Can it be trusted? Zifa also walked to the window and looked at the distant Rab and Madara and asked Sengoku, "Ah, he's not in the bounty order, which means he's not a pirate." Kyuzan then stood up and said something nice to Madara, his intuition telling him that Madara was someone to befriend. But after all, he is still just a stranger to us. Zifa cares about the Navy very much, has a stronger sense of justice and responsibility than anyone else, and naturally he is not at ease with the spots that seem to have strength but have an elusive personality. Ah, so, do you want to send someone to monitor him? At this time, Ponaseno, a wretched uncle, came up and made his own suggestion. Oh, so are you going? Kuzan asked, glancing at Ponaseno. Bonaseno waved his hand, closed his eyes and said, forget it, that kind of task is more troublesome than arresting the golden lion. Bonaseno is also a person who has seen Madara's true strength, plus now that he almost understands Madara's character, if he finds out that he is watching him from behind, he will definitely not be able to eat and go. Alright. It's all dispersed. After that, only the navy named Robetown paid attention to see if the kid could really solve the scourge of the golden lion. Sengoku waved at the generals and ordered them all to leave. But Marshal, did you really hand over the golden lion Shiji to him to deal with? Some of the major generals still asked uneasily. What are you still worried about? Sengoku tilted his head and asked the major general who had raised questions. Some navies looked at each other for a while, and then one of them, a rear admiral wearing a sword, came out and said, a guy with his personality, he is not so much a navy as he is a gore. Roger like sea thief, you saw it just now, but he doesn't even put you in the eyes of the marshal. Humph. Isn't this the same as Carp? Sengoku looked coldly at Carp, who was nibbling on a donut again. Didn't this old boy never have a trace of respect for himself? Seeing that the fire was actually burning on his body, Carp couldn't help shouting, hey, hey, don't involve the old man too. Carp continued, don't worry. People with such strong self-esteem and strength do not disdain to do any conspiracy to steal chickens and dogs, and the old man will go back first. Saying that, Carp left first, seeing that the heroes of the navy said so, and the other navies did not dare to continue to correct. Entangled, 2 of the 3 giants said that they handed over to that Uchiha spot. Do they dare to say anything? On the shore of an isolated island on the Great Voyage, Madara jumped off Rabbi's body, walked to a relatively open place, bit his finger, and drew a trace of blood. Psychic art. Touch. With a sound, white smoke rose again under Madara's palm, but this time it was not a psychic beast, but a giant with a height of 30 meters, but if compared with the rabbi who was now frolicking on the sea, it would feel a little like a witch. Ah, finally breathed such fresh air. Drew hee. Madara called out naturally it was Sorrow, who was included in the psychic world by him some time ago, and at this time, the stupid big man was released by Madara. No way, there are almost only some psychic animals on the psychic world, and there is some incomprehension with Sorrow's language, which has suffocated him during this time. Oh, Madara, this trick of yours is interesting. No, it's not the time to say this. What about Robin? And what happened to O'Hara? Sorrow was originally smiling and asking Madara about psychic arts, but suddenly recalled the previous death of Robin and O'Hara, and couldn't help but ask Madara anxiously. O'Hara has completely disappeared from the map. Nicole Robin, I have sent her to the crane's door. Madara squinted at Sorrow and said, Suru? She is a good navy, even if Robin joins the navy and follows her, there should be no problem. Alas wait, what you're wearing is not. You also joined the navy? Sorrow only then noticed the navy coat on Madara and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Go on a crusade against the Golden Lion right away. Madara replied lightly. Nani? Golden Lion Shiki. Originally, Sorrow's face changed because of Madara's joining the navy, but now Madara directly threw a bomb at him, directly scorched Sorrow, who did not understand Madara's strength, and Sorrow, who did not understand Madara's strength, thought that Madara could not win the Golden Lion Shiji, who was at the top of the pirates in terms of strength. In that case, let's say goodbye. Madara turned his head directly, jumped back on Rab's back, and prepared to leave. Hey, wait a minute, Golden Lion Shiji is not something that can be dealt with casually. At the very least, we should let you join you, shouted to Madara worriedly. You're also a wanted criminal in the navy now, right? It's you who is worth worrying about, right? Madara said with a cold look at Sorrow. Although you joined the navy, you are also a friend. Although your strength is not as powerful as Kuzan, it can also help you. Sorrow patted his chest and said self-recommendedly, not taking the words wanted criminal that Madara had just said to heart. Sakazuki, I've already solved it, now you don't need to say more, right? Seeing that Sorrow wanted to help himself even at the risk of being caught by the navy, Madara slightly put down his cold face and explained it to Sorrow. Sure enough, hearing Madara say that he had defeated Sakazuki, Sorrow's eyes widened even more. Sakazuki, you have already fought him, and won him. Sorrow also hates Sakazuki very much, but he still knows his strength very well, although he is also a lieutenant general, but Sakazuki is a person with the strength of a brigadier general, and Madara defeated him? Isn't that the strength of a general? Really decided to go? Although Sorrow already has a general understanding of Madara's strength, he can't help but worry. After all, the opponent's strength is not under the general at all. Let's worry about yourself. Maybe the headquarters of the navy has released your wanted warrant. Madara sat on Rab's body and said to Sorrow with an indifferent face. Don't worry, you won't be caught so easily. Sorrow patted Seong and said, I'm not worried about you, goodbye, but the next time we meet, maybe we will come to arrest you. Saying that, Madara had already told Rop to start moving in the direction of the East China Sea, and finally turned his head to Saro and said, "Don't meet again, Saro. I am Uchiha Madara." The last glance at Saro, Madara's eyes have turned into kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, and the ghostly eye finger made Saro look terrified. What kind of eyes are that? After a long silence, Saro still quickened his pace, ran to the shore of the island, and shouted at Madara back, "Hey, Spot! I plan to go back to the secret seclusion of the giants. We may not really see each other again in the future. Also, help me take good care of Robin." The sound was very loud, directly scared away the surrounding fish. Saro's former lieutenant general's deeds were probably about to come to an end, and Madara turned his back to him and gently answered a word, although the voice was small, but it was clearly transmitted to Saro's ears, making this good-hearted big man grin stupidly. After Madara and Rop's figures had completely left his sight, Saro straightened his body and stretched out, saying to himself, "Then, the next thing is to make a raft, to go back to the home of the giants, Madara and Robin. Kyuzan, I still kind of want to see you again." At this time, Saro did not expect that before long, the name of the strongest navy, Uchiha, the name that turned the entire sea upside down, had already spread to his secluded hometown. After nearly half a month's voyage, Madara and Ruby finally arrived at the only way to return to the land of the East China Sea, Upside Down Mountain, and to enter the Great Voyage, which is the only channel, naturally to leave from the Great Voyage. They also need to take this road out. Walking into the island hut where Kulokas used to live, Madara found himself covered in dust. It seemed that no one had been here for almost a while, and where had Kulokas been during the 3 months that he and Rab had left? Well, never mind. That guy wouldn't die so easily anyway. Madara turned around and walked out of the room. It is impossible for Rop's eyes to cross the upside-down mountain, so Madara temporarily recalled it to the psychic world, and he was treading water with the basic skills of ninjas. In fact, using the method of climbing trees to condense chakra under his feet is the same method from the rock mountain. Either of the two can be selected. A few minutes later, Madara ran to the very top of the upside-down mountain, jumped straight from it, and shouted in the air, "Psychic art!" In an instant, Rab was summoned out again, and the huge body let out a cheer of whoosh, whoosh. Rabbi liked to stay on the sea, and every time he didn't come out of the psychic world for a long time, he would complain in front of Madara and didn't expect that in addition to the ninja special psychic beast, there were other animals so sentimental. Standing on Rab's body, Yao looked at the white clouds in the sky, and several seagulls flew above, blowing a gust of sea breeze, so pleasant. Finally arrived at the East China Sea, all that remains is to go to that rogue town to find the golden lion. Bruru, Brulyalu. Ha! Madara's brows frowned slightly, and he took out a telephone worm from the pocket of his navy robe, and the phone worm seemed to have the characteristics of the face, and at this time, the phone worm wearing a pair of glasses and a seagull-shaped phone worm on his head was undoubtedly Marshal Sengoku's. "Hey, Madara, you should almost have reached the East China Sea, right?" As soon as Madara connected the phone worm, the low tone of the Marshal of the Warring States came out of the microphone. He had just stepped on the sea of the East China Sea, and the Marshal of the Warring States called. If not for Madara sensing that there was indeed no one following him, he really felt that the Warring States they did not trust him and sent to follow. "That's right, just arrived in the East China Sea," Madara replied lightly. "Is it? You're fast." Although it was sitting on a whale, Sengoku seemed to be a little worried about the matter of Madara's psychic art, but he immediately returned to the topic and said seriously to Madara, "Just got the news that the Golden Lion Shiji has joined his subordinates and has left by boat. You don't need to go to Rogue Town anymore." "What?" Madara frowned, waiting for the next words of the Sengoku. "Don't worry, I already guessed what that guy will do next." Sengoku also said confidently in the phone worm, "That guy thinks that he will want to return to the Great Route in the first place. You just need to stay on the road to Upside Down Mountain in Rogue Town to intercept him." "What is the sign of his ship?" Madara asked Sengoku. He already knew that in the pirate group, each different group had its own flag hanging on the ship, which was a bit similar to the logos of his own family such as Uchiha, Senju, and Sarutobi in the ninja world in the past, except that most of the symbols of the pirate group were based on a skull and added some of their own characteristics. The logo doesn't matter, you just need to see the spaceship, then it's definitely theirs. After Sengoku said something that Madara felt puzzled, he directly hung up the phone worm, and finally left only one sentence, "Capture him alive as much as possible, don't forget." "A flying ship, is there such a thing?" Madara said disdainfully as he put the phone bug back into his cloak pocket. But anyway, Madara felt that it was completely impossible for Sengoku to give him false information, and since the other party had already come to his side, he also had to prepare for the attack. "Okay, Rab, go back to the psychic world." Although Rab is full of reluctant eyes, a big war is about to break out here. No matter how reluctant Rab is, he can't help it. If he stays here, he will definitely be affected by the battle. Collect 2 hours later, Madara was still standing quietly on the surface of the water, with his eyes closed, his hands wrapped around Xiong, waiting for the other party's arrival. "Ha!" Hearing a loud noise, Madara opened his eyes and looked at the reassurance from the voice, only to see a huge black shadow slowly driving from the distant air. Sengoku is right, there really is such a thing. Madara stared at the huge black shadow and found that it was really a super battleship, compared to the Navy battleship I saw in the past, I don't know how many times larger. No, it's not so much a ship, but a completely small city, as if a small city is floating in the air. Are you sure? Madara looked at the flying battleship, marking the flag of the pirate group, a skull with golden lion-like hair painted around it, combined with the nickname of Golden Lion Shiji. It was really difficult to guess. Boom! With the violent roar of the engine, the large exaggerated flying battleship had already traveled to the sky above Madara, and a huge shadow shrouded the sea above Madara's head, as if it was dark in an instant. Ding! Mission opens, defeat the flying pirates. Mission success, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mission failure, Kaleidoscope Sharingan degenerates into a normal 3-hook Jade Sharingan. Additional reward, capture the Golden Lion Shiji alive. Additional reward, the unique flying eagle psychic beast of the Uchiha clan. Interesting. Uchiha Madara stared at the huge shadow shrouded in the sky above him, the corners of his mouth sneered coldly. The unique psychic beasts of the Uchiha clan are eagles and these birds, although this kind of thing is dispensable for Madara, but it is very good to use it as a means of transportation. Susanoo, the blue chakra on Madara shines brightly, and the evil chakra constantly converges and deforms, eventually turning into a skeleton with only an upper body. He stood in the middle of the mouth of the skeleton, those purple-blue chakras closely protected him in it, forming a natural defensive shield. Don't die so simply. Madara manipulated his mature body Susanoo, so that Susanoo's right hand waved, and in an instant a pair of huge gouge necklaces connected by chakra threads appeared in Susanoo's palm, different from the 8-foot Kayanga jade that attacked Sakazuki before. Using the necklace like an 8-foot Kayanga jade with Susanoo's unique chakra thread, the power became more concentrated, and the power was no less than the six-tailed state-tailed beast Uzumaki Naruto's one-hit Virtual Dog Cannon. I'll see how strong that thing really is. Madara sneered and controlled the evil chakra. Susanoo immediately waved his hand, and the 8-foot Kyangoyo in his hand spun and bombarded the battleship of the Golden Lion in the air. Although compared to the exaggerated size of the Takeoff Sky Pirate Regiment battleship, the 8-foot Kayanga Jade trick seems to be insignificant in terms of size, but under this attack, it produces a terrifying power that people can't believe. The spotted 8-foot Kayanga Jade accurately hit the bottom of the battleship of the flying pirate group, only to hear a shocking explosion. The violent explosion that occurred ignited a doomsday fire in the air. Even some animals that were originally flying around the battleship were instantly blown to pieces. The power of the ninja world hero Uchiha spot, that's it. Even if it failed to reach the most perfect state, it was terrifying. The terrifying explosive gas wolf is coming towards him, and the Madara standing at its lower end is naturally within its range, but with Madara's cohesion of treading water, coupled with Susanoo's external protective body, how can it be blown away? The kaleidoscopic chakra eyes of Madara eyes can clearly detect the terrifying shock wave from the explosive gas wolf. His current Susanoo is a semi-mature body with 8 ribs. Madara's 2 heads and 4 arms are his real mature body Susanoo state. In the face of this gas wolf, Madara also immediately let his Susanoo grow an increased face and 2 hands, Super S-Class, the impact of his 8-foot Kayanga Jade stunt, but it is not the body that was reborn in the past without any defense can resist. Cut. It still hurts. Madara frowned and whispered dissatisfiedly, even if there are cells between the 1,000 hand pillars in the body, as long as it does not reach the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye and fairy chakra, it will not be able to completely resist the side effects of Susanoo, but only if this mission is successful. You can get your own eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, so this mission, Madara decided not to allow failure. The flying battleship was smashed by the 8-foot Kayanga Jade explosion. Until now there are still a lot of residue. Melted steel debris fell from the air, and what is more terrifying is the broken hands and arms of some corpses, and even some heads that have not closed their eyes but continue to boo blood from their eyes. Madara sees only fear and incomprehension. I'm afraid one minute they were still partying or something, but they didn't expect to fall into hell the next minute. Ah, who dared to attack Uncle Ben's ship? Inside the ruins in the air, a voice of extreme anger sounded, with a terrifying momentum, lifting up the waves, enough to see the horror of this person's strength. The guy. Madara looked at the golden lion's head in the air, the big man with a cigar, exactly the same as the face on the bounty order. The only difference was that at this time he had a ship's control rod stuck in his head, and his face was stained with some dust, which seemed to be caused by the 8-foot Kayanga Jade that had just been spotted. Bite. Characters appear. Golden Lion Shiki Fruit ability. Fluttering fruit dominate the world and want to join forces with Roger, but after being rejected by Roger, they became angry, and the pirate groups on both sides broke out fierce battles, known in history as the Battle of Etwall. The originally desperate Roger pirate group was saved by a sudden storm. Most of the fleet of the flying pirate group was driven into the bottom of the sea, plus an accident. The rudder was unfortunately inserted on the head of the Golden Lion, because it would be life-threatening to pull out the rudder, so the rudder is still embedded in the head. Reminder, with armed color domineering and seeing and hearing color domineering, the strength is not under the host, be careful to fight. Humph. Joke. After hearing the system's reminder, the corners of Madara raised slightly, appearing dismissive of his suggestion. Why did Uchiha need to be careful with his opponent? Golden Lion Shiki, right? Your head I want. Touching Susanoo, Madara used the debris of the flying battleship that was still floating down in the air, and kept using them as a fulcrum. jumping in the direction of the golden lion in the air. The golden lion Shiki noticed Madara coming, looked in the direction where the voice came from, and found that it was actually a dark-haired man under 30 years old wearing a navy coat. Perceived it with a domineering look, and found that there were no other centaurs around, and the golden lion Shiji also knew that the shocking blow just now was made by this little ghost, which made the golden lion a little surprised. Don't think that it was the warring states or carp out of the horse, but I didn't expect that a young-looking naval imp actually came. Golden lion Shiji was a little stunned and asked, "Boy, did you destroy my ship?" Although he saw that there were no others around, Golden Lion Shiji still asked with a skeptical look. After all, Madara was a little young and a little unspeakable. "You're going to die anyway, there's no need to know so much," Madara said in a low voice, his palms crossed, his index fingertips facing each other, and spit out a monstrous flame fire. "The fire is extinguished, arrogant little ghost." Golden Lion Shiji scolded angrily. "It is the Whitebeard of the current Big Four, Roger, warring states, and Carp do not dare to talk to themselves like this." But they did not expect to be so scorned by such an unknown naval kid today. "The fire is good, but you are still tender." The golden lion Shiji's right leg was like a sharp sword, and in an instant, the golden lion dancing like a sword continued to swing his right leg, cutting out one after another sword chi and constantly hitting the wall of fire extinguished. Both sides possessed strong strength, but after a stalemate for a while, the sword chi drawn by the golden lion like a sharp blade actually broke through the flame wall of the fire, and it was about to cut into Madara's body. "Humph. It seems to have some skills." Madara used the falling debris of large steel plates in the air as a fulcrum, jumped backwards, and fell straight to the sea below. "Ha ha ha ha. It turned out to be an idiot little ghost. Don't you know what happens to the devil fruit ability when they touch water?" Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly, squinted and took a sip of cigar, and slowly spit out a white mist. "The frog at the bottom of the well, it's so ugly." Madara stood on the surface of the sea with treading water, and a pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes stared at the golden lion in the sky, and said lightly, but it was difficult to hide the contempt in his tone. Seeing that Madara could actually step on the surface of the water, even the golden lion Shiji couldn't help but be surprised. The 2 cigars in his mouth almost fell, and the madness in his eyes was a little less, and he began to become serious. "Little ghost, it seems that you really have something special. Don't you dare to single-handedly catch Lao Tzu to this extent." The golden lion Shiji quickly descended from the air, already landing on the sea surface at a distance from the spot, and suddenly roared, "You let me see something interesting, then I will also return you some gifts." Shai Wei Ji roll. Boom! As soon as the words of the golden lion fell, the debris of the golden lion battleship that was originally floating on the surface of the water was blasted off by the spots, as if it was controlled by the power of thought, floating in mid-air, gradually gathered behind the golden lion, and then condensed into the shape of 5 huge lion heads. Looking at the 5 lion heads on top of the golden lion's head, which are larger than the basketball court, Madara is completely devoid of the ordinary people's trembling because of fear. The shaking look is like watching a small dish called lion's head from several celestial empires. "Give me death now." The golden lion Shiji saw that the mountain collapsed in front of him without changing color, and his heart did not beat, and he couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Once upon a time, he was so despised as a hegemon. Under the ability of the fluttering fruit, the huge 5 lion heads swept the waves in all directions towards the spot. Boom! In the eyes of the golden lion Shiji, these 5 lion iron heads have completely shot down Madara, and the 5 lion heads have continuously smashed towards the position where Madara was standing before, and the terrifying weight has an impact, rolling the sea surface like a huge wave. "Ha ha ha ha. Little ghost, if you can die at the hands of my golden lion Shiji, you can be regarded as a defeat. I will send your head to that guy in the warring states to see." The golden lion laughed wildly, turned around and gradually rose to prepare to fly away. Although the loss of the battleship and his men made his heart ache, but with his strength, it would definitely not take long to make up for these things again. Snap, huh. Just when the golden lion had risen in midair and was about to leave, suddenly there was a strange crisp sound behind him, so that the golden lion Shiji couldn't help but glance over curiously, and saw that from the top of the round lion's iron head floating on the sea, a sharp blue sharp thorn suddenly appeared, exuding demon, enchanting and strange energy. As if on the side of the knife, the blue sharp thorn continued to split from under the iron lion's head, and in a few seconds, the iron head had been split in half, and in an instant, a huge giant figure roared out from the 2 halves of the split lion's head. Roar! The heaven-shaking roar shook the sea, and the golden lion Shiji's messy hair was constantly fluttered backwards by this shockwave, and a pair of eyes burst with sharp light to see a giant shadow breaking out from the ruins. "Isn't that imp dead yet? Moreover, what kind of trick is this again?" At this time, the golden lion Shiji stared at the 2-headed and 4-armed skeleton giant in the distance, and the violent shock blew up the long hair of the spot wrapped in Susanoo, and the kaleidoscope chakra eyes that were hidden under the bangs before finally appeared in the eyes of the golden lion. "What kind of eyes are that?" Golden Lion Shiki has completely removed his previous contempt for Madara and revealed his past against Gore. Roger's serious gaze. Madara put his hands in front of Seong, a pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes looked intently ahead, and said lightly, "Anyone who has seen Susanoo will not be able to live." "Ha ha ha. What a crazy tone, is it called Susanoo? The golden lion laughed, then tensed his nerves, glared angrily at Madara and said, "It seems that your kid really wants my life. That's a coincidence, and I just decided to take your life. If you are not serious, you will be killed by me immediately." Madara coldly voiced as he stepped on the surface of the water and ran towards the golden lion Shiki with Susanoo. "There is such a big thing on your body, but the speed does not see you slow down." The golden lion's terrifying splitting speed was once again displayed. Chopper. From top to bottom, like the feet of the Arashi in the 6th style of the navy, splitting the air, striking out a fierce sword chi like a wind shield, the golden lion Shiji's chopping wave broke through the surface of the water and struck towards Madara with amazing destructive power. The power is not as powerful as Thunder's shadow, Madara thought disdainfully. Facing this sword chi without any care, he continued to rush towards the direction of the golden lion Shiji. Touch! With a crack, the sword chi emitted by the golden lion hit the mouth of Susanoo in front of Madara. Although it didn't cause any specific damage to Susanoo, it also forced Susanoo to back a little and stopped Madara from moving forward. The spots quickly froze, and the chakra condensation in his throat instantly spit out, and the whole process took less than a second. Fire! Fire extinguished. A move very similar to Hauhuo extinguishing, but slightly different from the firewall of its 30-meter Hauhuo extinguishing. Hauhuo extinguishing is a relative concentration of strength, really like an arrow to concentrate towards the enemy. Weird boy, the golden lion laughed, still maintaining relative composure in the face of the fire, this time double. The legs danced together, constantly bursting with sword chi and cutting towards the sea. Lion Chikurai Tatsu. The enhanced version of the previous chopping wave, like splitting a wooden board, cut the fire again in one breath. The golden lion Shiji named the 3 giant pirates is really not a vain name, so easy to crack a grade level advanced fire. Don't get in the way. Madara's eyes widened, and he manipulated Susanoo to swing the 4 long thorns in his forearms, and slashed at the Chikiri Valley that was coming towards him. Put together. The fierce knife chi on both sides made a burst of crackling sounds, as if sparks were igniting, but Madara could completely reach the point of single-mindedness in 2 uses under the control of Susanoo, and couldn't help but say in speed-sealed, "Fire." Long Yan's art of singing. In an instant, from the inside of Susanoo, one after another dragon heads like meteors flew towards the golden lion, streaking across the sea. What a troublesome brat. The golden lion secretly shouted badly, did not expect that Madara could be distracted to attack himself again when he controlled the giant, just issued a special move and even he couldn't react a little. In the face of several fire dragon heads this time, the golden lion hit a little staggered. "Viper!" The golden lion shouted, and suddenly the space around him seemed to be illuminated by some energy, and then the sea surface suddenly lifted up like a violent fountain, and the exaggerated water column rose one after another, forming a water wall of a defensive wall on the outside of the golden lion. Zi! Fire and water collided, immediately formed a strong water vapor continued to evaporate. For a time the golden lion with fluttering fruit to control out to protect its own water wall was suddenly all evaporated. Bursts of heat made the golden lion feel as if the water under his feet was boiling. Abominable little ghost. The golden lion looked at Madara in annoyance, his eyes squinted at his chin and a little burnt beard. The blow of Madara just now Long Yin sang is really fast, although he made a defense net in time, but the speed is still slightly inferior. A small amount of flame still hit his body. Susanoo swung a large knife against the golden lion's sword, and both sides refused to give in a little, and then Susanoo was angry again before retreating from the golden lion's chopping attack. "What's wrong? Already unable to dance?" Madara still placed his hands in front of Xiong, looked at the golden lion indifferently and said, "The first round, Madara won. Little ghost who doesn't know the height of the sky." The golden lion chopped against the sea again, and in an instant, Madara felt the abnormality under his feet. "Ha! Attacks from under the sea?" But Madara smiled contemptuously, and the evil kaleidoscope chakra eyes quickly turned under the bangs. His body slowly flew into the air, and the blue skeleton on his body also rose with him. Immediately after, the change began again. The black chakra converged on the lower body of the skeleton, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of skeleton long legs connected to the upper body of the skeleton. With 2 bangs, the skeleton with a height of 20 meters stepped on the ground, and the parts of the eyes, a strong red light flashed and he looked directly at the stunned golden lion. Touch! With a sound, Susanoo's feet exploded. The power was not small, only the water wave was blown apart by one layer, and it completely erupted within a range of tens of meters. "You're finished." Madara's voice came out of the splash, and in an instant a big knife split the surface of the water, and Susanoo, who stepped on the surface of the sea, rushed towards the golden lion with great strides, and with Susanoo's step of more than 10 meters, he arrived in front of the golden lion in just 4 or 5 steps. Die. In the midst of Madara's indifferent voice, Susanoo jumped high and slashed with a short stab in his right hand like a golden lion underneath. Madara still maintained the posture of holding Xiong with both hands, without showing any expression on his face, looking at the golden lion as if he was really a dead man. "I admit that you already have more power than that Zifa guy, but I didn't say I used all my strength. The golden lion used the ability of the fluttering fruit to the extreme, flashing left and right to constantly escaping in the air, and for a while completely avoided Susanoo's slash. Next, let you see my ultimate power. The golden lion roared, with absolute confidence in his move. Floating nearly 100 meters above the surface of the sea, the golden lion raised its hands high and drank angrily, and the power of the fluttering fruit was fully displayed. The debris of the battleship that was originally floating on the sea began to condense again, constantly floating upward, which looked somewhat similar to the lion power ground scroll just now, but it had an evolutionary point, because this time, even the sea water was sucked into the sky by the golden lion. Let me see. Originally, in normal terms, Madara should have released his 8-foot Kayanga Jade now and directly bombarded the golden lion, but Uchiha Madara's personality is like this. It is rare to have such a strong person. It is not good to witness the opponent's 100% strength, so how can it be done? There are 5 huge lions' heads again, but after adding the sea, they are completely different from the size of the basketball court before, steel, plus the huge waves floating on its surface, each of which is almost the size of a football field, which is extremely exaggerated. Shiki Gas Hoji Scroll. It's over. Gremlin, you are in that world watching my time come. Floating above the sky, the golden lion controls the huge lion head behind him, first the middle two like a rampant drink, and then raised his head and waved. The 5 lion heads behind him opened the blood basin and roared like spots, although it is the trick of the golden lion's ability, but it sounds like the real king of beasts is roaring. Ordinary people, not the strength of the lieutenant general, even Q's in their level, under this move is absolutely impossible to live, because the black stripe on the lion's head indicates. The golden lion also added armed color domineering to this move. Shiki Gas Hoji Scroll. The strongest move of the golden lion Shiji, its power, in its heyday. I am afraid that it can compete with the tailed beast Jade. Madara kaleidoscope Sharinan eyes condensed in front, still sitting in Susanoo, looking at the 5 huge lion heads that seemed to be about to swallow him up, and slowly said, "It's really troublesome. I originally wanted to avoid using this trick." As soon as Ban's words fell, 5 giants had already rushed towards him overwhelmingly, as if a nuclear bomb exploded, and a huge explosion wave exploded on the sea, and the splashed water wave almost reached the body of the golden lion located nearly 200 meters in the air. Ha ha, even I had to hide in a safe area to make sure I wouldn't be affected. The only one who survived this trick was Roger's guy. As for you, brat, the golden lion said, taking out 2 cigars from his arms again, holding them to his mouth and lighting them. The previous 2 had already been knocked down in the Song of Longyin and Madara gang. Well, if you can die under this move, you should also be blind. It's hateful. We must re-recruit troops immediately. Looking at the ruins underground, the golden lion scolded angrily. The loss caused to him this time, although it was not irreparable, but it could also be called a great injury to his vitality. Well done. What? At this time, the golden lion, who had planned to leave, was startled by a low voice coming from behind him, and eagerly looked back. Could he actually survive the move he hit? That's not right. It should be said, "It's me. Downgraded your strength." Madara's voice slowly came out of the large pile of battleship ruins again, but there was a hint of regret in his tone. One hand peeled off the iron sheets on the outside one by one, and under the black gloves, a trace of blood on it could barely occur, and then a hand stretched out, picked up the iron shell that blocked it one by one, and walked out from the inside. You boy, life is too big. Also a troubled hero who crisscrosses the world, the golden lion feels that the chi he has been suffering is almost about to explode in such a short period of less than an hour, and this feeling of not dying is simply more annoying than a fly. Coming out of it is naturally Madara, but at this moment, his black clothes have broken through several large holes, there is a little dust on his face, and a trace of blood has appeared on the wrist under the sleeve. It seems that this person has been injured to a certain extent, and Susanoo, who was originally in absolute defense, did not protect him before at this time. It seems that under the move of the golden lion just now, it has been allowed to reach the limit. This time, just let you see my latest stunts. Madara's originally somewhat bowed body slowly stood firm, and suddenly bursts of evil blue chakra appeared on his body, and together he raised a skull frame to wrap Madara's body in it, which seemed to be no different from Susanoo just now. Stinky boy, since that's the case, I'll use it again. Seeing Madara once again using the blue giant's tricks, the golden lion grinned and deduced that just now his own lion Waga's scroll had proven that his attack was above his defense, and the other party was so stupid that it was enough for him to come up with the same trick to deal with it. I will accept the head of the golden lion of the sea thief, just by strengthening the body Susanoo. Madara was indifferent, and in an instant, Susanoo once again stood on the surface of the sea in the form of 2 sides and 4 arms of a mature body. But this was not the end. After this, Susanoo's 2 faces in front of and behind were slightly distorted, and the same grimace grew on it, and 3 fierce and evil faces appeared in 3. Keiku strong, but this is far from the end. And then on the back of the original Susanoo, a pair of thick arms grew, and at this moment, the new Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 arms was completed. You're still the first person to be able to see this, Madara said lightly as he held his hands in front of Seong, where he was in the air at Susanoo's mouth. A pair of people on Susanoo's back lifted, and a cloud of blue chakra appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Then chakra gradually elongated, and his form stabilized in the blink of an eye. The golden lion's face did not show a trace of fear, as he could be compared with Whitebeard and Roger. Even if the enemy could take his life away, he would not frown. Over the years, he had already experienced a lot of life and death battles, and there had been countless battles that almost killed him. Lion Way, the golden lion flew into the sky again, ready to use his abilities. Rumble. Suddenly, above the sky, in an instant, dark clouds were thick, bursts of thunder sounded, and lightning continued to rush in the clouds. Ah ha ha ha. Seeing this thunder, the golden lion couldn't help laughing maniacally. Boy, it seems that God is helping Lao Zi this time. Your ability is indeed very strong, but at least you should send some helpers. Shiki Gas Hoji Scroll. It was the same trick again, but this time the golden lion raised his palm straight to the sky, and suddenly the thunder of the sky was staggered above his palm, and even the sky turned abruptly, changing color. Madara controlled the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo jumped and rushed directly to the thunder lion head in the air, roaring and opening the blood basin and mouth. The lion head looked somewhat similar to Uchiha Suzuki's unicorn move, but the power is completely incomparable. After all, Suzuki only led the thunder into his hands, and the golden lion is completely controlling the thunder and lightning. In a hurry to die. Gremlin. Seeing that Madara jumped directly into the mouth of his thunder lion's head, the golden lion Shiji opened his mouth and roared wildly, thinking that Madara had begun to beat himself up. It's you who are going to die. Madara's voice sounded faintly, and as soon as the last word was spoken, Susanoo suddenly cut the back of the lion's head, like the Last Judgment. Before the golden lion's maniacal laughter was over, he hit him in the abdomen with a knife. Yes, the golden lion's expression froze, but the mouth was a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out and splashed on Susanoo's body. The golden lion finally raised his head with all his strength. It seemed that Madara, who was still in Susanoo's power in front of him, glanced. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was slightly distorted, and he could see that being defeated by Madara made him crazy and unwilling. But in the end, the golden lion slowly passed out, and at this time, the spotted Susanoo also fell from the air, but still floated perfectly above the sea. Sure enough, it's very troublesome to stay alive in all-out combat. Madara looked at being hit by Susanoo's broken thorn, like a skewered golden lion, and said with a slight gasp, first Susanoo's upper body, then a pair of feet, and finally his three-headed and six-armed reinforced Susanoo mature body was taken out, which was really a big consumption before getting the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Having consumed a little too much, Madara immediately touched his Susanoo, and the golden lion Shiki also fell to the surface of the sea, but Madara immediately grabbed his hair and lifted him up like a rabbit. Bite. Mission accomplished. Defeat the golden lion Shiki and keep the living mouth. Mission success. Reward: Eternal Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye. Additional reward: Unique Bird Psychic Beast of the Uchiha clan. The system's words made Madara frown slightly, glaring at the golden lion in his hand. He obviously broke his heart, and he was actually alive? Host, please don't doubt that the golden lion Shiji is not dead. It is the armed color domineering that protects this guy. Feeling Madara's puzzlement, the system reminded in time armed color domineering can enhance an individual's defense, and the effect is like invisible armor. It can also evolve into attack power, and then compete with devil fruit ability, and even touch the entity of nature fruit ability. However, armed color domineering can only seize the ability entity, but cannot take away the ability like sea loose stone. In addition to the body, armed color domineering can even be wrapped around weapons to strengthen the attack force. I didn't expect such a trick. Well, forget it. The realizer also being conceived. Madara stood on the sea with a golden lion in his right hand, and his left hand slightly supported his pair of eyes. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the highest form of the Sharingan, the method of evolution is extremely harsh. After boarding the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes that he has opened, he transplants another pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes from his brother and relies on the host's talent and ability. At present, only Madara and Suzuki Uchiha, the little fart boy, who has successfully opened the eye of the eternal kaleidoscope. This is my eyes. Madara closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened his eyes, and a new kaleidoscope had appeared. The original Bana kaleidoscope writing wheel I3 connected in a circular outer layer of Guyu. Each Guyu stretched out came a columnar pattern, which was the pattern of his younger brother Senna. The pupil power of the eternal kaleidoscope can be described as very fascinating. The first is to break the kaleidoscope writer eye who has been troubled, and will be cursed by blindness when using kaleidoscope pupil technique, so that his eye pupil use is not threatened by sealing, and his eyes have eternal light. In the past Sengoku period of the ninja world, Madara conquered various races with the ability of the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye to never die, leading the Uchiha clan to its heyday, and became the two most powerful races in the ninja world with the Senju clan of Mori no Senju at that time. The second is to greatly increase his pupil power, and he can even tame the supreme-tailed beast like the Nine Tails. It was with these eyes that Madara tamed the Nine Tails, fought between the 1,000 hands of the Valley of the End, and reached a record of several days of fighting without a victory. The third is that you can open Susanoo complete body. Unlike ordinary kaleidoscopes, the highest level is also semi-complete body. The user can directly conjure a huge human form like a mountain, while the caster is directly on Susanoo's forehead. The complete Susanoo is covered with a layer of ancient energy armor on his body, with the power to destroy the world and the earth, and the sword in his hand can easily split the mountain, and the power of just a light sword can compete with the tailed beast Jade. Madara once used this complete body Susa to complete the 5 shadows, and the prototype of his possession was the legendary Tengudaijin. Under the gate of Marin Fander's naval headquarters, a navy in charge of guarding was yawning weakly, looking like he had not woken up. "Hey, feed. This is the headquarters of the guarding navy. What do you look like?" Another navy man with a gun next to him glared at him dissatisfied. Still, this situation was not a good thing to be seen by his superiors. The sleepy navy rubbed his eyes that were tearful because of his yawn, still with a lazy tone, holding his gun like a crutch, and said, "But there is nothing that can be done at the moment. There can't be any pirates to invade the headquarters. There are also Lieutenant General Karp, General Zifa and Marshal of the Warring States are all here." Hearing the name of the Marshal of the Warring States, the navy who complained before came to the ground, gossiping. Then again, before the Marshal of the Warring States called a new Major General to fight the Golden Lion. Now it has been nearly a month, I don't know what happened. The Major General who summoned a whale, right? The yawning fat soldier thought back and said, but then shook his head and said in a disappointed tone, "Impossible, impossible, even if it has some strange abilities, but the Golden Lion Shiji is an opponent that even General Zifa can hardly deal with. Just how is it possible with a Major General? I already felt that it was impossible for him to come back. This is not necessarily." The words were endless, and the two people on the side chatted idly, and the other guarding navies also joined the ranks of chatting and farting, discussing with each other. It is said that the new Rear Admiral easily defeated Vice Admiral Sakazuki, so even if you compare it with the Golden Lion Shiji, I am afraid it will not be weak. No. I still think that the Golden Lion Shiji can only be dealt with by the Marshal of the Warring States and Lieutenant General Karp. I also hold the same opinion. I have seen the face of that Major General, less than 30 years old, and at most a little stronger than Lieutenant General Kuzan, but just as many navies were talking nonsense, suddenly a loud eagle falcon sounded in their ears, attracting all the attention of the navy, because on the sea, birds are only seagulls, and eagles are almost impossible to appear. "Hey, take a look." A navy pointed in the direction of the sky, and everyone immediately looked in the direction he was pointing, but saw another huge figure in the air flying in the direction of the naval headquarters building, and the silhouette of a large eagle was seen from afar. "What's that?" A navy was the first to call out in surprise, seeing that the flying eagle was getting closer and closer to his side, but he also found that the figure was also getting bigger and bigger, which was simply outrageous. "Is there that big eagle?" All the navies burst their eyes in unison and shouted in surprise. Generally normal eagles are the size of a person's arm, and the largest is the size of a person's upper body, but this is completely the size of a living room, and the Sea King is used to seeing it, but it is really the first time to see a bird so big. "Wait, there seems to be someone up there." As soon as the words were finished, everyone saw that under the sunlight, a black shadow suddenly jumped from the back of the eagle, and it seemed to be carrying something in his hand. After the figure landed on the ground, the big eagle above his head seemed to have a tacit understanding. Touch. Under the sound of a leather ball breaking, thick white smoke suddenly rose around the body, and then disappeared in the eyes of everyone. Disappeared. Seeing such a behemoth disappear out of thin air in front of them, the guards of the navy all grew their mouths in surprise. Stunned shouted, "Kick! Step on! Step on!" After a burst of footsteps, he shifted the gaze of a dozen guards to the front, but this time the scene in front of them directly made their eyes burst out half a meter, but they were too scared to scream, because their throats were blocked by this scene that was surprise to the limit. I saw a man dressed in red armor, inside was a black robe, and the outermost was a Rear Admiral level naval cape, but the sleeves, it was a completely different black from the rest of the navy, and now the man was carrying a man with long blonde hair towards the gate. And so the navy clearly knows that what he is carrying is the world's top super sea pirate, the Golden Lion Shiji. Really caught back. It really means that CAO arrived, and there was already a navy who recognized the man walking in front of him, and the new Rear Admiral of the Navy personally recognized by the Marshal of the Warring States a month ago, Uchiha Ban, was given the first task to capture the Golden Lion Shiji, but I didn't expect to really capture him back in just 1 month. Opened the door, walked to the gate of the Navy headquarters with the Golden Lion, and said lightly with a blank face, without even looking at the group of guards who were no longer able to speak, "Yes, B." Times and the navies hurriedly saluted, and then quickly reported to their superiors, opened the gate to prepare for Madara to enter, and after the gate slowly opened, Madara walked up step by step with the Golden Lion, leaving behind the navies who were sweating coldly and still saluting Madara with a military salute. "You scared me to death." After Madara entered the headquarters and the gate was closed, the guards took their hands down and said slowly, looking like they couldn't die, "Yes." A scumbag-looking navy wiped the cold sweat on his face with his hand and said, "The one on his hand just now. Without a doubt, it is the Golden Lion Shiji. I didn't expect to be really caught to be able to catch that guy. It shows that the strength has surpassed General Zifa, right?" the young navy asked. All the navies looked at each other, and suddenly had a feeling of being punched in the face, just said that others could not complete the task, and even may die, but did not expect that in the next second people would bring the enemy back like a dog. Touch. In the ears of people who did not see it, it was as if a piece of garbage was thrown on the ground, but at this time, everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes and grew their mouths. BA was stunned in surprise, because what was happening in front of them was so unbelievable. The people in this conference room are all big people standing at the top of the world: Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Karp, General Zifa, Lieutenant General Tsuru of Staff, etc. All of them are big figures of the world government, but now they don't have the lofty and unfathomable look of outsiders. All of them are wide-eyed, looking at the red armored man in the navy cloak in front of them, and the sea thief Golden Lion Shiji, who was thrown to the ground by him. Uchiha stood quietly in the center of the conference hall, holding his hands in front of Seong, with an indifferent look as if he was telling everyone that all this was completely natural, which made the naval high-ranking people present have a shuddering feeling in this young man who seemed to be less than 30 years old. Zifa was the first to slowly walk down the steps, walked to the golden lion who fell to the ground, looked at it, and then reached out to probe the pulse on the golden lion's neck and touched it, and then as if he was sure of something, turned his head to the Warring States Marshal and nodded solemnly, indicating that the task had been perfectly accomplished. This kid, it's really. Karp first glanced at the unconscious golden lion, and then looked at Madara with a staring face, originally because he was at most comparable to Zifa, but he didn't expect to underestimate this kid. You must know that General Zifa has fought with the golden lion Shiji several times in the past, all of them have lost more than victory, but I didn't expect that Madara had actually solved it in one shot, and it was carried out without knowing the other party's ability, and the difficulty was amplified several times. It is indeed a basic person in the history of the Golden Lion, 100%. Zifa also looked at Madara solemnly, the object that he had failed to catch so many times. Madara actually won it once? The Marshal of the Warring States was silent for a while, then stood up and said to Karp, "Karp, you are responsible for escorting the Golden Lion Shiki into the Emperor Undersea Prison." "Nanny? This kind of thing is called Kyuzan Xiaoer, can't they do it? Anyway, this guy is already unconscious." Karp waved his hand with a look of fear of trouble, pointed to the Golden Lion and said, "Shut up." Seeing that Karp was singing against himself again, the Marshal of the Warring States suddenly roared out again, and the saliva splashed so that the cranes next to him felt that these two living treasures were not saved. Even if they are already injured, the Golden Lion is not something Kyuzan can deal with. Hurry up and get me to get him down. The Marshal of the Warring States felt that if he let Karp stay here again, he would have to activate his abilities, and yelled at Karp in a louder voice. In the roar of the Marshal of the Warring States, Karp scratched his ear hole with his little finger with a look of indifference, and then blew with his mouth before walking to the side of the Golden Lion, resisted into his shoulder, and walked in the direction of the door. When Kara passed by Madara's side, he patted Madara's shoulder and said cheerfully, "Ting, it's amazing. You boy, although he has been promoted to Lieutenant General this time, he is already at the same level as me. Wahahaha." Saying that, Karp laughed heartily and walked out of the conference room, and also took the Golden Lion out. After Karp left, the Marshal of the Warring States slowly walked in front of Madara, although his face was calm, but the approval in his eyes was very obvious. "Well done. The first mission is not only so high, but also successfully completed, and also arrests the Golden Lion Shiji." The Marshal of the Warring States smiled with a smile and also patted Madara on the shoulder and said. Madara quietly avoided the patter of the Marshal of the Warring States, and said indifferently, "If it's just such a thing, I'll leave first. This kid is still so crazy." The face of the Marshal of the Warring States couldn't help but twitch, and after a while, he barely regained his composure and said, "I will announce that you are officially the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters immediately. I believe that soon you will be of the same rank as Zifa." Zifa is a naval admiral, and the meaning of Marshal Sengoku's words is obvious, because Madara's age and time to join the Navy make him not enough to become a formal general, but the position of the general has been determined the moment he defeated Zifa. Admiral Zifa also stood up at this time and said, "I have just joined the Navy for less than 2 months, and I have become a Vice Admiral, and with the record of arresting the Golden Lion Shiji, this is enough to make you a breathless figure in the history of the Navy." General Zifa is the Navy with the most sense of justice, and he did not show the slightest jealousy and dissatisfaction with Madara arresting the Golden Lion Shiji that he had not caught, but sincerely blessed Madara, which made Madara have a different view of General Zifa. If the Navy has such a sense of justice, maybe peace can be achieved, but this is obviously unlikely, because he himself cannot become such a person. The promotion ceremony will be announced tomorrow, how about it? "No problem, right?" Marshal Sengoku asked Madara. Madara turned around, walked towards the door, and said in a tone that didn't care, "This kind of thing, it's good." Although in the eyes of most navies, promotion is his goal, but for Madara this kind of thing is completely redundant. He only wants 2 things, one is strength, the other is true peace, that's all. Arrogant boy. The Marshal of the Warring States looked at Madara departing back and cursed angrily, holding up his glasses. General Zifa generously patted the shoulder of the Marshal of the Warring States and said with a smile, "True genius is normal to have something different, isn't it? Which of the three guys of Kuzan, Sakaski, and Ponaseno is normal?" The Marshal of the Warring States looked a little weak. These three guys who were older than Madara, but their strength was far inferior to Madara's three guys, were called the strongest naval three rising stars before Madara's arrival. Almost all three of them were less than 35 years old. Such strength is already rare in the world, not compared with a pervert like Madara. Their personality should be described as strange than Madara's madness, a lazy and unprofessional look, 1. Like eating gunpowder all day and night to run away in a state of violence, and a hanger-lang as a rogue uncle. Thinking that future naval leaders are like this, the Marshal of the Warring States could not help but bow his head deeply. Daylight has also fallen. Madara is standing in the room of his own naval barracks, holding a morning newspaper that has just come out in his hand, and the sunlight leans in through the window, shining on the most striking words on the newspaper. Golden Lion Shiji is arrested, the fiercest Vice Admiral Uchiha in the history of the establishment of the Navy headquarters. Yesterday afternoon, the Marshal of the Warring States specially prepared a ceremony for the promotion of Lieutenant General. Naturally, because of the big event that the Golden Lion Shiji was arrested by him, there were also reporters from all over the world who came to prepare for the interview, and on the podium, those flashes of light made people feel uncomfortable. For Madara to be promoted to Vice Admiral, none of the Navy's present dared to disobey. Easily defeated Kuzan, Sakaski, and Ponaseno, 3 Vice Admirals, and then the first mission wiped out the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiji. Such strength is enough even for the general, the district Vice Admiral. In the eyes of those powerful navies, the position is still low. As for the conferral ceremony, it is the same as the new officials of some countries taking office. First, the Marshal of the Warring States and General Zifa told a lot of nonsense, and it was impossible to first say something about Madara, then a lot of things about the majesty of the Navy and a lot of good things about the Navy, and then let Madara speak on stage. However, Sengoku and others knew that it was absolutely impossible for a person with the personality of Madara to say anything on stage, and in the end, Madara only said 2 words on stage, and was called down by Carp, and a conferral ceremony ended in less than half an hour. And this time, even the 5 old stars also dispatched here. Originally the Navy promotion of this kind of thing, unless the general, they would never be present, but the reason why the 5 old stars are still here, Madara and the high-level Navy present are well aware in their hearts, for 2 reasons. One is that they want to see with their own eyes what kind of role the new Lieutenant General who defeated the Golden Lion Shiji, and the other is because they have learned that Madara's first appearance is above O'Hara, and they also take Robin as a child. For O'Hara, they had to be so vigilant that Robin, who was less than 10 years old, was almost ignored. Madara read this World Morning News, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly, because the content on it really exaggerated him a little. The main content is still the content of Madara arresting the Golden Lion Shiji, but for Madara to repel Kuzan, Sakaski, Ponaseno 3 Vice Admirals is not mentioned at all. This is of course also the decision of the Marshal of the Warring States. After all, the Navy cannot belittle another Navy because it wants to touch another. But no matter what, Uchiha Ban, as the Navy that defeated the Golden Lion Shiki, the Sea Thief, his name has spread throughout the sea in less than 24 hours. Titled Golden Lion Shiji Arrested, the most murderous Vice Admiral Uchiha in the history of the establishment of the Navy headquarters. Main content: yesterday, the former Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, after being given the position of Rear Admiral by the Marshal of the Warring States a month ago, the first task he got was to arrest the legendary sea thief Golden Lion Shiji, and in less than a month, Rear Admiral Uchiha has arrested the Golden Lion Shiji, whose power is enough to prove how talented the Navy headquarters is, and the fiercest Vice Admiral in history is actually less than 30 years old, which makes him very likely to become the next hero Carp, and as a famous Golden Lion, the 2 pirates above Shiji, Gore, Deed Roger and Edward Newgate finally ushered in a new strong enemy after Lieutenant General Carp and Marshal of the Warring States, which officially launched the righteous concept of the world government to save the people. On the other side of the newspaper, a black and white photo of the spotted head was also reflected, and the flowing sea was schemed in the corner of the eye, revealing 2 eyes that looked at the heaven and earth, but there was no unnecessary expression on the face, making people feel oppressed when they saw the photo. It's so ugly. The world government. You haven't opened up the O'Hara matter to the outside world according to normal facts. Madara blocked the newspaper in his hand, and then glanced sideways at another newspaper on his desk, which was exactly the report on the O'Hara incident, and the title printed on it was "The Literary Holy Land O'Hara Scholar Attempts to Awaken Ancient Weapons Has Been Justice Ruled by the World Government." The world government. Do you think you are gods? Madara frowned and looked at the title on it, and whispered to himself, from Carp's mouth. He already knew all about the world government, and the Marshal of the Warring States and General Zifa also reminded Madara, but no matter what, don't go to conflict with the world government, even if you really see something unpleasant. Why, you have to obey that kind of rabble. Madara remembered yesterday's award ceremony. The high-level Navy kept telling himself. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but there was also a little doubt. Why those strong hands in the Navy had to unconditionally obey the orders of those politicians? Were they caught with something? Well, I share their view that anyone who gets in the way should be completely removed. Although Madara only has disgust in his heart for all kinds of world government, he still wants to see what the world government is like first, and each of the previous 5 old stars has just let himself look at it from a distance and then leave. I don't know what other world government personnel are like. At this moment, the second half of the Great Voyage, on a huge warship, a man with a long black beard, a hat, a long knife around his waist, and a standard pirate attire was showing his big white teeth, looking at this morning's morning newspaper and laughing, ha ha ha, Shiki that guy, failed. This little ghost, I'll meet him next time. Also located in the second half of the Great Route, on a whale boat, a man with a white beard like a crescent moon and a height of more than 6 meters also held this newspaper and laughed, hula la la. The Navy has a terrible little ghost, but it doesn't seem like it will succumb to others. Not only these 2 famous big people who move the world, but this sea has begun to boil, the fall of the Golden Lion Shiji, the balance of power between pirates and the Navy has begun to collapse, and the world is about to change the sky. The Chambord Islands, located in front of the Red Earth continent in the middle of the great shipping route. The island is made up of large trees, and the ground is the root of the tree, from which bubbles rise. The biggest feature of the Chambord Islands is the mangrove roots of the Archiman. It secretes a special natural resin due to respiration, and the resin expands into bubbles due to air, and then flies into the sky. Since the bubble is only suitable in the climatic range of the Argentine mangrove, once the bubble leaves the climatic domain of the Chambord Islands, the resin component will blow up because it cannot fully use its power. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every part of Chambordy Island. Since it is the only way to the New World, many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters gather here. In the Chambord Islands also live the world nobles, alias also known as Draco. They are the descendants of 20 kings who established the huge organization of world government 800 years ago, usually high, abusive power. In order not to breathe the same air as ordinary people, always wear masks. If someone dares to hurt the Draco, the admiral of the Navy headquarters will lead the army to fight, so the Draco injury is the biggest news on this island and even in the New World. There are also many human traffickers and bounty hunters. The buying and selling of humans, mermaids and fishmen are tacitly allowed, and in a sense, the island is decaying. Beautiful and ugly place. Can Konoha also be counted as one? The one who made this low sigh was the newly promoted vice admiral of the naval headquarters, Uchiha. And why is Madara here? The reason is simple, he is going to the second half of the Great Voyage, the legendary New World. And all this starts with a week ago. Although he has become a vice admiral, Madara does not have his own troops. Each vice admiral has his own army led by his own warship, and Madara has just been appointed as a vice admiral, so his ship, army, and the area under his jurisdiction are not subordinated. Mission begins, travel to the second half of the Great Voyage, the New World tip. There are 2 ways to reach the New World. One is to make a request to the world government, and then directly cross the Holy Land of Marijoa, located at the peak of the Red Earth continent, so you can only abandon ship, although it costs a lot of money to apply and time consuming, but it is safe. The other is to wrap the boat with alkaman mangrove resin, dive 10,000 meters, cross a huge hole under the Red Earth continent, and pass through the submarine route, Fishman Island to the New World, but it is very dangerous. The path on both sides is for the host to choose, and the task success is rewarded, none. Task failure penalty, none. Looking at the content of the task, Madara frowned. Generally this kind of ambiguous task that does not know the final result regardless of success or failure, it is somewhat difficult to choose, but even if the system does not make a sound, Madara already has plans to go to the New World. There is the world of the strong. Looking at the database before him, the level of the New World can be said to be quasi-shadows, shadow level everywhere. Such a place is much more normal than staying in some so-called area for jurisdiction. Lieutenant General Uchiha, Marshal of the Warring States, is talking to you. At this moment, a soldier-level navy hurriedly ran over and grew its mouth, BA, holding Chiang in his left hand, pointed to his temple with his right hand and shouted at Madara. Is it settled? But I have my own plans. Looking at the soldier who came to report, Madara thought for a moment, and then said a word to the navy who came to report, and then walked towards the marshal's office at the headquarters. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes, give tips inside the marshal's room. At this time, the Marshal of the Warring States and Lieutenant General Karp had already counted Zifa, and the purpose of calling Madara over this time was known to everyone, that is, to announce the town guard area of the great shipping route that Madara was responsible for. After Madara walked in front of the 3, the Marshal of the Warring States was the first to stand up and said, Madara, after repeated meetings to make decisions, we finally unanimously decided to assign you to be responsible, go to the New World. Before the words of the Marshal of the Warring States were finished, Madara directly interrupted the words below the Warring States, and the 4 words spit out from Madara's mouth startled the other 3 people present, and their eyes glared at Madara. Sengoku calmed his face, and his eyes under his glasses glared angrily at Madara and said, repeat what you just said. Madara clasped his hands in front of Xiong, closed his eyes and said lightly, I only say it once. Seeing Madara's rotten personality, the fiery Sengoku felt that he had encountered a hot potato that was enough to compete with Karp, and felt that this kid was definitely angry with himself day and day, and he could compete with Carp. Hey, boy, the new world is not as easy as you think. There are strong people who rush like the waves. Carp, who has always liked to shoot the sight again and sit idly by, now also sank his face and said to Madara, even if it is him, he does not dare to underestimate the power of the new world, not only the strength of the pirates, but also the various strange weather and environment of the new world. How many powerful devil fruit ability people fell into the sea because of these factors, Kapu himself cannot remember clearly. I decided to do it, and no one could stop it. Without caring about Carp's words, Madara still hasn't changed his decision, saying that Uchiha's personality is like this. You boy. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, at this time Zifa grabbed Sengoku's shoulder in time and said, wait a minute, Sengoku, there should be no problem entering the new world with Madara's strength, I think I can agree. Zifa, so even you, Sengoku heard only words, only then did he understand a little, looked at Madara and said, if you really plan to do this, then I will immediately contact the 5 old stars of the Mary Joa world government and give you the request to go to the new world. No need, Madara said slowly with his eyes closed, I'll go another way. Hearing this, the 3 of the warring states stared again. Isn't the other way to go to the Chambord Islands, and then dive into Fishman Island, and finally reach the new world? Do you have to take a dangerous path? At this time, even Zifa, who was the first to agree with Madara's decision before, stood up and said, wait a minute, Madara, although it takes a lot of time, but this method of diving is really very dangerous, not to mention that you are still capable. At this time, the Navy still regarded Madara as an ability of the devil fruit, but Madara was too lazy to explain, so he was called so. I don't need to, don't forget my abilities. After Madara said this, he had already performed the teleportation technique, and left in the blink of an eye. Is he going to use whales to dive? Zifa recalled the last time Madara called out a giant whale out of thin air. Carp still laughed and said, wahahaha, diving with whales to the new world is an interesting idea. The old man also wants to give it a try. Only Sengoku was silent and didn't say anything. He was already annoyed by Madara's personality, and if he had a little stimulation, he would probably storm away. Oh, by the way, warring states, hurry up and take out the senbei, the old man will eat it with tea. An old urchin said to Sengoku in an unflattened tone. Carp, you bastard. The Holy Land of Mary Joa, which is known as the Holy Land that can only be inhabited by the highest power personnel of the world government. At this time, in the innermost room of the world government, next to a round table, there are 5 old men sitting on their sides with a serious face. It seems that the 5 old men are over the age of Huajia, but they make people dare not have a trace of contempt, because these 5 old men are the highest power holders in the world today, the legendary 5 old stars. At this time, an old man wearing a black suit, curly white hair, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face spoke first. For Uchiha, who was recently promoted to the rank of lieutenant general, Sengoku agreed to let him enter the new world. What do you think about this? This person is one of the 5 old stars. He's a guy from O'Hara. I don't think you can let him go, including the little ghost that Tsuru is carrying now. An old man in a black suit, long straight white hair, and a long beard said in a deep voice. His tone was very terrifying. He had spoken to Professor Kloba in the O'Hara incident, and ordered Spadaean to kill the 2 old stars. It's a little too early for you to say that. Don't forget that kid is the one who defeated the Golden Lion Shiji. The 3 old stars, who were wearing a black suit, but without a tie, blonde hair, and a scar in front of Seong, spoke, obviously disapproving of the 2nd old star's plan to get rid of the spots. You think too highly of that little ghost, right? 3rd. Shocked himself standing in his hand seems to be the original Ghost Che's big sword, wearing a white robe, a bald head, glasses, the only one of the 5 old stars who did not wear a suit and a beard said disdainfully, he is the 5th of the 5 old stars. The history of the Golden Lion has basically been already known as Gore. Roger was seriously injured, maybe the little ghost just picked a bargain. Even if the strength of the Golden Lion Shiji is not a complete victory, but he can actually defeat the other party, the strength cannot be underestimated, and there will be no benefit in making a rash move. The last old voice sounded, also wearing a black suit, but with a bald head and a 2-handed beard. There is a birthmark in front of the forehead, the last 5 old stars, the 4th person. Don't go off topic, anyway, only if you can control him perfectly, it will be a perfect pawn. At this time, Ichigosa opened his mouth and expressed his meaning. He did not intend to take Madara's life, but he wanted to cultivate Madara into a controllable pawn. Laoxing frowned tightly and spoke, is this possible? A completely different character from Sakazuki. This kind of person may be a little difficult to control, right? There is no one who can't be controlled, it just takes a little more time. The 3 old stars asked, then it doesn't matter about his entry into the new world? Although according to the report of the Sengoku, he wanted to use the road of the Chambord Islands to reach the new world through Fishman Island, Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa all agreed to this matter. I don't think there is any need to object to this matter, he can go if he wants. Whatever the end result, it doesn't hurt us. For Old Star replied, what do you mean by that? Laoxing asked with a frown. The second half of the present Great Voyage, the New World, is ruled by two sea thieves, one by Edward, the Whitebeard pirates led by Newgate, the other is Hugo, who is about to complete the Great Voyage tour and become the strongest pirate. The Roger pirates led by D. Roger, with the character of Uchiha, will have to fight them sooner or later. The four old stars put their hands on the round table and explained, if we win, Uchiha will deeply reflect the majesty and strength of the navy in the hearts of the people of the world, and at the same time play a strong deterrent to other pirates, and if we lose, we can also grab her handle for reasons and force him to become our pawn. That's a good idea. The other four old stars all nodded their heads to indicate their agreement. In fact, in their hearts, they all felt that Madara was going to defeat Whitebeard or Gore. Deed Roger is an impossible thing, then it is better to let Madara fail once, completely become a pawn for himself and others to control the world, and whether it is Gore Deed Roger or Whitebeard, they are about to reach half 100 years old, their strength will soon fall from the heyday, and Uchiha is now only in his 20s, by that time, at most 20 years, the strength of the navy will completely surpass the pirates, by that time, the world government can control the world more perfectly. I have to say that the abacus of the five old stars is indeed accurate and perfect enough, but they still don't know the person of Uchiha spot, it will be their fatal injury. In addition, the headquarters of the Navy, at this time, little Robin was looking at the crane with a little tear in his eyes and asked, "What about Madara? Why did he just come back and leave?" Suru rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. She loved Robin, a very talented disciple, but in the face of this situation, he didn't know how to answer, so he could only say ambiguously, he has been sent on a high-level mission, and it will take a long time to return. Really? Robin still looked very sad and lowered his head and whispered. The crane touched Robin's little head and said, "Okay, let's go too. You should let that kid come back and see a brand new you." Listening to Crane's words, Robin was slightly stunned, then nodded vigorously and replied, Go back to the driving range." Saying that, Robin walked towards the direction of the battle training ground under the leadership of the crane, and here, Robin also carried out his own cultivation faster, and under the leadership of the crane, he also felt that he could improve faster. Madara was dark around him at this time, and he couldn't see a trace of light, but he himself was still silent, sensing the surrounding environment with his eyes closed. Just now he had used the system's ability to query the specific location of Fishman Island, and the location where he was now was in Rab's mouth. As a host and psychic beast, Madara can easily transmit his commands to Rap with telepathic power, although it cannot be said that it can be as powerful as the human pillar force that can get along with the tailed beast, like Naruto Uzumaki and Kiribi, but in general, some simple commands can still be communicated to each other. To say that the location of Madara and Rab is currently in the deep sea below 10,000 meters under the sea, this kind of thing Madara himself has not tried in the past, but he still knows that in this ultra-deep seabed, the temperature is absolutely low, but all this Madara himself can't feel it, because Rap is wrapping him, and it is very warm inside. Rap followed the instructions Madara gave him in his heart, and after swimming for a long time, Madara suddenly opened his eyes and whispered to himself, "I feel it, Fishman Island." Madara can clearly feel that there is a lot of human-like breath, but there is a slight difference with humans. I think it should be a fishman, but unfortunately, even if it is a powerful eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, it cannot see the outside through the air, which is something that can only be done by white eyes, but it may also be the only aspect that can be compared to the riding wheel eye and the reincarnation eye. At this time, on an island wrapped in a huge bubble, the fish on the ground were all stunned to look at the sky, and found that there was actually a super large whale rushing into the bubble, and it was about to fall from the sky. "Run! The whale is going to fall. It's dead." At this time, all the 6 gods and masters of all the fishmen ran towards a distance farther away from Rab, shouting in panic while running. If Rab's size fell, then the city of Fishman Island would probably be destroyed. A lot arrived. Standing in Rab's mouth, he felt the air generated around Rab, slowly opened his eyes that were closed before, and said to Ruby lightly, "Rabbi, let's go here, you go back to the psychic world first." "Oh!" the rabbi screamed, and then opened his mouth slightly, revealing a slight slit, but also 3 meters high. Seeing the seawater that continued to flow into Rab's mouth from the outside, Madara immediately opened the Susanna cover on his body, and in an instant, the blue bone shield like Seong bone blocked the seawater from the outside. "Move faster." Madara quickly ran out of Rab's mouth while maintaining Susanoo's cover, just jumped out of Rab's mouth. The first thing he felt was the resistance of the sea, but did not slow down Madara much. Seeing an island wrapped in a huge bubble in front of him, Madara didn't say a word, and immediately controlled Susanoo's hood and jumped in. And at the moment Madara entered Fishman Island, Rap also touched. Disappeared back to the psychic world, saw that the big whale in the sky actually suddenly disappeared again. The fish on the ground burst their eyes again, snot and tears flowed out at the same time, but they were surprised and did not call out for a while. Followed by plop. With a sound, the air spot had already touched Susanoo and jumped down from the air, causing a puff of dust that frightened the fish and mermaid, but did not hurt them. Madara looked at the surroundings and found that the fish people and mermaids here were not very friendly to him, and from the past Vice Admiral intelligence and intelligence sources in the system, their attitude towards Madara was completely understandable. On the sea, humans regard fish people as a kind of freaks and aliens, and even many fish people are oppressed by Draco or nobles as slaves, and because of the rarity and beauty of mermaids, they are captured by pirates in a large area, and finally sold at auctions at high prices, and the world government and naval headquarters that hold the flag of justice are almost blind, because most of the buyers of mermaids are the world's great aristocratic Draco. It is also because of this that it has led to a large decrease in mermaids and the hostility of mermaids and fishmen to humans. The world government. It's a good thing you did again, Madara whispered to himself. The corruption of the world government, the blank 100 years of history, the Draco, O'Hara, all kinds of deeds, have proved how corrupt this damn government is. One day, he will definitely. Mermaid Cafe. Madara walked in here with a temporary rest, and when Madara entered here, he was served by many fish people and a large number of mermaids who were originally here. The attendants stared at it, because Madara was so rare for humans like Madara to see it. The spotted navy cloak also attracted the attention of some mermaids, but probably because his face did not arouse the disgust of the mermaids. A blonde beautiful mermaid suit. The waiter came over and smiled and handed Madara a menu with a variety of drinks, fruits, snacks, shellfish and kelp dishes, but no meat or fish, which was understandable. Spots just make people take the mermaid. The waiter served a cup of coffee first, something he hadn't drunk before, and wanted to try it this time. Okay, please wait. Mermaid suit. The waiter gave Madara a professional smile, took the menu and walked away. At the front desk of the cafe, a little loli who looks about the same age as Robin is lying on the front desk looking at Madara, and the sea of flowing water combs her right cheek. It seems that because of the first time to see a human, so the eyes looking at Madara will be so intent. And while Madara was drinking coffee here, his very eye-catching navy cloak also spread to the palace, and at this time, King Neptune was also a domineering man, 6 or 7 meters tall, with a white crescent beard, talking happily, and beside this man, there were many masters. Not good. The pirates are catching mermaids after entering Fishman Island. Madara was still sitting in the cafe drinking coffee, when he heard a shout from outside. His eyes were slightly sideways, and he found that after hearing this sentence, he was smiling and treating people before. The attendants all looked pale, and quickly hid under the signal of the other fishmen, looking at the figures walking by outside the window with horror on their faces, which were obviously humans, and they were carrying large knives on their shoulders. The cries of pirates outside, the cries of mermaids were chaotic, and even inside the cafe, Madara could feel the ugliness of the kidnapping pirates outside. Slowly putting the cup back on the table, Madara stood up, glanced in the direction of the window with a bad face, and then walked out the door step by step. Ask for a tip is the only route to enter the new world except the Holy Land. Mary Joan, the fishmen knife naturally as pirates entering a lot of times, and at this time, there are many pirates who peep into the beauty and value of the mermaid to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch the mermaid, and the final purpose is nothing more than to satisfy their own selfish desires or want to auction it to other nobles to obtain greater benefits. Aha! What a bumper harvest today! There are a lot of good things about Fishman Island. Walking in front of the pirates, a man carrying a large knife and a fierce and burly face laughed wildly. Behind him, a group of subordinates were dragging a trailer with 3 mermaids, also following behind and laughing, and the rest were dozens of hideous-looking pirates. Just as these pirates were enjoying the fearful gaze of the fish around them, a figure blocked in front of them, and the pirates looked at it, and a man in a navy coat was blocking in front of them. Navy? How did it come up here? Standing in the front, the pirate who seemed to be the captain wondered, and the other pirates also showed amazement. Because if the Navy wants to go to the New World, almost 100% of it will go from Mary Joanne's road, although it will take several months to apply, but the safety factor is very high. If you take the road of Fishman Island, the survival rate is only 30%, this loss is too large. Hey, Navy, do you want to stop Lao Tzu? Arrogantly waving his big knife and pointing at Madara, the pirate in the front shouted. Lao Tzu is the sea pirate Uncle Genos who offers a bounty of 130 million Bailey. After Genos said this, the pirate who was originally standing next to him showed a hint of panic after seeing Madara's face, and hurriedly nodded Genos's back. Ha! What's wrong, Barlow? Genos turned his head impatiently and looked at the pirate who had just clicked his back and asked, "The ship, Captain. This navy seems to be," Barlow stammered, and then hurriedly took out a newspaper from his arms, pointed to a photo on it and handed it to Genos. Nanny, this guy is the latest Lieutenant General Uchiha Madara? Seeing the newspaper report, Genos immediately burst out of his eyes and shouted, "This guy is the guy who defeated the Golden Lion Shiji." At times and after Genos shouted these words, all the pirate members behind him shouted out, their eyes and tongue, and their heads burst out at the same time, surprised to the extreme. Calm down. Although he was surprised for a while, Genos was also a sea thief with a reward of more than 100 million, and immediately calmed down, guarding against Madara, shouting to his subordinates behind him. Golden Lion Shiki was already being killed by Gore at that time. Roger defeated. Do you really think you can defeat the Golden Lion? I decided to just pick up a bargain. After listening to the words of their own captain, many crew members slowly calmed down and saw Madara's appearance clearly. He did not take any special weapons, and he didn't seem to be able to do so, and looked around and found that there were no other naval troops there, and the face that was less than 30 years old really didn't look like a strong man who could defeat the Golden Lion Shiji. Thinking of this, the pirates completely calmed down, without the fear and surprise when they first knew Madara's identity, and slowly calmed down. Seeing that his crew calmed down, Genos also showed a smile. He is a sea thief with a reward of more than 100 million, naturally knows the style of the navy. The warring states they can't appoint a waste to such a high position as a vice admiral. Madara can defeat more than 90% of the Golden Lion Shiji that is relying on his real strength. Because of this, he just released those words, so as to enhance the self-confidence of his subordinates. One-on-one he can't win Madara, even an ordinary Lieutenant General is also difficult, but if the subordinates add up together, there is still a chance to win, so use this method to improve morale. If this is gone, then there is no chance of winning at all. It's really noisy. Madara faced the group of jumping beam clowns, his face was indifferent, and slowly walked in the direction of the pirates. The kidnapped mermaid. If you want to save it, you still can't use Susanoo and fire to attack in a wide range. What a hassle. While thinking, he walked forward, and Genos and the others had already begun to set up their knives to make a fighting posture against Madara. Genos looked solemnly at Madara, who was walking towards him, no matter what his appearance was, but the other party was the figure who defeated the Golden Lion of the Sea Thief. At the same time, he shouted to his subordinates behind him, "Go and solve that guy." Oh yes. Shouting into a group, more than 50 pirates rushed towards Madara, frightening the surrounding crowd and the three-tied mermaid beauties. Although most of the pirates launched an attack on Madara, but still left 2 people to guard these mermaids. After all, this is their main purpose, to come to Fishman Island. Kill. There shouldn't be any trouble. Try that trick, Madara thought, and rushed towards the ninja who was running towards him, the black eyes in his eyes gradually changing. Seeing that Madara kept rushing from the opposite side, although they all had a certain derogatory feeling towards him at the beginning, when they really faced Uchiha Madara, everyone's foreheads were still dripping beads of sweat, and they all shouted, one after another. They all emboldened themselves like this. At this moment, Madara suddenly accelerated, and Genos slightly saw the direction Madara was running, shouting to remind his subordinates, "Be careful. He's coming." I saw that Genos' voice just fell. Madara's figure did not know when it had appeared in the center of the pirates, and when everyone did not come to their senses, a kick kicked a pirate out, and the hand was faster than the foot moved, and grabbed the steel knife in the hand of the pirate who was kicked away, and then the figure flashed, and the backhand came to another pirate behind him, and the steel knife flashed, and a human head fell. But this is far from the end. I saw Madara pinning the steel knife to his waist location, tiptoeing on one foot, spinning like a top, constantly rushing towards the position of the most pirates, where the blade flashed coldly. The bodies of those pirates were all miserably split in half from the waist, and the bloody picture almost couldn't help but shout, even some fish people hiding in the dark to watch. Abominable navy. Seeing that a companion was split again, a pirate with a machine gun was furious to the extreme, raised his gun, and pointed the muzzle of the gun at Madara's head. Phew. Just as the pirate wanted to pull the trigger on his finger, Madara's figure seemed to move instantaneously and disappeared in front of his eyes like a ghost. Where did it go? Yes. Just when the pirate with the gun was anxiously looking for the location of the spot, he suddenly felt his throat tighten, and the next second, his body was lifted up like a chicken, and there was a suffocating feeling of death in his throat, so that he didn't even have the strength to hold the gun, and weakly let go of his hand, and the gun snapped. The sound fell to the ground, and the pirate immediately raised his hands and put them on the hand that was pinching his neck, powerlessly trying to get rid of the pursuit of death. The natural thing to lift this pirate is Madara, and with the eyes of the riding wheel, you can see through how the opponent wants to attack at a glance. Do you want to dance too? Widened his eyes slightly, Madara's riding wheel eyes were completely imprinted into the eyes of this pirate, as if the eyes of death. When he saw Madara's riding wheel eyes, the hands that this pirate was still holding suddenly became weak, and suddenly pounded below, and a pair of eyes also looked godless. Madara frowned slightly as he noticed that a heat wasn't fast approaching him. He only heard a tearing sound behind him, and even if he didn't look back, Madara could predict his opponent's actions. Uchiha Madara. How dare you? Give my companions. Madara sneered, and dared to call himself out behind the sneak attack. This kind of idiot did not even have the qualifications to be preached. Still carrying the pirate with a stiff body and broken eyes, Madara turned backwards like this, and in an instant, Genos' big knife directly split his subordinate's head in half, and the brain pulp collapsed directly onto his cheek, and at the same time, Madara himself quickly stepped forward, and let go when Genos' knife slashed on the unlucky pirate's head, and at the same time punched the stunned Genos' stomach, and Genos, who was knocked away by the huge force, also hit the bodies of several subordinates behind him. I saw that Madara still maintained an indifferent expression, standing in the middle, and all around, there were pirates who were scattered or broken corpses. Boss, are you all right? The surrounding pirates quickly helped Genos, who fell to the ground up, but saw that Genos' stomach still reflected a fist print, while he himself was staring angrily at Madara with both eyes, and shouted angrily, "UMD." Genos seemed to be genuinely angry, but he didn't know if it was because of the death of his subordinates or because Madara humiliated him in this way. But no matter what, he decided in his heart that he had to bring his shame to him. "You're going to see him soon," Madara said lightly, still having time to talk nonsense? How did this idiot pirate get a reward of over 100 million? Genos cursed, but instead of immediately slashing at it with a knife, he ordered his men to shoot, which means that his brain has not been completely destroyed. 5 strong hands stood side by side in a row, all holding the same machine guns as the pirates who died just now, although there was no such thing in the ninja world in the past, but the attack at that speed, even the Naka shinobi who was good at physical skills after all, could easily avoid it, let alone himself. Shoot, Genos shouted. Touch, touch, touch. Several gunshots rang out at the same time, and the bullets shot away with a rapid air-braking sound like a spot. Bio unexpectedly, in the face of the attack, Madara did not hide or take any defensive moves, allowing the bullet to enter his body, making a light sound that hit his body in bursts. It's solved. Took out the vice admiral. The shooting pawn shouted ecstatically, excited to destroy a strong enemy. Only Genos did not get happy. Even if Madara did not kill the Golden Lion, the lieutenant general could not be killed by bullets. He just wanted to use bullets to find some weaknesses of Madara's movements, and there was no expectation at all for being able to shoot Madara. Hey, Enk, make sure of that guy's body. Genos ordered his subordinates. After all, he did not dare to touch Madara, even if it was really just a corpse on the other side, and the speed of Madara ghost just now was still vividly remembered. Hey, top dog. In the end, it is the level of miscellaneous fish. I didn't hear anything wrong in the tone of the captain of the house. This gunner pirate named Enk immediately ran up, thinking that if he killed the vice admiral, then his official position would be improved a lot. Looking at the spot lying on the ground with his eyes confined, unable to see clearly under the flowing sea, Enk reached out and probed the pulse of his index finger on Madara's neck, found that there was no beating, and jumped up ecstatically, shouting to his accomplice, "Hey, hey, boss, this guy is indeed dead." Bang. Enk's words were not finished. The body of the spot on the ground suddenly made a sound like a balloon breaking, and then a burst of white smoke rose from the ground, and Enk coughed, and the words did not have time to finish. After the white smoke dissipated, the pirate group and others looked there and found that there was still a spotted figure, and it was actually a coral block. That's the foundation of a ninja's trick to dodge enemies. How about it? At this time, an indifferent voice sounded from behind the pirates, and everyone quickly turned to look behind them, and found Madara standing there, and behind him, the handcuffs that the 3 mermaids were originally handcuffed did not know when they had been broken, bowed to Madara and expressed their gratitude, and quickly ran to the direction where the pirates were. Stinky boy. Actually gave our important goods. The escape of the mermaid made the Genos pirate group extremely angry, and the mermaid ran away to mean that they lost the benefit of coming to Fishman Island, and also lost the life-saving charm to leave here. Go and die. Wielding a large knife, there are quick steps towards Madara. This time even Genos is also on board, but Genos' goal is not to fight Madara, because from Madara's almost perverted physical skills just now, coupled with that strange stand-in ability, after he saw it, he had already concluded that it was impossible for him to win Madara, and now what he had to do was to quickly return to his ship and quickly escape back to the new world. Guy who doesn't have a long memory. Madara quickly sealed his hands. Since the burden of the mermaid was no longer there, he could also make a little less powerful ninjutsu. Fire. The art of the mighty fireball. This time is also the most skilled fire ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, but unlike before, Madara did not launch the entire large fireball, and there was a trace of fire on one side of the fireball connected to Madara's mouth, which can not only achieve the purpose of not hurting others, but also achieve the cause to the opponent. The effect of long-term damage. It's so hot. Help. Top dog. Hit by how fireball, the remaining dozen pirates cried out in pain, but immediately turned into charcoal in the flames and fell to the ground. But to say that the corpses burned clean, using ninjutsu such as how fireball is still too reluctant, you must know that the hardness of human bones may not be completely destroyed after thousands of years. To achieve a person burned clean, at least use S-level ninjutsu. The Genos pirate group is just a pirate group with a captain of more than 100 million, and it is a slag for the pirate strength of the new world. Just take the Whitebeard pirate group, there is only one captain level, and it is higher than Genos bounty. Rao is a C-class how fireball, launched in Madara's mouth, and also has B-class strength, but even so, this move how fireball burned the rushing pirate to the Bao adult state. Suddenly in the flames, a figure jumped out of the how fireball, jumped up to 10 meters high, jumped above Madara, and kept running in the opposite direction where Madara turned to look at the man fleeing. It was Captain Genos, only with a slightly scorched burn on his clothes, which was the damage left by Madara before the fireball. Well, in the face of opponents who are too much more than themselves, escaping is also a strategy. Looking at the fleeing Genos expressionlessly, he did not show any contempt for the other party's escape, but remembered that in the Warring States period in his previous life, in addition to Aizuna's other brothers, if under the attack of the Senju clan, he could give up the arrogance of the so-called Uchiha clan and flee proudly, maybe he would not die. But I'm not going to let you go. Well? Originally, he wanted to give the other party a blow cuttings from a distance, but at this time, Madara saw Genos bump into a huge figure, and after seeing the owner of the figure clearly, Madara thought indifferently, it seems, I don't need to do it anymore. Thinking about it, Madara slowly walked over there, although he had seen it many times on the bounty order, it was the first time he had seen a real person. On the other side, seeing this huge figure that was hit by himself, no, it should be blocking his way of escape, Genos was directly paralyzed on the ground, his mouth twitched and he was completely frightened and couldn't speak, tears swirled in his eyes, and he was almost fainted by this man with a big beak knife. You dare to make trouble on Fishman Island, you kid is not small. The man with a white crescent beard slammed the big beak knife in his hand to the ground hard, and instantly shook the Genos paralyzed on the ground by more than 10 centimeters, and even the surrounding houses were faintly thundered by this shock, as if a big earthquake had occurred, enough to see how exaggerated this power was. Old Immortal has also been taken care of by Neptune and just wanted to come and have a drink with him today, but he was actually destroyed by you guy. The left hand that did not hold the knife swung hard at Genos on the ground, and suddenly made a burst of bursting sound in front of Genos' Seong, and then an incredible scene occurred in the eyes of ordinary people, only to see that the air in front of Genos' Seong actually appeared out of thin air one after another spider web-like cracks, then bigger and bigger, and finally actually issued a pop, a cracking sound. At the same time, Genos' body seemed to be pinched and exploded, bleeding from 7 tips, and the entire eyeball was white, and the whole person was really paralyzed this time, but I am afraid that he will never wake up. Is he capable? Madara had already walked over, looked at Genos who had fallen, thought to himself, and then looked up at the tall giant man in front of him. Name, Edward. Newgate age, 52 ability, shock fruit strength, super shadow, with armed color, overlord color, and domineering color. The superhuman demon fruit shock fruit, the ability to cause vibration at any time, is able to make the atmosphere shake, make the sea crack, and cause a large tsunami. The power is enough to push pour an island, the power is terrifying enough to destroy the world. It can also form a barometric shield from the power of the hollow shock, which can be attached to weapons or hands and feet to emit attacks with a shattering sound. Whitebeard, Edward. Newgate, is it comparable to me and the pillars? Your strength. Madara looked at Whitebeard and muttered, he had more strength than the Golden Lion, which Madara had already felt. Having defeated Sk's little ghost, are you interested in having a drink with your husband? La la. Whitebeard faced Madara in a navy cape, but said something unexpected. In the palace of Fishman Island, King Neptune looked a little nervous, for the same reason, because of the existence of Madara on the side of his hall. For Madara, this person, Neptune still does not know much. The only information he got is as long as he defeated the sea thief Golden Lion Shiji a month ago. Plus the Navy has always been on the side of the Tianlong people who oppress his own people, so Neptune has a more serious precaution against a spotted in a naval uniform. It wasn't until he heard Whitebeard say that Madara saved the mermaids, and his frowning brows slowly relaxed a little. Gollum. Grunt. Gollum, ah. Drinking almost dozens of liters of wine from a large jar, Whitebeard pounded the wine altar heavily to the ground where he was sitting, exhaled heavily, and said boldly to Madara who was sitting opposite him, that Gaiski, it was actually defeated by you. This is an unexpected thing. Originally I got the wind, thinking that Carp would make a move. Spotted looked at the opposite Whitebeard expressionlessly. At this time, Whitebeard's strength was almost at its peak, and at the peak, during the period of his own crusade against the Golden Lion Shiji, he and Gore Deed Roger turned the new world upside down, and the bounty at this time has exceeded 1 billion, and Roger is the 2 sea thieves that the world government wants to get rid of the most. Your strength should be able to fight me, Madara said to Whitebeard indifferently, and as soon as his words fell, the crew of the group of Whitebeard pirates who were originally sitting around Whitebeard stood up in unison, looking at Madara with an unkind face. Captain Whitebeard treated them like relatives, and they would definitely not let people dare to offend Whitebeard. Hula la la. Calm down. Yo sons. Whitebeard cracked his mouth and smiled, then picked up a pot of wine and took a sip, looked at Madara and said, the little ghost is really unexpectedly arrogant now. Is it completely a rank for me and that guy Skip? Bump. Breaking the wine altar heavily on the ground, Whitebeard slowly stood up, picked up the big beak knife standing beside him, and slashed at Madara. Lao Tzu is a white-bearded man. The roar of the breaking wind was completely different from the power of Genos before, just the momentum of the swing of the knife had already turned the huge fishmen guards down, and even the heroic crew behind the Whitebeard were almost fainted by this imposing force. That's right. Madara also showed a rare hideous expression. The first time in this world to meet such an opponent made him rare and a little excited. This is the pleasure that even the Golden Lion could not bring him before, since. Immediately, he also stood up and rushed towards Whitebeard, and at the same time a layer of ribs appeared on his body, which was Susanoo's cover. Boom! I saw the right side of the rib, blue skull rib instantly stretched out of a large hand with only an inner bone, and a short knife with a blue light thorn in his hand. He greeted the big beak knife with a white beard. In the case of the collision of the two, the violent shock wave from the confrontation of the two knives blew up Madara's long bangs, revealing a pair of crimson pupils. A circle of black clasped 3 black lines with an equal division of 120 degrees, an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Whitebeard saw the strange look in Madara's eyes clearly, but he showed a hint of an excited smile, and his expression became sinister like Madara's. Boy, you have a power that Lao Tzu has never seen before. Did he also defeat Shiji by this ability? It's not over yet. Madara manipulated the terrifying energy in the eyes of the eternal kaleidoscope chakra, and a huge skeleton suddenly rose from above the ribs, and the four-handed skeleton giant suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone, looking more than twice as big as the white beard. Team leader Marco looked at Madara in surprise, and a pair of dead fish eyes stared at the two sides in the fierce fight and muttered, "No wonder he can defeat the Golden Lion. His strength is far more than the level of a lieutenant general." There are few people who can resist the collision shockwave of Madara and Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates, and after Marco, a 3-meter man with a black beard, a pair of round eyes staring at the Whitebeard and Madara duo who are still fighting fiercely in front of them, the look in their eyes is very fanatical. "I don't know what is going on in my heart. Take it." The mature body Susanoo, who was born, while resisting Whitebeard with his right hand, also raised a broken thorn in his left hand and cut towards Whitebeard's right hand. Don't underestimate the old man. Gremlin, roar. If this attack can have an effect on Whitebeard, does he deserve to be called one of the top pirates in the sea? Controlling the ability of the shock fruit, Whitebeard's right hand flashed a burst of white momentum like balls of light wrapped around his fist, and slammed hard against Susanoo's knife, and suddenly there was a monstrous bang, and the two sides began to stimulate strong air pressure, and the Whitebeard, who originally occupied a favorable position in terms of body size, under the power of Madara Sano, but lost this advantage, but still seemed to not fall behind, worthy of being one of the strongest in the world. Boom! Finally, there was a pillar in the palace, under the pressure of the collision of the two, finally could not withstand this exaggerated force. Originally the first blow of the two people made the palace building a burst of spider web-like scars, under the second blow of the two people, finally could not withstand it, collapsed with a bang. Be careful, Your Majesty! Many fishmen soldiers quickly ran to King Neptune and wanted to protect his body, but Neptune probably had a slightly larger body comparable to a Whitebeard, and under the embrace of these fishmen less than 2 meters away, not only did not look like they were protected, but they looked like old chickens protecting calves, which looked a little funny. It's just that under such circumstances, no one laughs. Seeing the buildings in the crown broken and falling to the ground, Marco and Foilbeista, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, quickly shouted to Whitebeard, "Hurry up and stop." "Dad, do you want Fishman Island to collapse?" Whitebeard squinted at the palace that had begun to collapse, frowned, turned back to Madara and said, "Hey, Madara boy, our battle is not suitable here, it is better to stop it for now." King Neptune and Whitebeard are old friends, and Whitebeard also has the idea of bringing Fishman Island under his umbrella for protection. No matter what, he is not willing to destroy Fishman Island. "Stop talking nonsense, just go on." Madara did not appreciate this at all, but increased the output of power, and in an instant summoned the 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo to come out. Can it still evolve? That trick! Diamond Jaws has already diamondized himself, only barely able to block the shockwave generated by the battle between the two people. After he joined the pirate group, he can fight like this with Whitebeard, definitely less than 5 people. "I don't know, good little ghosts," Whitebeard scolded, and instantly the blade of the big beak knife on his left hand turned black, and then with the power of the shocking fruit, Whitebeard pushed forward again, bang. With a crisp sound, Susanoo's broken thorn actually broke under this attack. Boom! But this was not the end. Whitebeard continued to stab forward with a large beak knife, and pressed it against Susanoo's right shoulder, and in an instant shook Susanoo and the Madara inside for several meters, until he forced Madara to the wall next to the crown, and Madara stopped. This is the ability of the shock fruit. And do you have armed color domineering? Madara looked at the crack in Susanoo's right shoulder, almost broke a small hole. He didn't expect to be able to beat Susanoo to this extent. It seems that Whitebeard's strength is above the Golden Lion. Constantly bursting out of the unique power of the Uchiha clan, Madara exerted the power of his eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye to the next stage. After the 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo, the footsteps of the lower body gradually stood up, standing above the hall. Compared to the giant race is not low. The only thing worth mentioning is that the roof of the hall has been shattered by the air pressure of Madara and Whitebeard, so it did not prevent the full body of Susanoo from appearing. Cut! Do you really want to destroy Fishman Island? Brat! Whitebeard didn't show any surprise at Susanoo's appearance, just annoyed that Fishman Island was so upset by Madara. Madara clasped his hands in front of Seong, looked down at Whitebeard and said lightly, "What a good battle, I kind of don't want to let him end like this." Boy, after glaring angrily for a while, Whitebeard turned to Marco and the others and said, "Take Neptune and them out, I'll deal with this little ghost." "Understood, Daddy." Marco signaled and hurriedly called his companions to help, and Diamond Jaws immediately used that powerful force to lift the king, who was several times larger than himself, and ran outside. And if it went on like this, I was afraid that the palace would really step on. Lying on Jaws' back, Neptune still looked at Susanoo's huge figure worriedly. He didn't care about the palace. As long as Fishman Island and his family and people were safe, it didn't matter. "Right, Minister, hurry up and ask the princess to leave with you," Neptune said to a seahorse next to him. "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Seahorse nodded, and said to Neptune while running with Jaws, "The princess has been sent to take refuge, and of course the little princes are the same. So, that's good." Hearing this, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows were still locked. All the people who got in the way left. Madara immediately took the next step. The broken thorns in the hands of the original 6 hands all dissipated, the 2 hands on the back and the 4 in front of them, located in front of Xiong corresponding to each other. Immediately, there was condensation of an oversized 8-foot Kaienguyu, different from the past. This time it was just 3 gouged jade like the eye of the riding wheel, and there were not a dozen connected into a string, but it was a big exaggeration. My strength, you come to take a look. Madara condensed Guyu in the palm of Susanoo's right hand, then moved behind him and immediately threw it hard at the white beard on the ground, and the constantly rotating Guyu rushed away like a white beard with a power that was enough to match the tailed beast jade. After seeing this attack, Whitebeard casually inserted the big beak knife into the soil beside him, squatted up with both legs, and swung his hands backwards with a shock, and suddenly, the air touched by his fists burst like glass being shattered. Boy! Didn't it stop you? If this move hits the top of Fishman Island, it will definitely destroy the island, and Whitebeard must now take this trick hard. Arrow Quake. The 2 hands that were originally raised flatly, against the rushing 8-foot Kaienguyu, bombarded with a straight fist, and faced head-on. This is the duel between strength and strength. The ability of the shocking fruit that shattered the air was that at the moment of the collision of the Guyu, a violent mutual impact was generated, and the surrounding space began to shatter, emitting a ripple crack like a Deo spider. Z. Now! The 8-foot Kaiengu jade actually made a splintering sound, and the crack gradually began to trigger out from the part of the Whitebeard's fist, slowly covering the 3 Guyu hole. The 8-foot Kaienguyu will crack. Madara frowned and looked at the Guyu that was about to be broken. Originally did not underestimate the Whitebeard, but did not expect to exaggerate to this. Last time the Golden Lion seemed to be injured by Roger not lightly before being knocked down by himself. Did not expect. Oh. Yes, at this time, the Whitebeard roared to the sky, and in an instant, the cracking sound of just sounded in the ears of the 2, and the next second, the originally strongly rotating Guyu turned into fragments in front of the eyes of the 2, and the pieces fell to the ground one by one, and in less than a moment, the power formed by chakra slowly dissipated and disappeared completely. Whitebeard shouted disdainfully, but he really had the strength, and held his big beak knife with his backhand, and the tip of the knife pointed at the spot, as if provocative. This guy's power is really exaggerated. Shiji is not at all comparable to him. Madara felt the muffled feeling coming from the vibration, his body felt a pang of stuffiness, and the strength of the Whitebeard was simply unexpectedly terrifying. Block, then, try to complete the body this time, Madara thought, and wanted to emit even more power than before, but at this moment, there was a violent vibration on the ground that even Susanoo and Whitebeard were stunned. This is Whitebeard looked around and found that the vibration stopped immediately, and instead of paying attention to it, he increased his attention on Madara's body. This shakes. Remind the host that Fishman Island can't withstand the power of your fight with Whitebeard. Please stop, otherwise Fishman Island will collapse. At this time, the 6 reincarnation systems spoke up. It's rare to have a good battle. Madara closed his eyes slightly in dissatisfaction, then slowly opened them, and said silently, solution. Immediately, Susanoo seemed to melt, quickly dissolved and dissipated. If Fishman Island is destroyed, it is not worth the loss, the battle will be saved for the next time. Anyway, a guy like Whitebeard can't die. Whitebeard was slightly stunned. What's going on with this guy? Don't fight again? I originally wanted to take the initiative first. Meet in New World. See you next time, Edward. Newgate. Madara looked at Whitebeard for a few seconds, slowly turned around and walked away to the no man's land, then half turned his head, revealing an eternal kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, and said, sooner or later, I will come to take your life. After saying the last sentence, Madara strode forward and walked into the distance, and in less than a moment, he had disappeared in front of Whitebeard. After Madara had left, Whitebeard spread out his palm and looked at it. At this time, a trace of blood on his palm popped out, although it was shallow and almost negligible, but Whitebeard was indeed injured. Seeing this, Whitebeard smiled stunnedly, looked at Madara again, and muttered, the little ghosts are so powerful now. Or practice with Roger in New World. Looking at the messy palace around him, Whitebeard felt a pang of apology for King Neptune in his heart, although the main reason for this was still Madara, but he also had an unshirkable responsibility. New World. I am afraid that these 2 people will continue to collide. Heavy rain washed the sea, so that Madara above Rab was beaten all over. Abnormal weather, storms, thunderstorms, tsunamis, almost at the same time appeared here. After a thrilling journey to Fishman Island to get here, Madara and Rab finally came to the second half of the Great Voyage, New World. It's so strange. This kind of weather is different. Madara frowned and looked at the surrounding sea. Whether it was the ninja world in the past or in Mary Joanne before, the Vice Admiral headquarters had never seen it at all. Is this the place called Devil's Sea? This abnormal weather alone is enough to make most people go and never return. Feeling a shadow on the ground, Madara looked up slightly and found that huge raindrops were falling in the air, each of which was the size of a whale like Rop, which looked very spectacular. What an amazing view. Just came to the New World. I encountered such a view, this situation. But you can't do anything about me yet. Madara clasped his palms together and looked up to spit out a huge flame at the large droplets of water in the high place. Huo Duan. Fire extinguished. The concentrated powerful flame, the raindrops in the sky, dissolved it into water vapor in just a few seconds, and a thin mist formed in this area in a short time. Next, look at the powerful pirates around you. After solving the adverse weather situation, Madara said to the rabbi below him, "Go where you want to go, Rab." Oh. Rob shouted excitedly, swimming in one direction at random. Originally Madara came to the new world this time and did not receive a specific task from the Navy headquarters, but even if there is a task, whether it will be accepted is another matter, so this time there is no specific purpose for the time being. But if you want to say the main goal, it is the one who is about to complete the circle of the Great Voyage and become a legend. Roger. After several hours of sailing, Madara and Rop finally avoided the strange sea. Although the new world has many strange places, but there are still places with beautiful winds and sunshine, but Madara is not too interested in this kind of thing. What's going on? Are there so few pirates in the new world? I don't know how long I walked on the sea. Madara just saw that the sun was about to set and he hadn't seen a pirate, and he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Originally thought that the new world was a world where pirates walked everywhere, but I didn't expect it to be so disappointing. In fact, Madara still does not understand the current structure of the pirate world, although there are few pirates now, but they are almost very powerful figures, that is to say, it is refined rather than more, and it was such a situation before entering the era of pirates, until Roger was executed. The era of pirates came, everyone who had 2 strokes ran to be pirates, only to cause the kind of world situation 20 years later, no matter where there are pirates, and the promoter of all. This is that person, Gore. Roger. Forget it, let's find an island to cultivate first. Madara expressionlessly called the system out, opened the list of stores, spent 500 points, exchanged for a sea compass. This thing can allow him to immediately discover the nearest island location, is a very convenient thing. In the past as a ninja, if there is no person familiar with the road to lead the way, is to use the map of this kind of thing. In terms of technology, the pirate world does not know how much stronger than the ninja world. Over there? Follow the direction of the compass. Madara looks southeast. It seems that there is nothing there, just an endless sea. But on the sea, even if you don't believe in yourself, you can't help but believe the compass, which shows the accuracy of the compass. Does the host want to exchange the white eye? This is very helpful for your journey on the sea, right? The voice of the 6 reincarnation systems suddenly sounded, and he said to Madara with suggestions. Shut up. Madara directly rejected the system's very idiotic proposal without saying a word. Just for a telescope-like ability, it is necessary to replace a pair of eyes that are not suitable for themselves. It is completely, the blood succession limit needs the corresponding body, even if it is forcibly seized of the ability of others. As long as the body does not echo the blood succession limit, 9 times out of 10 will be swallowed by the power of the blood succession limit. But at present, Madara has a chakra between the 1,000 hand pillars. There is no need to worry about this problem. But to replace him with white eyes, this is completely impossible. Standing on Rab's body, Madara rarely remembered the scene of his battle with Sakatsuki 2 months ago, when he avoided his Susanoo's attack by relying on the so-called domineering power of seeing and hearing. That is, it was a trick that could sense the opponent's attack trajectory. So if you put it another way, is it a more powerful perception ability than Ascension Ninja? If you use this ability to the limit, is it possible to feel the position of the enemy thousands of miles away? Madara's thoughts made him feel a little curious about the new powers. Whether it was ninjas or Uchiha, these powers were almost used by himself to the extreme, so in the past ninja world, he had not fully mastered all the abilities of the 6 immortals. After obtaining this power, should he devour the power of this world? Forget it, it's not necessary to think about this. Madara sat down cross-legged. The new power himself does not need to be too anxious. No matter what, his current strength still has few opponents. The Eye of Reincarnation and the power of the 6 immortals have not been fully obtained. First restore their peak power is the most critical problem at present. Just as Madara closed his eyes and recuperated, there was a sudden burst of shouts from Rab under him, which made Madara frown, and opened his originally closed eyes, and he could feel that Rop was signaling to him. What's wrong? Slowly stood up and looked ahead, but found the iconic blue seagull symbol in front of him, and a large warship. There is no doubt that it is the Navy. Coincidentally, they have not yet encountered pirates, but they have encountered the Navy first. Madara does not have the slightest sense of belonging to the Navy, but he has a little expectation for several people in the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, Kapu, Kyuzen, Zifa. These people can be said to be more likely to achieve the goal of peace, and Sakatsuki, feel that if you can use it as a good pawn. Draco, these mods, how to deal with after meeting these people, make plans. Looking at the warship in front of him, which was not 1/10 the size of Rab, Madara slowly walked towards the front of Rab, wanting to see which navy led this warship. From the size of the warship and in the new world, it seems that it should be the rank above the vice admiral. On the deck above the naval warship, a naval pawn saluted and shouted to a man, "Your Excellency General, a huge whale has been found ahead. I don't know why it is, because the sea loose stone did not play a role. Do you want to shoot?" Admiral, there is only one person who has received this title at present, the most righteous man in the Navy, Zifa. At this time, Zifa fully showed the style of a general in front of the Navy. Just standing here makes people feel a strong momentum. Zifa, who is in the prime of life, is now completely at the peak, and at the peak, he is also a world-class master. Whales? Zifa was slightly stunned when he heard this, remembering the new scene he saw a few months ago, remembering the youngest vice admiral in history. His expression froze, and he said to the Navy who came to report, "Approach that whale, don't attack it, Will." "Hey!" Saluting again, the naval pawn quickly ran back to the console, ready to inform the controller of the situation. Zifa held his hands in front of Xiong at this time, walked step by step to the high platform of the warship, looked at the huge black shadow in the distance, and muttered in his mouth, "The only guy in the world who can control whales," asked for tips, collections, flowers, evaluation tickets with the spots of the chakra eye. The eyesight can naturally be classified as a perverted level compared to people in this world, although it is not as good as the detective eyes like the white eye. But at such a distance, you can still see each other very easily. "It's Zifa." "Yes." Madara slowly put away his chakra eyes, turned into ordinary black pupils, and said to himself, but it was a little strange in his heart, in his own proposal to go to the New World. Until now the official entry, less than a week, Zifa was still in the Navy headquarters to meet him, and now he met in the New World. How is it not strange? With so many people and horses in the Navy, it is definitely the safest road in the Holy Land of Mary Joan, otherwise it will lose a lot of combat power, and if Zifa takes the road of Fishman Island, he will definitely meet him, but it generally takes several months to come down to the New World Navy application. Why now? In the interval between the two sides, gradually tens of meters, Madara whispered to Rap at his feet, "Okay, you wait for me here first, Rab." "Oh." Rab looked upwards, glanced at the spot on the top of his head, and then tapped his head, but still let the spot on the top of his head feel a little earthquake, but it didn't matter. Jumping high, Madara jumped on the deck of Zifa's warship in an instant, and Rab also dived into the sea at the same time. Whales still prefer to dive into the sea, but Rab likes Madara, so he poked his head out during the journey, and now Madara is not on his body, and he is excited to run to the sea to play. With the sound of landing, a figure appeared next to Zifa, and the ordinary navies around him all raised their guns to such a figure falling from the sky with a little anxious, holding the muzzle at this figure, but Zifa immediately raised his hand to stop these bottom navies. When all the navies saw clearly the owner of the arriving figure, they all put down the barrel of the gun in their hands, because the navy cloak on the back and the striking long hair had already reminded the navy who this man was, the fiercest vice admiral in naval history, Uchiha. At a young age, he defeated the world's top sea thief Golden Lion Shiji, and his name has spread to the New World. "Your Excellency Lieutenant General." Faux pas. The navies who were still holding guns at Madara nervously saluted Ban, saying that raising a gun to a high-ranking officer like a vice admiral is a felony, and even the other party can kill himself on the spot. "You all stand down." Zifa beckoned to the navies on the board and told them all to stand down, and the conversation to be held next could not be known to these low-level navies. Yes, times and after saluting the navies, they immediately ran far away, and they were too late to hide from this situation. After there were only two people left on the deck, Madara and Zifa. Zifa turned his gaze to Madara, and the sharp eyes under his glasses looked at each other and said, "I think you should have something to ask, right? Although I almost already know the answer, I want to confirm it again." Madara said proudly, "Why did you appear here almost faster than me?" Zifa was silent for a while, but finally slowly spoke. "After you left the headquarters, the 5 old stars sent me to the New World, although the reason given by the order was to inspect the New World, but it still feels very coincidental, and even the application is directly down." "Humph." Madara closed his eyes and smiled dismissively. Sure enough, as he expected, this is the so-called more alive and timid, the less timid, and the 5 old stars are also just a moth. "Madara, what exactly did you come to the New World for?" Zifa frowned and asked Madara as he saw the man in front of him felt very dangerous, as if he was going to destroy everything in an instant. Madara closed his eyes and did not answer Zifa's question, but threw a new question to Zifa. "One more point, Gore. Where is Roger?" Zifa was slightly annoyed by Madara for not talking about his problem, but he still suppressed his temper. Mentioning Roger, Zifa sighed helplessly, and said to Madara, "He is about to complete a 1-week voyage around the Great Voyage. I am afraid that 9 times out of 10, the title of One Piece is his." "Oh," Spotted raised his eyebrows. Before Whitebeard and Roger constantly competed for the title of One Piece, not to mention the Golden Lion that was solved by himself. In the end, is Roger better? Madara indifferently asked Zifa, "Where? Do you want to arrest him?" Zifa's face was a little ugly, and said, "It's impossible for you alone, at least you should call Carp too. Golden Lion, Shiki and Gore. Roger is not a rank above, although it is called Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion by the outside world, but that is also to prevent Roger's influence from being too strong, so the Navy slightly deliberately evaluated the strength of the Golden Lion a little higher. In the end, defeating the Golden Lion does not mean that Madara can also solve Roger." "Well, forget it." Madara didn't bother to say any nonsense to Zifa. He didn't have the boring idea of showing his tricks everywhere, but finally turned around, leaned his back to Zifa and said the last word, then jumped high into the sea, and the rabbi also tacitly stretched out from the sea. Out of the big black head, he multiplied the spot on top of himself and swam into the distance, leaving a group of surprised and stunned navies, who have already widened their eyes in surprise by Madara just now. At this time, he has dripped cold sweat on his forehead, his mouth and chin are one by one, but he can't say anything. What surprised General Zifa to this extent was only because of Madara's words before he left just now: "If I kill the Draco, what will happen to you? Stay in this city called Jalisco. In the New World, such island cities are everything, but in the New World, the power of the Navy is slightly lower than that of pirates, so even if Madara is dressed in a naval coat, it does not play a great deterrent here. In the final analysis, the Navy does not have to invest too much combat power in the New World, resulting in the people of the New World have no expectations for the Navy, although the New World is a sea area where the deer are chasing, but the harm is still the general public. Sir, your tea is here." Inside the cafe, a women's dress, the clerk blushed and put a cup of tea on the table where Madara was, looking at Madara and blushing a little and said, but Madara didn't pay any attention, just snorted, and called this long and cute female dress. The clerk left, completely ignoring the resentment in the girl's eyes. Madara was sitting in a chair with a newspaper in his hand, and the headline on the top line of the board was written in bold black lines: Gore. Deed Roger completes the feat of circling the Great Voyage for a week, gets the legendary treasure One Piece, and becomes One Piece. The newspaper cited Gore in a big way. Deed Roger's legendary deeds, excessive publicity almost deified him, but in fact, accomplishing such a great feat did give him such a title, and even Carp was defeated in his hands, which made Madara extremely interested in this man with a long black curved beard in this photo. Defeated white beard. And Carp's guys. Madara let go of the newspaper with his left hand, picked up the clear tea on the table and took a sip, rereading the bottom line of the newspaper: Gore, who accomplished such a feat, Deed Roger, whose wife and children are missing, cannot be known, and the Navy has sent Vice Admiral Carp to investigate in order to strangle the heir of this evil blood. Even sinners are thinking about how to pass it on to future generations, but the Navy is thinking about how to strangle future generations? This world is interesting. After reading the contents of this newspaper, Madara slowly put the newspaper on the table, brought up the 6 reincarnation systems, and said, "Find it out for me, Gore. Where is D. Roger? Consume 200 points, do you agree with the host?" The system's mechanical voice asked Madara in a mechanistic voice. "Hurry up." Madara acquiesced to the system's request for a bit of a robbery, and was slightly impatient with the system's requirements. Spend 200 points, turn on intelligence mode, and look for objects. One Piece, Gore. Deed Roger, in search of. After more than 10 seconds, the voice of the system came out again. After completing the Great Voyage, he is returning to the first half of the Great Voyage, speculating that he may return to his hometown of Rogue Town. It's really not a coincidence. Madara frowned and closed the system. He had only come to the New World for a few days. He had completed the circumnavigation of the Great Voyage and became One Piece. Obviously 3 months ago there was no such exaggerated great deed. Actually, Madara doesn't fully understand Gore. Deed Roger, in addition to strength, he is definitely a genius in other aspects. Counting up, it took Gore Deed Roger less than 5 years to dominate the Great Route. Who can do this kind of thing? Even Madara, in this regard, both himself and Senju have to admit, Gore Deed Roger is indeed unstoppable in terms of calling, remembering that in the past, even the Uchiha clan who is related to him has not fully trusted him. Madara can't help but feel a little sympathetic to this One Piece. Let me meet you. One Piece. The word bond is the most incomprehensible thing for Madara to understand. People are ugly things, and whether it is Whitebeard before or just the Roger pirate group seen in the newspaper, he feels a trace of Naruto Uzumaki in these people and the little ghost who hangs the word bond on his lips all day long. But Whitebeard and Roger feel a little different from Naruto Uzumaki. Ha! When did I become curious about this kind of thing? Smiled disdainfully, as if he laughed at what he had just thought. Power is not something abstract within consciousness, but a physical phenomenon that actually exists, and it will not change, no matter what world it is. Putting Bailey on the table, Madara got up and walked outside the cafe. Finally came to the New World. Let's come here first to see the situation. Anyway, with a psychic beast that can fly, it is very simple to return to the first half of the Great Voyage. Puff pushing the gate open and walking on the street, Madara walked in the direction of the sea. This pirate world, everyone is inseparable from the ship, which is another advantage of Madara. In addition to fighting, having a psychic beast that can fly can save him a lot of time and trouble. After walking to the beach, Madara saw for the first time a large beam on the sea in the distance, rushing tens of meters into the air from the sea surface, which was obviously something that a whale with strong strength could do. Rop. It's just an animal. Madara sat on the shore and looked at Rop, who seemed to be playing very happily in the distance. See, cannons, thrusters, these ships' attack equipment, Rop did not have, although after encountering the enemy, he would immediately call it back to the psychic world. But wouldn't it be a better thing if he could make it his help? Like the Nine Tails in the past. Wait, Nine Tails. Thinking of the combination move between himself and the Nine Tails in the past, Madara looked at the rabbi who was still playing in the sea, the body that was several times larger than the Nine Tails. The corners of Madara's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, revealing an indescribable smile. Madara is still in the New World, although he has heard from Zifa that Roger has begun to return to the first half of the Great Voyage, but Madara is not worried about missing out with Roger, because everyone at sea except himself is a ship, plus a lot of inexplicable weather in the New World. Even if One Piece wants to return to the first half of the Great Voyage, it is not a simple matter, at least it will take a certain amount of time. But Madara has released a lot in this regard. He can immediately return to his destination from the air, saving much more time than using a ship, so there is no need to rush back to the Great Route for a while. But Madara is currently concerned about how to fight more perfectly at sea. At sea, many times ships with powerful equipment are even more useful than capable people, but Madara himself likes to be alone, so there are no people who follow the boat, and there is no boat, so Madara sets his sights on his other psychic beast, the Rabbi. Rab has a more favorable size than ships and even-tailed beasts in terms of size. The only weakness is that it is still an ordinary whale, although the volume is very large, but in addition to the brute impact of that body, the rest has almost no effect on the master. If you can make Rab have more powerful strength, then it is absolutely a tiger to their own strength. Stepping on the sea next to the Rabbi, Madara released his Susanoo and soon evolved into a full-body mature body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Just as Madara accelerated to release the chakra on his body, Susanoo's body precipitated slightly, causing his body to lose balance for a while. Sure enough, it is impossible to perfectly use the complete body on the surface of the sea. Madara frowned and touched Susanoo, jumping back into the sea from mid-air, originally wanting to experiment with the complete body Susanoo, but with the weight of the complete body Susanoo, Chakra's terrifying energy has been consumed, making it impossible to stand perfectly on the sea, and it is even more difficult to fight. Oh. As if sensing Madara feeling uncomfortable, the Rabbi gently touched Madara slightly with his body next to him, as if to comfort him. Caressing Rab's body with one hand, Madara jumped onto Rab's back, lowered his head and said to it, "I need your strength, are you willing to fight with me?" Rab. Oh. Rab seemed very excited. It had already felt very guilty about the fact that Madara had fought several times before and he was going to return to the psychic world, and after hearing that he could fight side by side with Madara in the future, he would naturally be very excited. Madara did not rush to treat Rap like the Nine Tails, and suddenly put Susanoo's armor on Rab's body, but in order to ensure that everything was foolproof, he turned it into the system and asked him, "System, does it work to use the trick of the beast difficulty on Rabbi's body?" The difficulty of the beast is the strongest technique that Uchiha has ever used against the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillars, and its powerful power is even comparable to the ultimate ninjutsu immortal method mute a thousand hands between the Thousand Hand Pillars. Impossible. The system did not have the slightest hesitation, and immediately returned to Madara immediately. Those tailed beasts of the 9 tails originally have the power of the great creator divine tree, so they can echo the power of your Indra, and now the object you want to cast is just an ordinary whale, and it will be Susanoo armor on it, and then this guy will collapse because he can't stand it. The words of the system make Madara's face tighten, or can't it? But before the system finished speaking, he continued, "But there is another way." Madara kind of wanted to smoke this unfinished bastard himself, but when he heard the key, he still endured his character and asked, "Hurry up, do you remember the other 2 imps besides you who were able to make the beast difficult? The 9-tailed man Zulai, and that little ghost of the Uchiha clan?" Madara froze. The system said, "That's right, and after they fused the power of Susanoo and the 9 tails, it was even more powerful than when you used it that time. Do you know why? I don't like to talk around the corner. It's difficult to communicate with guys." The system didn't know if there was anyone's personality and feelings, and actually complained, "It's because of Naruto Uzumaki and Suzuki Uchiha and the huge fairy chakra on their 2 bodies." Madara thought for a while, and said lightly in a low voice, "The toad of Miyama Mountain and the Tianping family." That's right, although the immortal art of Miyama Mountain is not as troublesome to cultivate as those toads, but the immortal chakra of the Tianping clan is much more convenient, and the disciple of the 3rd generation of Hokage, or Akimaru, used the power of the Tenping clan to teleport the immortal chakra into Suzuki Uchiha's body. Transfer the chakra of the Celestial Blade clan into Rab's body? Madara asked. The unique chakra of the Tianfeng clan, which requires 3,500 points, will automatically teleport into Rab's body for you. Do you accept it? Agreed. Accept success. Hint, when you just got this chakra, the whale is very easy to go crazy. Please use the chakra eye to stop it when it happens. This sea area is so big, it doesn't matter if you make a fuss. Madara didn't care about the system's prompts, and when Rop completely mastered the trick of the difficulty of the beast, he returned to the first half of the Great Passage. What is the strength of One Piece, and what is special about him, dominating this world, which makes Madara very curious? Gore. Deed Roger, how to do what he and the Thousand Hand Pillar could not do. Rumble. In the midst of the loud noise, a mushroom cloud appeared on the sea. If anyone saw it, they thought it was a cannon or some kind of Buddha weapon, because this scene is too spectacular, no, too terrifying. A mountain is cut in front of your eyes like an apple. I am afraid that this association is related to the power of man, but all this is indeed man-made. It's not right, or should it be said that one person and a whale did it? One blow can destroy a mountain. This is what several people can do. It took a lot of time. Standing on Rab's back, Rab under his feet had formed a huge Susanoo armor, protecting Rab's entire body. Even the part of the head, the bit is no exception, and is protected by a huge helmet, leaving only a huge mouth, ba and a pair of eyes, while the spot appears in a spar at the top of the helmet. The eternal kaleidoscope of chakra eyes in Madara turned even more violently, and two huge arms were deep on both sides of Rabbi's body at the same time, and above each arm was a slender long sword with purple-gray lightning sparks, which was the sword of Shisano. This move is exactly the difficulty of the beast that Madara once used to fight the final life and death battle between the 1,000 hand pillars, using Susanoo as armor to protect the body of the Nine Tails, and then using the huge attack power of the Nine Tails to attack the 1,000 hands pillar. In this half a month, Madara continued to implant Rab with the fairy chakra of the celestial pillars, and finally now he can make the beast difficult. Although it does not have the same trick as the tailed beast Jade, but it can perfectly use the power of the complete body Susanoo at sea, which is definitely a big help. What kind of warship is impossible to match? Just the big knives on both sides of Rab's body are enough to bombard the opponent of the general level. Hint. Gore. Deed Roger has left the New World to return to the first half of the Great Voyage. Please return as soon as possible. Retracting the power released in his eyes, the Susanoo armor on Rab's body also slowly dissipated, turning into a whale as ordinary as before, although after receiving the fairy chakra, many dense black stripes appeared on his body, but it was almost impossible to see it on Rab, whose body was completely black. Let's go back to the first half of the Great Voyage. After lifting the difficulty of the beast, under Madara's order, Rop began to go to the Red Earth continent, and there was actually a faster way to return to the first half of the Great Voyage. That is, after arriving at the location of the Red Earth continent, it was returned in a flying way, but no one had used such a method. That is, I don't know if the Golden Lion, the Fluttering Fruit, has ever used it, but in fact, it is not very possible, because it is the territory of the world government, so I am afraid that only the outlier of Uchiha dares to do this kind of thing. Bastard! Are you the one who destroyed our island just now? As soon as he made armed contact with the beast, Madara heard a roar shouting towards him not far away, and turned around to see that it was actually several large ships, the largest of which had a huge tiger's head engraved in front, and the skull symbol on the sail represented the ship that was definitely a pirate. Madara looked down at the several large ships coming towards him, although the other party was a large ship, but it was still small and pitiful compared to Rop. Madara himself had to look down at each other. Of course, this was somewhat in line with his personality. In Madara's eyes, standing on the deck in addition to dozens of pirates with public faces, standing in the front is a very strange figure with a big head. A middle-aged man with short legs, with a long black beard with a chin and a somewhat concave appearance on the top of his head, about 50 years old, was glaring angrily at himself at this time, and did not put in his eyes the Rop, which was more than 10 times larger than his own ship. Who? Madara said silently in his heart, and immediately the system explained aloud. Name: Green Pepper. Identity: the leader of the violent group Green Pepper family. The Green Pepper iron head of the cone is said to have crashed into the perennial frozen ice continent. As the 12th generation of the 8 Treasures Water Army and a recluse. Bounty: 550 million Bailey. In the past, he received the nickname Green Pepper of the Cone because of his peculiar pointed cone head shape, and buried a large amount of his treasure in a precious jade iceberg that only his head can break. But in a battle 10 years ago, Green Pepper's head was dented by Carp's punch, leaving his dream of wealth shattered and left a trauma in his heart. Oh, it's the guy who lost to Carp. Madara looked at the groove on the head of the Green Pepper. He didn't expect that it was beaten by Carp, but since he was already a retired guy, why did he appear in front of him? Although Madara's voice is small, but for the domineering Green Pepper, it is no different from saying it in his ear. Madara listened to everything he said, and when he saw the navy on Madara's back, he roared angrily, "Boy, not only did you attack the islands controlled by our Green Pepper family, but you actually mentioned that bastard Carp in front of me." Well, the Green Pepper was so angry that his whole body trembled, and even his beard fluttered like the waves. Seeing the appearance of his boss, the pirates behind him all faded back in fear. Go. Indeed, Madara said that he rubbed salt on the wound of the Green Pepper, and losing to Kappa made the Green Pepper's strongest weapon, the cone, destroyed, and even the huge treasures blocked by the glacier could only be seen, which was completely the most painful thing for the pirate's Green Pepper. Touch. After a sound, in the smoke, Rop had been sent by the Madara to the psychic world, falling from tens of meters high to the sea surface, and Madara's treading water caused the pirates present to be stunned. Standing on the sea, Madara looked at the Green Pepper with his beard fluttering in anger on the big ship, and said indifferently, "Although I want to see what level 550 million is, but now I am in a hurry. I want to find me to settle the account for the first half of the Great Voyage. You kid will definitely have to pay for your actions and words and deeds today." Green Pepper naturally couldn't let Madara, and immediately glared angrily, looked at Madara and roared, "Fire the cannon and kill that naval kid." Under Green Pepper's order, the muzzles of the 3 warships were aimed at Madara in unison. Touch, touch, touch. With the sound of the cannons firing, black smoke had come out of the cannon's mouth, and a dozen pitch-black shells blasted away like the ground where the speckle was located. Pirates. These are all guys who don't listen to people. Madara squinted his eyes, looking at the shells that looked like he was attacking, and said silently in his heart, "Boom, boom, boom." The shell hit the sea surface where Madara was standing, splashing a large splash tens of meters high, and at the same time there was a deafening shelling sound. Green Pepper and the pirates on the ship all looked at the sea. Everyone wanted to see if Madara was still alive, and at first they were already surprised by Madara standing on the surface of the water, and in so much shelling. Would Madara show his ability? To say that using artillery to kill a navy that seems to be at the level of a rear admiral, to be honest, Green Pepper himself feels that it is not very possible, but most of the sea combat relies on the performance of the ship, because whether it is an ability or a swordsman, it is impossible to fight at sea. Most of them jump to the opponent's ship to attack, otherwise it is to bombard the opponent's ship with shells, sinking all the opponents into the sea and drowning. At first, Green Pepper saw that Madara could stand on the surface of the sea, and thought that it was some special ability, but there was no land nearby, and he could not face Madara head-on, unless he came to the ship. Dead? That kid. Green Pepper and the 8 Treasures water army behind him stared straight at the place where the shells were bombarded, and after the waves gradually dissipated, they found that there was no one and no shadow of the spot. That kid. Where did it run? Green Pepper quickly looked around the sea left and right. Banna's ability to stand on the sea is too troublesome. It can be said that in the sea is also flat. Even if his strength is strong, it is impossible to swim while fighting with his opponent. On the water directly ahead, although the aftermath of the shell has gradually dissipated, there is still no half of the figure, and everyone is eager to find the location of the spot, but they find nothing. I'm not going to fight you, the time is already tight. There was a cold voice in the air above, and everyone looked up, but saw a tall figure who could not see clearly jumping in the air, head down, and looking down with a mocking expression. Remember to put the gunpowder on it. With one hand sealed, Madara instantly spit out a faucet head from the air. Huo Duan. Long Yan's art of singing. Grandpa. On top. A man in his teens, who looked a little old, looked at the sky and roared. The ability to possess flames. I remembered that the imp was. Green Pepper looked at the fire dragon head in the air, his pupils shrank sharply, and he remembered a chapter of a sensational report he saw not long ago. The fire dragon head was getting closer and closer, and among them, there were already experienced pirates who noticed that the attack trajectory was wrong, looked in its direction, understood the target of Madara's attack, and shouted to the others, "Be careful. That guy's goal is, touch, touch, touch." Before the words were finished, there was a burst of amazing explosions on the ship, accompanied by violent explosions and fierce fire, and the battleship of the 8 Treasure Water Army was blown to pieces. The cries of the pirates rang out one after another. That kid, the target is actually gunpowder. Green Pepper scolded, his eyes looked at the round cannon that Madara originally attacked, and immediately raised his right hand, turning black in an instant, armed color domineering. Green Pepper with his armed and domineering fist, slammed on the deck of the ship. After the sound caused by the huge force, with the fist of Green Pepper as the very large point, the warship was immediately broken in half, separating part of the fire, but even so, the uncaught half of the ship was sinking. Gave up part of the fire. Decisive guy. Madara looked at Green Pepper's behavior and thought to himself, and then lightly flicked his fingers, quickly nodded and pressed into the air. Psychic art. Yeah. There was a neighing sound of an eagle in the air, and in the white smoke, a huge eagle appeared at Madara's feet, flying away with Madara, leaving the group of Green Peppers who had fallen into the waves and looked at the back of the departing Madara. Grandpa, that guy is. Green Pepper's grandson Lao Cai lifted up a companion who also fell into the sea, wiped the seawater on his face, and said urgently to the Green Pepper that surfaced next to him, "Grandpa, that guy seems to be. Defeat the little imp of the Golden Lion. Uchiha Madara." Green Pepper touched the sea on his face, glared angrily at Madara who had flown away on the eagle, gritted his teeth and said, 10 years ago Carp gave him the shame of losing his strongest weapon, but now a new naval imp came to destroy his jurisdiction, giving himself a serious blow again, so that Green Pepper couldn't help but treat Madara as an existence second only to Carp himself that he wanted to eliminate. Abominable navy. Carp. Spot. Green Pepper roared up to the sky, "My Green Pepper will definitely resent your children and grandchildren." First he lost his key to splitting the big glacial land, his own cone, and then the important island managed by the family was destroyed, and the damage caused by Carp and Madara in a row, so that his most precious thing as a pirate was destroyed one after another. How could this not make him angry? Madara drove his birds and psychic beasts to the first half of the Great Voyage, and when passing Mary Joan on the Red Earth continent, his breath naturally could not avoid a master like the Warring States. Because of Madara's nonsense behavior, the Warring States were furious again, and after some investigation, it was found that the group of Puss of the Draco did not find the existence of Madara, and the 5 old stars located in the world government only turned a blind eye, but it was not clear that the 5 old stars let the purpose of Madara's behavior, but no matter what, Madara did not put the world government in his eyes, and the reproach of the Marshal of the Warring States was also hung up by the phone worm in 2 or 3 clicks, so angry that the Warring States shouted again. It will take nearly a month to return to Upside Down Mountain from the New World, even if it is flying by his own eagle, not to mention the strange climate of the New World. So in the middle of the way, Madara has been constantly changing psychic beasts. Naturally his eagle is more than one, so he still saves a lot of time and arrives at the first half of the Great Voyage. Madara, I don't allow you to touch Roger. You don't know the horror of that guy. Now on Madara's hand, the Warring States UN-like phone worm shouted, obviously it was just a phone worm, but I don't know why he actually spewed saliva. I don't know where the intelligence was obtained. The Marshal of the Warring States already knew what Madara wanted to meet with Roger. Combined with Madara's character, as soon as he speculated, the Warring States immediately expected that Madara wanted to stand with Roger, so rashly fighting with One Piece, Sengoku is absolutely not allowed. No matter what, in the face of Roger, you must do things carefully. There is no need for me to follow your orders. Sengoku, Madara said this sentence lightly, without giving Warring States a chance to continue. Snap. With a sound, he hung up the phone worm and put it back in his robe pocket, and now he was finally clean. At this time, in the Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was angry, and suddenly dropped the phone bug on the ground. Even if Madara's usual personality is so bad, he endured it. After all, although he did not obey the order, Madara brought a lot of contributions to the Navy, so Sengoku turned a blind eye to some illegal things that Madara has been doing. But is it such an easy thing to see One Piece? Kid has never seen the death match between Carp and Roger, and he dares to speak so loudly? Even hung up his own phone directly. Well, Warring States, what are you kid going to do? You can't stop it, and it's too late. As Roger's old enemy, Carp naturally also understood the movements of Madara, who targeted Roger, and the reason why Carp was not as anxious as the Warring States was because he had seen in their battle before Roger became the Shanghai Pirate King. Roger had now reached the limit, and his body gradually began to decline due to hidden diseases. Even if Madara could not win, but Madara, who had more strength than Zifa, there was still no big problem in escaping in Roger's hands. Where is Roger now? Sengoku frowned and asked Carp. The matter was very important, and he was not in the mood to quarrel with Carp. Having returned from the New World, when that guy returns to the East China Sea, he has already completed the feat of circling the Great Voyage for a week. Speaking of Roger, Carp also changed the image of the old urchin in the past, clasped his hands in front of Xiong, frowned and said seriously. Sengoku suddenly became more solemn when he heard this, and squinted his eyes at the crane on the other side and asked, "How is it? Tsuru, can you go with Carp to intercept Madara, or can Roger do it?" Tsuru put his hands on the table, and then rubbed his eyebrows with some sadness, and slowly said, "This is not in line with reality. With the pirate ship built by the world's strongest tree atom, and the spot that can walk freely in the sky and the sea, neither of which our naval warships can catch up." After listening to Tsuru's analysis, the Warring States fell silent again. Zifa in the New World, it is impossible for him to give up the town guard of his headquarters to pursue Madara or Roger, and Carp cannot arrive quickly. In the end, the Navy still cannot stop the collision between the two sides. Ordinary local navies, even vice admirals, may not be able to resist a move from these two sides, let alone stop it. Can't stop it. Then you can only try to prevent the worst. Sengoku felt that this was simply more troublesome than his fight with Whitebeard, Madara and Roger. Which one is the light-saving lamp? The most important thing is that Sengoku can't predict what will happen if these two people really meet. I'm afraid the fight will still be small, and the worst situation may be that Roger kills Madara, or something else. In any case, Sengoku, as one of the people who knows Roger's strength best, doesn't feel that Madara has a chance of defeating Roger. Carp, just in case, you better prepare to set sail and head to the East China Sea in case the worst happens. After pondering for a few seconds, Sengoku turned his head to Carp and said solemnly, as a marshal, he could not leave the headquarters at will, and the only one who could match Madara and Roger was currently in the Navy, only Carp. Digging his nostrils tastelessly, Carp complained, originally one Roger was enough, but now add a brat. Although he cursed in his mouth, Carp's movements were not slow, and he immediately stood up from the sofa and walked outside. He dared to refuse the Warring States in person for previous tasks, but this incident is not trivial, and it is something that only he can do. No matter what, Carp is absolutely impossible to sit idly by. Bang! The sound of the door closing sounded, and only Sengoku and Tsuru were left in the office, and then the two became silent at the same time, and after a long time, Tsuru slowly spoke, "If Madara really drank Roger to fight, do you think there is a chance of victory?" Warring States. Recalling Roger's power, even the Warring States couldn't help but be in awe, and said in a deep voice, "That kid. It's not bad to let him suffer a little. It's better to change that kid's personality." Sengoku's words show from the side that he thinks it is impossible for Madara to defeat Roger, but he is very likely to be taught a lesson. But after a while, will the outcome of things really be as he expected? Half a month later, Madara completely reached his destination, upside down the mountain, no different from before. The current is still washing down from the top of the Red Mountain. This feat of up to 100 meters is enough to make many pirates and ships daunted, but for pirates who have reached the New World, this is completely insignificant. Upside Down Mountain can only be said to be dangerous. Almost more than 80% of the pirates can spend it safely and soundly, and to go to the New World from the Great Voyage is a completely different level. The survival rate of 30% is not a joke. Strength and courage, less of these two is not good. Naturally cannot exclude those fools who rely on luck, but if this kind of person dares to go to the New World, it is more likely to be killed immediately. Come out and see the scenery here after a long absence. Rab. As soon as the psychic technique was made, Rab's huge body appeared in the sea, and when he saw the familiar environment around him, the big eyes on his face narrowed into a slit, and he seemed very excited, but when he saw that Kulokas was not there, he couldn't help but feel a little lost in his heart, but he still slowly picked up his spirits. In the company of Rab, Madara lived in the cabin of Kulokas, and after 2 days, he knew that the world's strongest pirate group, the Roger Pirates, was going to arrive here today, not from the system, but Madara felt the aura of being monitored by his opponent from afar, and he saw the domineering. The previous opponent is completely incomparable, can feel the breath between heaven and earth of this domineering, not to mention the warring states, Carp, even in the past between himself and the Thousand Hand Pillars cannot be compared with it, no need to doubt, only Gore can do this kind of thing. Roger. Is it finally here? Opening the wooden door of the hut, Madara walked out of the house, and from a distance, a large ship was slowly moving towards the side, and Madara with a 10,000 times better than ordinary people could see at a glance the symbol of the flag on the ship, the double curly beard on the skull, yes, the legendary pirate group that conquered the Great Voyage not long ago, the Roger Pirates. The big ship slowly drove towards this side, looking at it from afar. At the front of the ship, a man was standing in the front position under the support of his subordinates behind him, looking majestic, wearing a dark purple cape, a napkin-like handkerchief around his neck, a long thick black beard schemed to the sides, and a messy black hair casually draped behind his head. Madara saw this man, the expression on his face became more and more hideous. There is no mistake, having the world's one piece, Gore. Roger. Finally back here after standing at the apex of the world? I'm looking forward to meeting this man. At this moment, Roger also felt a powerful momentum, just like he used to face Carp, looking sideways in the direction of the momentum, red armor, navy robes draped on the outside, black waist-length hair, and the look of arrogance. There is no mistake, the guy who defeated Shiji, the youngest Vice Admiral, Uchiha Madara. Between the masters, as long as they look at each other, they can know each other's talents, and now Madara and Roger put the situation like this, although both of them met for the first time, but they felt the strength of each other. That hair-trigger feeling. It seems that two people standing here, one must fall first. I have never seen such a character, so that Madara's indifferent face rose interested. Although domineering this kind of thing is like the chakra in the ninja world where they were in the past, it can be said that many people can learn, but it is not a simple thing to practice it to the extreme. Many people cannot reach the shadow level in their lifetimes, and even the upper ninja cannot reach, just like the sea world cannot reach the strength of more than 100 million, few people can use chakra to the level of complete body Suzuto or Thousand Hands magical power. There are also few people who can practice domineering to the extent that Roger perceives the world like this. Suddenly, Roger jumped off the big boat, jumped next to Madara and smiled. Boy, did you come to me specifically? Aha! Madara didn't expect that One Piece's personality was like this. There was a little simplicity in addition to being bold, but the domineering that seemed to be innate on his body could not be concealed, and there was a feeling of a fit between the Kappiga pillars. Hey, Shanks, did you see that? A young pirate with a big red nose stood on the deck and said in shock, I read that right? Captain, he actually took the initiative to greet a navy. How forgetful are you, Bucky? The red-haired man known as Shanks smiled heartily, looked at Madara in the distance and explained to Bucky next to him, have you forgotten that big event a few months ago? Bucky thought about it for a moment, and suddenly shouted in panic, could it be that this guy is? It's imposing. The guy who defeated Shiki. At this moment, a man's voice sounded behind the two people. Deputy Captain. Bucky and Shanks both bowed respectfully. Hades Rayleigh. This middle-aged man who does not look amazing, it is absolutely impossible for anyone who has not seen him to think that he is the deputy captain of Roger's Pirates. Second only to Roger. Riley smiled and nodded. He was very optimistic about the two trainee crew members, whether it's the calm and wise Shanks or the funny red-nosed Bucky. How young! The Golden Lion, who almost cornered us last time, was actually beaten by this guy who looked about my age. Shanks looked at the spot at the foot of the upside-down mountain and Roger in the distance with some surprise, and said with emotion, you don't know Madara, Shanks. At this time, an old man with glasses also came out. It was none other than Madara and Rab's old acquaintance, Kulokas. Senior Kulokas, do you know the Vice Admiral? Shanks asked respectfully. As a ship doctor, Kulokas has saved the lives of the crew of Roger's pirates countless times, including himself. Of course, he has great respect for Kulokas. Looking at this old acquaintance who had not been seen for a long time, Kulokas smiled, but did not answer Shanks' question at the first time, but shouted to the seemingly calm sea next to the boat, Rab, you also came with Madara, right? Both Shanks and Bucky looked puzzled, especially Bucky, an impolite guy, who asked directly, hey, old man, are you sick? Who are you talking to? Seeing Bucky's rude attitude, even Renly, who had a good temper, also directly rewarded him with a pop and beat Bucky to the ground. At the same time, the originally very calm sea, but after a word from Kurikas, began to move, as if something huge was about to break out of the sea. Boom! A strong sound of breaking water. A huge black shadow jumped out from the sea not far from the ship of Roger's pirate group. Although the crew of Roger's pirate group are not elite, but they were suddenly startled by this face. After all, what came into their eyes was a giant object that was the size of an upside-down mountain. What is that? At this time, Bucky had woken up, looking at the giant shadow that suddenly broke open from the sea, and immediately shouted in fright, tears and snot flowed vigorously. Even Shanks next to him couldn't help but feel ashamed of his comrade in arms. Is this also a member of One Piece's pirate group? Oh. Rab's pupils turned down, and he saw the long-lost Kulokas, excitedly screamed, his eyes were already up. Even if it was an animal, he could see that he was very happy now. Oh yes. That's what you often tell us, the pet whale of the Rumba pirates 30 years ago. Renly looked at the very human Rab, touched his beard and said to Kulokas, waving like a Rab to say hello. Kulokas smiled and said to the crew behind him, that's right, it's this guy. I left with Madara half a year ago, and then I joined Roger's pirate group. Madara was also one of the crew members of the Rumba pirate group. Kurikas's words were like throwing a boulder into a calm stream, causing an uproar in everyone's hearts, and there were too many shocking things that led to these words. Wait a minute. Mr. Kulokas. Shanks was the first to be bored and asked Kurikas, the Rumba pirates are the pirates 30 years ago. According to you, that Uchiha is at least 50 years old, right? Even Riley, who was accustomed to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but ask, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters was still a pirate in the past. Has such a strong skill not been rewarded? That said, Kurikas, you are talking nonsense. How could the Navy headquarters accept a guy who used to be a pirate lieutenant general? That guy is only 30 years old, right? Seeing that the crew did not believe his words, Kulokas could only helplessly spread his hands and said, I can't help, when I saw him 30 years ago, he was like that and he didn't change, and being in the Navy was also an unexpected thing for me. Anyway, I didn't lie. Although the image left by Kulokas to everyone is indeed not a person who can lie, but Bucky prefers to lie, but everyone, including Renly, does not believe Kulokas's words. Joining the Navy does not say, that is, for 30 years, a person's face has not changed in any way. Few people believe it, even their captain. One Piece score. Roger can't escape the pass, let alone others? If nothing else, why is the guy who defeated Shiki here? Renly turned his head to look at Roger and Madara on the upside-down mountain, and he did not disembark at this time, because he himself did not think hard about how to deal with Madara at the moment. I know that guy. Kulokas also withdrew his laughing look and became serious. 9 times out of 10, you want to fight Roger. After all, you defeated the Golden Lion not long ago, and now you should target Roger. Shanks pinched his chin and analyzed with interest. The guy who defeated the Golden Lion, who is the same name as the captain, now come to fight the captain? I don't know what the outcome will be. Nonsense. Shanks, of course, is the captain. Captain Roger got the One Piece. A veritable One Piece of the world. What a great thing to defeat the Golden Lion. As soon as Shanks' words fell, many crew members behind cursed and cursed. As a member of One Piece's command, they have strong self-esteem, but also have absolute confidence in the strength of their captain, and the victory or defeat of the battle between Madara and Roger seems to have been decided from the beginning. At the same time, upside down the mountain, looking at the man in front of him who did not fall behind him in the slightest, Madara took the lead and said, I am very interested in your domineering use method, aha. After laughing for a while, Roger stopped, but the corners of his mouth were still raised, showing that he was different from Madara, but he had the same arrogant momentum, and replied, not long before I got the title of One Piece, I also heard a lot of rumors about you, and before that, I also heard Kulokas say about you, it seems to be an interesting little ghost, although age and appearance may not be commensurate. After a slight pause, Roger still maintained a smile with a strong sense of mystery, and said, although I am not interested in what immortality, if I see such a person standing alive in front of him, I can't help but have a trace of interest. Humph. It is not necessary for you to be interested in anything. Madara bowed his head slightly, and said coldly, now I'm afraid you're going to lead your life here. One Piece. Buzz. As if from hell, Madara's body burned with a more terrifying amount of chakra than any in the past. Ribs. Arm. Head. Toe. 3 heads and 6 arms. In less than a second, this terrifying ghost god who defeated the Golden Lion Shiji was revealed in front of One Piece. Are you going to make a move? Madara, that guy. Even standing on the boat, everyone could still feel Susanoo's terrifying momentum, and Riley and the others also frowned deeply, although they also wanted to participate in the war, but with Roger's personality, it was absolutely impossible to agree to the action of himself and others, and there had been several such experiences in the past. Is that what he is capable of? Shanks and the rest of the crew's eyes widened, but they lacked the contempt they had just had for Madara just now, and their faces became deeper. It looks a little similar to that guy in the Warring States, but I can't feel the power of the devil fruit. What kind of new trick? Even when he saw Susanoo, Roger still kept Tarzan collapsed in front of him, laughed without changing his face, turned his head to his own men on several large ships behind him and said, Renly, take the imps and give me a stand down. Don't stop me until you can't see the upside down mountain. Captain. Times and the pirates present all cried out worriedly, and Renly also frowned, although Madara's power was not the absolute strongest among their past strong enemies, but the strange power was like a bottomless pit, and the power was constantly pouring in. Bump. After seeing Madara Susanoo, Rop instantly dived into the sea, and never appeared, not knowing what it was thinking. Now no one has the leisure to know what Rop wants to do, but all his attention is on the giant blue shadow giant and Roger on the upside-down mountain. What are you Rory doing? Give me a hurry up. At this time, Roger turned his head, showed his big white teeth and smiled at the ships behind him. I will not die. Little ones. As if touched by Roger's expression, everyone fell into silence, and then Riley slowly opened his mouth and shouted loudly to the crews of several ships, retreat. More than 50 nautical miles from here. More than a dozen hours have passed, at this moment, above the sky. Bang! Under the moonlight, a blue bonehand held a broken thorn in his hand, but it was nearly 10 meters long. But on the opposite side, a seemingly ordinary figure, also stretched out with his right hand, holding a western thorn sword in his hand, compared with the blue lightsaber, not only much shorter, but also looked like a bland sword. But unexpectedly, in a collision in the air, it was the big light and shadow blue sword that was broken. With a crisp sound, it fell into the sea. Boom! Even if the sword chi of both sides divided the victory and defeat, the powerful aftermath generated by the two sides covered the entire upside-down mountain under him, shaving the entire upside-down mountain from top to bottom to nearly 1/5 of the height. Immediately, the two sides fell into opposite positions, glanced at the broken sword in Susanoo's right hand, and muttered to himself, it easily broke Susanoo's sword, it seems to be armed color domineering, right, ha ha ha. Roger didn't make any answer to Madara's words, and the black sword in his hand was drawn, and the sword body suddenly turned pitch black again. After laughing, Roger adjusted the position of his body, picked up his western sword with his right hand and rushed towards Susanoo, although there was a huge gap in size, but at this time Roger was standing with the upper hand, smoothly raised his hand to the position of Madara and Susanoo, and the terrifying sword chi that was no less than the power of the tailed beast Jade was directed at Susanoo's driving department. The bit just flies. The power of the breaking wind blew away all the clouds in the sky. Cut! With a light snort, Madara controlled the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo with a wave of his right hand, and during the period of his swing, several blue big-hook jade in the state of the chakra eye instantly condensed, and flung it like a dart towards the place where the sword chi hit, and in an instant, the two collided violently. Boom! For a time, the entire upside-down mountain, stone chips, and seawater began to roar, and the originally huge rock mountain turned into ruins at this time, and the broken ruins constantly centered on the collision point of the two sides' tricks, flying in all directions towards the surroundings of the sea. It's not over. Under this strong collision, although Roger was forced to take a few steps back, Madara's Susanoo was also shattered by this strong force, so that Madara now had to come out of Susanoo and directly face Roger with his own body. Clench your hands into fists, and then your index and middle fingers suddenly stand up, making a seal motion at your mouth, the art of shadow doppelganger. Touch. As two sounds, Madara instantly turned into two doppelgangers left and right, but as one piece, Roger did not show the surprised look he should have at all, but seemed very excited. The tricks of the doppelganger, he has also seen on the ability of the line fruit, not Doflamingo, referring to the previous line fruit ability, but I don't know what effect Madara's move will have. Fire. The fire is extinguished. The three moves of the fire were extinguished but attacked Roger at the same time, and the fierce heat was enough to burn the rocks on the ground into crystals. You still have a lot of strange abilities. Roger showed his big white teeth and laughed viciously, took out a short gun on his waist with his left hand, and faced the flames that were overwhelming towards him. Bang! It's a shot that comes with a bullet. This kind of stuff, how can it be? Originally, there was some contempt for Roger's approach, but surprisingly, Roger's bullet was not only penetrating, but even the speed was exaggerated. After passing through the flame wall that was nearly 100 meters extinguished by the fire, it hit his right shoulder with a thunderous speed, and it was still the Buddha figure that hit. Touch! Touch! After the main body was hit, in order to avoid wasting the excessive chakra, the two shadow doppelgangers instantly made a sound like exploding balloons and disappeared. Madara looked at the dripping blood on his right shoulder, and then glanced at Roger and said, "What the hell is this?" Although he has the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, at that moment, Madara was still hit by Roger's bullet. Even if he saw clearly, Madara still did not have time to avoid his attack, and the bullet just now, I am afraid that the mature body Susanoo cannot be blocked. One shell on the ground, the black armed color domineering has not yet dissipated. And there was a trace of smoke, and the bullet was wrapped with domineering. Is the bullet made of Hala stone also added to the armed color domineering? The kaleidoscopic writing wheel in his eyes turned rapidly, and Madara analyzed the structure of Roger's bullet at a glance. Aiming the pistol at Madara, after the shadow avatar disappeared, the attack of the fire extinguishing naturally stopped, and after hearing Madara's analysis of his bullet, Roger couldn't help but admire Madara's observation ability. At a glance, you can see that it is really excellent observation ability, but since you have not fallen, it proves that you are not an ability, right? Humph. Leng snorted. Madara Shuang, his legs jumped back, jumped into the sky above the sea behind him, and said silently in his heart, the upside-down mountain is almost destroyed, and it can't withstand the power of the complete body Susanoo, no way. Use that trick. Does that kid want to use that kind of whale? In an instant, Roger's perverted domineering look at a few points detected the landing point of the spot in the air, which was the oversized whale rop sunk in the sea. Humph. It's just like Poseidon, freely controlling the sea beast. Roger looked at the spot in the air that had jumped towards the sea, and sneered. Stepping on the back of Rop, who broke out of the sea, facing the giant beast that was even more exaggerated than the Sea King, One Piece just smiled wildly, and he also jumped towards the spot above Rab's head. The right hand suddenly raised to his face, the position was tightly clenched, and then suddenly swung down, and the huge blue chakra burst from Madara's body, as if erosion quickly filled Rab's entire body. My strongest trick will show you now. As the words fell, after completely wrapping Rab's body, Rab's two fins suddenly stretched, two giant hands transformed by Susanoo immediately condensed a huge light blue sword light, which gradually condensed into substance, and finally turned into an ultra-long thin sword and appeared in Susanoo's hands. The difficulty of the beast. Although it is not as many attack directions as the Nine Tails version, the huge body is enough to make most of them daunting, and the super monster larger than the mountain is enough to kill the opponent of the lieutenant general level in seconds. But obviously, One Piece is not among the most people. In the face of the difficulty of the beast, this man still maintains his grin. Ha said, put your own trick as armor on the whale's body. You kid really likes to make surprising moves. Let's divide the winner and loser. ×2 rumble. Where the huge thunder blade was cut, the ground of the island was directly broken, and a huge ditch appeared. Streams of sea water seeped out from the inside, and in the right hand of Susanoo, the giant beast of the giant beast in the distance, Susanoo had already drawn this sword, and this sword light that almost split the entire upside-down mountain in half was emitted from the Rab version of the beast difficulty. But at a glance, even with such a terrifying power, the situation of Rab and Madara at this time is not optimistic, because now more than half of Rab's Susanoo armor has been shattered and dropped, leaving only the right fin and the right face of the head and a little bit of the tail. The bit is also wrapped in Susanoo armor, and the other part's bit, its own body has been exposed. It looks breathless, and there are still many scars on its face, which are all injured by Roger's sword without exception. Blocking the difficulty of the beast, is this also one of the ways to use domineering? Opening his eyes wide in the wheel eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Madara muttered as he looked at Roger, who was also injured a lot in the distance. Ha ha. Such a strong force, even the mountain was cut so cleanly. Feeling the power of the sword light just now, around Roger, he couldn't help but praise Madara, and his head was also covered with blood. A day and a night of battle, that is, in the past, he and Whitebeard, Carp and other strong people have not fought to this point. Roger seemed inadequate, Madara was naturally not much better, and his body was almost scarred. If it were not for Rab's assistance, he might really be defeated. Rab, go back. After Madara silently recited a sentence, Rab under him suddenly disappeared in a muffled sound and white smoke, and Madara immediately jumped down from Rab's body and jumped to the land of Upside Down Mountain. But this place can no longer be called mountain. The collision of the world's strongest forces directly changed the map here. Upside Down Mountain can be said to have almost completely disappeared. Said to be mountain, now it seems that it is a plain is more appropriate. This is the power of the ninja world in One Piece. Seeing Madara standing not far from him, Roger smiled wickedly, maintaining his bold character and said, have you called your companion back? That's right, without the protection of your armor, even with that strange power in your body, you can't stop the aftermath of the battle between us. I feel the immortal chakra. Madara stared at Roger on the opposite side and said slowly, can even the immortal chakra feel it? Bite. Hoist. Host, you are now running out of spare power to fight One Piece, and the system suggests that you be able to temporarily exchange the cells between the reincarnation eye and the Thousand Hand Pillar, not the perfect immortal Mu-Dun power. Seeing that the system that has not appeared for a long time suddenly ran out at such a critical time, Madara was a little stunned, but without saying a word, he retreated to the back, and communicating with the system could cause a certain amount of distraction and waste a certain amount of time, which could not be committed in front of Roger. Suddenly evasion tactics were adopted. Roger was a little confused by Madara's sudden action, but he still chased immediately without saying a word. But Madara, who has the ability to condense chakra on the soles of his feet and step on trees, is more advantageous in speed in this complex and messy terrain. I didn't expect that the trick that is the foundation of a ninja should be lucky to have an effect on people who have the same power as themselves and the Senjutsu pillar. Despite this, with flesh stronger than Madara, and the speed of the body is only negligible than Madara, it is only a matter of time before it is caught up like this. In the midst of a speedy run, Madara asked the system, what do you mean by temporary? Your current points are not enough to get the cells between the Thousand Hand Pillars or the Reincarnation Eye, so this time you can deduct all your points in exchange for 2 minutes of Reincarnation Eye and cell use. Listening to the indifferent mechanical voice of the system, Madara simply wants to smash this thing into 10,000 pieces. All the points are only exchanged for 2 minutes of use time. Can you make a profiteer a little more? In fact, this is not Madara is too stingy, reluctant to count this kind of thing, it is really because the point this thing is too important for the current Madara. To know that Madara still maintains a 30-year-old face and peak, the power of the peak period, is because he is constantly entering points into the system all the time to maintain such perfect strength and body. If there are fewer points, Madara's power is very likely to degrade due to time, which is why Madara reaches the peak of strength. The slower the strength recovers, it's because he spends most of his points on maintaining his body. Please don't get too out of control. If you agree, important tasks will be issued, and under this, the new power you gain will not be trained in Sharingan and Mudun. Oh? Madara was slightly stunned. The power that could be compared with Sharingan and Mudun was really very little. What was the system referring to? What the hell are you thinking? Spot! Roger's voice sounded behind him. Madara turned his face to look back, and found that Roger took out his short gun again, and he pulled the trigger and shot at Madara's position, firing a bullet. Trouble guide. As a last resort, he immediately turned around and quickly sealed his hands. Mudun New Ingot Wall. Immediately, large cuboids of rough ore emerged from the soil in front of Madara and formed a hemisphere in front of it, blocking the bullet from the outside. Bang! Even if it is Mudun, but it is only a low-level ninjutsu, Roger's bullet instantly broke through it and continued to shoot in the direction of Madara, but the trajectory changed slightly, just passing by Madara's side, and the trajectory of Roger's heart part that Roger aimed at Madara before changed greatly. Madara immediately turned around and continued to attack Roger, and Roger immediately took out his sword and cut the wooden wall in front of him into shredded potatoes, and chased Madara with his sword. While chasing Madara after Madara, Roger smiled and thought, "Did you use that trick to change the trajectory of the bullet?" Madara, that guy, it's really hard to deal with. Constantly engaged in offensive and defensive battles with Roger behind him, Madara immediately asked the system, "If I accept your proposal, what is the power I get?" After the shift asked this sentence, the voice of the system task immediately sounded, "Mission, capture 1 piece score. A piece of flesh of D. Roger mission success reward. Through the power of its flesh and skin, the host's power is fused with the power of 1 piece, so that the host can get the corresponding power to 1 piece mission failure penalty. Defeated by Roger, he cannot use the power of the blood succession limit for 3 years. Roger's power. Madara was stunned when he heard the system's words, and looked back at this strong hand who was still pursuing him. If it was him, indeed, that force could compete with Sharingan and Mudun. Except, there is no need to hesitate at all, to have the opportunity to have Roger's power, that is absolutely beneficial and harmless. If Madara cannot copy Roger's ability with the Sharingan, now this is a great opportunity. Points. That kind of thing can be returned immediately, and Roger's anti-heavenly ability wants to get only such a chance. Mission accepted successfully. Inject the cells between the Eye of Reincarnation and the 1,000-hand pillar into the host's body, and the 2-minute timer begins. Very good. Madara suddenly turned around and opened his eyes, and the 3 pitch-black Guyu quickly turned, soon connecting end to end, and then 3 thick black lines appeared on the periphery of the Guyu. Eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. But it is far from over. The spotted eyes continue to rotate rapidly, but turn faster and faster. The blood-red color in the entire eye gradually fades, leaving only black pupils, such as a small black dot. And then with this small black dot as the center of the circle, circles appear on the periphery of the pupils. When the rotation stopped, 4 circles of different sizes had appeared around the pupil, and the entire eye also emitted a faint strange purple. Reincarnation eye open. Noticing the change in Madara's eyes, Roger said in a deep voice, "Eyes have changed." Although he felt strange about the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes before Madara, Roger didn't care too much about it, and there were more tricks for strange things, but now Madara's eyes actually changed so alive, which made him feel very strange. But no matter what, the battle still has to go on. If you change your eyes, you should have new strength. Try this first. Pulling out the gun on his waist, Roger once again aimed at Madara's heart, and shot a blow, armed with domineering. The pitch-black bullets that swirled around struck Madara with a roar of breaking wind. "I still want to get your power as soon as possible." Madara stood firmly with his hands folded, his body suddenly erupted with a violent chakra, and the entire wreckage of the upside-down mountain shook for a while. Rumble. The ground began to collapse violently, countless stone chips splashed out, deep cracks appeared on the land, and seawater continued to gush out from inside. Even Roger's bullet was ejected. Shinra tense. Ha! Dodged? Madara looked up into the air and found that Roger didn't know when he had jumped very high into the sky, and actually avoided the repulsion of Shinra Tianzheng. The repulsion of the power you have. Incredible guys. Roger, who possessed the world's strongest domineering appearance, already sensed what move he was about to make when Madara raised his hand, and immediately jumped high and jumped out of the attack range of Shinra Tianzheng. I've never seen such excellent perception. But Madara looked up at the sky, his fingers spread, and he sent out another terrifying chakra at Roger's position. Wangxiang Tianyi. Su. Roger's body froze, and then fell rapidly, falling in the direction of Madara's hand. Has it become gravity again this time? Troublesome guys. Roger snorted, but instead drew his western sword and struck straight at Madara, taking advantage of Madara's gravity. Where does Madara still not understand Roger's thoughts? He snorted coldly on the spot and said, "You want to use my Vientiane heavenly guidance to let me be hit myself, right? Although I would love to solve you like this, I still have a purpose to accomplish. It's almost time." Although he has the power of the Eye of Reincarnation in Muduan, but the name of Roger One Piece is not a joke. Within 2 minutes to beat him down, even by relying on the Eye of Reincarnation in Muduan, is impossible. Now Madara does not even have time to send out Muduan, directly swinging his sword in the air towards Roger, who cut him. Madara, Roger, the two shouted each other's names, and heaven and earth seemed to tremble for this force shaking, the whole sky buzzed, and a big hole was poked, and even the surrounding sea kings did not dare to approach, and rolled to the side far away. The fierce fight in the air, Roger's western sword struck down, pierced Madara's stomach, and his face rested on Madara's left shoulder. Roger turned his head in surprise for the first time, looked to the left, and said in surprise, "Don't dodge, and also do not take defense, spotted." "What the hell are you?" Just when Roger was surprised, Madara's body suddenly produced a huge wood. Roger looked at it, it was actually a wooden man. "That's Muduan doppelganger, I am the only one who saw through this trick in the past. It seems that you lost here." Suddenly, Roger heard an icy voice sound from behind him, and immediately turned his head to see that it was Madara. "It's another trick I've never seen before." "Well?" The corners of Roger's mouth raised, and he was about to struggle to get rid of the shackles of the wooden shadow doppelganger, but he didn't expect that the doppelganger was like growing on his body, tightly trapping his body, and he couldn't dodge it for a while. "I have accepted your power, Roger." Madara suddenly flashed a shuriken in his hand. Madara raised his hand and stabbed Roger's collarbone with the shuriken in his hand, and in an instant, the right hand that controlled the shuriken swiped counterclockwise, and in an instant cut off a piece of mincemeat at Roger's collarbone. Magnetic. The body was cut off a piece of flesh alive, even one piece snorted softly, but the pain from the body made Roger increase his power output, and in an instant, he smashed the wooden shadow doppelganger wrapped in his body. Madara immediately teleported the mincemeat cut off Roger's body like a psychic world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Roger directly aimed at Madara's gap, and another sword pierced Madara's stomach, seeing blood. This time the stab is really a Buddha figure. Ha, 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 scold, Standing on the upside-down mountain that was almost destroyed, Madara and Roger both sides were constantly gasping for air, and when Madara seized Roger's skin and flesh, he was also caught by Roger, and a sword pierced into the stomach, and now there is still blood on his stomach, and Roger was also consumed a lot of physical strength by the difficulty of Madara and Rab's beast before, and now it is really reluctant to continue fighting, plus such a vital part as the collarbone, that hit by spots, even one piece is meat. The body cannot achieve the exaggerated recovery speed of the 6 Dao immortals. This level of injury, if it's a human pillar force, right away, Madara glanced down at the blood flowing from his abdomen, and whispered unwillingly. Roger was also gasping for air at this time, looking up at Madara and suddenly laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, Madara, you should be happy to be able to make me look like this. There have been less than 5 people since I went to sea." Madara snorted coldly and said with a sinister smile, "There is no need for that, I am now. Just come and take your life, immortal little ghost." The two sides straightened their backs again, stood up, ready to fight to the death again. At this time, Roger was suddenly slightly stunned, looked at the sea on the left, but found that several large ships were heading towards his side, and there was a familiar breath. Noticing Roger's abnormality, Madara also looked sideways in the direction Roger was looking, but he didn't expect to find that the ship of Roger's pirate group, which should have left, was gradually driving back, and not far from it, there was a boat with a dog's head out of the front corner. Mad Dog Carp. Carp is here too. The pirates on Roger's ship first shouting, "Captain." There was a lot of worry in his tone, and it could be seen that Roger was really loved by the crew. Among the pirates, a slightly better-eyed Shanks saw where the two words were standing, suddenly shouted, pointed to the place where Madara and Roger were fighting, and stammered with a hint of trembling and disbelief in his tone, "Upside down mountain. It's gone." "What?" Hearing Shanks' words, the other pirates all ran to the ship. Jen looked into the distance, but also found that the upside-down mountain, which was originally the entrance and exit of the great shipping route, almost turned into a flat ground at this time. All the people present, except for the masters such as Renly and Carp, all looked at Madara and Roger in the distance and widened their eyes. Their eyes had burst out. A mountain that existed in front of them 2 days ago, but suddenly disappeared in front of your eyes. This kind of thing is impossible to believe on anyone, but he just happened alive in front of your eyes. This kid, he really fought with Roger like this on the dog-headed warship. Carp stared at the scarred Madara and Roger in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Not only that, the aftermath of the battle between two people can actually destroy the entire upside-down mountain. What kind of battle is happening here?" On the pirate ship, Renly touched his beard, and his eyes were shocked when he looked at Madara and actually fought with Roger to this point. It's too exaggerated. This Vice Admiral. Upside down the mountain, Roger looked at the many warships in the distance, first laughed, then turned his head to look at Madara and said, "It seems that the battle cannot continue, and the victory and defeat will be saved for the next time. After a moment of silence, Madara slowly withdrew the hand that was about to be sealed, hugged it in front of Xiong, and said indifferently, "It seems that this is a win-win proposal. Since you got Roger's cells, there is little point in continuing to fight. You must quickly absorb Roger's power. Until then, it doesn't matter. The battle of the two strongest people in the world, temporary truce." At this time, Riley walked to the ship's Genu, and shouted to Carp on the dog-headed warship from far away, "Carp, what do you think? Or follow the rules? Let us go this time." The main goal of Old Immortals coming this time is to bring back Madara. Carp's majestic answer also indicated that he accepted Rayleigh's proposal, although it was likely to miss the opportunity to arrest Roger, but Carp also found that Madara was seriously injured and must rush back to treatment quickly. It is better to save his life. Riley nodded with a smile after hearing this. Now Captain Roger is seriously injured, and the other party Carp is in full condition, and it is absolutely impossible to please his side when fighting. Phew. Two sounds. Renly and Carp on the two ships jumped down from various boats at the same time, one after the other standing beside Roger and Madara. Renly looked accustomed to it, put Roger's right hand on his shoulder, and on the other side, Carp originally wanted to support Madara too, because judging from the bleeding on Madara's body, he may have been injured more severely than Roger, but he didn't expect Madara to be unappreciative, and slapped Carp's outstretched hand away, so angry that Carp blew his beard and glared. "Ha ha ha ha. Carp, you will also show such an expression." Seeing that his old wrongdoer looked stunned, and he was already seriously injured, Roger couldn't help but laugh, and even Rayleigh next to him couldn't help but look handsome. When the old enemy said this, Carp was even more angry and shouted, yelling at Roger, "Roger, you guy don't tell the old man these things are not there. I haven't been beaten like this by a ghost." Saying that, Kara still glanced at Madara a little angrily, but Madara had slowly walked towards Carp's warship at this time, jumped up and jumped directly, and made Carp angry again. He was angry with others before, how could others dare to be angry with him? However, after the spots appear, these all have to be added affront. Watching Madara come to the ship, all the navies around respectfully gave way, because this is a figure who can tie with one piece. Not only the navy, but even the pirates of the Roger pirates next to them looked at Madara's back full of fear. Previously thought that Madara could defeat the Golden Lion only because of the Golden Lion was beaten by his own captain to pick up a bargain, but everything that happened in front of them simply slapped them hard, and tied with their own captain, and the aftermath of the battle will be upside down and flattened. Oh mother! What kind of strength can this do? It's over. Being targeted by that kind of guy is not enough for 9 lives. The timid Bucky was the first to shout in fright, causing a burst of contempt among his companions. Is this kind of guts worthy of being called a member of Roger's pirates? On the deck of the ship, a young man with red hair who looked to be about 20 years old, looking at the figure of Madara entering the warship, his eyes showed a strange look, his fist couldn't help but hold his long sword tighter and tighter, and a trace of sweat flowed. This mood is called excitement. On the ruins of Upside Down Mountain, although Renly wanted to complain that Carp's age was actually about the same size as himself and the others, he still did not speak, and after a few words of greeting Carp with Roger as if he were an old friend, he jumped on his boat and left. And Carp also helplessly looked at the group of pirate ships of the Roger pirates who were fading away. This time can be said to be the most perfect opportunity, but he chose to let them go. Such a result, in the end, will OU on the morning of a new day, as the newspaper delivery birds continue to fly over the sea. Their newspapers are scattered on various islands, whether it is the New World, the first half of the Great Voyage, or the Four Seas. Like heavy rain, sheets of newspapers kept falling, and at this moment, it seemed that everyone in the world was holding a morning newspaper with earth-shaking news written on it. Actually tied with one piece, that new Vice Admiral. Above the East China Sea, a white-bearded old man looked at the newspaper in his hand and muttered, like everyone else, with a look of disbelief on his face. Among the restaurants on the side, a sturdy-looking hotel owner wearing glasses also held this newspaper, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. What's going on? Roger. Not long after he won the title of One Piece, did such a strong opponent emerge? A huge wave began to sweep the world, and the newspapers were about the great battle between Madara and Roger on Upside Down Mountain a week earlier. Under the title, One Left and One Right, are publishing photos of two people. On the Great Route, everyone was also talking, and the young people all showed panicked expressions, discussing with each other and saying, "Hey, that Uchiha is the new lieutenant general who defeated the sea thief Golden Lion Shiji a few months ago. Is it now a tie with the legendary One Piece?" The pirates also sweated coldly when they saw it, and in the hotel, a group of pirates all looked panicked, and one of the public faces shouted, "Suffered." In this way, it is inevitable that the Roger pirates and the Navy headquarters will fight, and it is only us who will suffer. New World, 8 Treasures Water Army headquarters in the Big House. Green Pepper, the 12th generation leader of the 8 Treasures Water Army, was looking at the newspaper in his hand with a dark face, and his subordinates next to him were anxiously discussing. Roger and Uchiha are tied. What the hell is going on with the upside-down mountain of the entrance to the entire Great Passage? Are the sources of intelligence reliable? Go gather intelligence. At the same time, above the sea of the New World, like the king of the world, Whitebeard was also sitting on the large seat on the deck of his big ship at this time, and in his hands, the newspaper that ordinary people had to open with both hands was as narrow as a card, but it did not prevent Whitebeard from reading the newspaper. Hula, throwing the newspaper casually onto the deck, Whitebeard suddenly raised his head and laughed, and some crew members not far away gathered around. Marco, who had the status of deputy captain, picked up the newspaper on the deck, also browsed it, and then looked up at Whitebeard and said, "Uchiha Ban, it's the Navy we met last time on Fishman Island, right, Dad?" Sachi, the captain of the fourth team, took the newspaper from Marco's hand and read it. According to a passage a week ago, the entrance and exit of the Great Passage turned upside down the mountain, and the One Piece King Gore, Deed Roger, was razed to the ground under the fierce fight with Uchiha, known as the fiercest lieutenant general in history, and predicted that it would take at least decades for the upside-down mountain to recover. After defeating Shiki, did he aim at Roger's head again? Whitebeard showed a sinister smile. For Madara, he had already developed a monstrous battle intent. The whole world has set his sights on Uchiha and the world's strongest man, Gore. When Deed Roger's body was tied with the man, at this time, One Piece Gore Deed Roger's ship had begun to change drastically. On the big ship, in the captain's room, there were only two people, the captain and the deputy captain, and the pirates outside the door were already shouting. Almost all of them were sitting in a crying tone. "Captain, why did you disband the pirate group?" "Whoa, Captain. Deputy Captain Renly. Please come out and tell us, why don't you say anything?" Hundreds of pirates outside the door, almost all crying and crying. Listening to it makes people feel their heart-rending pain. Even Renly in the room has closed eyes, the corners of his mouth twitch slightly, a look of unbearability. After a long while, Riley seemed to have made up his mind, and asked the back of Roger, who was standing in front of him, "Did you really decide to do this, Roger?" There is no anger, no sadness, no joy in the tone, just questioning from the soul. Dragging the long tone, Roger reached out and stroked his collarbone, and suddenly smiled like a signboard. "That guy is really unexpectedly strong. It looks like I can't hold on anymore. You obviously haven't healed your old injuries, and you're still fighting with an opponent like that." Renly showed a sad look on his face, and said slowly, "If it weren't for that battle, maybe it would still be possible." "Don't say it, partner. Of course I know my body." Roger suddenly turned around, laughed heartily and patted Renly's shoulder and said, "The final battle of life is so vigorous, this is what I am after." After laughing for a while, Roger lowered his voice a little, but still kept a smile and said to Renly, "If you still have a chance to see Madara, help me remind that guy that I didn't hate him." Renly didn't answer, just looked at this man who had dedicated his life with a heartfelt smile. "All right, let's have a drink at the end." After the war, Uchiha and Gore Deed Roger's battle was called the Supreme War by the world, and their battle even rewrote the entire world map. After that, without the barrier of Upside Down Mountain, the pirates who went to the great shipping route became more, but when every pirate saw the plain-like land of Upside Down Mountain, he couldn't help but fight the Cold War, as if the two strongest people in the world were fighting fiercely in front of him, and the pirate image said, "Every time I pass the Upside Down Mountain, I feel that One Piece and the strongest Navy are watching themselves." In the Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, there were now 3 people sitting. No, there were only 2 sitting. One of the men was standing, and the low-ranking Navy soldiers who were guarding the door were shivering, because at this moment the Marshal was furious. The one sitting is with One Piece Gore. Half a month ago, Deed Roger met Madara and Carp once, and the one who was angry in front of these 2 people was, of course, the Supreme Commander of the Navy headquarters, the Marshal of the Warring States. The Marshal of the Warring States was livid at this time, and his entire facial features were almost twisted into a ball, and it could be seen to what extent he was angry now. And the Warring States stretched out his hand, pointed directly at Carp and roared, "Why, Carp, after Roger is seriously injured, you should be able to easily take down all their pirate group. Why not shoot? You gave up the best chance to take Roger with you." In the face of the accusations of the Warring States, Carp still has the virtue of left ear in and right ear out, tastelessly picked his nose, flicked it casually, yawned lazily, smacked his lips and said, "Well." At that time, the old man saw that the spotted boy was also seriously injured, so in order to avoid the Navy losing this valuable combat power, he let Roger go. "Is that so, Spot?" Although Sengoku didn't believe Carp's nonsense at all, he still asked Madara, who was sitting next to Carp, and closed his eyes. "I don't remember this kind of thing." Madara opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Carp and Sengoku, and replied indifferently. Carp's face showed a look of annoyance and anger, and as he spoke, he threw a punch at Madara, and this kid actually demolished his own platform again. Bone shattered. Although it is only the level of Big Trouble, but Carp's punch is not a joke. Now Carp is in the golden age of his strength, and a full punch can even easily split a mountain, and the fist power is complete to abuse Tsunade or Harano Sakura. Rumble. With a loud bang, the floor of this office exploded, and several navies who were originally standing at the door were shocked by this strong force and fell down, thinking in a cold sweat, "It is worthy of Vice Admiral Carp." Feeling that something was wrong in his hand, Carp looked under his fist and found that his punch did not hit the ground, but was crossed by Madara with his elbow, row-blocked. Carp's height is a little taller than Madara's, and the current scene is that Carp's downward hook was originally going to hit the top of Madara's head, but was blocked by Madara with his elbow raised above his head. But even so, the powerful momentum of the collision between the two was a place that shattered the glass and floor of the entire marshal's office. Even if it was just the degree of fighting, the strength of Carp and Madara, who represented the highest combat power in the world, was not laughing. Wahahaha. That's nice. Brat. Resisted the iron fist of the old age. After a few seconds of silence, Carp withdrew his fist, and at the same time secretly thought in his heart, is it the illusion of old age? How did I feel a trace of Roger's breath on Madara's body just now? Madara snorted coldly, but also knew that Carp was just joking, and did not think too much, but just accidentally leaked a trace of Roger's power when resisting. Sure enough, it was just transplanted. Can't it be perfectly controlled? The power of One Piece is really difficult to control. You two bastards. Warring States shouted loudly. These two people were simply sent by God and couldn't get by with themselves. Warring States couldn't help but sigh a little that such a strange thing appeared after Carp. Would it reduce their life expectancy? Boring, I'm leaving. Madara immediately noticed that Rory, who was definitely going to split his head and cover his face next, snorted, and immediately used the teleportation technique to leave. Hey, you boy. Seeing that Madara actually left himself and ran alone, Carp couldn't help but feel unhappy again, but compared to the speed, Carp was still slightly inferior to Madara by a point, and there was no way to catch Madara. Forget it. The old man also runned. Carp, you give me compensation for this cost that was destroyed by you. Sengoku naturally immediately noticed that Carp wanted to run from the window, and immediately pressed Carp's head to the ground and roared in anger. Ha! And it's not the responsibility of the old man alone. Carp had a shy expression. He was originally clean and incorruptible for officials, and he didn't have much of his own selfishness. House money, if you take out your own private money again, isn't it necessary to drink the northwest wind? In the exclusive barracks of Uchiha Spot, Madara has a military camp, not even a single soldier, although each lieutenant general has about a few hundred subordinates, but Madara does not like to manage subordinates. In the past the affairs of the Uchiha clan has made him fed up, so although he has a huge military camp, but here is only Madara living alone. Of course, there are some maids who specialize in cleaning Madara in practice. It is said that this is agreed by the Sengoku, although I don't know who recommended it. After returning to the room, Madara pulled the black collar under his armor a little, and observed the wounds on his body. After the battle with Roger, both of them were seriously injured. Madara transplanted the piece of flesh and skin taken from Roger's body to his right shoulder. This is the wound that Roger shot himself, although the same as in the past, the replication of his trick seems to be transplanted with flesh and skin, but now Madara's body does not appear Roger's face or other strange places. It is also caused by the difference in the power structure of the world. Not yet. Use him skillfully, Madara muttered to himself, when suddenly there was a knock outside the door, and there was a slight surprise in his tone. Madara, it's me. I'm coming for you. The sweet and greasy candy-like little girl's tone, Madara could already hear it. It was Robin's child. Nearly 2 months have passed since the Supreme War. Madara, because of the previous battle with Roger, his points have been consumed, which makes Madara can only go on a mission under the advice of the system. The first half of the Great Voyage has ignited the legend of Uchiha Madara, the same as the ninja world in the past. If you say Gore, Deed, Roger and Whitebeard are characters who can make the Navy feel scared, then Uchiha and Carp are characters who can make pirates pee their pants. At this time, at the gate of the naval headquarters, it was already full of people, and the leader of them was Admiral Zifa, who had just returned from the New World. Lieutenant General Madara and Lieutenant General Carp are back. Looking at Madara and Carp, who were leading in the front, there was a commotion in many navies, and many people shouted loudly. Lieutenant General Carp, Lieutenant General Madara, this time he solved the sea thief who offered a reward of more than 300 million. It's amazing. A low-level naval soldier next to Zifa shouted excitedly, with a look of longing on his face. Ah, that kind of imp. My fist bone was solved with a cannonball in one breath. There is not a single loss of a soldier at all. Carp raised his fist and smiled. The Navy soldiers fell silent for a moment, and then burst into earth-shaking cheers. Madara-sama, I heard that you solved that sea thief jock with a bounty of 340 million in one move. Kings, is this true? A naval soldier asked excitedly next to Carp. Oh, amazing fellow. Zifa was stunned when he heard this, but it was nothing compared to the surprise after hearing that Madara and One Piece were tied. Ah la la, really good job. Kuzan, who was also standing behind Zifa, said with slightly wide eyes under his sunglasses. Bonaseno still said in an old rogue tone, it's so scary. Sakazuki's personality is no longer saved. 300 million is just a weak person. Madara showed a sinister smile, but his face was still thick with disdain. All navies looked at each other for a while. 300 million Bailey is nothing. Just kidding. The first half of the Great Voyage is no match for the New World. but the 300 million bounty prisoners are also big people who are enough to match the vice admiral, but in Madara's mouth he is just a weakling. Enough already, I'm going back. Madara ignored everyone's dull expressions, performed a teleportation technique, and instantly disappeared in the eyes of everyone, walking towards his barracks. After the headquarters of the Navy, there is a separate building, which is a bit out of place with the surrounding stone wall houses, because this house is almost a Japanese house made of wood, with a yard and a stream inside. The green grass looks exceptionally beautiful, there is a long ashlar wall around the entire yard, and there is a flame fan symbol like a red and white fan outside, which is the symbol of the Uchiha family. Entering the room full of Japanese wind, Madara sat on the template of the corridor as usual, which was cleaned by the servants every day, and there would be no stolen goods even if you stepped on it barefoot. Oh. At this time, a seagull sound suddenly sounded in the air, causing Madara to look upwards. It was actually a newspaper seagull, but strangely, newspaper seagulls are generally sent newspapers in groups, and it is rare for a seagull to act alone. When the newspaper seagull passed over Madara's head, suddenly a letter fell from the mail bag on the newspaper seagull, and had to land in midair not far in front of Madara and slowly fall. Reaching forward, Madara sandwiched the letter sent by the seagull between his fingers, but he was a little curious in his heart how this seagull broke through the heavily guarded naval headquarters. Temporarily ignoring the doubts in his heart, Madara opened the white envelope and revealed a blank piece of paper in the envelope. The text of this world Madara has not yet been fully learned, but there are only a few words on this letter, even Madara can read it. Although the words are few, the content on it has made Madara's brow feel deeply, and the content of the letter is, Madara, I'm waiting for you in Upside Down Mountain. There are only 8 short words on the letter, but the signature below is what really surprised Madara. Gore. D. Roger. Letter from Roger. Madara frowned. If it was him, it was indeed an easy thing to break through the Navy's defenses and get the letter, but since the last battle on Upside Down Mountain, Roger's pirate group did not know how. There was no movement, although it was still as strong as ever. All the guys who spied at the title of One Piece or about the One Piece treasure were all solved by Roger without exception, but compared to the period that turned the world upside down, Roger, they have obviously been a lot quieter. The world can't think of what they plan to do. After completing the feat of dominating the sea, do they plan to retire? Roger. Looking for me, Madara stared at the envelope and found that there was indeed no hidden text and mechanism. His brows furrowed. He couldn't understand what the other party wanted to do. Fight again? Whether it is himself or the other party, after the last battle, it should be a big injury to the vitality. Even if the hand is itchy, he will not pick this time. Oh, interesting. Suddenly, looking at the letter, Madara revealed a mysterious smile. Since it was an invitation from One Piece, then no matter what, he was going to the appointment. Madara is not afraid of Roger at all, not because of anything in strength, because now Madara is not necessarily stronger than Roger, but because Roger, this person, is probably more straightforward than the Thousand Hand Pillar. This kind of person will definitely not play tricks in the battle or conversation. This time, Madara decided to go alone. 3 days later, the ruins of the Upside Down Mountain were turned upside down in the past. It was still a big mountain, and now it can only be said that it is just a plain, but out of centuries of habit, everyone still calls this place Upside Down Mountain. On the Upside Down Mountain, 2 men were looking at each other, both sides using earth as chairs. Sitting on it, a man with a face full of scumbags and messy hair had been laughing boldly, and took out 2 large wine bottles, one in his right hand, and the other wine bottle was thrown to the man in the navy robe opposite. Another long-haired man took the thrown bottle, took it in his hand and glanced at it, then set his eyes on this somewhat scruffy but domineering man again. And these 2 men, this is Uchiha and Gore. D. Roger, known as the 2 strongest people in the world. Gollum. Grunt. Yes. Roger drank most of the wine in the bottle, and there was still some liquid left over from drinking too quickly at the corner of his mouth. After taking a long sip, Roger burped a lot, kept his usual smile and looked at Madara sitting opposite him and said, "How, don't drink it? It's my favorite rum." Glanced down at the purple wine in the glass bottle, Madara put his thumb on the wooden stopper at the mouth of the bottle. With a slight force, he bounced the wooden stopper, holding the bottle to his mouth as poured violently, although not like Roger killed 2/3 in one go, but still drank a small half, although the strength is strong. But Madara does not exaggerate the amount of alcohol. In the past, in order to avoid confusion, Madara rarely drank, and almost all of them drank sake. With very little alcohol, for a high alcohol liquor like rum, Madara is drinking it for the first time. Ah ha ha ha. I don't seem to be very good at drinking. You boy. Roger saw Madara with a little red ears, laughed, picked up his bottle again, finally drank the rum inside, and then casually threw the bottle into the sea. Madara did not express anything to Roger's ridicule, just looked at him faintly. Madara could feel that the power in Roger's body was very messy, and the entire lifeline seemed to be in chaos. Last time, I obviously didn't find so many abnormalities. How come it was less than 2 months? Madara's face couldn't help but become more and more serious. Roger didn't even bring the pirate group this time. What the hell is? The pirates have been disbanded. As if seeing the doubts in Madara's heart, Roger opened his mouth and replied, "My body is already this virtue. This is the only option. You. In the end, Madara frowned, looking at Roger's face showing a hint of puzzlement. This man, in the end. Roger continued, I entered the Great Voyage 5 years ago, and I suffered countless injuries physically, but when it comes to an injury that is still faintly painful. Speaking of this, Roger pulled off the hand towel around his neck slightly, revealing the dark skin at the collarbone, and a not small, burn-like wound displayed in front of Madara and said, this is it. Madara looked at the wound that Roger showed indifferently. Of course he knew. It was the wound he had inflicted on him 2 months ago, when they clashed, and the flesh and skin lost on it were now being sewn onto the wound on his right shoulder. Roger looked at Madara and suddenly asked, you transplanted my cells, right? Got it? Madara was not surprised by this. Roger's strength he had seen, this kind of thing to completely hide from him, almost impossible task. No, to be able to feel it, with my abilities. Roger has the power to perceive everything in this world, even if he didn't see Madara's small movements during the battle. Now Madara, who transplanted his own cells, stands in front of him, of course, he can feel it. Madara supported the side of his face with one hand, maintaining an indifferent look unchanged, and asked, make you uncomfortable? This kind of thing where one's own power is absorbed. Ah ha ha. Suddenly, Roger laughed maniacally again, revealing his big white teeth that were completely different from his skin, and said to Madarin, do you think I would care about that kind of thing? It doesn't matter. Madara glanced at Roger and replied, what is the purpose of calling me here? It can't be to fight again, right? Madara sat down, his eyes looked squarely at the one piece in front of him and said, except for the 1,000-hand pillar, he was looking at a person with such a correct gaze for the first time. However, Roger's next words, even Madara couldn't help but grow his pupils slightly, and the words that came out of Roger's mouth, even Madara opened his mouth slightly, because it was simply not trained to hear the words to destroy Konoha from the mouth of the 1,000-hand pillars. Get me back. It's just 6 words, but it's even more shocking than the monstrous waves, even if it's only seen twice. But Madara is already more straightforward than Roger, the same straightforward as the Senjukuma, but has a more optimistic personality than Senjukuma, transferring Senjukuma's love for Konoha to his companion. But no matter what, Madara can't help but doubt his ears a little. One Piece. To turn yourself in? Unable to help but poke his head forward a little, Madara rarely asked a person, are you kidding? Ah ha ha. Roger kept letting out his own bold laughter, slowly stood up, and walked towards the side of the upside-down mountain, in the direction of Rab, where a small boat was parked, which may have been taken by Roger when he came to the upside-down mountain, or it may have been left to him by his companions. The first time someone dared to speak with his back to Uchiha Madara, but Madara had no intention of attacking at this time, and Roger in front turned his head and opened his mouth, laughed loudly and said, I won't die, opponent. In the headquarters of the Navy, the marshal's office still made a noisy sound as always, and it goes without saying that the reason is known which 2 people are involved. Touch. With a crisp sound, a teacup had already been smashed from the table to the ground, and the instigator of the matter was none other than Marshal Sengoku. Carp still looked like an old urchin at this time, and asked the Warring States with an angry voice, what for? Sengoku, this is the old immortal's favorite cup. Carp shouted loudly, but Sengoku was superior, directly grabbed Carp's collar in a violent manner, dragged Carp to his face and sprayed, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to take a good look at that Madara? Why is it that there is no one for another month? After listening to the words of the Warring States, Carp turned his head and laughed exaggeratedly. Ahaha. Old man, I'm not a nanny. Why do I look at that little ghost all day long? It's not a joke. That little ghost is. Sengoku just wanted to rebuke Carp, but at this moment, a low-level naval soldier wearing an ordinary naval soldier's uniform ran in a panic, and shouted breathlessly, report. Report. What for? So flustered, don't you know what place this is? Sengoku glared at the Navy in dissatisfaction, released the hand that was holding Carp's collar, and said loudly to the incoming Navy soldiers, what happened? Madarin, Madara. Vice Admiral Uchiha is back. It's back. Although he was reminded by the Warring States, the Navy who came to report still looked nervous, leaving beads of sweat on his face, and he was obviously hit by a major blow. Oh, is that kid back? Carp said a little surprised, and then returned to an unserious look, waved his hand and said to the Warring States, that old man went back. Warring States. Who said you could go? Carp's collar was once again grabbed by the Warring States, and the Warring States obviously did not intend to let Carp go so simply, and asked the soldier, come back when that kid comes back. What is there to panic about? Madara. Spot. Lieutenant General Madara. He, the soldier said, even tears were falling, and the shape of his mouth was constantly trembling. Shaking, the expression on his face looked like he was about to collapse. What the hell is going on? Seeing the appearance of the soldier, even Sengoku and Carp realized that the matter was not simple, and yelled at the soldier. Lieutenant General Madara put gore. Roger is back. As if he had exhausted his whole body's strength, after the soldier said these words, he fainted with foam at the mouth. One Piece gore. Roger is such a terrifying figure, his name, enough to deter the world. What? Carp's eyes widened, shocked, because he heard wrong. Murin looked at the Warring States next to him, and the Warring States had the same expression. Carp was sure that he had not heard wrong. Blue. Brulu. At this time, the phone worm on the Warring States desk suddenly remembered that among the many phone worms on the Warring States desk, this phone worm's appearance was long black hair, revealing the right face and half of the eyes. It was obvious that at this time Uchiha and the phone worm of Sengoku Communications. Madara called, Carp muttered, looking at the ringing phone bug, a look of shock on his face that he had never shown before. Aha! Sengoku quickly picked up the microphone on the phone worm in 3 or 2 steps, and shouted into the microphone, Hey! Feed! Spot! Tell me! Roger, is he? One Piece is in my barracks right now. Before Sengoku's words were finished, Madara's indifferent voice had already come out of the phone worm's mouth, and the expression of the world was as if he didn't pay attention to anything, and the personality traits of Madara were vividly expressed on this phone worm's body. You, what the hell are you, kid? Sengoku simply doesn't know what to say and arrest Gore. Deed Roger is simply something he dreamed of, but now he is so pie in the sky, such a thing suddenly falls in front of him. What is this? This is equivalent to an old beauty wanting to catch a terrorist leader who blew up their building, but did not succeed for several years, but was played around, and finally when he was helpless, the other party suddenly ran over and turned himself in, and now Sengoku and Carp's mood is almost like this. The old man went to find the spotted boy first. Hearing that his nemesis was arrested, Carp couldn't sit down for the first time, jumped from the window and ran towards the barracks where Madara lived, and Sengoku quickly left the office after a frown, running in the same direction as Carp, but they didn't jump from the window. Ask for tips, collections, flowers, monthly passes, evaluation tickets outside the door of the Madara Zephyr house. Here stood the navy who came to watch when they heard the wind, among which there were no great navies above the vice admiral, for no other reason, because at this time, One Piece King Gore D. Roger is sitting inside. Now, thousands of navies standing outside are talking about it. The name of One Piece has long been spread anywhere in the world, his bounty order is plastered all over the walls of the world, but no bounty hunter dares to arrest him without fear of death. But, today, one person did it. Hey! Really fake. Vice Admiral Uchiha has captured One Piece. Last time it was a tie, this time I have already caught him. How strong is he? But why didn't Roger go to jail and bring him to his own home? What the hell is Lieutenant General Madara's thinking? Just when all the navies were talking anxiously, suddenly a deafening cry sounded in their ears. What are you all doing? Don't hurry up and get back to your job. The navies looked in the direction where the voice came from, and 2 tall figures were quickly walking towards their side, and when they looked at it, they were all taken aback. Battle. Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Carp. Boys, hurry up and return to your place for the old man. Carp looked around and yelled at the navy. He didn't know what Madara and Roger were doing, but if they wanted to fight here, I am afraid that few people in so many navies could survive, and more seriously, the navy headquarters might be directly destroyed. Yes, Times and the 2 commanders gave the order, so the navy quickly gave a military salute and left quickly, but there was still a strong look of worry on his face, because now the One Piece who made the navy frightened was in the navy headquarters. Sengoku glanced at the Japanese-style building where Madara lived, and then said, Let's go in. Roger, was it really caught by Madara? Carp muttered to himself suspiciously, and quickly followed behind Sengoku and walked into Madara's house. Sitting on the tatami mat that the Uchiha clan used to use most often in the room, Vice Admiral Uchiha Madara, and One Piece Gore D. Roger sat opposite each other. Madara sat down very regularly, but Roger showed his own bold character as always, sat on the tatami mat with a big grin, picked up the bottle of Japanese sake between the two, and directly poured his mouth. Berry. Originally, sake was a light liquor to be tasted in a small shot glass, but the domineering One Piece did not know how to appreciate and taste it all, so he picked up the bottle in one sip and drank all the sake in it. Almost half a sip of a small bottle of sake. After putting the bottle down, Roger also said to Madara with a little dissatisfaction, What you have here is no different from boiled water, like a woman's drink. Roger personally likes spirits, especially rum, but Madara doesn't like to drink, and naturally there will be no high concentration drinks. Roger. Madara had not yet expressed any opinion on this. Suddenly, a large hole was opened on the top floor of the house, and after a burst of explosions, 2 huge figures appeared beside Madara and Roger with smoke. Although this sudden attack was enough to frighten most people, but Madara and Roger still maintained a calm face, as if nothing had happened. The hair is a little gray, the iron fist Carp, the strange hat on the head, the Buddha Warring States, the cape of the 2 people is windless and automatic, a powerful momentum covers the 2 people of Madara and Roger. In a small living room, the 4 strongest people in the world gather. It is a pity that one person was not present. Carp, Sengoku. Madara glanced at the 2 people's bodies lightly. It seems that they are also very concerned about Roger's affairs. Forget it, anyway, I was a little surprised before. The person in front of him is indeed his old rival, One Piece Gore D. Roger, but it was precisely because of this that Carp's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Carp's attention was completely on Roger's body, while Sengoku asked Madara with a straight face, What's going on? Spot. Why didn't such a major matter be reported at the first time? Madara lightly schemed the warring states, and replied with a hint of disdain in his tone, compared to this matter, One Piece's side is more critical, you boy. Sengoku was immediately speechless by Madara Yi's counterattack, and only then looked at Roger, who was the protagonist of this time. Carp said in a deep voice, I don't really believe you were caught by Madara, Roger. In the previous Supreme War, Madara's injury can be said to be a little more serious than Roger's, which Carp knows. Anyway, Madara captured Roger alive, which he and Sengoku will not believe in any way. This guy turned himself in. At this time, Madara said in a don't care tone. What? Sengoku and Carp shouted out in surprise at the same time. I am afraid that only such a shocking event can make these two people so moved. In any case, One Piece turned himself in and couldn't believe it. Roger showed a hint of a smile and said easily, oh that's right, just turn yourself in, that's all. As if talking about a small matter of eating, Roger ignored the shocked looks of Sengoku and Carp and said, do you need to surprise you so much? After being stunned for 10 seconds, Sengoku came back to his senses and showed an angry look at Roger, although he was surprised, but this opportunity could not be missed. Come man, take gore. Roger handcuffed. Escorted to the Great Deep Sea Prison. Under the order of the warring states, soon a group of naval soldiers arrived. One of them took out a pair of sea loose stone handcuffs and walked in front of Roger, but his legs were still shaking. No way. In front of him was the One Piece who conquered the sea. Pawn, stand down for me. Madara looked unhappy for a while, and reached out and threw out the Navy soldier who was holding the handcuffs of Hala Stone and trembling. After Sengoku saw Madara's actions, he was angry again and roared, you're going to rebel, Spot, I'll send this guy. As if looking down on Sengoku, Madara squinted his eyes and said, pulling Roger's back collar and signaling him to go forward. Ha! Strange guy. It seems that seeing that there are actually other people besides Carp who can make the warring states deflated, Roger can't help but smile, causing the warring states to go crazy again. When he saw Madara and Roger's figures walking farther and farther away, Sengoku said to Carp next to him in a deep voice, you also follow, Carp, if Madara's guy has other plans, or Roger resists halfway. In the end, Sengoku still did not believe in this kind of thing that One Piece turned himself in, and immediately ordered Carp to go together. As a marshal, he could not easily get out of the horse and leave the headquarters, but if Madara and Carp joined forces, even One Piece could not win. Humph, do it even if you don't say old age. Carp snorted coldly with a gloomy face, and immediately strode forward in the direction of Madara and Roger. Battle. Marshal of the warring states. At this time, the soldiers who had just come and still looked resigned to the warring states and asked, no, is it really okay not to handcuff? Although there are Lieutenant Generals Madara and Lieutenant Generals Carp, but the other party is One Piece after all. Sengoku still had a straight face and said to these soldiers, since you know Roger's strength, you should also know his strength. Think that handcuffs can really help him? After a pause, Sengoku walked out of Madara's room and said to the soldiers, with the protection of Carp and Madara, even Roger can't escape. Immediately inform the world, One Piece Corps. Roger, arrested today by Vice Admiral Uchiha and executed 10 days later. Well, several navies quickly gave a military salute, and then quickly ran out. This is the territory of the moody Vice Admiral Uchiha, and One Piece was still here just now. They were almost scared to pee their pants. How could they not want to stay here for another second? Sengoku, who remained here, looked at the sake bottle still listed on the tatami mat and muttered, what the hell are you thinking? Gore. Roger, One Piece Gore. Roger was arrested and imprisoned by Vice Admiral Uchiha. When this news came out, the whole world had completely exploded. When the Marshal of the Warring States announced that the execution place of One Piece was his birthplace, Rogue Town in the East China Sea, people from all over the world gathered in Rogue Town, and for the execution of One Piece, people were excited, sighed, regretted, and ecstatic. In just 10 days, Rogue Town can almost be described as a sea of people. And except for gore. Roger's execution caused a sensation in the world, and the name Uchiha was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. He became a presence listed above the past naval hero Carp, and his name is a creepy existence in the heart of every pirate, One Piece King Gore. After Roger decided to execute, the Marshal of the Warring States mobilized all forces to search for the members of Roger's pirates, and put more than 90% of the members and figures related to him in prison and executed. But in any case, Roger's relatives and wife were not found, and the most powerful subordinate, Deputy Captain Hades Riley. Now, with only 5 days left before the execution of One Piece, the warship will soon sail to the town of Rogue to attack Goer. Roger's execution, and the legendary One Piece is finally about to embark on the last voyage of his life. At this time, in the Navy deep sea prison, under the faint light of the oil lamp, in a large independent cell, One Piece Gore. Roger was showing his big white teeth, smiling at Carp outside the cage. Know what? Carp, I already have children. Pity. I haven't had time to hug him yet. Carp sighed deeply. For Roger, Carp didn't know what kind of mood to treat at the moment. What do you say to me, this Navy? Roger. His mother, the woman associated with you, will surely be put to death. Carp shouted to Roger mercilessly. A pair of sharp eyes under the bangs looked at Carp. Roger dragged his chained hands and feet to stand up, slowly walked to Carp and said, "That's why I told you." Carp's face changed, and Roger continued, "Over the past year, the government will definitely thoroughly search my whereabouts, find her, and kill her. But, Carp." Roger walked up to Carp and yelled at Carp through the cage, "A newborn child is innocent, and our friendship was established in countless fights." Dong dong. At this time, a sound of footsteps came, causing Carp and Roger to look sideways, and I saw the same navy cloak as Carp, but a man with black cuffs walked down the stairs and said to the two with an expressionless face, "I didn't expect to hear such an interesting thing, Roger. I didn't expect you to be such a soft-hearted person." "Madara, ha! It's you, boy." After Roger looked at the comber, he did not have the slightest fear of his appearance because of the secret leakage, and still laughed and said to the two, "You are worthy of respect and trust just like my companions." Madara still maintained an indifferent attitude, and Roger's appearance at this time reminded him of a man he used to both trust and extremely hate. "Don't talk to yourself." In complete opposite, Carp grabbed the railing of the cage and yelled at Roger, "No, you will definitely help me." Roger still maintained his trademark smile and said to Carp with a confident tone, "My child, I'll leave it to you." Roger continued to say to Carp. As if he had received a huge blow, Carp walked out step by step, but his face was covered with shadows, and he didn't know what he was thinking inside. "Madara, you." After Carp left, Roger looked at Madara and muttered, "I'm not interested in little ghosts." Madara slowly walked up to Roger, showing a completely different hideous look from Carp before, and said to Roger, "But if this is the last meeting with you, I will return all the pain you gave me in the past, and I will send you on your way." He opened his eyes sharply, revealing Uchiha's exclusive eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes, glared at Roger and said, "The person I want to kill does not need to be a fake hand, and I will kill you in 5 days." After saying this, Madara also turned around and slowly walked outside, leaving the oil lamp that had been extinguished, and the one who still keeps smiling. One Piece. Over the next 5 days, the top brass of the world government and the Navy headquarters unanimously decided to promote Uchiha to the rank of general. When he learned that Roger's surrender had been arrested by the warring states and the world government instead, Madara was seriously dissatisfied with the actions of the warring states and the world government, believing that it was an insult to himself, and in anger, issued a notice about the Navy sending troops to search for Gore. Roger's everything must be done by himself, and he must let himself kill Roger's conditions, which Marshal Sengoku was very angry, but for some reason, the 5 old stars actually allowed Madara's behavior, and said that after Roger's execution, the search and arrest operation would be handed over to the new General Uchiha to complete, assisted by Lieutenant General Carp. In this regard, everyone was surprised by this order again, and began to speculate about the origin of the legendary Uchiha ban. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed, and the eyes of the world are on Rogue Town. The town of Rogue in the East China Sea at this time. Many people on the streets began to rush to the center of the town. When the others arrived in the center of town, the entire square was almost overwhelmed by the flow of people. A teenager named Smog struggled to find a position slightly ahead, and then waited reassuringly. But not only him, but also hidden in the crowd, there was also a young man in a straw hat, and another man standing next to him had a big red nose like a clown, which looked very funny. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a group of navies came to the square and cleared a road. Immediately afterwards, Carp and Buddha's warring states led a group of navies to escort Roger over, and, standing next to Roger, the new Admiral, Uchiha. However, the current protagonist is obviously Roger, and when Luo Jiao appeared in front of everyone couldn't help but silence at the moment. No matter why the people were silent, the entire square instantly fell silent. This silence continued until Roger was sent to the execution ground. Madara and Sengoku stood left and right on either side of Roger's execution table, while Carp stood directly below the execution table and looked around at the surrounding crowd in case someone came to kidnap him. The one kneeling here now is the pirate of the world, Roger. The warring states of Buddha did not mention Roger's title of One Piece or his vigorous deeds. He just said that Roger was a criminal pirate, and then began to tell Roger's crimes. At this time, people all over the world looked at the screen, everyone looked at the man with a calm face, and various emotions surged up. "Can you untie this thing for me? It's itching so much." Roger kept smiling and handed his handcuffed hands in front of Sengoku and said, "It's impossible." Sengoku thought that Roger was simply ridiculing himself, and even refused without hesitation. Roger withdrew his hand and said with a mocking smile, "What? Afraid that I will run away? Humph." At this time, Madara suddenly snorted coldly, and suddenly a huge blue phantom bone appeared around his body, and then on the right side of the ribs, a giant skeleton hand with nails was immediately born. He slashed at Roger's handcuffs, bang. With a bang, the handcuffs were split in half and fell on the execution table. "Madara, you guy." Sengoku watched angrily. "Shut up." Warring States. Madara revealed his eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes, and said to the warring states fiercely, "I am the one who wants to kill him. I don't want to take advantage of the danger of a dying person who is handcuffed." Warring States actually showed a trace of fear at Madara's momentum in an instant, and couldn't help but take a step back, which also made the eyes of people watching Roger's execution all over the world widen, and the general actually dared to threaten the marshal. Zig, it's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. Spot. Roger twisted his wrist, as if to relieve the itch, and suddenly sat down, as if waiting for death to come. Warring States looked at Roger, and a trace of sadness flashed in his heart inexplicably. This man, born terrible, died respectable. Any last words? Roger. Sengoku finally asked Roger. Before Roger could say anything, a young man in the square who seemed to be in a mood that seemed to be impatient shouted at the execution table, "Gore. Roger. Have you already found that thing?" The voice was long, and the young man continued to roar, "That legendary treasure, One Piece, ha ha." Roger suddenly raised his head and looked at the black-pressed flow of people below, grinning. "Want my treasure? If you want, I'll give it all to you. Go, I put everything there, the great root." In an instant, people all over the world held their breath at this moment. The Sengoku on the execution table, Carp below, their faces changed instantly. Sengoku immediately shouted to Madara, "Execution." But the words have been said, and now that the whole world has heard Roger's words, it is impossible to stop it. Now I can only execute Roger quickly, otherwise I don't know what kind of demagogic words he will say. Goodbye. Madara silently recited a sentence in his heart, put his palms together, turned into a hand knife, and pierced Roger's heart from behind in one breath. Generally speaking, the head is cut off directly, but Gore. Roger, this person at the end, even Madara can't help but have some lamentations about this person's death, although he wants to kill him, but he wants to maintain the dignity of a legend in the end. Blood spewed out of his mouth, but for some reason, he already kept a smile on his face. A generation of One Piece, Gore. Roger, deceased. At this time, the square was overturned by a huge roar almost instantly. People all over the world are boiling. Is it because of Roger's death? No. Someone because of Roger's words. One Piece, Gore. As soon as Roger died, the era of sea pirates began at the same time. Countless people with dreams of wealth began to embark on the road to becoming pirates and marching towards the Great Waterway. For a time, the whole world resounded with Roger's words before he died, and his words made countless pirates begin to plunge into the sea. Sengoku finally probed the pulse on Roger's neck, and after a long time, he slowly said, "Gore. Roger, okay. Death, as agreed, right?" Withdrawing Cha's hand in Roger's heart and flicking the blood on it, Madara asked Sengoku. "Well," Sengoku nodded heavily, and said, "Roger's body will be disposed of for you, but in exchange, you won't make trouble for me for a period of time after that." Humph. There was no such time. Madara smiled disdainfully, carried Roger's body on his shoulders, and jumped on the roof of Robetown in 3 or 2 strokes, heading back towards the sea. Looking at the crowd that has fallen into riots, and the departing Madara, Carp and Sengoku are both thoughtful. Times have changed. What will the world look like next? And Madara, what did he want to do when he asked to take Roger's body away? One Piece Gore. Roger was officially executed, and the corpse was accepted by the new Admiral Uchiha, but this matter has been forgotten. The death of One Piece has become the key to opening a new era, and the era of pirates officially opened. After that, all pirates targeted One Piece and rushed to the sea, and the growth rate of pirates was even 10 times higher than that of the pirate era, making the world speechless. After Roger's death, a naval investigation learned that One Piece Gore. Roger also has his own wife and children. In order to cut off this most evil bloodline, the naval headquarters and the world nobles dispatched Admiral Uchiha Madara, who has led an army of Vice Admiral Carp to search, examining all children under the age of 1, and even women who are still infants, holding the fierce means of preferring to kill 1,000 by mistake and not let go of 1, cruelly hurting many innocent women. Babies have families, making both Madara and Carp very dissatisfied. In the end, Madara could not see the ugliness of the navy, and gave Carp the search for Roger's widow, and the final result is unknown. Carp concealed the navy and brought Roger's child back to the East China Sea to be raised by his friends, but I don't know if because of Roger's death, Carp's hair turned white in a very short time, and the person looked a lot older. And the changes that have taken place in the navy are not only here, but also Madara, the senior General Zifa, who is in the position of general, in the One Piece King Gore. Roger was executed for less than a year. All his family was killed by mysterious pirates, and when General Zifa was grief-stricken, he gave up his position as admiral and became the exclusive instructor of naval recruits, cultivating one naval elite after another, and even Kuzan, Sakazuki and Poniseno, who were the 3 vice admirals of the navy, recognized him as his teacher, but it was rumored that Poniseno was the most at odds with Zifa. After Zifa's abdication, Uchiha became the only general in the navy and was appointed to garrison the New World. Uchiha refused any soldiers and horses, and single-handedly stirred up the pirates of the New World, making the navy of the New World fearful, and the victory and defeat of many battles with Whitebeard were all 55, but it was rumored that Uchiha had the upper hand, and there were even rumors that after the death of One Piece, no one could match Uchiha Madara. The terrifying black cuffed navy robe, the eagle falcon that has appeared in the sky, has become the symbol of the overlord of the new world, Uchiha Spot, and the navy and pirates have given it the title, Black Eagle, Uchiha Spot. During this time, Uchiha arrested countless pirates, but more often killed them all. Uchiha BA could not understand why Roger's words affected or even changed an era, what the One Piece represented, why all the young people dared to put down their good time and run to the sea. In the blink of an eye, it has been 6 years since One Piece was executed, and Uchiha is even more famous in the New World. No, the whole world is even more famous, and is called by the pirates as the Navy that as long as you can escape from him, you can increase the bounty, which is enough to see the horror in the heart of the Navy and pirates. And with his strong strength and outstanding appearance, Uchiha has also become the object of admiration of girls all over the world, but for some reason, his age has always been a mystery. And the little girl Nicole who was rescued by Madara that year. Robin also became a young girl under the leadership of Vice Admiral Crane, with excellent devil fruit ability and solid Navy 6, became an ensign at the age of 13 and a rising star in the Navy, but unlike Madara, Robin mainly operates in the Navy headquarters and the first half of the Great Route, still led by Vice Admiral Tsuru, but Nicole. Robin still hopes that one day he will be able to enter the new world and meet that person. In addition to the Navy and pirates, after the era of pirates, Mary Joanne's world nobility was less than gore. Deed Roger, after this great enemy, became more and more arrogant, looking at the purchase of fish people and mermaids as slaves. Its world noble Sky 36 NG people are even uglier. Their bad taste makes the intelligence Madara simply disgusting, but Madara understands that these moths have a little use. When they finish that thing, they all have to go to hell. Although the era of the sea thief has been coming for 6 years, but now, another terrifying event has happened, shocking the world. Even the New World side is shaken by this matter. The world nobles are greatly furious, and a thing that affects the times is quietly sounding again. The Holy Land of Mary Joa, here is the top of the Red Earth continent. The entire Red Earth continent is under its feet, even the clouds and mist in the sky are surrendered to its height, and can only surround it. This is the sacred place of the Draco, the only way for the Navy to travel to the New World, the seat of the world government, and the center of the world. However, in such a noble and sacred place, in the place of the crime, there is a lowly fishman, relying on his dirty hands and feet, constantly climbing up, constantly approaching it. It is really incomparably contrary. After that, this incomparably lowly fishman is going to do something even more rebellious and will shake the world. He wants to make a big disturbance in the Holy Land, a big disturbance in the world government, a big trouble in the center of the world, free the slaves trapped here, and give them true freedom. The name of this contradictory, but legendary lowly fishman is Fisher Tiger. Boom! A few explosions came, and then it turned into flames in the sky. Countless tongues of fire devoured those dazzling, incomparably rich and arrogant huge buildings, and then countless slaves continued to escape. It seems that the lowly fishman named Fisher Tiger succeeded. A lowly fishman not only climbed up that sacred with his bare hands, the holy place of the criminal, set foot on the land in the center of the world, and also made a big fuss here, insulting this sacred place. This fishman is looking for death, is challenging the majesty of the highest power in the world. However, despite this, it cannot change the fact that he is made, and from then on, he will become a legend in the world, constantly praised by countless people, praising the hero of the fishman, Fisher Tiger. At the same time, the headquarters of the Navy, the Marshal of the Warring States of the Navy headquarters was answering a phone call with a telephone worm, and the head of the telephone worm was wrapped with a transparent cover like an astronaut's helmet. Hey, Navy headquarters, why don't you hurry up and protect us? The lowly fishmen are invading, violate the realm of our world's noble Draco. This didn't sound like some nobleman, but like an uncultured rogue, only listening to the voice of spouting saliva from the phone worm. We Draco people have great favors for your naval headquarters, hurry up and save us. Hateful, how dare this lowly fishman give our slaves? Although he was also so angry that he wanted to hang up the phone, but due to the identity of the other party, even the Marshal Warring States did not dare to act rashly, and he could only hang up the phone worm in anger after the other party hung up the phone first. Draco, these guys. Lately, I've really been doing more and more for whatever I want, said Sengoku with a gloomy face. Carp held a donut next to him and laughed. Those pests are not like this behavior for a day or two. Wahahaha. I can understand why Madara hates them so much. Shut up, Carp. Sengoku scolded Carp and said, now Mary Joan has been invaded, no matter what the Draco is, but if the other party is allowed to escape, the world government and the Navy headquarters will lose face. Put your mouth with a look of indifference. Barry's donut was swallowed, and Carp snorted and said, isn't Mary Joanne still the one? That wouldn't let the prisoners escape, would it? Humph. Warring States sneered and said, that person has already issued an order, saying that it is impossible for him to do it directly. After all, he is a figure who has been retired for a long time, and if he makes a move casually, he may cause a greater sensation. Sengoku continued, the supreme order has come down, let the General Black Hawk go to meet and arrest that fishman back. Carp's eyes widened slightly after hearing this, and he asked rhetorically, send the spotted boy to go. Guys with a bounty of less than 300 million. How is it more than enough to let Kuzan Xiaoer and the three of them go together, right? This is the order of the One, and even if we don't understand it, we can only obey it, Sengoku said in a deep voice, and then took out a phone bug from his desk, with long black hair, revealing half of his right face. Even if his eyes were tightly closed when not in use, even his phone bug seemed to have an indescribable momentum. Carp looked at the phone worm in Sengoku's hand, took a bite of the donut again, and thought to himself, having a pet that can fly can indeed reach Mari Joan very quickly, but the high level of the spotted boy's hatred of the Draco should be understood. Why send that kid, at this moment, the new world above a sea area? Great general. On a pirate ship, a group of strangely dressed pirates looked at the man standing on the sea, and cried out directly in fright, turning the sea upside down, and appeared alive in front of them. Looking at the guy who didn't even have the guts to make a move, Madara Yuen's expressionless face showed deep contempt. His hands were crossed, his legs were squatted, his body was slightly forward, and a monstrous fire came out of his mouth. Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. Magi. The monstrous wall of fire with a diameter of tens of meters instantly covered this not small pirate ship. Listening to the roar and begging for mercy from the ship, Madara slowly turned around after the pirate ship was completely burned, walking aimlessly on the sea, muttering, after Roger's death, are all such wastes left? Touching a wound on his shoulder, Madara couldn't help but fall into a memory, and muttered again, Roger's power, is it so difficult to control? It's been 6 years, and I haven't fully adapted to his power. What the hell? Boo let in purr. Boo was suddenly, in the pocket of Madara robe. There was a call of telephone worms. Madara carried only 2 phone worms, Marshal of the Warring States, already Lieutenant General Carp 2 people, but Carp almost does not call worms, and his own situation is the same, the now calling, who can be imagined? Hey! Black Hawk. Madara walked on the surface of the sea and took the phone bug out of his pocket, but immediately after opening it, he heard Sengoku shouting inside. Oh, is it Sengoku? Madara responded lightly, not at all like he was talking to his top boss. In the phone worm, Sengoku continued to shout, now I want to give you a special mission from the world government. Immediately go to Mary Joan to arrest a person named Fisher. Tiger's fishman. Hearing that the warring states were in such an angry and corrupted tone, Madara couldn't help but be interested, and asked, oh, Mary Joanne? Is that where the world's moths stay? Could it be that the slave fish people rebelled? With a hint of ridicule in his tone, Madara had long seen that those Draco people were unpleasant, and he temporarily kept their lives for his own purposes in the future, but it was also a common thing to scold a few words often. Less gloating there, Black Hawk. Warring State said in a deep voice, the other party is a pirate with a reward of more than 200 million, not long ago climbed up the Red Earth continent with his bare hands, and now Mary Joan is already in chaos. Hurry up and arrest that guy. What is his purpose? Madara asked Sengoku in a joking tone, as if he wanted to hear Sengoku say the purpose of the fishman named Tiger. Sengoku was silent for a while, and then shouted, all in all, this is the highest order, but it is not like before, you can refuse the task at your will. Okay, hurry up and go. After saying this, the Warring States sighed, duh. He hung up the phone, as if he didn't want to answer Madara's question. Tiger's purpose was actually found out by the Warring States, and Madara almost guessed that the fishmen is a race that has long been discriminated against by people, and in the Chambord Islands, rare mermaids are also sold as commodities, and the biggest buyer is the Draco where Mary Joan lives, and this Tiger's purpose, 9 times out of 10, is to liberate his compatriots from the nobility of the world. Of course, it is impossible for Sengoku to say that Tiger went to save his kidnapped compatriots, right? Isn't that a disguised way to say that Draco is a kidnapper? After hanging up the phone, Madara suddenly laughed softly, climbed up the Red Earth continent with his bare hands, turned Mary Joan upside down, and the world nobleman who had always regarded the fishman as a slave was slapped in the face. Is it more interesting than this? I haven't encountered such an interesting thing in a few years. Slowly squatted down, scratched his fingers, and the seal was sealed in a second. Psychic art. Aha! In the white smoke, a black eagle falcon the size of a small shop appeared on the sea in front of Madara, and Madara received the title of Black Hawk, which is also related to this. Let's go, I want to take a good look at this scene. Without saying a word, Madara jumped onto the back of this eagle, and the eagle immediately spread its wings and flew into the air under Madara's order. At this time, the Holy Land Mary Joanna, coming man, it's on fire. At this time, the beautiful Mary Joan, who was originally like a city in the sky, completely turned into a sea of fire, and after beating a guard down with a red body like a snapper, he raised his neck and asked, where is the prison where my companion is held? This fishman is Fisher. Tiger. After a day and a night of climbing the Red Earth continent, he created an opportunity for Mary Joanne to set fire to cause chaos, and now he is taking this opportunity to take down enemies and find out the whereabouts of his companions. Unexpectedly, this guard, who was carried by Tiger like a small, chicken-like guard, not only did not show a fearful expression, but also smiled as if to show a mocking smile at Tiger, causing Tiger's anger. The whereabouts of his compatriots have not yet been inquired, and a Draco lackey dares to laugh in front of himself. Laugh, what laugh? Tiger waved his huge fist in anger. Touch. A muffled sound knocked off the steel helmet of his guard, revealing a public face with a blue nose and a swollen face. Although he was released, the guard was still mocking, and although he was dying, he still said sarcastically to Tiger, lowly fishman, you, how dare you trespass on Mary Joanne, he, you're done, less than an hour, Black Hawk General, only, will come and take your life, ha ha ha. After speaking, the guard laughed wildly, but this smile did not know whether it was because of smoking. It took too much effort to move the wound on his face, making him faint like this. Tiger was greatly annoyed after hearing this, and wanted to throw this guy out on the spot, but thinking of what this guard said, he couldn't help but think of the man with long black hair. As an adventurer, he naturally understood the meaning of the word Black Eagle. Since he was also going to go out, he had no time to waste. Humph. With a cold snort, Tiger threw the unconscious guard directly to the ground, and quickly ran to the inner part of Mary Joan. He must rescue his compatriots before the man arrived. Above the sky of the New World, oh? It's spectacular. Looking at the sea of fire on the horizon, Madara revealed a sinister smile and said to himself, what a nostalgic scenery? At night, the fire seemed to shine across the sky, and Mary Joanne was originally built at a higher altitude, but now it was even more as if the sky had been burned by the fire. Speed up! Madara whispered to the eagle falcon at his feet, and in an instant, the flying eagle spread its wings and rushed towards the location where the fire came from at a faster speed. After Tiger didn't know how many guards to attack, it wasn't until he intercepted a few fleeing nobles and taught the other party a hard lesson before he found out where his compatriots were. It turned out that after his liberation from slavery, the Draco actually secretly established a fighting arena, saying that what kind of arena is actually for the abducted slaves to have a life and death fight, that is, to watch the slaves' fights like the ancient Roman arena, for those nobles to enjoy. Moreover, this arena is built in the underground location of the Holy Land of Mary Joan, and usually no one will find it, and those who can enter it are all world-level nobles. After hearing this, Tiger was even more furious, and he killed this group of demons in human skin on the spot. Although Princess Otoim had repeatedly reminded humans and mermaids that they must live in harmony, but after knowing such a brutal fact, Tiger still couldn't suppress his hatred for the nobles in his heart and started. The entrance to the secret arena was not far from the great mansion where the Draco lived, and Tiger rushed here, as if by coincidence, and encountered the interception again. After a group of dozens of guards wearing heavy armor that looked heavy, a bloated man wearing an astronaut's bubble helmet said to Tiger not far away with a look of contempt, "You lowly fishman, you dare to break into such a noble territory of our family, let me die now." The Draco Muscarad Holy family prefers the collection of fish people and mermaids, and among the nearly 20 Draco families of nearly 20 families in Mary Joan, they collect the most fish people and mermaid slaves, and there are even rumors that members of the Muscarad Holy family have swaggered to catch mermaids on Fishman Island in the past, but the king dares to be angry and does not dare to speak, and what the truth is, I don't know. Just as the so-called enemies meet, they are very red-eyed, not which family the other party is a Draco. As long as it is a Draco, he can't wait to smash the other party's corpse into 10,000 pieces, and now he won't keep his hand. Catch this fishman for me, I'm going to put my own guy in the arena for my enjoyment. Muscarad St. Ireland, under his orders, the guards in armor rushed up and slashed at Tiger. But even if it is the bodyguard of the world's aristocratic Draco, how could a really powerful person work under such a disgusting guy? Really powerful, in this world, almost all of the two major lineups of the Navy and pirates, followed by pirate hunters, powerful characters have self-esteem proportional to their own strength. In any case, it is impossible to do things under this disgusting Draco. And under the hands of Ireland, it is just a group of small characters with two brushes, who sell their souls to Draco for profit. How can such a character be the strongest opponent among the fishmen? With his bare hands, Tiger knocked more than a dozen guards to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes, and the fist mark was deeply imprinted on their armor, which was enough to see how exaggerated Tiger's strength was. You lowly fishman, reside. To such a nobleman, Ireland raised a pistol in his right hand at this time, pointing it at Tiger, but his trembling hands and the look of fear on his face were really not deterrent. Tiger snorted coldly, walked directly over, and grabbed Ireland volley like a small chicken with one hand. Damn it, district. A lowly fishman, the pain in his throat made Ireland kick his feet in the air, but his mouth still smelled, and the arrogance of the Draco had penetrated deep into the marrow, and he was completely unsaved. Take me into the arena where my companions are being held. Tiger ignored the other party's provocation, and smashed Ireland's bubble helmet with one punch, and the big fist directly punched his face with a deep imprint, rolled his eyes, and spewed out a mouthful of old blood. But, damn it, even the Father Sama did not hit me. Several teeth have been knocked out, and Ireland speaks a little airy, which sounds ridiculous. Tiger has long not wanted to listen to this guy's stinky words. Since you still don't say it, let you suffer a little. After taking 2 steps, Tiger walked to the wall of the Draco mansion and smashed Irish's body on it. Touch. Under a few loud noises, Ireland almost fainted in pain. At this time, something unexpected happened, only to hear a sudden dark noise from the wall smashed by Ireland's body, and above the wall, a button was activated. Tiger threw Ireland on the ground like waste, and looked forward, but he didn't expect that this was actually a mechanism. Zig. Multiply. A sound of the gate being opened sounded, and suddenly, 10 meters away, on the ground that was originally still a lawn, a 10 square meter large iron plate slowly rose, and the entrance turned out to be here, and the turf made cover on it. After this secret door was opened, a staircase to the dungeon was revealed, but it was still so magnificent, it should not be said that this was a secret passage, completely not lost to the ultra-luxurious decoration of the Draco mansion, and the priceless ground was spread on it, enough to see how much money the Draco moth had extracted. Needless to say, this is the entrance to the arena, and Tiger glanced at Ireland, who was still wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth on the ground, and found that the other party was still looking at him with that resentful gaze. But at this time, Tiger has no spare time to take care of this villain, he must hurry to rescue his companions. Thinking of his purpose, Tiger hurried down the stairs, where the walls on both sides were decorated with luxurious lights, shining brightly throughout the passage. Draco, synonymous with corruption, erosion, parasites. The damn fishman, Ireland's was still cursing, and when he spoke, he pulled the wound on his body, causing him to cry out in pain again, and his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at the back of the distant tiger. Suddenly, there was a clear eagle sound in the air. Ireland looked up, and after that, a figure suddenly jumped down from the air and landed next to Ireland. Even though he fell to his knees in pain, Ireland still used all his strength to look up, wanting to see who suddenly arrived. And when Ireland saw the comber clearly, he muttered dumbfounded, "Yes, it's you." In the prison where the slaves were held, Tiger finally arrived here after a while, and the first thing he saw were the tortured and dying fish and humans. Abominable Draco. Tiger scolded in his heart, and then quickly ran outside one of the large prisons and shouted to several of his own compatriots inside, "Hey, you guys, are you all right?" Hearing the call from outside, hundreds of inmates in the prison all turned their eyes to Tiger, and a large part of them asked in panic, "Fish people, why is it here? Don't be afraid, guys." Tiger waved his hand and comforted his compatriots. "I set fire to Mary Joan, the Draco and their lackeys will not be able to come out for a while, let's run away." Tiger did not tell these people the news that the general was coming, because it might make them lose the confidence to escape. "Really, big brother Fishman, you really are our savior, please hurry up and release us." Hearing Tiger's words, thousands of slaves suddenly shouted into a group, and shouted to Tiger excitedly, "Here is oppressed and enjoyed by the Draco and those nobles, it is simply hell." In fact, even if they know that Madara is coming, they will definitely take all their strength to escape. Everyone who comes out tries to help the other people who are still detained, and if more people escape together, everyone's chances of survival will be higher. Tiger has stretched out his pair of strong arms, and smashed those cages out of several large holes for people to escape, and some of the cages of those who were capable of holding are cages made of sea-loose stone, and when Tiger came in, he had already cleaned up the jailers and snatched the keys. After releasing some incompetent fishmen, Tiger gave them the keys and asked them to open the cages of others, and for these imprisoned fishmen, Tiger was already a completely savior-like existence at this time. How could he violate his will? On the spot, he quickly ran to the locked cages and opened them with his own key. At this time, in a large cage, 3 girls who looked less than 20 years old, all 3 looked good beauties, especially the black-haired girl in the middle who was a little younger than the other 2 was even more beautiful. At this time, the 3 of them were looking at Tiger, who had begun to act outside, with a blank look but a hint of excitement, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Click! After a sound of unlocking, the cage door of the 3 girls had been opened, and a fishman quickly said to them, "Hey, come out quickly. Maybe wait a minute, the reinforcements of those guys from the Draco are coming." Although they have not yet adapted from the ecstasy of sudden salvation, but hearing the words of this fishman, the 3 little girls immediately became nervous, although they came out of the cage. But after all, this is still the closest place to the naval headquarters, maybe the strong man of the naval headquarters will be killed immediately. Quickly ran out of the cage, several thousand slaves, now it should be said that former slaves. At this time, they gathered around Tiger and said to him from the bottom of their hearts, "Brother Tiger, thank you. We really thank you. You have given us a new lease of life. Thank you so much, oh benefactor. I thought I would live under the control of the Draco for the rest of my life." As he spoke, thousands of people almost knelt down to Tiger, but Tiger immediately said to them, "Don't thank me, hurry up and go, everyone. After all, this is still the closest place to the headquarters of the Navy." After listening to Tiger's words, everyone recovered from the excitement of salvation and quickly replied, "Yes, that's right. Hurry up and escape, everyone. Maybe the Navy is coming. You must hurry back to your hometown." Everyone agreed that it was necessary to run away quickly. Mary Joanna, what a horrible place this was, the whole world knew. Tiger walked in the front and said to the thousands of people behind him, "Let's go together. I have already snatched a warship at sea below the Red Earth continent. Thank you, worthy of being a benefactor, what an unknown prophet." Everyone let out a sound of admiration, but at this moment, an arrogant voice sounded from the entrance gate where Tiger came in, "Wahahaha, lowly slaves, none of you want to leave today. Ah, it hurts." After the arrogant maniacal laughter, there was another cry of pain, which made people feel a little funny after hearing it, but no one could laugh at this time, because many people present remembered this voice, and it was still remembered to the bone. Especially the three girls before, after hearing this voice, their faces changed drastically, as if a demon was standing in front of their eyes. Perhaps, the owner of this voice was a demon to them. Gradually, the owner of this voice walked in through the gate and met the eyes of thousands of people who had just been saved, bloated costumes like astronauts, bubble helmets that had broken most of the half, bruises and bloodstains on their faces, looking a little funny and ridiculous. Draco Masquerade Saint. Ireland, one of the Draco people hated the most by those present, and one of the Draco people who the fish present wanted to kill the most. Ha ha ha. Hey, Ireland, what are you like? Seeing this virtue of the invincible Draco who usually behaved, many people immediately laughed, and even worse, they rolled directly on the ground and laughed out loud. What? Was he beaten by Big Brother Tiger? It's really suitable for your ugly face. Draco also has this virtue. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. That virtue? But the nobility of the world should be like this. Even the three girls who showed fear before, couldn't help covering their mouths at this time, their jaws, and couldn't help but chuckle, seeing this villain who usually seemed to want to swallow himself into his stomach. It seemed that a resentment that had been held for a long time in their hearts finally rushed out. Hearing that these slaves, who were usually lower than ants in their hearts, now dared to laugh at themselves like this, Ireland couldn't help but be angry and anxious. His face turned red for a while, and he turned his head and shouted to the passage behind him that still seemed a little dark, "Hey, Black Hawk, you guy, hurry up and kill these slaves who offend such nobility. Isn't that what your admirals are for this?" After hearing the word Black Hawk, Tiger, who was standing in front of 1,000 people, couldn't help but change his face. Was it still too late? The sound of footsteps came step by step, and it was getting closer and closer to hear, so the prisoner's heart had already been raised to the throat, and the expression of Ireland was becoming more and more proud, so that you dared to laugh at Loudza just now, and now let you untouchables die. When his striking red armor and navy robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it could almost be said that except for Irish, all other faces dripped a drop of cold sweat, and the three girls showed a more fearful look than when they heard Irish's voice before, and they were directly stunned. To say that if a person is afraid, just a change in his face, it is only slightly frightened, and the real fear to the extreme should be completely stunned and does not know how to react. Now, thousands of former slaves are such expressions. How could it be? Why is the admiral still here? I heard he was with that Gore. Rogers monster who fought to a draw. The people behind Tiger all whispered, but none of them showed fear on their faces, and the three girls understood the true horror of the Comer. They were kidnapped 4 years ago and became prisoners of the Draco, a man who had already become famous 6 years earlier. Uchiha is seen as Gore with One Piece. Deed Rogers' legendary strongest navy, he personally executed One Piece in Rogue Town, and then acted alone as a person in the New World. No one except Whitebeard could fight him, and it was rumored that since the death of One Piece Gore Deed, Roger, Uchiha has never been injured. As pirates in the past, the three of them had heard of the daimyo of Uchiha Madara, and they had imagined whether their future selves would fight him, but now, they never expected that they had just gained freedom from the Draco and encountered this strongest enemy. Hey, what's wrong? Can't tell. Ireland's blue nose and swollen face twitched with a smile, and the fox said to the fearful crowd, now obediently returned to the cage. Noble, I will let you go. Saying that, Ireland suddenly set his eyes on the black-haired girl in the middle of the three girls, and said with a smile, how is it, Han Cook? If you become my maid, you can leave here and enter my mansion. Ireland's eyes are full of silver lust, looking at this girl named Han Cook. His eyes are full of possessiveness. He has been wanting to get this stunning beauty for a long time, but Han Cook has been forced to die to delay the hand, and now with the whole card of ban, Ireland is a lot more confident. Hancock showed a panicked look, and the two girls next to her immediately protected her tightly behind her, and said to Ireland with an angry face, don't hit my sister's attention, be careful that we teach you a lesson. Tiger also stood up and said, now everyone is no longer a slave. You don't want to do whatever you want again. Draco. As if the long-standing anger against the Draco had completely erupted, the people behind Tiger all shouted, shouting to Ireland with great force, yes, that's right. Don't think you can control us. Draco, we're no longer your slaves. How dare you humiliate us like that before? Now I'm going to get it back. Thousands of people shouted out together. The momentum was still very full, the deafening sound, so frightened that even Ireland couldn't help but take half a step back, but when he saw Madara behind him, he immediately grinned, pointed at Madara and said viciously, stupid. It doesn't matter how much waste comes like you. Do you know who is protecting me now? Seeing the object that Ireland was referring to, everyone seemed to be extinguished by water, and the blood above their heads suddenly cooled down. This man, just looking at it made them have a pressure that was about to suffocate. To fight him, even if he had that guts, his body was shaking involuntarily. Seeing that everyone was afraid and stopped talking, Ireland laughed loudly, and said even more arrogantly, he is with that Gore. Roger was equal, the man who became a senior admiral? Even he is just the existence of our Draco's bodyguard, a pariah like you. Click. Everyone only heard a sound of broken bones, and Ireland's instantly felt that his hand pointing at the spot suddenly drooped, raised his right hand in front of him and looked at it, and found that the wrist and palm of this hand were hanging down like rubber, as if there were no bones connecting. Immediately afterwards, a piercing pain came from the wrist, and the painful Irish rolled on the ground. Ah, my hand. My hands. Constantly covering his right wrist, Ireland kept churning on the ground. His face had been twisted together because of the severe pain, tears and snot remained, and if he removed the seahorse suit that was the hallmark of Draco, he looked like a fat pig picking up rags. Tiger, the 3 Hancock sisters, and the other thousands of prisoners all widened their eyes, and the original fear was replaced by surprise. The Admiral actually gave the Draco Black Hawk. What do you mean? Ireland's eyes were already bloodshot, and Madara suddenly came to him more irritated than the damaged Tiger had brought him before, and the person who had already protected himself had made a move on himself. How could this not make the Draco, who had always had a sense of superiority to the level of perversion, not feel angry? No one has ever dared to point a finger at me. Madara walked expressionlessly in front of Ireland's, who had fallen to the ground, and the blood-red 3-hooked jade chakra eyes looked at the Draco, who was less valuable than the life of a wild dog. What do you want? Tell you. Yes, against our family, even if it's a general, stammered Ireland, his eyes creeping him out, and it was then that he learned the horror of this man who was known as a rival to One Piece. Don't worry, you're still useful, Madara said lightly, and then his eyes suddenly opened sharply, and under the contraction of his pupils, Madara's eyes changed. Madara's voice just fell, and a dark blue flame suddenly ignited on his body, and then a skeleton giant hand slowly reappeared in front of everyone, Susanoo's hand. When everyone was still surprised by this never-before-seen trick, Madara suddenly manipulated Susanoo's bone hand and slapped Ireland on the ground like a mosquito. There was no cry of pain that resounded through the sky, because although the pain at that moment was very deep, but just for a moment, it had completely fainted Irish, although his eyes were still open, but his eyes were already white, deeply sunk into the floor. Obviously only chi went out, no chi came in a half-dead state. It's just your rotten body, it's just a little useful. Madara looked at the fainted Irish army, and the corners of his mouth gently curled up in a slight curve, as if the smile of a demon. The use value of the Draco people is very high, and it's a pity to kill you now, Madara muttered to himself, and suddenly took out a scroll from nowhere, rolled up the first piece of it, and dragged out the contents of the scroll, which were all strange symbols and words written by brushes. At least in the eyes of Tiger and these people, they couldn't see what Madara was doing. I saw that the spot would have put part of the paper stretched. The scroll that came out was placed on the ground, and then kicked the body of Ireland like a dead pig to the scroll on the part of the paper. The prisoners on the side looked very happy, and they were puzzled, and the 3 Hancock sisters were in such a mood. Especially Hancock, the middle of the 3 sisters, a pair of beautiful big eyes are looking at Madara behavior, and curiosity about this man rises in his heart. Why is it that the existence that was supposed to protect the Draco is now doing the exact opposite? Thinking that Bunchi had only made a move after Ireland's had made an unruly move towards herself, Hancock, as a 16-year-old young girl, couldn't help but think about that aspect, and in this crisis situation, her face actually flushed slightly, but this may not even be noticed by herself. That's the only thing you have a little bit of use. Madara knelt on one knee, his hands sealed, and after making a few marks that the others present could not understand at all, he suddenly pressed his right hand on Ireland's body. In an instant, with Madara's palm as the center, a dense rune like a tadpole pattern appeared on Irish's body, and within a second touch, with a sound of white smoke, Ireland's body disappeared out of thin air. And in the content part of the scroll on the ground, it seems that there are some strange words. Change. Do you magic? After seeing this scene, the fishman behind Tiger muttered in disbelief, and a person disappeared out of thin air, as if there was no other way to explain it except magic. Congratulations to the host. Get the body of Draco Ireland, he will become one of the stepping stones to achieve the goal of peace. Reward 6,500 points, please continue to work hard. Listening to the voice that suddenly appeared in the system, Madara thought with disdain, the life of the Draco is worthless enough. In the new world, Madara solved a pirate group almost 5,000 points, but he didn't expect that the points obtained by getting a Draco were not much higher, which couldn't help but cause Madara's disdain for the Draco even more. In the new world, although Madara kills a lot of pirates, but not every day to catch pirates or do tasks and other things, there are not many tasks to earn points, so at present, he has not been able to get hands on the pure power between the 1,000 hand pillars. The power of the reincarnation eye has not been obtained. In order to maintain the purpose of immortality, he needs to spend a lot of points in the required time in exchange for his best physical state. It is no exaggeration to say that Madara gets more than 80% of the points, all spent on maintaining a young and perfect body. It's done. The scroll on the ground was put away again, and after returning to Madara's hand, the scroll disappeared as if by magic, and no one could see what Madara was doing. Bruluru, ha. At this time, the phone worm rang again. Madara first glanced at these prisoners indifferently, and saw that the other party actually had no intention of escaping. The fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Only Tiger, who was standing in the front, looked backboned, and looked at himself without fear. Tiger had the guts, but Madara didn't put him in his eyes, and ignored Tiger and picked up the phone worm, the phone of the Marshal of the Warring States. Hey, Black Hawk. Mary Joanne burns so much. Haven't you caught that fishman Tiger yet? Hearing the voice coming from the phone worm, those prisoners immediately took a few steps back in fear, and the voice of the Marshal of the Warring States, many of them could hear it. Although they were afraid, when they heard the words in the phone worm that they wanted to take Tiger's life, everyone looked indignant, and they forced themselves to hold back the fear in their hearts, and wanted to curse. Seeing that the compatriots behind him were too emotional, Tiger quickly reached out to stop them in case they were startled. Ha! Is there anyone else next to it? Sengoku's insight was so keen, even through the phone worm, he immediately felt the commotion just now, and asked Madara. Just solved the garbage. Madara replied to Sengoku without the slightest emotion, causing the prisoners around him to be stunned for a while, but the three Hancock sisters gently pursed their lips and smiled. Draco was called garbage by the general. This is still unheard of, unseen thing, right? Well, never mind. Sengoku didn't see what happened just now, and naturally didn't know that the garbage Madara's garbage meant Draco, but Madara solved a small role like a prisoner or slave, and then said, you know too, right? It won't be long before the story of this incident spreads all over the world, and if the mastermind is not caught, the world government and the Draco will lose face. In the phone worm, the voice of the Warring States continued to come, very clearly, right? Put Fishman Fisher. Tiger was caught. This time it was just such a simple task. A trifle, Madara replied indifferently, and then put the little phone worm back in his pocket, slowly looking in the direction of Tiger and them, causing the faces of the thousands of people present to change again, frightened legs soft, but they all took a step forward in unison, as if they were vowing to die with Tiger. Everyone looked at the long hair and navy robe of the spotless wind, and just facing him felt an invisible pressure. Beads of sweat had dripped on their foreheads, and they were flowing more and more. Today's Madara, after having Roger's domineering, in the momentum is several times stronger than the past ninja world. Needless to say, domineering stunned the enemy. If its overlord color domineering released, it can even break the other party's spirit. Is completely domineering plus the effect of illusion. In the war of 10,000 people in the melee is simply the existence of bugs. In one breath can account for the vast majority. The most eye-catching pawns can be solved in one breath. But, damn it, a mermaid beside Tiger who looked like a swordfish, raised his fist, looked at Madara with a gaze full of fear, but his mouth was full of unwillingness and said, it is not easy for us to be liberated from the hands of the Draco, and now, do you have to face a more terrifying existence now? Great, admirals, and, if you fight with such a guy, a human could no longer bear. Madara's gaze, sat on the ground in despair, and muttered in fear, play. Just kidding. And, such a thing as fighting him. As he spoke, tears dripped from the corners of his eyes for some reason, and his mouth, Barry's tone had become a little hoarse. Sister, the green-haired girl looked at the black-haired girl named Hancock next to her, and asked silently and worriedly, in the end, it should be. What should I do? Another orange-haired girl put her hand on Hancock's shoulder and said, let's wait to attract Uchiha's attention. Sister, you run away quickly. So that's okay. As if insulted, Hancock slapped his two sisters lightly and heavily, and roared, what are you talking about? Didn't we already say we were going to leave together when we came here? Sister, the second daughter covered her face that was beaten by Hancock, and she was ashamed for a while, but her eyes also revealed a ray of joy hidden in her heart, which was her sister's joy for her love. Great, everyone, don't be afraid. At this time, a fishman stood out, holding a steel pipe that he didn't know where to get from, plucked up enough courage to look at Madara and shouted to everyone behind him, Admiral is a hare. There are thousands of people on our side. Hearing this, everyone else's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Yes, there is only one person on the other side, and the number of people on his side is calculated in units of thousands. Even if he takes 10,000 steps back, thousands of his own people are here. He can't deal with them all one by one, right? As long as you rush up, there is definitely a chance to escape. Haul up. Let's go together. Pick up what can be used as a weapon as much as possible, sticks, chairs, and even stones, so the prisoners rush forward as if they were fighting, constantly roaring in their mouths, as if this method can dispel their inner fears. Before the three Hankook sisters could make a move, the others rushed up and rushed towards Madara, and Tiger naturally knew Madara's strength, and anxiously shouted to those compatriots who had rushed away, calm down, you can't deal with him. Although Tiger has already reminded him, but seeing the spot that is close at hand, how can those people stop? And immediately waved the wooden stick in his hand to hit Madara. As if looking at a reptile, in the face of the attack of thousands of people, Madara showed an expression of contempt to the extreme. Suddenly, at that moment, with Madara as the center orientation, a suffocating momentum rushed from Madara's body to the attacker, and the overwhelming courage almost made everyone faint in an instant. Even the surrounding walls appeared a slight crack, and the remaining people who could still stand were almost not 1 in 10, and even if they had not lost, consciousness, their feet were still shaking constantly. B.A. Overlord-colored domineering Tiger forced himself to resist the domineering aura emanating from Madara's body. Now almost only he could barely stand firm, looked at the surrounding compatriots, and found that only a few were still barely awake, but it was obviously impossible to fight anymore. Roger's power. It's very useful. Madara looked around at the pile of human flesh that was already lying on the ground, and the only few fish people who were still standing were a few fish people, including Tiger. No. Wait a minute. And the humans did not fall. Madara clasped his hands in front of Xiong, and looked at the figure that still seemed a little squattering with a slightly curious look, although he had fallen to the ground, trembling with the overlord color of Madara, but still maintained a certain will, and was one of the few humans present who still maintained his will. Female. Madara frowned slightly, and then secretly said, interesting little girl. Can resist Roger's domineering, although not perfect, but as a little ghost less than 20 years old, this can already be said to be a talent against the sky, without too much training, nor does it have any strong strength. Is it also a person with the breath of a king? Name, Boya. Hankook, age 16 years old. At the age of 12, he was abducted by human traffickers from the ship of the 9 snake pirates and sold to the world nobles together with his 2 younger sisters, Boya Sandasonia and Boya Marigorid, and since then he has been branded as a slave on his back, and later forced to eat the devil fruit sweet fruit in an aftershow. Devil fruit sweet fruit ability petrify the opponent's ability, but is not effective against enemies who do not have evil thoughts. The 9 snakes pirates. Oh, daughter island imps in the Amazon? Madara looked at the falling to the ground and let out a coquettishness, and Hancock said softly. Although Hancock was barely awake, her 2 sisters were obviously not as good as she was and had passed out. As a habit, so domineering daughter island spoke, although Madara's voice was small, but it still clearly reached Hankook's ears. After hearing Madara's words, Hankook looked up sharply in surprise. Does this person understand his identity? So, if Madara knew who he was, would the fact that he was a slave also be made public? Even if you are lucky and return to your own country, will you be despised by other companions, and you will never escape the shadow of the slave of the Draco? Thinking of this, Hancock couldn't help burying his head deep in his knees, and there were continuous sobs in his mouth, coupled with her peerless face, indescribable beauty. The image of Choo-Choo Pity was vividly played. Although Hankook's pitiful appearance is moving, at this time, few people to appreciate. Life is gone. Do you still have leisure to watch beautiful women? Little girl with a fragile heart. Madara made an evaluation of Hancock in his heart, and then turned to look at the remaining people among the 1,000 who could still be domineering. 2, 3, 7, 9 people? Madara still maintains the number of people, plus Tiger and Hancock. There are only 9 people left, but it can withstand the overlord color domineering, which is already a good number. How? Do you still have ideas for doing something with me? Madara clasped his hands in front of Xiong, looking at Tiger, who was almost the only one who could still maintain a fighting state, and slowly asked. Facing Madara's gaze, Tiger couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in the depths of his heart, but he immediately pressed it to the bottom of his heart and forced himself up. Treating the Draco like that shows that you are also very dissatisfied with them. At this time, Tiger suddenly attacked the psychological defense line and said, you should know how these people feel. I heard that you also saved the fishmen on our Fishman Island in the past. After listening to what Tiger said with an indifferent face, Madara still maintained a look that could see everything, and said coldly, is that what you want to say? What? Tiger was stunned. What did you misunderstand? Madara looked at the surrounding fish people and slowly spoke. In the past, to save those mermaids, just to see that those pirates were not pleasing to the eye, that's all. I didn't say that I was on the side of the Navy, but I am definitely not your companion. Won't you want to let us go anyway? Seeing that the negotiations had broken down, Tiger stepped forward directly, taking a fighting stance, but still seeking the last glimmer of hope, and said, is it really only possible to do it? Hancock's pitiful eyes also looked towards Madara at this time, and she didn't want to be an enemy of him in her heart for this man who had solved Ireland, and she was even more reluctant to hear from his mouth that she wanted to kill all of her group. Brother Tiger. Let's fight with him. At this time, some fish people with fairly good strength had woken up from their coma, and Madara did not let them go at all, and proposed to Tiger angrily. Wait a minute. Tiger roared, deterring these seemingly brave, but actually reckless fishmen. Tiger turned his head, looked at Madara and said, this battle, can I break off with you? Just now, the warring states just said that he wanted my life alone, right? Let the others go. Listening to Tiger's words, everyone couldn't help but panic, and shouted to Tiger worriedly, Brother Tiger, benefactor. Can't do it. How could we abandon you? Hancock's 2 sisters also gradually woke up at this time, and their faces were also pale after hearing Tiger's words. They who had been running in the sea, and they also knew the horror of the General Uchiha. If Tiger stayed and singled him out, the consequences could really be imagined. Leave me alone. You guys hurry up. Tiger shouted to the people behind him, if you have woken up, try to carry away those who are still unconscious, regardless of race, women and children first. Hurry up. Everyone was silent for a while, having just been rescued, but they wanted to betray their benefactor, this kind of thing. Seeing that everyone was still not moving, Tiger immediately raised his mouth again, and BA roared, "If you continue to consume like this, it will only attract more troops. Don't forget that the naval headquarters is close to here." Listening to Tiger's loud roar, all the people who were in deep thought shivered together, and half a second later, they knelt and kowed out to Tiger to express their gratitude to him, and then quickly carried away a large part of the people who were still in a coma, of which humans could only lift a woman and a child at most, and the fish people whose strength naturally occupied could carry 4 people away in one breath. The power gap was visible, and it was impossible to understand why the fish people who were so much ahead in strength were bullied by so many humans who were so weak than themselves. Is it just a quantitative gap? Tiger looked at Shangmata again and said, "Let them go, I'll stay here, okay?" Madara looked at this fishman who looked at death in his eyes indifferently, and after snorting coldly, he slowly lowered the hands that hugged Xiong, and the chakra on his body quickly flowed, and in an instant, the same evil chakra as he had just solved Ireland was re-emitted from the body, making others shudder. Half-body mature body Susanoo appeared. "That's okay, but I don't like that corpse going back, so let's just take your first level." As soon as Madara's voice fell, Susanoo let out an earth-shattering roar, and the ground shook slightly. "Do you want to fight such a monster?" Those fish people and humans who had already walked towards the exit saw the huge dark shadow behind them. Their faces showed deep worry. The other party was a figure comparable to One Piece. How could it be possible to escape his pursuit? "Sister," the woman with long green hair looked at Hancock with a worried look on her face. "Needless to say, we're going to get out of here first." The 3 Hancock sisters are women, so they did not carry other people who fainted because of Madara's domineering, and ran forward at great speed. But even so, Hancock's face still showed worry, although she was most worried about Tiger, the benefactor who rescued them, but I don't know why, in the face of Uchiha, she did not raise any hatred. Arena prison. The pupils glanced at the original slaves who had all left. Madara seemed to be nourished, and did not even look at Tiger with a straight eye, and said lightly, "Is it to make a request to single me out in order not to let me attack other slaves? They're not slaves anymore." Tiger looked at Madara without fear and said, "Fish people and humans will one day usher in a common path to peace." Huh? Tiger's words made Madara raise his head slightly, look at the fish man, and then close his eyes and pout and smile. Ting will say, although Roger died a lot of waste, he also had some interesting guys. "But you might be dying here today." A second after Madara's words, half of Susanoo stretched out of his 2 heads and 4 arms, in the cell position is relatively small. It is inconvenient to use the whole body form of Susanoo, but even if it is just that, it is quite terrifying. Ha! In the prison, Tiger let out a violent roar, dodged Susanoo's stab, kicked forward with both feet, swung his right fist, and hit Susanoo's front surface layer fiercely, but at this time, Tiger's body had shed a lot of blood, which shows that he had been injured a lot before. Got it. Tiger's straight punch hit Susanoo's armor in the front, sending out an aftermath, and even he himself was slightly repelled by this inertia. What the hell is it like? Forced back a few steps by the aftermath, Tiger opened his eyes to see how Susanoo was, but to his surprise, Susanoo was completely intact, and the armor that emitted a strange light seemed to laugh at the weakness of his fists. "It's impossible for this kind of power to break Susanoo." Madara opened his eyes and looked at Tiger and said lightly, "There is only one Kapu who can break it with his bare hands." In the past in the ninja world, Tsunade and Thunder Cage also broke Susanoo's defense with their fists, but that was all using a certain forbidden technique or the help of others, and now, Madara Susanoo has completely improved his defense. He dares to say that Tsunade and Thunder Cage will definitely not be able to break if they come again, and now the only one who can break Susanoo with his fist is indeed Tekken Kapu alone. It's so hard. Tiger squeezed his right fist that had just hit Susanoo, because after a strong collision, there was already a slight bruise. Several punches he had punched before were all invalid, and now Tiger's own strength was already declining. "There's no time for you to rest." Madara clasped his hands, leaned back slightly, and then exhaled the breath he was holding in Xiong's chest in one breath. "Huoduan." Fire extinguishing. Tiger only felt that a scorching high temperature was coming towards him at an alarming speed, and when he looked up, the monstrous sea of fire almost enveloped the entire detention cell, rushing towards him without dead ends. "Drink." Tiger slammed his strong fists to the ground, and instantly punched 2 huge fist marks on the floor. Seeing that the sea of fire had struck, Tiger inserted his hands into the 2 fist holes, and when he boarded, under Tiger's another burst, the entire stone floor was actually lifted up by him. "If you want to collide, try it." Tiger shouted angrily, and directly threw the oversized stone slab in his hand, which was not much smaller than the area of the fire extinguishing arrow, against the sea of fire like a rugby ball. With a violent breaking wind, under the huge power of Tiger, this huge stone was like a cannon, and it actually passed through the flames abruptly and hit Susanoo straight up. "Stupid," Madara whispered disdainfully. Although he passed through the how fire extinguishing arrow, it was not equivalent to cracking this trick, and the attack of the how fire extinguishing arrow continued. Through the fire extinguishing arrow is just the stone slab thrown by Tiger. Tiger himself did not dodge the engulfment of the fire. There was no position to dodge. Tiger could only cross his hands at this time, and the hand shape that turned into a shield blocked his face to avoid being hit by the vital point of his body. Taylor's body that the flames continued to attack, and on the other side, facing the stone slab that hit him like a cannon. Madara's expression did not change at all, controlling Susanoo's forearms, the 4 short knives in his hand, crossed up and down, and suddenly assumed the same defensive posture as Tiger, but the gap between the damage suffered by the two sides was too far. Throwing the slate away from him, Madara looked at Tiger, who had already scorched his hands in the distance and was half kneeling on the ground, and at this time, he was lowering his head, and it was not clear whether he was still awake. Taking back Susanoo, Madara walked towards Tiger step by step. How long did he fight? 2 minutes? Or 3 minutes? Anyway, it's already good that you can fight like this with yourself. And gas, with Roger's strongest domineering, Madara can completely sense a person's physical condition, which is simply a more powerful detective power than white eyes. I'll give you a pain, Madara said, one hand reaching Tiger's heart that probed. Suddenly, Tiger moved. Originally, he was kneeling and half falling to the ground, but he suddenly kicked up, and one hand clenched into a fist and hit Madara's neck. Chop! The picture froze, and Tiger, who was still attacking, suddenly stopped, and a few seconds later, wow! He screamed in pain, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and scattered it on the ground. At this time, Tiger originally wanted to attack Madara's right fist, which was only less than a centimeter away from Madara's Adam's apple, but now he couldn't move, because in his left kidney, a dark blue light penetrated his entire body, and the fountain-burst version of blood flowed out from the wound. The Sword of Susanoo. In the end, Tiger also lost in terms of speed of his moves. Do you know what one of the main reasons Roger became One Piece? Mockingly, Madara whispered to Tiger, who showed pain, and said, it's domineering with perfect insight that can predict the opponent's actions. After that, Madara pumped hard, and Susanoo's sword was drawn out of Tiger's kidney, and the moment the lightsaber left Tiger's body, a large amount of blood was drawn from Tiger's body, and all the blood was scattered on the ground. Susanoo's sword slowly dissipated, and Madara looked at Tiger, who was already completely lying on the ground, and said coldly, although you won't die if you hurt here, you will also die of excessive bleeding immediately. Forward. Relying on strong spiritual power, Tiger endured the huge pain from the wound, supported the ground with his hands, stumbled, and slowly got up. What are you doing? Madara lowered his head slightly, looked at Tiger, who wanted to get up, and said, this will accelerate your bleeding to death. Exhaling heavily, Tiger looked at Madara with those blood-colored eyes, put one hand on his shoulder, barely looked at Madara with Madara, and still vomited blood in his mouth, but still said with all his strength, don't kill, After saying these words, Tiger, because of the pull of the wound, a wisp of blood popped out from the wound position, and his body completely lost energy, and Tiger's hand also beat off Madara's shoulder pad, and his whole body fell. This guy, Madara looked at Tiger who had fallen. This fishman had no intention of defeating himself in the first place, had he been dragging out time. Mary Joanne, the exit and entrance here are guarded by the heavy troops of the naval headquarters, and the slaves released by Tiger naturally cannot escape from that kind of place. To escape from here, there is only the Chambord Islands. Having said that, but Mary Joanne appeared such a big thing, how could the Navy headquarters sit idly by? Even in the middle of this night, the headquarters quickly mobilized soldiers and horses, wrapping Mary Joanne and the regiment. At this time, most of the slaves freed by Tiger had fled, not waiting for Tiger as he said in the prison. The human heart is this kind of thing, and most people choose the latter in the face of the choice of others and their own lives. At present, those who still remain on the Red Earth continent and have not fled to the Chambord Islands are only the same fishman race as Tiger, and the only humans left behind are the 3 sisters of Nahun Cook. Looking at Mary Joan, who was completely wrapped in the sea of fire, the swordfish man before shouted anxiously, what's going on? Brother Tiger hasn't come out yet? The opponent is the legendary Navy. I see that Boss Tiger is in trouble this time. The other fishman is also equally anxious, not only for Tiger. In the Chambord Islands that are faintly visible in the distance, almost saw a dense array of naval men and horses rushing towards this side. If you don't hurry, even if Tiger comes out, they will be surrounded by the Navy, and the escape journey will be seriously hindered. Sister, do you have to wait? Hancock's sister Sonia asked Hancock. As people who can use domineering, they can naturally feel the arrival of most of the centaurs more clearly, and they can rush to the exaggerated number of the upcoming Navy. Hancock's somewhat stained face showed determination, and he said without hesitation, wait, Tiger is our unrequited benefactor. No matter what, we can't abandon him and run away. Sister, take a look. Someone came out. At this time, Hancock's other sister, Mary, pointed in the direction of the sea of fire and said loudly to Hancock. Everyone heard Mary's shouts and looked in the direction he was pointing. Under the shrouded night sky, the roaring fire swept this Mary Joan, the Draco people and the superior nobles, all fled from here before. At this time, I am afraid that there is no one else except one of the 2 people. That is, seeing clearly the figure gradually coming out of the sea of fire, everyone's eyes widened and they shouted out in disbelief. I saw that with the sea of fire as the background, a black shadow was gradually coming out of it, black hair, blood armor, white navy robes. It was no one else, it was him, the admiral of the Navy headquarters Black Hawk. Madara did not come out alone at this time, in his hands, carrying a person's back. This person, no, it should be said that it was a fish man, and the appearance of Madara carrying a golden lion in the past was a little similar, but Tiger's figure was a little taller than the golden lion, so when Madara lifted him, Tiger's hanging hands and feet dragged the ground slightly, looking even more embarrassed. Boss Tiger, big brother, seeing the bloodstains on Tiger's body and Madara's hands, he looked half dead, so the fish people cried out loudly and painfully, and some fish people even knelt directly to the ground, holding their hands with a headache and crying, unable to believe that this was true. The three Hancock sisters also covered their small mouths in surprise, and a pair of eyes shed some tears. But, damn it! The swordfish fishman's eyes were full of blood and roared out, looking angrily at Madara with some tears in his eyes, and roared at Madara, how dare you, dare! Angry to the extreme, the swordfish fishman could no longer care about the huge gap in strength, ran over, and slammed his fist into Madara's face. Without even looking at it, Madara kicked the swordfish in the stomach with a knee strike. With a cry of pain, the swordfish knelt down again, but its head was still barely raised, and its eyes were angry at Madara without a trace of fear. What's the rush? Not dead yet. Madara squinted at the group of slaves and said lightly. Hearing Madara words, everyone seemed to have returned to heaven in one breath from hell, but looking at Tiger's body that seemed to have just come out of a pool of blood, the look revealed in their eyes marked how they didn't believe it. At this time, Madara continued to speak, but now it's a state of excessive blood loss. If you don't hurry up and rescue it, you will really die. Saying that, Madara threw Tiger's body to the swordfish fishman kneeling on the ground. Looking at Madara's movements, the swordfish fishman forced himself to endure the sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and seeing Tiger's body lifted up, he didn't care about the hostility to Madara, and said anxiously to the fishman behind him, hurry up, who has a way to first aid, hurry up and save brother Tiger. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and it seemed that there was no one who knew how to heal. At this time, Hancock ran over and said to the swordfish fishman, I have learned a little first aid before, please let me take a look. At this time, it didn't matter whether it was a human or a fish man, hearing that someone could talk about Tiger, all the fish people would have no opinion at all, so they immediately nodded and said to Hancock, hurry up, boss Tiger has shed a lot of blood. Yes, Hancock nodded, and then his eyes were full of indescribable look and glanced at the indifferent spot, and then squatted next to Tiger, who had passed out, and began to perform some brief bandaging treatment on his wounds, and the swordfish fishman directly tore the clothes on his body into one by one and handed them to Hancock as a bandage. Can it be saved? Madara looked at Hancock's actions, and felt the breath of Tiger's life with a domineering look, and the chance of being able to save was about 3 layers. Hancock barely used the strip of clothing handed by the swordfish fishman as a bandage, barely bandaged the wound on Tiger's abdomen, wiped the sweat stains on his forehead. Hancock looked up and said to everyone, stop the bleeding for now, but still treat it immediately. Thank you. The swordfish fishman immediately picked Tiger on his back and shouted to the fishman not far away, everyone, let's kill Mary Joan first. As soon as the words fell, he rushed to the front, carrying Tiger on his back and running in the direction of the Chambord Islands, and hundreds of fish people also roared, followed closely behind, and ran towards the Chambord Islands. Madara silently looked at Hancock, who slowly stood up from the ground, and at this time, her 2 younger sisters also walked over, but their eyes were still full of fear when they looked at Madara. You, don't run? Madara looked at Hancock's face, and asked lightly. He dared not say that he was completely uninterested in beauty, but it definitely could not be the kind of virtue that Ireland turned into a pig when he saw a beautiful woman. Hancock looked at Madara indifferently, showing embarrassment, not knowing how to answer, as if something blocked in his throat, unable to speak. Sister, let's run quickly, Sonia said anxiously to Hancock. Hancock glanced at Madara with a sad face, then nodded to the 2 sisters behind him and said, let's go, mission on. At this time, the voice of the 6 reincarnation system suddenly sounded in Madara's mind. Mission, the deceased of the host is in the Chambord Islands, please Boya. The Hancock sisters sent each other there, and this is a win-win situation for both parties. Old man, after Madara heard the task voice of the system, his pupil schemed to the corner of his eye. There were really few people who could call him an old man. Who was it? It's okay. Let's pass the time, Madara thought, and ran in the direction of the Chambord Islands, catching up with Hancock and them at once. Do you still want to arrest us? Mary shouted as she looked at Madara next to her in panic. Sonia immediately protected her sister behind her, and said anxiously, sister, you go quickly, we will definitely block him. Madara looked at the 2 panicked girls silently. Ridiculous, he didn't have any interest in catching the little girl. Wait a minute. Hancock behind Sonia took the initiative to come out, looking at Madara without the horror of his sister, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, great, what does your excellency the general want to do? Madara looked at this girl who could actually remain calm in the face of her, and her expression was slightly surprised, but the 3rd girl did not see it. Come with me. Madara stepped forward, then turned back to the Hancock sisters and said, I'm not interested in arresting you, come along. Saying that, Madara had already walked towards the direction of the Chambord Islands. Looking at Madara's back, Sonia and Mary were worried, and asked Hancock, "Sister, do you really want to go with him? The Navy is with the Draco." Finally, the word embarrassment, Mary did not dare to say it again, for fear of being heard by Madara. Hancock half turned his head and said to Mary, "His kind of man doesn't need to beat around the bush if he wants to deal with us, and now we have no other choice." Reminded by Hancock, Mary and Sonia also remembered the legends they had heard about Madara and Roger on the sea before they were captured, and had to admit that the truth was indeed what Hancock said. "Keep up. With him, the Navy will already not attack us," Hancock said, leading his two sisters towards Madara's back. "Hurry up. Don't let go of those fugitives." Oh, the sound of footsteps and shouts. The soldiers of the naval headquarters have arrived here, and the sound of frequent running continues to sound, which is enough to see the horror of the troops sent. So the Navy in a circle and will be long in the hand. The gun was aimed at the center, and the direction where the naval soldiers' muzzles were pointed at were the slaves who were rescued by Tiger before, but these were the first human people who did not wait for Tiger to escape, although they did not commit a crime, but for witnessing the burning of Mary Joan. The world government would never leave them alive. Looking at the black muzzles facing him in all directions, nearly 1,000 slaves in the middle shouted, "Damn. I finally escaped. But I still can't hide from the pursuit of the headquarters of the Navy. I don't want to die yet. I just escaped from the hands of the Draco." At this time, a man in a Navy robe walked out, looking like that and serving. It should be the rank of Sheozo left and right. The man raised his right hand, and with a wave of it, all the naval soldiers with guns would pull the trigger in their hands and shoot the slaves in the middle into a hornet's nest. Shoot! The Navy of this junior class swung its handle violently, but before all the Navy could shoot, they heard a lazy voice say, "Oh, let's all calm down." As soon as the words fell, suddenly a figure suddenly fell from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. After a sound of landing, everyone stared at the location where the figure appeared, and Sheozo immediately shouted out respectfully, "Lieutenant General Kuzan! Lieutenant General Kuzan!" All the naval soldiers also stood up in unison and saluted Kuzan respectfully. "Wait a minute. You guys really, although our task is to solve the intruders, there is no need to kill them all, right?" Kuzan, who suddenly appeared, spread his hands and said with a look of "Can't stand you." Xiaozo looked a little embarrassed and said, "But, Lieutenant General Kuzan, about in any case, there is no order in the order that we must arrest the fugitives." Kuzan touched the back of his head, grabbed the loophole in the previous order issued by the warring states and said, "We will not be punished if we release them, but just a group of civilians." "Since you said so." Although he still looked very embarrassed, Sheozo waved his hand and instructed the other soldiers to withdraw their weapons. "Ah, free, thank you, Navy Big Brother." The remaining slaves were ecstatic to thank Kuzan, as if embarrassed, and Kuzan just waved at them without saying anything. "Lieutenant General, what should we do next?" Sheozo asked Kuzan, who is currently the highest-ranking person here, and he naturally has to obey Kuzan's orders. Kuzan looked at the Chambord Islands, which had become a mess, and silently recited in his heart, "Madara, that guy. I don't want to make a move on the Draco." Mission completed, 8,000 points rewarded. The number of points has reached part of the plan that the host wants to do, and the host can start the first step of the plan later. The voice of the system sounded and said, "Ha ha ha ha." Walking into the bar, before anyone arrived, a hearty laugh came in. "Madara, ah. Although old friendship. But after all, we haven't seen each other for 6 years. Is this the second time we've seen each other?" A slender figure walked in, with a tumbled beard on his chin and silver hair. He wears glasses and has a straight scar on his right eye. One Piece's right wrist. "Hades. Sirbaz Riley. It's you." Seeing the person coming, he was as calm as a stop in his heart, and he couldn't help but be slightly moved. He hadn't seen him for more than 6 years. Madara faintly said the name of the person. "I can't imagine that after Roger's death, you ran to this kind of place to survive." "Hades, Sirbaz Riley." The name that Madara called out instantly made the three sisters of Hancock shrink their pupils, and they quickly looked at the door with a happy face, like an ordinary white-bearded old man. One Piece's right hand, Hades Rayleigh. This famous Han Cook is also a name they often heard when they were not kidnapped in the past, but they didn't expect to see two living legends in such a day. Aunt Peony took a puff of her cigarette and said, "It seems that your name scares the child." "Ha ha ha. Sorry. Renly laughed twice, and did not care about Madara just now's provocative words, and walked over and said, "But don't call me by this name now. Everyone on the island calls me Master Lei, a coding craftsman. Don't remind me of that name again." Sitting in the chair next to Madara, Renly glanced at the rum on the table in front of Madara, chuckled, and said, "Seeing this wine reminds me of that guy Roger. I originally suspected how a lieutenant general with a strong fishman would dare to climb onto the Red Earth continent in one breath. It seems that you have contributed a lot to it, right?" Madara glanced at Renly and spoke his analysis. Han Cook and they were dumbfounded again. The reason why they were able to escape. Did this old man also help? "Hey, no kidding." Riley laughed twice, also took a glass of rum from Aunt Peony, poured it into his mouth in one gulp, closed his eyes and said, "I am now an old man who only wants to live in peace, and if your navy can revoke my wanted warrant, I can also really retire. Humph. Don't laugh, you're a member of Roger's pirates, and you're also a deputy captain, Madara said as he looked at Renly coldly. Riley was not angry after hearing this, and laughed. Sure enough. It seems impossible, that, Hancock asked suddenly, looking like a schoolboy asking questions in class. Riley looked at Hancock and smiled. Huh? Is something wrong? Cute young lady. Facing the legendary figure for the first time, Hancock looked very nervous, and stammered, that, Madara. No, did Mr. Madara also call Mr. Riley? Oh this. Riley picked up a glass of wine, shook it and replied, no. After he fought Roger disbanded the pirates shortly after, and I've been living here in seclusion ever since. Saying that, Riley looked at Madara's face and smiled. It's only the second time we met, and there is no chance of fighting. With a cold glance at Renly, Madara pinned his head again, and slowly spoke, I have no interest in fighting with you anymore. The three Hancock sisters looked at Madara with a little surprise, only to hear Madara continue, regardless of whether the strength has regressed or not, but in the old era of losing the heart to fight, there is no need to fight. Ha 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 ha. After looking at Madara silently for a few seconds, Riley suddenly laughed up to the sky, put his head back on Madara and said, the same guy of the same era as us, actually said such a thing. I really don't know how to refuse. Spot. Another burst of pouring a large glass of wine into his throat. Touch. With a sound, Renly slammed the cup on the table, breathed a heavy sigh of relief and said to Madara, 6 years has not left any traces of age on your face. This is the most surprising thing I have ever seen you. Ah. At this time, Aunt Peony also took her mouth and said, according to my intelligence, you first joined the Navy 7 years ago, and it has been more than 7 years now, but your appearance has not changed in the slightest. Is there any secret to maintenance? Riley smiled and said to Aunt Peony, you're not qualified to talk about him, are you? You're not much older than me, haven't you always stayed like this? Hancock was shocked. About the same age as Renly, isn't that also more than 50 years old? How did this woman named Aunt Peony take care of it? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, not knowing what was happening. It's Kuzan, Madara said slowly, feeling the breath coming from outside. Renly looked at Madara with a surprised look on his face and said, oh? Just by feeling it, I can know the identity of the opponent in domineering. In my cognition, only Roger can do it. Madara ignored Rayleigh. He originally got his power from your captain. This kind of thing is better not to say, and there is no need to say it. I'm out, Madara said, then stood up, pushed open the door and walked outside. Huh? Hancock looked a little anxious, looking at Madara's back with a look of wanting to say something. All this was seen by Renly. A snicker appeared at the corner of his mouth. The memories seemed to be like Roger and Luyu in the past, right? So, a few young ladies, can you tell us about your identity? Aunt Peony asked the three Hancock sisters, why are you staying with the general? Our sisters were also imprisoned before. Yes, it was Mr. Tiger and he saved us, Sonia said in a broken voice. When Renly heard this, he said with a smile, no, in fact, it was the guy who saved you. I saw the injuries on Tiger's body, and that kid's subordinate showed mercy. Looking at the surprised eyes of the three Hancock sisters, Riley continued, he let Tiger and you go, so you can sit here now, so that guy can also be regarded as half of your benefactor. Listening to Renly's words, Hancock held it in front of him with both hands, and a slight confusion surged in his heart. I just came out, I saw a horse face with a pair of sunglasses, although the tone of speech was bad, but I have to admit that Kuzan is the only one in the Navy who can still talk to Madara. Since Zifa retired from the front line, Madara can talk to one less person, although he himself is not a much-tongued person, but in fact, deep down in his heart, he may still hide the soul of the Emperor when he got along with the Thousand Hand Pillar in the past. Standing in the front and talking to Madara, it is naturally Kuzan, and after getting up, the difference is the two most likely to be promoted to general, Sakazuki and Ponaseno. Since Madara became a general, Sakazuki is even more unhappy, but due to Madara's strong strength, he does not dare to go against Madara for the time being. As for Ponaseno, this person is almost usually a soy sauce fighter, does not want to pay attention to anything, and only when the task is a little bit motivated. Just like now, Madara looked at the three lieutenant generals present, his eyes slightly to the sides and then to the surrounding soldiers. Is it over? Madara asked. Well, the alienation of civilians has been completed, but the Draco side has been making trouble all the time, and there are two key problems now. Kuzan pulled down his finger, as if calculating some advanced math problem, and said to himself, it's just that, well, that, or something. Finally, Kuzan looked at Madara with a pair of dead fish eyes, touched his head as if embarrassed and said, well, forgot. Never mind. Listening to Kuzan's words, hundreds of soldiers behind him forcibly endured the soul of complaining in their hearts. Lieutenant General Kuzan, your memory is so hanging, does Lieutenant General Karp know? After that, Sakazuki, who was still the most extreme, stood up and said to Madara, the two key things. The first is that in the pursuit just now, the main culprit Tiger led a large group of fishmen to escape, and the second point is that the Draco Muscarad Saint is making trouble with the Marshal of the Warring States, saying that their first heir Irishess is inexplicably missing and demanding to be recovered immediately. Irish muttered, I was going to send the pig back, but it's not the time yet, and I have to wait for a certain amount of time. Ireland is the first stepping stone to completing the peace plan, and for the time being, it is necessary to ensure that nothing is wrong before proceeding. Ponaceno said with a rogue look that didn't care about himself at this time. No matter what happens to the Draco, but this is still your responsibility. Black Hawk General Tiger's escape, you have to bear a large part of the responsibility. Madara glared at Bonaceno's eyes, and when he boarded, he shocked this old rogue a little, took a step back slightly, waved his hand and said, well ma anyway, you just need to think about how to deal with the world government and the Draco. Madara waved his hand and ordered, all stand down. Back to home. Yes, all the soldiers stood up and shouted forcefully. Are you going back too? If you didn't catch that fishman, it's not easy to get along with it. Kuzan touched his head and said with a lower mouth. When Madara heard this, he said coldly, shut up, Kuzan, you all give me back. Shaking his head helplessly, Kuzan waved his big hand and beckoned the others to all leave. After a few minutes, the navy was no longer visible here. Was Draco Irish killed by you? After the navy left, Renly came out and asked Madara about it. There is no need for me to answer. Madara glanced at Riley coldly and said, behind Riley, the three Hancock sisters also walked out. With a slight pause, Renly asked Madara seriously, are you still going to catch Tiger? Hearing this, Madara turned cold and said, after hitting my tricks, he no longer has much combat ability. Riley shook his head with his eyes closed and said, you are still as ruthless as ever. I've lost interest in you, I have my business to do. Madara turned around and was about to leave, but he didn't expect Hancock and the three girls to follow. What for? Madara asked as she looked at the three maidens with a frown. That one. We want to go back to Daughter's Island. Hancock lowered his head and asked a little shyly. Speaking of this, Madara also knew what Hancock meant, turned around and said impatiently, this kind of thing, call Renly to go. Hey, spare me, Rayleigh said with a wry smile, if you want to go there, you will pass through the windless zone, with a large number of sea kings, and with three little girls with abilities, I can't do it. After a slight pause, Renly continued, but you are no problem. It is much more convenient to have that whale and still walk on the sea. Madara looked at Renly, who was speaking, did not speak for a while, and then turned to the three Hancock sisters, expressionless, unable to see what they were thinking. Seeing Madara's gaze coming over, Hancock quickly bowed 90 degrees to Madara and shouted, please help us. Come along, Madara said as he turned and said to Hancock behind him. Hearing this, the three daughters of Hancock smiled happily and quickly followed. After taking 2 steps, Madara stopped slightly. Madara turned his head and said to Renly, Roger's son, do you also know about this? Hearing that it was about the descendants of his captain, Renly also showed the most serious expression and asked, what do you want? Madara sneered and said slowly, if both father and son die at my hands, what are you going to do? With a frown, Renly emitted his fierce momentum and said to Madara Shenshang, if you really plan to do that, I will definitely stop you. Without looking back, he walked forward, leaving the last words to Renly with a slightly gloomy tone, killed him, or maybe you are the most unexpected person. After summoning Ra from the coast of the Chambord Islands, Madara first went to the island of their destination, Daughter Island, nor the headquarters of the Navy, but an island in the Western Sea, which was once where Madara had stayed for more than 20 years, a small island in the Western Sea, because there were usually many sea kings in and out, so it was not easy to be discovered. Wait here. On Rab's back, after Madara left a word to the three Hancock sisters, he jumped off Rab's body, leaving Rab and Hancock's sisters to stay on the seashore and walk to the depths of the island alone. In the very center of the island, there is also a grotto, which looks like a place where large animals live, and the inside looks squeaky and gloomy, and the more timid people may not dare to approach. Okay, that's pretty much it right here. Entering the grotto, Madara took out a scroll, rolled up a corner to open the scroll, revealing its contents, and placed it on the stone floor. Come out, pawn. Madara placed the palm of his right hand on the scroll or something, touch. After that, Draco Ireland, who had been caught by Madara, appeared on the scroll. Not awake yet. A kick directly on Ireland's stomach kicked him away a few meters away, but he didn't expect that this person was unconscious like a dead pig. Was he injured too badly before? Forget it, that's fine. Madara called up the system and said to the 6 reincarnation systems, let's go, spend 12,000 points, will the host accept it? It's a waste to make this kind of thing, if you get the eye of reincarnation, you don't need to bother so much, Madara said with a grim face, put his right hand on Ireland's stomach, and silently said in his heart, agreed. Using yin-yang done without the eye of reincarnation is a very troublesome thing, of course, it will cost so many points, please don't complain too much. A steady stream of special chakras entered the body of Ireland, and a strange energy entered the body of Ireland, making his body twitch for a while. Obviously people are unconscious, but the body seems to be injected. Something is squirming. If anyone else is here, they will definitely scream out in shock. What a nostalgic look. Madara looked at the body of Ireland in front of him and said softly with emotion. I saw that on the body of Ireland, a white plasticine-like thing gradually condensed, and became larger and larger, and the irregular appearance looked very strange, and the whole looked like a lump of fermented cows because of expiration. Milk. It's this kind of place to meet again, but it's in this kind of place. I miss it. Madara-sama, the eerie strange emphasis, you can't hear whether it is a man or a woman. The white object released from Madara's hand gradually condensed into the appearance of a person, but the intimidating thing is that this person's skin is simply white to an abnormal extent. The most terrifying thing is that he only has one left face, and the right face is distorted, as if it is irregular like dirt. By Ju, the existence of the strongest scout in the ninja world. Cut, it took a lot of effort to make you, less complaining here, Madara said disdainfully to the blob. No way. Baiju's characteristic is that he has many tongues, Baiju said with a smile, glanced at the underside under him, half, and the Irish who was connected to him, exclaimed, alas? What's going on? Just summoned out even connected to this kind of thing. It feels a little disgusting, yes disgusting. You guy is not qualified to say that, right? Madara said sharply. If compared to it, the strange white of the body would look weirder than the Irish one. Baiju was originally a human being, ostensibly created by Uchiha with yin and yang, but in fact has nothing to do with it, and is the product of the degeneration of humans immersed in infinite moon reading in ancient times. It's just that in the past ninja world, Madara fully understood all this before he died, but as an intelligence investigation work, as well as controlling this kind of thing, there is no one more capable of doing things than Baiju, but that personality may be prone to bad things. But the most important point, unlike Heiju, by absolute Madara who does not understand his true origin is absolutely loyal, and it is impossible to happen like Heiju. Using his energy to feel the surroundings, Baiju put on a puzzled expression and said, the 6 golems are not there, and I can't create my doppelganger. Rather, it feels like there is no flow of chakra nearby. Madara-sama. Here it is, it's too troublesome to explain. Madara didn't bother to explain the current situation to Baiju, and directly gave him an order and said, all in all, now I will call this guy who was possessed by you back, after which you will already stay in his body, impersonating this person, and temporarily use his body to probe intelligence. For this kind of thing of possession, Baiju has already done a lot when he was in the ninja world, but it is all in the case that the party does not find out, and it can be said that it is a rare experience to directly impersonate a person like this. But there is currently no outer path golem. There will be trouble to do a lot of things. Madara-sama, is your reincarnation eye also gone? You better talk less nonsense. Madara indifferently interrupted Baiju's nonsense and said, before you failed to understand the situation in this world, you pretended to have amnesia. After all, this guy you possess now was mainly knocked unconscious by me. Glancing at the Irish under him, the image of this white seahorse clothes could not help but be ashamed of his taste. Ashamed, he lowered his mouth and said, well, this guy doesn't seem to have any combat effectiveness, and if I want to imitate this guy, I will soon be able to master the know-how. It's better that way, Madara said with a calm face. Mind suppress this guy's own spirit with illusion, but it is not foolproof. If this guy's own spirit wakes up, you will kill him and then use ninjutsu to enter the body of his kind. I see. After that, Baiju manipulated his strange body, and the whole invaded the body of Ireland, causing him to slowly stand up, but there were still some scars on his face. The voice of Ireland did not change much, but changed into a strange tone. Oh, this is the lower body of human beings. There is an earthworm. This seahorse man pulling up his trouser belt. Ireland looked at the thing inside with a curious look and said, is it really okay? This guy. Madara looked at the Draco who didn't know how to describe it, and he had already begun to wonder in his heart whether it really didn't matter if he put this kind of guy back into the Draco family. On the way to the headquarters of the Navy, the 3 Hancock sisters are now about to go crazy, for the same reason, that is, because Madara brought back the Draco who he hated the most, although I don't know how Madara entered the island alone but brought a person out. But even with Madara, the big god next to him, Hancock, they still couldn't hold back their deep fear, even if the Draco himself is but the scene of being abused since childhood. After seeing the Draco, they felt as if everything had been performed in front of them. However, the mood of the 3 Hancock sisters was only within 10 minutes of Madara bringing Ireland back, and after Ireland said a few words, the demonic Draco image in Hancock's heart was completely subverted. At this time, Ireland, let's continue to call this name, at this time he was looking at the 3 Hancock sisters with interest, and his face, which was still blue and swollen, had recovered somewhat, and had some cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, so that a little injury could recover in 3 or 2 strokes. Is this what Madara calls the able? It seems that I am still relatively advanced, whether it is talking, words and deeds or brains, Ireland said to himself, causing a burst of distraction in Hancock's 3 daughters, thinking that this guy had become stupid after being beaten. Where did the arrogant and domineering image run away before? Ireland's continued, well, it's not quite the same here as in the past, so I want to quickly understand all kinds of people in this world, which is also the order that Madara has just handed over. Listening to Ireland's words, the 3 women glanced neatly at Madara not far away, and I don't know why, Madara was sitting alone in a distant position. Sonia, who was a little more daring, whispered to Ireland that, aren't you a Draco? Oh, no, no. My name is by. Ireland waved his hand and said, and then suddenly remembered that Madara had told him that he could not expose his identity, and wanted to move the flowers and trees as the owner of this body, and instantly said with a haha, no, I'm just a little amnesiac. I'm that love, the one that loves something. Alas, this name is too difficult to remember, it's different from before. In the end, unable to say the name Ireland's, which was very complicated in his mind, Baiju began to complain in fragments, causing a black line among Hancock's 3 daughters. At this time, Ireland's walked to Hancock's side, held one hand to his mouth, and asked the 3 Hancock sisters as if whispering that, "Can you ask a question?" Out of instinctive fear of this body, Hancock and the others moved their bodies back a little, but still responded, "What? That's it." As if describing some philosophy of life, Ireland put on a serious expression, and asked the 3 daughters of Hancock thoughtfully, "That's the intention. I just want to know what it should be like to poop times 3." The expressions on Hancock's faces, Mary and Sonia, were distorted, and I went away. How do you let the 3 girls answer this? Even men don't know how to answer you, right? Well, don't you know? For some reason, Ireland glanced at his lower body, wrapped his hands around Seong, and said, "I just got this body. Oh no, just woke up. I haven't felt the discomfort of this body, although there should be the so-called poop intention in the future, but this problem has been entangled with me for a long time. I'd love to know right away. Then again, how should I react with poop? Is it the same with the urge to pee?" The old mother's thoughts are broken, but a lot of obscene words come out of her mouth, but it seems to be described as very philosophical, and Hancock feels that their own worldview is changing. The terrifying tall image of the Draco seemed to have been completely subverted at this moment. A few hours later, Madara didn't know if he was asleep or recuperating, and he sat far away from Ri and Cook, his back looking motionless, as if he was really asleep. Under the curious move of Ireland, the 3 Hancock sisters fiercely held their complaining souls, although it was only a few hours before Madara brought this strange thing. But if Hancock and they saw the Draco again, I am afraid they would not be so afraid. Looking at this complex person wearing the Draco logo, with the same face as the Irish silk, the 3rd daughter already felt in her heart that this product was completely stupid, obviously seeing the domineering feeling, or the breath of Ireland, although mixed in with some strange feeling, but there is no doubt that it is the same person, but so it is so. That's wow. Suddenly, as if he had discovered some new continent, Ireland ran to Hancock's side excitedly and asked, "I feel it, fart. There is a chakra-like impact in the thigh. Is this a slight poop?" But it seems to be a little different from releasing chakra. Regardless of the already completely stupid expression of Hancock's 3 daughters, Ireland's continued to ask that, "What should I do next? Does this release chakra or Madara's fire ninjutsu release it all in one go?" Although they couldn't understand what chakra and ninjutsu meant in the mouth of Ireland, but when they heard the word release, Hancock and they seemed to think of something discordant, and all the anger of Ireland who had opened their brains before broke out in one breath, and they roared in tacit understanding, "Go far." After several days of sailing, under the ravages of the whiteout Irish, the 3 Hancock sisters only felt that the terrifying image established by the Draco in their hearts had been completely damaged by this product. Since he came a poop a few days ago, he briefly recounted his first poop every day, and made Hancock want to kill this bastard several times, and they seemed to understand the reason why Madara sat so far away. After taking out the phone worm, Madara dialed the contact number, and the inside was immediately connected. It seemed that every time he answered the phone with Madara he was in a violent state, and this time seemed to be no exception. "Black Hawk, what's going on? Did you get things done for me? There is already a disturbance on the Draco side." The deafening sound, even the 3 Hancock sisters and Ireland's on the side were shocked, looking at the emotional phone worm in Madara's hand. By 1-1 Ireland hurriedly came up, full of curiosity, and nodded the phone worm's mouth. "BA, said excitedly, "Hey, what is this thing? Is it similar to a book or tape recorder? It's so fun. Get out of here." Madara punched this cheap character away, obviously telling him not to talk if he is fine, but it seems unlikely. But with Baiju's ability, although the character is like that, but even the shadow level character can't see this kind of disguise, I'm afraid you can still fool through with amnesia. It's just a pity that methods such as doppelganger can't be held long, otherwise it would not take so much effort to call by jeopardy. Ireland spoke so loudly, how could the warring stateside not hear it, and immediately asked Madara, "What's going on, Madara? Is there anyone else next to him?" "All in all, hurry up and open the door of justice," Madara said coldly to the phone worm, and then immediately hung up the phone worm, and then it may reveal flaws, although the Draco people are a group of idiots, but the warring states are not. Being called wise general by the pirates is enough to see the strength of the warring states' insight. Madara-sama, is this also a product of this world? Ireland's looked at the phone worm and Madara and asked curiously. This kind of thing is simply amazing in his opinion, and this phone bug seems to be able to show the other party's expression. Ignoring Ireland's gaze, Madara put the phone worm away, glanced at him and said, "If you see Draco, don't say anything, especially in front of the Sengoku." "Oh, is Sengoku referring to the person you just called? Let's see what kind of person dares to talk to you like that. I don't know." When the 3 Hancock sisters had already walked over, showed embarrassed expressions and asked Madara, "Please, may I ask if we cannot see the Marshal of the Navy?" "Ha! Are you afraid of that guy called Sengoku? I obviously want to see it," Ireland said dejectedly. "Afraid? Joke. How could the 3 of them run to see the Marshal? There are very likely to be Draco people who have seen the 3 of them. If it is exposed, everything so far will be in vain." Hancock's terrified expression was imprinted in Madara's eyes. Whether it was the Navy or the Draco, he had never put it in his eyes, even if the Draco recognized Hancock as a slave in the past. Mainly their own exit, they definitely dare not act rashly, they just don't know if Madara will make a move in the end. Go to my barracks and wait, Madara said lightly. Madara's barracks is actually the Japanese house where he lives, and it can be said that it is the place where no one dares to enter except Mary Joanna in the naval headquarters, even if there is not a single guard, but no one dares to walk over casually. The only one in the Navy who has this guts is probably only Sengoku, Carp and Robin, but Sengoku has no interest in casually running to other people's homes, and Carp is in a similar situation, so the only one who likes to run to Madara's home is Robin, a little girl who is less than 15 years old. Madara-sama. CSC gate. It's spectacular. Can you make such a gate without building it on the ground? Just as Hancock and them thanked Madara, Ireland suddenly shouted, and the adult of opening his mouth to Madara made Hancock and them a little startled, but compared to the poop that Ireland's discussed with him before, I am afraid it is nothing. Compared with the excitement of Ireland, Hancock and them are a little afraid and a little angry, for many reasons, because this is close to the realm of the Draco, Mary Joanne, and it may also be because the Navy here has repeatedly condoned the bad behavior of the Draco, which caused their sisters not to catch. That is to say, for the Navy, Hancock is more disgusted than afraid, but for Madara, Hancock still has a different feeling. Rop slowly drove into the Gate of Justice under Madara's order, looking at the spectacular scenery next to him and the tall building of the naval headquarters. The white attribute hidden in Ireland's body broke out again, and shouted in Rory's bar, provoking Madara to directly reward him again, asking him to absolutely shut up after entering later. Although he was too lazy to say much, Madara still explained to Baiju about the Navy, heard about the situation in the New World. At the critical moment, Baiju also listened honestly, and Madara is not the kind of person who will speak according to your train of thought. After he finishes, he will definitely not repeat the same words for the second time. Baiju also quickly listened. After all, there is no avatar, and the ability to probe intelligence is shrunk a little. At this time, you still have to be serious. This scene, in the Hancock next to them, they seem a little strange. A Draco, like an honest student listening to Madara talk about some common sense that children know. This scene is too strange, like a person from another world crossed over. But if you say so, it is actually true. But even if this kind of fantasy thing is really said, no one will believe it. It took a few minutes. Madara also told Baiju about the common sense of this pirate world, but in front of Hancock and them, some of them were omitted. But in the future, after Baiju's investigation, he himself can immediately know. But that may also have to wait for the power support of the outer golem. During this time, Rop had completely swam through the Gate of Justice towards the square of the Navy headquarters, and when he saw the seagull-like symbol of the Navy building, Hancock, Mary, Sonia couldn't help but shrink. Hancock was more like instinctive, hiding behind Madara, just like Robin in the past. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters building, here, those who can enter here are all big people, even in terms of military rank. It is definitely a big person above the level of Vice Admiral, because the things discussed here are likely to affect the situation in the world. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Uchiha, and the three strongest forces in the Navy are all gathered here, but now it's not just the three of them. An old woman's voice enters their ears at this time, and the three of them can't help but have a feeling of pain in their ears. Child, let you suffer. You don't know how painful it is to know your mother. Fat like a mother, a pig woman, with a very exaggerated heavy makeup on her face, holding Ireland at this time and crying bitterly. Behind her, there are some fish people who are implicated in chains. But now these fish people are full of wounds, painful expressions, kneeling on the ground. Obviously, they are slaves purchased by the Draco. Seeing that Ireland was already wearing the bubble hood exclusive to the Draco, the fat woman looked very anxious and said, "Child, how can our noble Draco breathe the same air as lowly humans? Hurry back with your mother and prepare a new bubble hood for you right away." Draco Muscarud Saint Irlite, the mother of Ireland, is also one of the Draco families of Muscarud Saint, and her personality is very bad, and she is also very fond of collecting fish and mermaid slaves. And it is said that Ireland's character is inherited from his mother. Madara looked at this old woman with heavy makeup and kept sneering in his heart, "Idiot, but the guy in front of you is Baiju. Your son is now completely going to die, no matter if you are about to accompany him. This is the fish man." Curious race, Ireland said to the fish people who were chained, although the body of Ireland was used, but now the consciousness is controlled by nothing. The first time I saw such a race as the fishman, with his character, of course, I would be curious. Child, you used to like mermaid collection the most. Hurry up and go back with your mother, right? Mother prepared a new mermaid collected at the auction to give to you. Alite said to Ireland's, although he learned from Madara that his son had amnesia, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Even his mother and his favorite mermaid in the past could not remember, although there was a skeptical mood at first, but after repeated assurances from the high level, Alite also believed. After all, there is no such thing as transfiguration in the One Piece world, that is, transfiguration, and it is impossible to hide the eyes of so many masters present. Oh, then go back. Ireland's glanced at Madara's side slightly, and under the gesture of Madara's cold eyes, he also understood that this place should not stay for a long time. After all, the two old men wearing the same robes as Madara are characters beyond the shadow level, and it is better for him to go step by step before he gains all his strength. All right. Let's go, child, you can't breathe such murky air anymore. Hurry up and go back. Ellet beckoned his son to leave, ordering a few of his guards to take the fishman's slave well, as if walking a dog, and looked so arrogant in this serious conference room. As he was about to leave the conference room, Ellet turned back to the warring states and said, also, that invasion. The damn fishman who committed a crime in our Draco realm, you must capture him for me, otherwise we Draco people will definitely not forgive you. This time I found my noble child, so I won't worry about you. After leaving the last arrogant sentence, Ellet dragged his bucket waist and swaggered away. In the conference room, the marshal of the warring states was already a little shaky with anger, although Carp was still sitting on the sofa looking like he didn't pay attention to anything, but the look in his eyes was obviously very ugly. Madara picked up a smile at the corner of his mouth at this time, and said lightly to Sengoku and Carp, can you endure this? Didn't I see you guys so wasteful when I faced Roger and Whitebeard? You shut up for me. Black Hawk. Sengoku slapped the round table fiercely. Obviously he was also angry, but don't think that he is the marshal is the most talkative in the navy, but above him there are 5 old stars and the existence of that, in the face of Draco, Sengoku and Carp are as much as they can endure. Don't call me haha. Now that Draco was gone, Sengoku spit out his resentment in one breath and asked Madara what the hell is going on. With your strength, how can you let a fishman run away? Madara sat expressionlessly on the other sofa next to Carp, supporting his side face with one hand, watching the vent of the warring states with a smile. Anyway, he would not say more, at most it would be another nagging. Wahaha. Suddenly, Carp burst out laughing, glanced at Madara, and said to the Sengoku, don't be so old-fashioned. Sengoku yo. Anyway, is that fish man also to save his compatriots? And let the Draco eat such a suffocation, are you not happy? You shut up for me. Carp. Warring States rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. If he really said in his heart, Draco is not happy, Warring States himself is a little dark in his heart, how can he have a good impression of Draco? It's just that I also have a lot of fears. Sengoku looked at Madara again and said, the person who reported to his superiors is me, Madara. You wouldn't have compassion for those who ran away? But that's not something you can control anymore. I have already sent Sakazuki and Ponaseno to hunt down. Superior, it's just a pedantic idea. Warring States. Madara slowly stood up, walked in front of Warring States, and asked him with a sinister smile, haven't you thought about completely solving the 5 old stars and those people above and replacing them yourself? Madara. You boy. Warring States and Carp's faces changed at the same time. I didn't expect Madara's guts to become like this. This kind of thing is not something that can be talked about. If you don't snitch or others hear it, it is a great sin that can be blamed on the 9 races. Huh? Madara laughed softly, revealing his left eye that did not leave the seaside, and said to the two with a flirtatious smile, in the end, you are still going to be abandoned by the times. Carp, Sengoku. Just like that guy Rayleigh. After speaking, Madara turned around, and a teleportation technique had disappeared. After leaving from the Sengoku group, Madara slowly walked back to his territory, and along the way, many navies bowed to Madara and signaled to Madara, most of which Madara ignored, and only a few people who knew him glanced at it in response. Welcome back, Madara-sama. At the door of his house, some maids sweeping the floor bowed to Madara and bowed. These women were all recruited by Madara after seeing it, and they were somewhat similar to the territory of the Uchiha clan where they lived in the past. The servants here were all black-haired and black-eyed people, and the characteristics of the Uchiha clan in the past were slightly similar. Not that Madara was nostalgic for the Uchiha clan, but it just made him get used to it a little. Don't bother me. Madara will call the servants out after returning, except for eating. Almost do not call them. Usually, Madara still prefers to be quiet. After opening the door, Madara walked into the main hall and saw Hancock sitting here, but her 2 sisters, Sonia and Mary, were missing. Seeing Madara walk in, Hancock's originally slightly lowered head was raised slightly at this time, and Madara looked a little afraid of life. We've already eaten. Sonia and Mary have slept under the care of those sisters. Hancock's beautiful eyes looked at Madara, but still a little dodgy. After all, they were facing legendary characters. Hearing this, Madara closed his eyes slightly and said, then you also go to sleep. Seeing that Hancock just stood up and had no other intention to move, Madara couldn't help but ask again and said, what for? Not going yet? Hancock faced Madara gaze, couldn't help biting down, and said, it's very close to Mary Joanne. I can't sleep. Mary Joan, that is, the place of the Draco. Madara naturally understood what Hancock meant, and was abused by the Draco for 4 years, and now although he barely escaped, it is still at the feet of the enemy. In such a situation, it is normal for Hancock to not sleep. Sitting on the tatami, Madara looked at Hancock indifferently and said, no one dares to come in here, even the Draco. You can go to sleep with peace of mind. Hancock looked at Madara, still did not obey to go to the bedroom, but sat at the sit-stand desk opposite Madara, and asked Madara with a hint of timidity that, when can we go back to our hometown? Hancock really didn't want to stay like this in the Navy headquarters any longer, a place so close to Mary Joanne. If she slept, she would be afraid to wake up and be in a slave prison again. Madara stared at the 16-year-old girl, remembering Robin, who had the same tragic life as her, and couldn't help but show a little emotion, and said to her, I'll take you guys tomorrow. Really? Thank you. Hearing this, Hancock's face showed joy. Thinking that he would be able to return to his hometown soon, Hancock couldn't help but show Madara a smile. Originally, she had the color of the country, coupled with the effect of the sweet fruit of the devil fruit. It was the icing on the cake for Hancock's order, and during the Ninja World War, she couldn't help but admire Tsunade and Terumi, who were all killing the spots. I guess, can I go without sleep tonight? I want to talk to you. Hancock looked at Madara and asked Madara as he blushed for the first time. Nope, I don't like to chat. Madara rejected Hancock's proposal without hesitation, stood up and turned to walk out, half-turned his head, and said to Hancock, I will send you to your hometown, don't be arrested next time. Hancock hesitated for a while, then plucked up the courage to run to Madara, as if he had made up his mind, stood in front of Madara, raised his head to look Madara directly into the eyes and said, please call me the way to fight. I don't want to be weak anymore. Madara looked at Hancock for a while, and then buried her head when she saw her blush, before slowly speaking, I am not a fruit ability, I am not suitable to teach you, find someone else. After speaking, Madara bypassed Hancock's body and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly, at this time, Hancock actually boldly grabbed Madara's hand directly and prevented him from leaving. Madara looked at Hancock with his pupils slightly dilated, but Hancock looked at Madara without fear. His teeth were light, although his face still had a reddish color, but still said to Madara word by word, fixed, want, change, strong. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Madara suddenly closed his eyes slightly, and then opened his eyes sharply, saying to you writing will eyes. Magic. Sherry Nan. Hancock, who was looking at Madara, was completely hit by this illusion at this time, and fell into illusion in an instant. After this illusion, Hancock's eyes immediately became unfocused. She only felt that the environment around her was distorted, and suddenly there was darkness around her, and a pair of blood-colored three-hooked jade eyes were staring at her in the black sky. Here it is. Where? Faced with this sudden scenery, Hancock was completely panicked, quickly looked around, and shouted loudly, Madara. Spot. Where are you? Sonia, Mary, where are you? That was. Hancock looked ahead and found that his two sisters, Sonia and Mary, were kneeling on the ground locked by chains, and behind him a Draco wearing a white bloated suit and a bubble hood was behind them, holding a large knife above their heads, and after finding Hancock's gaze, the corners of his mouth also emitted a mocking smile. No, don't. Seeing that Draco's knife left behind his two sisters, Hancock burst into tears and ran to his sister's position to save them. But I don't know why, Hancock can never run away from the position of her sister and the knife-wielding Draco, as if chasing the sun, can only watch from afar, but can never reach. In the illusion space where time passed rapidly, Hancock relived the Draco slashing and killing picture over and over again, as if a silent pantomime. Ominous dusk, Draco's mocking smile at his incompetence, the blood of his sister with a knife, the painful look on the faces of the two sisters, as if like a replay, constantly appeared in front of Hancock's eyes. Strong and true made Hancock sick, and the cruel voice of the Draco kept ringing in his ears, a slave is a slave, no matter what, it is just the existence of our Draco pet. Hancock, who finally couldn't support it, finally fell down in the cold voice of the Draco, and the last image that came into his eyes was Madara's eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes full of ominous meaning. Finally, the moment Hancock closed his eyes, let the tears in his eyes slide unbridled. Scold. As if he had a mental breakdown. In the fantasy world, Hancock roared out with his head in his hands, and at the same time released a large exaggerated aura on his body, which instantly shattered the surrounding dark environment, and everything was shattered like glass. Feeling the explosive aura coming from Hancock's body, Madara looked at Hancock, who knelt in front of him indifferently, and said lightly, with the qualifications of a king, overlord colored domineering, this. What the hell? Hancock noticed the abnormality around him, looked at Madara in surprise, and muttered, Madara, you. Standing up abruptly, looking at the surroundings, and then rushing to the house, Hancock quickly opened one of the sliding doors, only to find that on a Chuang shop inside, his two sisters were lying on it with their eyes closed, and their mouths were whistling in and out, and it was obvious that they were all safe. What the hell is this? Hancock looked at all this, leaving a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. After the great joy and sorrow, the body of the only 16-year-old girl could no longer withstand such a heavy blow, and she slowly fell down holding the doorpost, but she still slowly breathed a sigh of relief. What happened there was not really too good. Madara walked up to Hancock, looked down at her and asked, do you still have time to waste now? Madara, I don't know when. Hancock's name for Madara has become so familiar. Looking at Madara being set off in the moonlight, Hancock slowly stood up. Let's go. Madara faced Hancock, just said so lightly, but it made Hancock very puzzled. Where are you going? Hancock asked suspiciously. Isn't it about learning how to fight? "Come here," Madara said, and walked in the direction of the door. Hearing Madara's words, Hancock showed a happy expression, and even forgot to ask about the illusion just now, but just clenched his pink fist tightly, looked at Madara's back and thought, "I will definitely catch up with you and protect my sister and hometown," and, led by Madara and Hancock came to a clearing flanked by the sea, and from the empty situation here, it could be seen that this place had been empty and unused for a long time. This is the barracks camp issued to him by the Warring States when Madara just became a lieutenant general 7 years ago, but Madara has always refused to lead troops, so this place has always been in an empty state, and in the 6 years after Madara became a general, it has maintained this state, which can be said to be a bit wasteful. Today is the first time that Madara has come here, with a large camp of 1,000 square meters. It is a bit fussy to use it for training, but it is a pity not to use it. Walking to the middle of the camp, Madara opened his mouth and said to Hancock, "Your hometown Daughter Island is a very good place to use domineering. Even if you have overlord-colored domineering, after returning to your hometown, you can master this power sooner or later, so what I give you is a new power." New power. Hancock was slightly stunned. Chakra. Chakra. Hancock repeated what Madara had said in bewilderment, apparently hearing the word for the first time. Chakra is an energy generated by the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. It is a source of energy for performing ninjutsu, illusion, and physical arts. It can also be made into a thread-like binding opponent or cutting off substances that are also composed of chakra. Madara began to explain to Hancock the basics of chakra like a textbook, but this sentence made Hancock's head grow for a while. Madara said, "What is ninjutsu and illusion?" "Illusion is all you just saw," Madara said lightly. Hancock was scared to take a step back. He didn't expect that the so-called illusion was so terrifying. If he stayed in it a little longer, he might really have a nervous breakdown. Hancock didn't blame Madara. She herself was from a pirate group, and naturally understood the cruelty of training, but the fear of illusion was still settled. Originally, there were 2 ways to crack illusion, but it seems that there is now a third. Madara looked at Hancock and continued, "The method of cracking illusion or something. You don't need to know too much. I may be the only one in the world who can use illusion." Hancock nodded. She believed that Madara would not do anything against her, and if only Madara could use this trick, then there was no need to learn it herself. Madara looked at the sea in the distance and said to Hancock, "As an ability, your biggest weakness is that you are afraid of water, so I will mainly call you a trick now. Starting to calculate now, it will be about half a month before reaching Daughter's Island. During this period, you have to master the know-how, so that even if I am not by your side, you can practice." The beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Hancock was not frightened by what Madara had taught him for only half a month, but he was a little sad when he heard that Madara would leave after half a month. "You're really going to leave me in half a month? Us?" Hancock's beautiful eyes showed a sad look, and the big eyes of the water spirit could make almost any man's heart soften. Madara and Hancock's eyes looked at each other for a while, not knowing how he felt in his heart, and after reading countless people, he naturally saw the little thought in Hancock's heart. In this regard, Madara just walked to the beach, and after looking at the calm sea for a while, he turned his head and said to Hancock, "Okay, let's get ready to start now." After looking at the spot with a complicated face for a while, Hancock also slowly walked up, nodded solemnly, and said, "Yes, please start." The sun had risen over the horizon and the sun was falling on the training ground, shining the bodies of Hancock and Madara in the camp. At this time, Hancock stood straight in the barracks, his hands learning the way to seal the seal that Madara had given him before, his eyes closed as if he was gathering strength, and the whole person was motionless. Madara used his own sight and smell to feel the breath coming from Hancock's body. It is completely impossible to condense it in less than a day without chakra, and now Hancock is also a 16-year-old girl, slightly missed the most suitable training time, but fortunately, this world also has tricks such as devil fruit or domineering to assist, such as in swordsmanship. Madara can say that the so-called samurai who are good at sword art in the past ninja world are too far worse than the sword. How here, in terms of sword art, it is obvious that the world of this pirate is superior, but with the trick of treading water, the ability to deal with the devil fruit is also a great weapon, but whether it can successfully lead the powerful ability to the sea is another matter. "Enough, let's end it today," Madara said to her as he looked at Hancock, taking back his domineering look. Hancock frowned, pouted the cute little ZY and said, "But I haven't made that thing called chakra yet." Chakra is the spiritual energy that has been exercised through many cultivations and accumulated experience. Madara looked at Hancock and said, "The manufacture of chakra should extract body energy, that is, physical strength. For some people with insufficient physical strength, try to save the use of chakra. You are a woman, and you are born to pay attention to your own physical strength when dealing with enemies." Walking to his house, he said to Hancock, "You also go back and straighten up, and leave later." Hancock nodded heavily, chased after Madara's back, looked at Madara, and the smile on his face never broke. Madara Defiant, after the maid kept serving breakfast, Sonia and Mary, who had just been called up by Hancock, looked at Madara and his sister sitting next to him with some hesitation. How could his sister not be afraid of Madara after he had just slept? And how could it still seem so intimate? Hurry up and eat. Hancock smiled at his two sisters and said, I don't know if it's because he is about to return to his hometown, or for some other reason. Although Sonia and Mary's two daughters still had doubts in their hearts, they still didn't ask more, picked up some food on the table and prepared to send it to their mouths, but at this moment, something unexpected suddenly happened. Madara! You kid, give me out! A magnificent roar sounded at the door of the outer courtyard, and the magnitude of the momentum almost frightened Mary's food. In the outer courtyard of the Madara house, Carp was holding his fists and clenching a crisp voice and said, Today I want your kids' move to be broken in half. I'll go out, you can take care of yourselves. Madara took his cloak and draped it over his shoulders, heading out the door. When Hancock saw Madara go, he immediately dropped the sandwich in his hand and stood up to pursue Madara, and Sonia and Mary immediately followed. Carp, are you too idle? Madara walked out the door and asked Carp, Come and fight me every time you don't have a mission. I don't have that free time now. Carp didn't care about Ban's gloomy face, still squeezed his fist, and said arrogantly, Waha, if you don't practice more, your strength will decline. In the years after Roger's death, Carp only collided with Madara, which inevitably led to a chaos, and because the place of the battle was inevitably the headquarters of the Navy, the warring states were also angry, but neither of them cared. Carp looked at the door behind Madara and found that Hancock and her three sisters were running out of it, recalling that it was a face that had not been seen on the wanted warrant, and couldn't help but snort, showing his big white teeth. Wow, Madara, you kid will still be a golden house hide. Especially that little girl with black hair will become a beauty. Wow. Peerless beauty. The soldiers behind Carp, seeing Hancock's face, their eyes were peachy when they boarded, and saliva flowed down, but the words were still held in their hearts and did not dare to spit them out. Judging from the situation that these three girls came out of Madara's mansion, they are very likely to have that kind of relationship with their own family. If they say anything offensive, they may be sent to that world immediately. Hearing Carp's ridicule, Hancock immediately became pretty and blushed, and lowered his head and did not dare to look at people. However, Carp's next words made Hancock wary again. Wahahaha. But if Robin Little Ghost knew about this, I am afraid that he would make a fuss. I don't know what to expect. Robin? Who is it? Carp's words made Hancock's brows frown slightly. This is the sensitivity between women, is it intuition? Madara shook his head with his eyes closed, showing his disdain for this old man, although he was much older than him. Even in this world, the two are about the same age. All right. Don't be in Rory. Carp formed a palm with his left hand and a fist with his right hand, struck each other and let out a snap. The right hand clenched his fist, Carp's eyes flashed with essence, and the armed color domineering was already entangled, wrapped up. The fist and arm on the right hand have been completely black. Iron Fist Kapu, this is the origin of his name. The old man has already smashed the 10 mountains as sandbags. Break your damn defenses now. Carp rushed towards Madara with a fist that broke the wind, and the coercion crushed Hancock and the soldiers behind Carp. Blowing up the mountain sounds a bit fanciful, but Carp can definitely do it. His fist can no longer be described by the word fist, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the power of the tailed beast Jade. Carp's favorite thing is to collide with Madara's Susanoo to test his fist power, and after Roger's death, the only people who can break Susanoo are really Carp and Whitebeard, but Sengoku has not yet fought Madara. I said, I don't have time to spend now. Madara also rushed in the direction of Carp, but surprisingly, instead of firing his signature trick Susanoo, he jumped straight on his right foot, and was also domineered by a layer of black armed color. Wrapped up, the right leg turned jet black when it landed, and kicked the high-sided leg with a blow to Carp's fist. A flash of shock flashed in Carp's eyes, and a second after his front fist and Madara's high-sided leg collided, Carp whispered, Roger's domineering. The frontal collision on both sides, the space seems to be distorted. After a few seconds, Madara and Carp retreated at the same time because of the vibration of the aftermath. Carp immediately put his double legs to balance his body, and Madara immediately kicked the right leg that was shocked back with an armed color domineering directly on the ground, and suddenly, the ground sent out a strong vibration like an earthquake. The mountains and rivers were broken under Madara's foot, the ground was cracked, so that many people watching around were farts, and fell down. Seeing Madara's armed color domineering, Carp appeared in front of his hands and hugged him, and asked with a calm face, Why, Spot, will you have Roger's domineering? Hearing Carp's words, the naval soldiers who had fallen to the ground, as well as the three sisters of Hancock, all looked at the indifferent Madara with wide eyes. And the admiral had the power of One Piece? Shrugged with a chuckle, a somewhat lazy smile appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth, looked at Carp and said, I don't have to answer your question, Carp. Half turning his head to look at the three Hancock sisters behind him, Madara said, Gone. Then, Madara walked in the direction of the exit square of the Navy headquarters, and as he passed Carp's shoulder, he left a sentence, but you should know that it is not Roger in front of you now, and that's right. After that, Madara left without looking back. Hancock Lang looked at Madara's back, and after a while, he picked up his footsteps and hurriedly caught up, and her two sisters Sonia and Mary naturally did the same. Hancock and the three sisters were naturally unfamiliar with the terrain here at the naval headquarters, so they could only follow Madara, and they followed wherever Madara went. Frowning at Madara and Hancock's three daughters who had disappeared in front of his eyes, Carp remembered that 6 years ago, after Madara killed Roger with his own hands, and took Roger's body away, was there any inevitable connection between the two? Doubts, nostalgia, puzzlement, all kinds of emotions rushed to Carp's heart, as if at this moment, behind Madara, a back was looming. The man with black messy hair and a long curved beard was showing his trademark smile, looking at himself boldly. Walking to the harbor of the square, Madara stopped, turned his head to look at the three Hankook sisters and said, "I just sent you to the Amazon Lily and left, and you will solve the rest yourself." Sonia and Mary both nodded, only Hankook lowered his head, his beautiful eyes blinked, and said softly, "Can't you not separate?" Although Hancock's voice was soft, it was still heard by people with strong hearing ability. To this, Madara did not make any answer. He just slowly walked up the steps, stopped and squatted on the beach, closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly, scratched his fingers, and printed on the surface of the water, "Psychic art." Oh, with a huge sound, the super black figure that suddenly appeared almost covered the entire sea area that the three sisters could see, which was enough to prove the exaggeration of Rab's body size. Looking at Rab, who made a brisk cry and seemed very happy, Madara reached out and touched its face. On top of Rab, there were several hideous scars. "This is one P-score. D. Roger caused." Oh, feeling the caress, touching, even if it was a slight feeling, it made Rab look very excited. The huge eyes had narrowed into a slit, anyone could see it. It was happy at this time. The three Hancock sisters behind them were stunned by Madara suddenly coming this hand. Sonia's eyes widened, and she muttered in her mouth, "Legend has it that General Uchiha can summon whales and eagles anytime and anywhere. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it really. Come up." As soon as Madara jumped up, he jumped on Rab's back and shouted to Hancock and the others below. Nodded, the third daughter also jumped on Rab's back. Even if she has been imprisoned for many years, she still has a certain strength in her body, and she will not even be unable to do this kind of thing. After all four came up, Rab turned his body and swam in the opposite direction of the naval headquarters, and from time to time there was a clear sound from his mouth. Madara looked at the calm and turbulent sea below Rab, and said indifferently to the three Hancock sisters, "Just practice here." Practice. Mary and Sonia were slightly stunned, not understanding what Madara was referring to. Hancock nodded again and explained to his two sisters beside him. When Sonia and Mary heard that Madara was actually going to teach them how to walk on the sea, their first reaction was not ecstatic, but they looked at Madara for a while, not understanding why this great general would teach them this life-saving skill at sea. You know, Madara can walk on the sea. This is something that the whole world knows. No matter who wants to get this stunt from Madara, it is said that even Lieutenant General Carp Sengoku Marshal has repeatedly asked Madara how to do this, but the result is refused, enough to show the difficulty of learning. For Mary and Sonia's stunned looks, Madara just ignored his hands and arms, half turned around, closed his eyes and said to Hancock, "Although it's only one day, Hancock, you already know a little how to condense chakra, you should teach them this first." Then, Madara sat down, closed his eyes and recuperated. Now there is no systematic task or anything, his strength cannot be improved by training, just take a rest first. But after hearing Madara just now's words, Hancock's body trembled slightly, his hands clasped together to hold his small mouth, his face turned red, tears swirled in his eyes, and he kept repeating a sentence in his heart, He called me Hancock." Mary and Sonia looked at their sister's appearance, with a puzzled expression. Obviously Hancock was the first time this happened, and they themselves didn't know how to deal with it. If some middle two-imp or hot-blooded yellow hair was here, seeing Hancock's situation, I was afraid that he would spit out 2 words, "flower idiot." However, Hancock's situation lasted for a few minutes, and then he eased up, first repeating the concept of chakra that Madara had explained to him last night, and then slowly began to demonstrate chakra's cohesion method for his two sisters. That little girl. Is it a genius? Madara half opened his eyes, looking at Hancock, who was demonstrating chakra for his sister not far away. Although it was pitiful, but under Madara's explanation, he could condense a little chakra, which he had hardly encountered in the Warring States period when he was a child. It had been about a week since they left the Navy headquarters and started their journey to their daughter's country, and at noon that day, Madara, Hancock, Sonia, and Mary were still sitting on Rab's back as before. Near noon, everyone found an island as a temporary place to stay, and as lunch, Madara just took a hand, and in Hancock's surprised eyes, they fished a big fish out of the sea without knowing what method they used. After a series of treatments by the 3 Hancock sisters, the 4 began to sit on the ground, and briefly began to eat lunch. After taking a bite of the grilled fish stuck in the branch and swallowing it, Madara looked up at the 3 Hankook sisters who were eating, and said lightly, "Can chakra's control be skillful?" After taking a bite of the grilled fish, Hancock and his 2 sisters looked at each other for a while. Hancock nodded his head and said, "Mian." Barely, after eating the fish in 2 or 3 strokes, Madara slowly stood up, looked at Hancock and said, "Before you finish walking on the sea, you still need a basic skill, eat immediately, and train immediately." After saying this coldly, Madara had already walked towards the forest on the island, and after a while, he disappeared. After listening to Madara's words, Hancock and the girls also knew that there was no time to waste. Madara just accompanied them to go to the daughter island and leave. during this period it was only less than a month at most. No matter what, it was a race against time. I also swallowed the grilled fish into my stomach 2 or 3 times, completely without the ladylike style that I had at the beginning in front of Madara, and wiped my mouth after B.A., Hancock, Sonia, and Mary hurried in Madara's direction. At the heart of the forest, surrounded by towering trees, in the open space in the center of these trees, he said to the 3 Hancock sisters with a blank face, "I only say it once, don't let me waste time. What exactly is this thing chakra? You don't need to figure it out much. With the ability of the devil fruit, you only need to master treading water." Madara glanced at the trees on the side and said lightly, "Now you can climb the tree." Climbing trees. The third girl was stunned, obviously not understanding what it meant. Looking at the expression of the third girl, Madara did not want to explain more, walked towards a big tree step by step, raised his right foot to the position of the trunk, and walked up step by step as if walking on the ground. Seeing this, the 3 Hancock sisters were stunned again. Go. Walking in a tree. Without using my hands, I walked up so vertically. When walking more than 10 meters from the trunk of the tree, Madara jumped down directly and said to Hancock, "Just concentrate your condensed chakra on the solace of your feet, and then attach it to the tree, that's all." After being puzzled for a while, Hancock asked suspiciously, "Didn't you learn to walk on water at the beginning? This is the foundation, you can just start practicing like this. It is impossible to practice well at the beginning, you rush with all your strength. The prick can be." After that, Madara walked in the direction of the sea, and soon disappeared into the eyes of the 3 Hancock sisters. Then, hurry up and give it a try. At this time, Sonia said to Mary and Hancock next to her, and then she couldn't wait to learn the gestures her sister had taught at the beginning to make a mark, and immediately ran towards a big tree. "Wait a minute. Sonia!" Hancock shouted a little anxiously, and Sonia was a little anxious. Touch. Suddenly, I saw that Sonia's foot had just touched the trunk of the big tree, and she slipped directly, and one accidentally fell to the ground, causing pain in her back. "Well," Sonia screamed, but immediately stood up, looked at the trunk, and complained, "It's clear that it looked so easy to see." Madara, Hancock and Mary quickly ran up, comforted Sonia, and then quickly joined the training themselves. Mary was in similar condition to Sonia at the beginning, but Hancock was a little better. After running more than 5 meters in length, he fell, and then landed steadily on the ground with his flexible movements, without falling, and his talent can be seen. It will be a little more troublesome for the capable to control chakra, so that you can't master this after returning to the Amazon. Madara turned his head to look at Hancock's practice, and after mentally commenting on their practice, he walked in the direction of the sea. Hancock and they have no time to waste. Madara himself has no time to relax. He must awaken the Eye of Reincarnation as soon as possible, since he is already planted by Ju and Draco. It is also urgent to manufacture mass production by Ju and summon the golem of the outer Dao. Hint: after escorting Hancock back to Daughter's Island, ask the host to take a trip to the North Sea. Only there you will encounter something that interests you. Mission on, head to the North Sea. Time limit, less than 2 months in the main quest. Failure will suffer serious consequences, but the system does not actively give failure penalties. Mission success reward, 2,000 points. Suddenly, the system's words sounded, causing Madara to look sideways. The North Sea. What's with? Madara asked indifferently. It's a lot, but this matter is very important, so please ask the host to go as soon as possible. The system did not directly pick out the words, but there was seriousness in the voice. Madara frowned for a moment, and then replied, "Fortunately, this allows me to find some purpose. To go to the New World." Madara, who hates Mary Joanne, can naturally only go the road of Fishman Island. The North Sea is one of the 4 seas of the sea. Madara has entered this world for many years, but has hardly acted in the 4 seas, most of the time staying in the 2 major regions of the Great Voyage and the New World. The only more related is the West Sea, where Brooke and Robin came from, and the East China Sea, where Roger was executed. The North Sea. "I'm going to get ready," Madara said softly to himself. He had reached the beach where Rab was. If he wanted to return to the Eye of Reincarnation, he would ultimately rely on the power of the system, and now even if he didn't want to, he could only be idle for a while. Just a few days later, Madara asked Hancock and them to stop training on the island and start rushing to their daughter's country, for the simple reason that Madara is not the kind of person who will do things according to her state as she is, and at present, he does not take Hancock and them as seriously, and the goal is the New World. Of the 3 sisters, Hancock seemed the most disappointed of the 3 sisters. She thought she could spend a little more time together, but she didn't expect it. It's the early morning of a new day, still standing on top of Rab's head as always, looking at the sea in the distance, holding his arms with his hands slightly stunned, thinking about whether there is a problem with that guy in Baiju. Although the Draco people are a group of beings with a negative IQ, with that guy's personality, if it was really foolproof, Madara himself would not believe it. Feeling his robe being pulled lightly, Madara slowly turned his head, and after turning around, he saw Hancock's peerless face. "What for?" Madara frowned slightly and asked Hancock. Then Hancock whispered, still a hint of shyness in speaking to Madara, "Can't we train now?" Madara stared at Hancock for a while, then looked behind her and found Sonia and Mary sitting far away, not knowing why. Madara glanced indifferently at the side of Rab's body for a while before slowly placing his gaze on Hancock and said, "The side of Rab's body, you can walk as a tree, but it's going to be a little harder." Well? Hancock only woke up like a dream after hearing Madara's words, raised his head and looked at Madara's face. His face showed a hint of blush and ignorance. It was obvious that she had just lost her mind, otherwise she would have committed another idiot. But no matter what Madara had just said, she didn't listen to it. Seeing Hancock's appearance, Madara couldn't help rubbing his headache temples. Obviously it was not the first time he saw Hancock like this, but in the face of such Hancock, Madara was unexpectedly not angry. At this time, a violent roar suddenly sounded around. The strong shout seemed to make the entire sea surface vibrate, and the next second, the surrounding sea resonated, really faintly vibrating, and the huge waves began to roll on the sea surface. Boom! After several explosions, the seawater began to erupt, and countless huge figures rushed out of the water in an instant, and even Rab's huge body couldn't help but shake slightly. Aquaman class. There are more than 10 sea kings who have broken through the water in the sea, and the horror of size is no less than that of Ruby. Not only that, unlike the Rab who does not look amazing except for size, these sea kings are fierce and vicious, and the huge and hideous face alone is probably enough to make the pirates with a reward of more than 100 million scared stupid, and it is already too terrifying. Before they knew it, the four had arrived at the windless zone full of sea kings. Hancock was completely shy, and hugged Madara's arm tightly, and Sonia and Mary, who were sitting far away before, also quickly ran up, especially Sonia's body that was a little taller than Madara, standing behind Madara, no matter how it looked a little incongruous. They are capable, and they have not yet learned to tread water, and if they fall into the sea, they will definitely die. Roar! Opening his blood basin and showing his fangs, the sea king in front of Rab directly opened its bottomless mouth, and wanted to go to the four people on Rab's head, as if to taste some delicious food. Waste of time. Madara looked at his eyes, instantly dilated his pupils, and in an instant, an overwhelming terrifying aura enveloped everything around. In an instant, it was as if time had stood still, so the eyes on the faces of the sea kings around Rab turned into white eyes, and they slowly fell back into the sea like they lost consciousness. "It's just a beast." Madara glanced at the giant beasts floating on the surface of the sea around him, muttered to himself with disdain, and then withdrew his hand from Hancock's arms. At this moment, the three Hancock sisters were shocked by this domineering. All of them widened their eyes, and their feet were soft as they looked at the sea kings with white eyes around them. Sonia and Mary murmured in disbelief, This is, give so many sea kings." In an instant, Hancock's beautiful eyes looked at the giant beast floating on the sea for a while, then turned his head to look at Madara and said with bright eyes, "Well, that's awesome." Overlord color domineering. Looking at Hancock's somewhat idiotic eyes, Madara couldn't help but think of the domineering he released when he was Mary Joanne. Hancock was not stunned, and the illusion released before was also broken by Hancock with her own overlord color, which shows that Hancock is also a person with the qualifications of a king, but whether he can reach the level of domineering of Roger on his body, I don't know. Madara looked into Hancock's eyes and said lightly, "You are also a person with an overlord color, and you don't need to envy anything." Hancock took half a step back in disbelief, a casual burst of ecstasy in his eyes. Really? Madara looked into Rab's eyes and spoke, "The surrounding sea kings are almost cleaned up. Rab, go to the Amazon lily." Receiving the order, Rap also began to swim forward, trying to avoid the sea king who passed out. Traveling with Madara for many years, Rap has been able to resist the strong mental power of Madara King. "The surrounding sea kings have been cleaned up. You guys practice." After leaving this sentence, Madara was a little further away from Hancock and them, not used to touching them so closely. Hancock looked at Madara's back, the black hair and trench coat that fluttered by the sea breeze. His eyes were full of tenderness, and he secretly made up his mind that he must become more powerful. And then, it has been nearly a month since Hancock's tree climbing skills are still very reluctant. Falls are also a common thing, and it has only been a month since contact with Chakra, which is already a good situation. It's almost there. Looking at more than 100 meters away, a large island full of greenery, on which a huge castle can be faintly seen, and the most important thing is the snake-shaped symbol on the flag on the island. Needless to say, this is the territory of the 9 snake pirates, the island of the daughter country. Mary and Sonia both seem to be happy. After more than 4 years of absence, now they can finally return to their hometown. How can they not be happy? Hancock, on the other hand, looked a little sad, sitting on Rab's back, with his head low, his pretty face under his long black hair frowning, as if the ancient Shishi disease beauty was moving, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at the figure not far away from time to time. At this time, Madara turned around, looked at the 3 sisters of Hancock, and slowly spoke, "The cultivation of walking on the sea, I will demonstrate it one last time." Hearing Madara talk about the trick she most wanted to learn, Mary and Sonia quickly nodded, and Hancock nodded slightly, although his brows were still slightly wrinkled. Madara said lightly, "Asking you to climb trees is to be able to control chakra and condense the training on the soles of your feet, and to walk on water is to release chakra with a higher level of difficulty and hold up your body more perfectly." Madara said, so he deliberately slowed down, condensing the speed of chakra, so that the three girls could see more clearly. When the three women set their eyes on Madara's feet, they only felt a faint blue halo floating on the solace of Madara's feet, and then saw Madara gently jump to the edge of Rab's body, and fell on the surface of the sea, without even a trace of splash. Well, that's awesome. Really standing on the sea. Although I have heard it many times, it is still so exaggerated. The three Hankook sisters looked down at the spot below and said in surprise, "So be it. You should all learn in a few months," replied Spotted expressionlessly, and in the meantime, before he knew it, Rop had swam to the shores of Daughter's Island. "Come down," Madara said to Hancock behind him, as he walked from the sea to the shore. Sonia and Mary did not have the slightest hesitation, and immediately jumped up, while Hancock still had a sad look on his face and did not move, and finally slowly jumped down under the gesture of Madara's eyes. Looking at the forest inside the island, Sonia first apologetically said to Madara, "I'm sorry, men are not allowed on the island. So, it doesn't matter, I wasn't interested." Madara sent Hancock and them back because there was nothing to do, and now that the task had begun to turn, in order to quickly get the Eye of Reincarnation, he must also act immediately. Madara, who turned around and was about to leave, suddenly remembered the claw-like marks on some slaves when he was in Mary Joanne's prison in the past, and after wanting to go to this matter, Madara turned his head slightly and asked Hancock, "Last time in the prison, I saw the marks on those slaves, do you have the same?" Hearing Madara's question, the three Hancock sisters were shocked, and a suffocating tension hit their brains, which had been replaced by the ecstasy of being saved and the hard work of training, and they actually forgot about it. What can I do about this? Remembering the days of slavery in the past, the tears in Hancock's eyes involuntarily began to swirl, and he choked and said, If discovered by the people of the island, we're still going to be kicked out." Mary and Sonia also looked like they were about to cry, which looked really sad. This kind of thing, as long as there are wooden cells between the pillars. Madara looked at the three women crying, remembering that he had seen the strongest medical ninjutsu in the past. He could even heal the wound without a seal. Hancock and them, in the end, it was only severe skin burn necrosis. If there were cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, it could be solved in an instant. Mission on. Hancock is the strongest woman on the sea. She will be one of the important aids for the host to complete the idea of peace. Ask the host to eliminate the hooves of the dragon behind the three Hancock sisters, so that they have feelings for you. Mission success reward, 3,500 points. Mission failure penalty, 4,400 points. Don't talk to me in a commanding tone, no one dares to order me. Listening to the sound of the system, Madara inexplicably felt uncomfortable. This tone of command that sounded necessary to be carried out made Madara feel very uncomfortable. "I'm so sorry." Surprisingly, the system actually relented and said, "This is for the way of peace, please consider carefully. It is not a bad thing to include the future leader of your daughter's country under your command." Listening to the system's words, Madara's face softened slightly, his eyes looked at the three Hancock sisters again, and asked the system in his mind, without the immortal chakra between the pillars, how to restore their necrotic skin. The system immediately said, "There is no need to restore, just use the new mark to cover the hoof print of the flying dragon. A new imprint, such as your family's flame fan heraldic mark," the system suggested from the side. A decaying clan, remembering the clan where he stayed in the past, and the blood succession limit he now possessed in his body, Madara closed his eyes and thought lightly for a while, then slowly opened his eyes, looked at Hancock in them, and said without changing his face, "I will give you the slave mark that should go to the flying dragon's hoof, and become my future help." Hey! Hancock's three daughters were stunned, not yet understanding anything from Madara's words. "I want a world where there are only winners, only peace, only love, and I just want to create another world like this. For that, I need you to help me with a lot of things." Madara slowly spoke his past words, and even though it had been many years, Madara still hadn't changed his mind at all. Madara caused a moment of silence from Hancock, and they all lowered their heads and began to think, remembering the corruption they had seen in Mary Joanne, and after a while, as if resonating, Hancock's eyes became firm, and they nodded to indicate their decision. Looking at the determination on the face of the third girl, Madara couldn't help but think of the little ghost who was used by himself in the past to become his biggest pawn, Uchiha Obito. But now, Madara didn't hide anything from Hancock and them, didn't set any traps to make them his pawns, just solicited them for his own future purposes, nothing more. After obtaining Hancock's consent, Madara exchanged 500 points from the system for an iron plate seal that was used by the Draco to engrave the imprint of Hancock and these former slaves, except that the pattern on it was not the Draco and the flying dragon's hoof, but the flame fan emblem of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the iron plate that exuded a strong hot breath, the three Hancock sisters couldn't help but sweat, remembering the scene when they were imprisoned in Mary Joanne in the past, and on that day, they were also engraved with the mark of this life by something very similar in Madara's hands. "Don't worry, I've gone through a little muta chakra, you won't have any excessive pain," Madara said lightly. Although his wooden dun was not enough to remove the mark on Hancock's back, it was still easy to alleviate the pain. "Turn your back to me, take off your clothes," said the spotted face without changing color, as if it was a trivial matter, but this sentence made the three Hancock sisters, who were originally very nervous, immediately blush. As Tongba said just now, it should have been a very painful engraving, but when Madara applied it to Hancock and them, it did not make Hancock and the three of them suffer at all, but only a slightly warm touch came from behind, which was completely different from when he was carved with the hoof of the dragon 4 years ago. Even though he was very calm before, when Hancock revealed a jade back as pure and flawless as white jade, Madara still tilted his head slightly to the side, but the expression on his face still did not see any change. The three sisters looked at each other's new price tag on their backs, the strange mark like a fan, making them unable to guess what this meant. "This is the symbol of my family, so that you don't need to worry about the hoof mark of the dragon on your back for the time being." Madara turned and jumped onto the back of the waiting rope, and said to Hancock below, "After I regain my strength, I can also completely eliminate it for you, it won't take long." After speaking, Madara whispered an order to Rop at his feet, and after Rop agreed, the horse swam his body and turned around to swim in the opposite direction of his daughter's country walk. After Madara left, Sonia suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, when I was at the headquarters of the Navy before, Madara had this kind of sign everywhere in his home. It turned out to be his family logo. He just said that after his strength is restored, isn't he still in his heyday?" Mary remembered what Madara said just now, and said with some palpitations. Sonia also had a frightened face, comparable to One Piece, but not yet full strength, so how strong is he after recovery? Hancock alone did not join the discussion group, just looked at the person's distant back, stroked the new mark behind him, closed his eyes, and silently said in his heart, "I will not eliminate this one's. It is the first time you gave it to me, ask for all kinds of things sitting on Rab's back." Madara opened the bar of the system, wanting to know his current point status and see how long he was before the immortal chakra between the 1,000 hand pillars of reincarnation. Host Uchiha Madara. Number of points 100,050 points. Commodity reincarnation. 1,000,000 points. 1,000 hand pillar wooden blood succession 500,000 points. 1,000 hand pillar immortal chakra 850,000 points. Looking at the huge gap in points, Madara has always been calm personality suddenly felt a little furious. This huge point gap made him want to kill. The immortal chakra between the pillars can be temporarily relieved, but even the most crucial reincarnation at the moment, it is currently the most important point. I am afraid that if you don't grasp it a little, you will definitely not be able to get it. There is no way to get these unique powers, and there is no way to rely on the points of the system. Please don't worry. Suddenly, the system's words sounded in Madara's ears, saying, "Next will be the most critical task you will receive in a few years, not only points, but also more crucial things." "Oh, interesting." Madara raised his eyebrows. Such an exaggerated task that can be said by the system is definitely not a small thing. It is good to be able to awaken the eye of reincarnation quickly. After all, many things need the power of the eye of reincarnation. "Oh, you're up." At this time, a newsreel suddenly landed in front of Madara, took out a black and white newspaper from the shoulder bag on his body, and handed it to Madara's expression in general, a sales expression. "I really don't know if these animals are psychic beast-like existences, the expressions are actually so rich." Seeing this news seagull's actions, Madara also understood what it meant. It was nothing more than selling his own newspaper. Madara took away the newspaper from the wings of the newsgull. Madara directly pulled a few Baileys from the system and handed them to the seagull, and then the seagull excitedly cried out, saluted Madara and helped spread its wings and flew away. News is also an important source of intelligence for many pirates, although there are many reporters who make things up, but there are still many that are useful. Before the eye of reincarnation awakens, completely stimulates by Ju's detection ability, Madara also has the habit of collecting intelligence from newspapers. After all, after Roger's death, those fish on the sea are mixed. Pirates, navy or bounty hunters are too much, is to check the system, not to mention not caring about those points. You can't always check those characters you don't know, right? So newspapers are still very useful a lot of times. When Madara unfolded the newspaper, the headline at the top drew his attention, and after reading the content below, Madara smiled slightly. Definitely kind of funny. This world, many times, there are coincidences. The newspaper Madara was holding at this time showed that it was related to his next destination, Bihai, with the headline Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy headquarters set out for Bihai. The situation is unknown. Since the female troops led by Tsuru may have gained a certain attraction in the outside world because of this, but it doesn't matter, since the level of Lieutenant General was dispatched, and he is still a veteran figure like Tsuru, then this operation is definitely not ordinary, and it is very likely that his own task can be linked. No matter what, this mission is unexpectedly interesting. In that case, I don't have time to waste. Madara casually threw away the newspaper in his hand and said to Rab, "Go back, Rab." "Oh," calling and nodding, in touch. After the sound, Rab had disappeared from the sea, and the spots that had stood on Rab's back before fell sharply, but his hands were still quickly sealed. Psychic arts. There was another noise, and a robust brown eagle had appeared at Madara's feet and rushed into the distance. Soaring above the sky, Madara has already taken out his own phone worm. A phone worm with a goat stick beard has been placed on Madara's hand, and after connecting, the voice of the warring states inside has already come out. Hey, is it Madara, huh? It's really something I didn't expect that you would call on. Hiccup. Saying that, the voice of Hiccups actually came out of the mouth of the warring states over there, but then, another sound came to explain the reason for the Sengoku hiccups. Hey, warring states. That senbei is specially treasured by the old man. Those who can shout so much in the marshal's office, come out of Carp and there will be no one else. Not wanting to pay attention to the relationship between these two old urchins, Madara just darkened his face, and then asked Sengoku in a relaxed tone that seemed to be homely, what did Tsuru go to be high for? Sengoku was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. You know Don Quixote. Is Doflamingo this pirate? Recalling some newspapers he had read not long ago, remembering a smiling man with a pair of sunglasses and a hedgehog head on a bounty order, Madara replied casually, oh, come to think of it, that guy who is not old but has not caught your navy racking its brains. The warring states on the opposite side were so angry by Madara's words that they roared at Madara on the spot. Damn it. Madara, what do you call your navy? Aren't you yourself a navy? Gee, it's really boring. Madara moved impatiently and asked him, send a crane to hunt down Doflamingo? Why not just send the more powerful Carp? Hearing the key, at this time, the warring states and Carp on the other side couldn't help but be a little stunned, not knowing whether to tell Madara's true identity of Doflamingo. At this time, Madara's words rang from inside the phone worm again, and his tone was filled with the same contemptuous tone that he always had for anyone. Forget it, I guess 9 times out of 10 it is related to the group of garbage of the Draco, and I am not interested in this. After speaking, Madara was ready to hang up the phone. It seems that he can't get more from Sengoku. Wait. Spot. Unexpectedly, at this time, Sengoku suddenly spoke, preventing Madara from hanging up the phone worm in advance. Ha! Are you going to war? Sengoku asked Madara in a deep voice. Going to war? Madara body must be, as long as his purpose is to get the reincarnation quickly after going, it is not certain to say that he is participating in the war, and it is not necessarily a situation of absolutely having to do it. On the side of the phone worm, Sengoku's face had begun to become serious, and said to Madara, if you want to participate, I have something to tell you. Under Doflamingo, I arranged a spy named Don Quixote. Rocinante, codenamed Corazon in Doflamingo's family, is the key to our eradication of Doflamingo. Don't kill the wrong person. Don Quixote. Rocinante. It seems to be the same surname as Doflamingo. Madara muttered the name uttered by Sengoku. It is Doflamingo's own brother and the Navy headquarters. Sengoku directly explained Corazon's identity. Ha! The younger brother is a Navy, the older brother is a pirate, and in the end the younger brother is going to send the older brother to death? On the topic of brothers, Madara seems a little sensitive, a rare joke. Rocinante is a Navy with a very sense of justice. I think you won't want to kill him after you meet him. The warring states know what will happen if they move their hands, and for Rocinante, the Navy of righteousness and annihilation, the warring states are very favorable, otherwise they would not have casually borne the trouble. The risk of fire spots, to remind Madara not to kill this person. The location is on the island of Minion, and the time when the crane started was half a month later, and there is only so much I can tell you. You're still not decisive as always, Sengoku. After Madara said this, he hung up the phone worm, put it back in his pocket, and directed the Flying Eagle to fly quickly in the direction of the North Sea. And it was really a bit urgent to reach the North Sea from Daughter Island in half a month, and if he encountered bad weather such as a storm on the way, I am afraid it would be even worse. It seems that this time, something big is going to happen. The strong wind in the air blew Madara's long hair up and down, and Madara brought up Doflamingo's information, name, Don Quixote Doflamingo title, Teniasha age, 26 gender, male height, 305 centimeters devil fruit, thread fruit domineering types, overlord color, armed color, seeing and smelling color bounty, 340 million Bailey's note, his real identity is a big secret related to the world government and cannot be queried with 3 domineering spirits, and it is also impossible to investigate his true identity. What's going on? System? Looking at the information of Doflamingo in the dialogue box displayed here, Madara asked the system dissatisfied. The system is not omnipotent, there is a small part of the intelligence is extremely secret, cannot fully reveal it. If you need to inquire, please ask the host to fully increase your power first, or you go to investigate yourself. Forget it. Madara didn't say much, casually shutting down the system and ordering the Eagle Falcon under his feet to rush to the distance at a faster speed. Navy headquarters, seeing that the phone worm suddenly closed his eyes and his whole body drooped, Sengoku knew that Madara had hung up the phone. After staring seriously at Carp on the side for a while, Sengoku slowly spoke, what do you think about this matter, Carp? Duh. After crushing a piece of senbei with his teeth, Carp glanced at the warring states, cocked his erlang legs indifferently, frowned slightly, and said, well, anyway, if it is Madara's shot, it is already a foolproof thing, but why didn't you tell him about the fruits of the operation? moment, Warring States' face sank, did not answer Carp's question head-on, just pounded the table, and said in a deep voice, "This is the top secret location. Don Quixote and Corazon are scheduled to meet at Petrol Island on top of a huge warship." The crane, who was more than half 100 years old, stood on the deck, looking at the island in the distance with a dissatisfied face that was very similar in shape to a swallow, frowning and saying dissatisfied, "What's going on? I didn't see Doflamingo's shadow at all. That guy from the Warring States doesn't know the intelligence he got from there, so we set up troops here. Report. Lieutenant General Tsuru." Suddenly, a slightly obese female Navy ran over, gave a military salute to the crane with her right hand, and held a phone worm in her left hand, and reported to the crane, "The Marshal of the Warring States sent an emergency call, please answer it quickly." That guy from the Warring States, Tsuru raised his eyebrows and said in a dissatisfied tone, "It's okay, I'll see if he has anything important to say." After connecting the phone, Tsuru didn't wait for the Warring States side to speak, so he directly said dissatisfied, "Hey, what's going on? Warring States, Petrol Island didn't see any shadow of Doflamingo?" There are few people who dare to talk to the Marshal like this, but Tsuru is one of them, because she is the same Navy as Sengoku and Carp, and she is also a comrade in arms who has been born and died for many years, and this kind of speech has long been accustomed to it. Even if there is a gap in rank, the tone of speech between each other has not changed. "Now is not the time to talk about such things, Tsuru." On the other side of the phone worm, the voice of the Warring States seemed a little heavy, and after a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke, "You immediately withdraw your troops from there, wait for the latest order at a long distance, and at least leave the distance of more than 10 nautical miles from Minion Island." What? Hearing Sengoku's words, not only Tsuru, but even the surrounding female navies all showed surprised expressions, and at this moment, including the naval rising star who currently exists as Tsuru's deputy, Nicole. "Robin. Hey, what are you talking about? Sengoku, do you know how important this operation to capture Doflamingo is?" Tsuru said dissatisfied, and said in a somewhat rushed tone, "I hope you can explain what is going on." "Black Hawk is coming," said Sengoku as he spit out these 5 words word by word. Hearing the word Black Hawk, the female navies present have lost their faces. The name of Black Hawk is resounding all over the world. Hearing this name, even Crane can't help but change his face slightly. Only Robin next to him has a face full of joy, secretly said that the two of them have not seen each other for nearly 2 years, right? Is it finally possible to see you again? If other people's mood is shock, then Robin's is surprise. After a moment of silence, Tsuru said to the phone worm with a serious face, "What is his purpose?" "Doflamingo's head, or the legendary fruit of surgery." As the chief of the general staff of the Navy, Tsuru has a high IQ in his head, and the first thing that comes to mind is to ask the Sengoku about Madara's purpose. You think the guy will tell me? When it comes to this matter, Sengoku is also annoyed. This guy has repeatedly not given him face, and now he is a little suspicious of who is whose boss. Sengoku continued to say in a deep voice, "You also know Madara's strength. That guy is crazy is not an ordinary trouble. Maybe it will destroy the entire island. Now I have given him the task for the time being, I just don't know if he will complete it." During the period after Roger's death, Madara refused orders more than once, and it also led to higher levels such as Sengoku sending fewer and fewer missions to Madara, resulting in Madara being more free, and he was not so much a navy as a pirate in naval clothing. Recalling the scene he had seen in Upside Down Mountain, Tsuru also had palpitations for a while, nodded his head and replied, "I know, then we will be ready to respond at any time." To be honest, I don't believe that guy will perform the task well. Although everyone has nothing to say about Madara's strength, his bad character makes Tsuru have no good feelings for Madara, and naturally it is impossible to give Madara a crucial task like crusading against Doflamingo. After hanging up the phone worm, Robin, dressed in purple, walked up and asked the crane with a hint of anticipation on his face, "Tsuru. Lieutenant General Tsuru, we don't wait for Madara." "No, Black Hawk General?" Tsuru glanced at Robin. For such a genius newcomer, Tsuru can be said to take good care of Robin, but this little girl is focused on the freak's body, which makes Tsuru feel a little worthless and a pity. "We're in charge of picking him up." Tsuru gave an ambiguous answer, which made Robin a little disappointed, but without saying anything more, he immediately backed off. Tsuru turned to the fat Navy who reported earlier and said, "Immediately instruct the Navy that is monitoring the ship to inform them of this matter, tell them to leave the island, conduct surveillance at sea, and do not enter the Black Hawk's combat range." Hearing the crane's words, the fat female sailor said with some embarrassment, "This, Lieutenant General, in fact, just now they sent a text message, because they found the Don Quixote family and the trading barrels pirates, so they all landed on the island. I'm afraid it's too late." Hearing this, Tsuru looked angry and surprised, and said with slightly widened pupils, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Although her tone was suppressed, anyone could hear the dissatisfied annoyance in Tsuru's tone, let alone these people who had been working under her for many years. The female Navy who had been trained showed an aggrieved expression and lowered her head and replied to this, because this news was sent at the same time as the call from the Marshal of the Warring States. "I think the Marshal's call is more important, so just, Alas. He sighed heavily, and after thinking for a few seconds, he gave an order to the surrounding female navies with majesty. In any case, notify the other navies to retreat first, and we will also leave Minion Island temporarily. Yes, so the female navy shouted in unison, and then all ran away to carry out their respective work, on the sea not far from the island of Minin. Troublesome things. Since this kind of thing is such a strong blizzard, running quickly on the sea, Madara looked at the snowflakes that kept falling around him, and said to himself in a deep voice, thanks to this snow, the eagle also flies very reluctantly. But fortunately, it's almost there. At the same time, a voice sounded from Madara's mind, already approaching the island of Minion. Now launch the main quest, snatch the powerful devil fruit known as the legendary surgical fruit 300,000? Around the calmness of Ban's character, when I heard this number, I couldn't help but look slightly moved, because this number is really exaggerated. That is, in the past, Madara solved Roger, and it did not exceed this number, the fruit of surgery. It really has that exaggerated value? The host doesn't know much about the real power of the surgical fruit. Please allow the system to explain it to you. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in Madara's mind. The ultimate skill possessed by the surgical fruit, immortal surgery, can give humans eternal life if the surgical fruit is used by someone with enough talent, and once this operation is performed, the capable person itself will die. It can even fulfill the dreams of mankind since ancient times. Many people directly call it the ultimate devil fruit. Eternal life? Madara began to wrinkle after hearing this. To be honest, if this thing really has such a value, then 300,000 points may still be small, but to be honest, Madara doesn't believe that eternal life can be achieved by relying on the devil fruit. Even the 6 immortals who were known as the ancestors of the ninja world in the past cannot escape the fate of death. Relying on a devil fruit can achieve what human beings have dreamed of since ancient times. Eternal life is not inevitably a little cheap? Forever alive, this kind of thing. Is it true? Madara asked the system with a frown. This kind of thing would be of interest to anyone. Sorry, this kind of thing also exists to be investigated, so it is not possible to give the clearest answer. The system gave the same answer as before. Fruit of surgery? This guy from the Warring States actually hid this matter. Could it be that some idiot Draco wants to live forever? Madara smiled contemptuously, although he said so, but Madara dared to determine whose hands the fruit of the operation might end up. Even if it was obtained by the Navy, it would be impossible to fall into the hands of the Draco. Those idiots could not have sat on such a treasure. At least it should be a figure of the 5 old star level who wanted to get this item. A few minutes later, Madara had seen an island, and Chong, after a stabbing for a while, he jumped onto the shores of the island. Is this the place? Minanan Island. Madara looked around, and sensed the surroundings with a domineering attitude, feeling that there were still a lot of capable people on this island, among which more than 4 devil fruit ability people gathered together. Not like the Navy, it should be that Doflamingo's subordinates. With so many abilities, that Doflamingo, Madara felt Doflamingo's breath, and found that the other party was also a master who was not inferior to Q's in strength, and now he had almost exerted his devil fruit's ability to the limit, and it was really not simple to get a reward of 300 million Bailey before the age of 30. There is no time to spend him. Madara rushed in the other direction. According to intelligence, the surgical results fell on a pirate captain named Dian Barrels. This time it was said that he planned to sell the surgical fruits to the government idiots for 5 billion Baileys, and now Madara had to take the surgical fruits. The footsteps continue to step on the snow. Madara constantly rushes to the brightly lit direction of the island, seeing that it is convenient to use the domineering, but the helpless island is almost full of characters that he has never seen, which is more troublesome. The pirate named Balzra, who currently holds the fruits of the operation, should be in a big house on the island, thinking about how to trade with the government to get the 5 billion Baileys. There are enough idiots. How can the world government play any deal with pirates? Definitely kill them all and then take things over. The Navy. It's not that Tsuru's centaurs, running quickly. Madara has seen a lot of naval centaurs, but all of them are male members, completely different from the cranes with female soldiers. That is, in addition to the cranes team, are there any other navies in battle? I don't know which unit. There's no need to leave them alone. Madara just glanced at the navy and continued to rush in the direction of the town ahead. 10 minutes later, with his strong sight, Madara immediately found the town called Barrels, and although it was already nighttime, it was still brightly lit, and a burst of noise continued to come from the largest villa. At this time, in the living room of this noisiest villa, a very tall old and thick man was holding a heart-shaped devil fruit in his hand. This devil fruit looked a little smaller than other devil fruits, but that was the treasure that several major forces were now fighting for frantically: surgical fruit. The pirates on the side also looked at the devil fruit in Barrel's hand, laughed wildly and said, "I said, Captain, is there something wrong with the head of the government people? Actually, those 5 billion Bailey bought a devil fruit." The pirate holding the red wine bottle next to him also said with a grin, "That is, with so much money, why do we need to be pirates?" Barrels also smiled, looked at the surgical fruit in his hand and said, "Don't underestimate it. Legend has it that only doctors eat this thing, and they will immediately become famous doctors who make the world red. And there are also legends that someone cured various incurable diseases with miraculous surgery after eating it. But for pirates like us, Barrels paused for a few seconds, then laughed and said, "Money is more important." Madara has always listened to Bere's words. He is a complete idiot, he doesn't understand the value of things, and he wants to make a deal with the world government. This kind of person living in the world is simply a waste of resources. Ha! Suddenly, a strong explosion flame burned in the distance on the right side of the spot, which seemed to be caused by weapons such as bazookas, but surprisingly, such a violent explosion did not make a sound, so no one noticed this change at the first time. Is anyone else in the way? Madara frowned and looked at the burning house. There were already pirates making a commotion. Looking towards where Barrels was, Madara moved, and suddenly rushed to the window of the house. Suffered. "Captain, it's on fire." At this time, the pirates, who were already guarding, discovered the explosion site and shouted in panic, "Why is there no sound at all? Get out of here!" A cold voice sounded, and the pirate who shouted loudly only felt a black shadow flash in front of him, and then in the next moment, a huge force hit his stomach, and the powerful force made his internal organs feel a rush, and the whole body was instantly impacted by this huge force and flew out. There! Madara punched and directly smashed the glass on the wall, and with a step on his right foot, he rushed directly into the living room from the broken window. "What's going on?" Barrels yelled, so he was still looking for. The merry pirates stood up in unison and looked in the direction of the window. Madara made a loud noise when he rushed in, and he couldn't hear it unless he was deaf. Already entering the living room, Madara stared at the heart-shaped devil fruit in Barrels' hand, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said with a cold smile, "There, Black Hawk." Looking at the face of the person who came, Barrels' eyes immediately widened in surprise. He was also a navy in the past, and he had naturally heard about the person in front of him. Hearing his captain's words, he also threw away the wine bottles and picked up his weapons to face Madara one after another, but there was still fear in his eyes. Bere quickly took the results of the operation in his hands, and had no intention of letting go, suppressing the fear in his heart, pretending to be calm and saying to Madara, "We have a deal with the world government. Only, even a general can't do anything to us." Barrels knew that Madara was unlikely to be threatened by others, but at this time, he could only move out of the world government backer, otherwise it would really be gone. The pupils quickly surveyed the surrounding environment. Madara looked at the devil fruit in Barrels' hand again. "The environment here is too small, the other party seems to be only a third-rate character, not suitable for using a wide range of attack moves, using the domineering power of the Overlord color to stun them in one breath. This should be the most suitable trick." Ha! Ha! Suddenly, a short pirate seemed to finally be unable to withstand the pressure in his heart, and suddenly roared, holding his own tie knife, and jumped up with a big sword, wanting to chop down from the spotted heavenly spirit cover. "Wait, Calgary, that guy isn't you can, poof." Seeing that his subordinates were so unbearable, Barrels couldn't help but shout anxiously, if they made a move against Madara, then it would be them who would lose it. But no matter what kind of loss or something, Madara originally planned to kill all these people and take away the fruits of the operation, so no matter what decision the other party makes, it will be the same end. A terrifying scene appeared, and I saw that Madara's body was suddenly wrapped in a layer of skeleton blue ribs, and in less than a second, the right side of the ribs stretched out sharply. A skeleton behemoth holding a broken thorn stabbed the pirate named Calgary, who held the knife high and jumped in the air in an instant. Calgary still maintained the posture of holding the knife high with both hands, his head lowered, looking at the body that was lifted in midair and pierced, and slowly raised his head, but then immediately lowered again. The hand that had been holding the knife also hung down. The knife, bang, fell to the ground. I only heard him whisper his last words before he died. "This is someone who rivals One Piece. I can't hurt the fruits of surgery, I can't use ninjutsu, and Susanoo has become difficult to use." Use that move. After Madara lifted Susanoo's arm, he looked coldly at Barrett's position, closed it slightly, and then opened it sharply, and the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye appeared. Suddenly, Madara's body moved, and the afterimage appeared, becoming faster. No, it's not such a simple thing. At this time, the characters and scenery around Madara are slowly flowing in an extremely abstract state. It turned out that what changed was not Madara's speed, but the flow of time around him, not that Madara accelerated his movement speed, but that he used his ability to temporarily stop the flow of time around him. One of the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes of the spot, Kakujin. It has the ability to make the surrounding time stand still, which is second only to the terrifying ability of Uchiha Shueishui Butsu Heavenly God, although it is not as terrifying as Uchiha Shueishui Butsu Tenjin's exaggeration that can be used again in more than 10 years, but this powerful ability to control time is also a powerful trick that cannot be used for the second time in nearly a month. Of course, this stop is not endless, and it takes about 5 seconds to get out of this state, and then it takes another 5 seconds to enter this state again. But anyone with a little common sense or someone with some strength or the like will know how heaven-defying this ability is. 5 seconds can often decide life and death. And now the most famous time and space ninjutsu is only a change in space, and no one has ever touched the mysterious realm of time. For the sake of 300,000 points and reincarnation eyes, Madara also came up with his own powerful tricks, which is a safer trick than the Overlord color. Who knows if Baraltz will destroy the fruits of the operation with a brain pump before being stunned? The stop time is much more convenient. Die. 5 seconds is not needed. In just 1 second, Madara has already passed through those eye-catching subordinates, and his right hand has become a hand knife, stabbing into the heart of Baraltz, who is still in a stunned state. Burst! A sound of being stabbed by the blade sounded, and at the same time, Madara pumped his left hand, and instantly snatched the surgical fruit in Baraltz's hand. In less than 3 seconds, Madara dismissed his Horn God's ability, although the limit is 5 seconds, but it should be turned off immediately after use, so that the buffer time from the next use will be slightly less, which is also to prepare for future battles. When time returned to normal, everyone had not eased up, but the first time they saw that the spot in front of them had actually disappeared, don't look left and right with some doubts, looking for the figure of the spot. Captain, where is that guy? When all the pirates turned their heads to look in the direction of Baraltz in the rear, the scene in front of them almost made them pee their pants in fright. I saw that Madara was holding the surgical fruit that was still in Beret's hand in his left hand, and his right hand was inserted in Beret's heart bit. When all the pirates' gazes turned to each other, Madara pulled out his right hand on Baraltz Xiong's mouth, with a large amount of blood spraying out. A bloody hand was withdrawn from Baraltz Xiong's mouth, and the pirates seemed to faintly look at the heart that had stopped beating in the big hole in front of Baraltz Xiong. After a few seconds, Baraltz's body slowly fell down, facing him on the ground, and the huge wound on Xiong's mouth continued to flow blood, as if to dye the floor red. Seeing the appearance of their captain, more than a dozen pirates were completely stunned, and without even blinking their eyes, the other party killed their captain, watching Madara turn towards him, and the bodies of all pirates were trembling violently. Trembling, complex kaleidoscopic chakra eyes as if death was waving like them. Ah! Run away! When Madara stepped forward towards them, a pirate was already terrified to the extreme, and when he saw Madara again, he suddenly dropped the gun in his hand, roared, and ran towards the window behind him to escape. How is it possible to fight with that guy? Hurry up and escape! Seeing the first, then the second and the third appeared, watching the companions all run away, everyone had no idea of fighting, they just wanted to save their lives, although the fruits of 5 billion operations were tempting, people, but before that, there must be a life flower. Rabble, Madara looked at the dozen pirates who jumped from the window, muttering contempt for it. Surprisingly, Madara did not give their backs a move, but used his right hand to support his temple position. A sense of exhaustion hit his brain, even if there was no harm. But the trick of the Horn God also had serious side effects. Even under the eyes of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel, it would not cause any damage to the body and eyesight, but the exhausted feeling of powerlessness could not be prevented. In the past great battle between the ninja world and the Senju pillar, Madara did not use this trick because of this side effect. If you don't take advantage of this trick to kill your opponent, then the unfavorable situation will be overwhelming your side, and the trick of stopping time against the sky is to some extent stronger than the complete body Susanoo. And even if those pirates escape, it doesn't matter. Madara can feel with the domineering look of sight, they are about to run into Doflamingo and the group, and then they will still die the same. Ha! I got the surgical fruit. Madara smiled at the corner of his mouth, looking at the heart-shaped devil fruit in his hand and saying to himself. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Madara's ears. Congratulations to the host for getting the fruits of the operation. Mission successful. Reward, 300,000 points bonus. Kill Baraltz and get extra points, 1,800 points. Humph. Before the strength is fully restored, let's avoid the battle first, Madara said while generally walking out from the doorway, although it was just a small thing such as physical exhaustion, but fighting between masters was still fatally injured, but it was between the Thousand Hands pillar or Roger. Madara did not use this ability, because in the face of this level of opponents, Madara did not have a complete grasp of the kill, although there were a full 5 seconds, but still could not guarantee that everything was foolproof, because this time the opponent was just a group of small minions. That's why Madara used this move so unscrupulously. But with Madara his current strength, even if he fights between Roger and the Thousand Hand pillar again, he is sure to use this move to kill the two of them, and now he has grown much more than in the past. It might take another 5 minutes, Madara muttered as he raised his right hand and looked at it. Unconsciously has walked to the snow, even if the body is tired, but Madara still has terrifying power, but it is just inconvenient to hold. After fighting for a long time, the drawbacks of this side effect can only be reflected in the battle between the Thousand Hands or Roger, the opponent of Carp's kind of strength, and now it is Sakasuke's kind of brigadier general strength who dares to fight with Madara, and Madara can also guarantee to beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. Walking on the snow, Madara has found a lot of pirates absconding from here. I am afraid that he heard that he took away the fruits of the operation, or it may be something else. After all, there are several forces on this island now. Ha! Madara suddenly felt that the surgical fruit in his hand was taken by someone, and a black shadow appeared in front of him, and in an instant the surgical fruit was taken by a tall man dressed in black. This guy, so evaded from what I saw? Looking at the figure who snatched the fruits of the operation from his hands, Madara's pupils were slightly dilated, and he was a little surprised to think that although his body's physical strength had decreased because of the relationship between the Horned God before, Madara's perception had not decreased at all. How did this person hide his breath and that little bit of footsteps and steal the fruits of surgery from himself? That thing can't be given to you. Madara's eyes condensed and burst into a terrifying cold light, and he instantly chased after the black shadow. At the same time, the system's translucent information bar also appeared in front of Spot's eyes, named Corazon, real name Don Quixote Rocinante, identity Don Quixote, the highest cotter of the pirate's heart, actual status, Navy personality, kind, sloppy devil fruit, fruit of silence ability, Superman is a silent fruit ability, silent man, can eliminate sound, because the ability of the fruit can hide it even its own breath, can be said to be a domineering nemesis, but it has almost no effect on combat. Cut. So you didn't perceive the existence of that guy? That kind of waste fruit actually made me. After reading the information, Madara said with a slight grimace on his face, Corazon is the guy that Sengoku said before. Why snatch the devil fruit? Although there is a lot of confusion about this person, but daring to steal from Madara's hands has become Madara's target, at most a scout-type character. How can it be possible to match Madara in speed? With the eyes of the writing wheel, you can see at a glance that Corazon's strength is approximate, there is no domineering, and the naval 6 style is also mediocre, but out of this person, Madara has not completely killed intent, because he still has something to ask him. Ha! Try this. Madara Shin, out of the right hand, slightly entered some chakra at a pair of runes in the black glove on the left wrist. In an instant, Madara had several more Kunao's hands, and in the next second, Madara threw his right hand with a trend, and all the Kunao brushed towards Corazon's back. The addition of armed color domineering Kuwu projection, which has not been much experimented with in the past, can be said to be the most appropriate to use this move to suppress without achieving the effect of killing the other party. Poof! In an instant, the 4 Kunao have penetrated Corazon's body. Generally there is no wind attribute chakra infusion, it is very difficult to use Kunao to penetrate the human body, but now with the armed color domineering, Madara can easily sit down, compared to the use of wind attribute is more proficient. Corazon let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground, blood staining a large area of snow on the ground with a blood stain from the wound. Don't worry, I avoided your point, and I haven't had the idea of killing you for the time being. Madara walked step by step in front of the fallen Corazon, squatted down a little and said to him, it's only temporary. Saying that, Madara put his hand out, wanting to recapture the surgical fruit in Corazon's hand, but he didn't expect that it had been shot through his limbs. This guy was actually still holding on to the surgical fruit. Why was he obsessed with this point? This thing can't be given to you, Madara said coldly, and as he spoke, he increased his strength, and with a sharp pump, he took back the surgical fruit from Corazon's hand again. The devil fruit that can make the world government flock to it will definitely come in handy in the future. Putting the devil fruit in the pocket of his robe, Madara grabbed Corazon's head with his hand, and immediately lifted Corazon's face. With a very strong lipstick, tattoos on the eyes, and a cigarette in his mouth, he looked like a crow and a clown. That guy from Sengoku told me that you are an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family. In that case, why come to grab the fruits of surgery? Madara looked at Corazon's still bloody face and questioned him expressionlessly. Carved. I don't know if it was because of the failure to seize the fruits of the operation, or because of the pain in his body. Corazon let out a little choke sound, and his eyes shone with tears and said to Madara, please, handful, give me the fruits of the operation. Oh? Madara looked at this man who shed tears curiously. Whether it was the system or the warring states, he was an extremely righteous man, and since he was also a navy, he should know his identity, unlike someone who snatched the fruits of surgery for profit. You kid, is that Corazon, right? Sengoku mentioned it. Now I want to know first, what you are going to do to snatch the fruits of surgery. Madara's curious face only lasted for a few seconds, and immediately turned back to a grim look. Yes, I'm sorry. Seeing Madara's face cold, Corazon actually knelt down on Madara all of a sudden, and knocked his head straight. Touch. Sixion said, please, Black Hawk General. I don't have time to explain it to you right now. I just want to use the ability of the surgical fruit to ask for someone. As long as you give me the fruits of the operation, I will immediately make amends for the sin that offended you. I'm just begging you to give me the fruits of the surgery now. Please. Saying that, Corazon slammed his head a few more times, leaving blood on his forehead, and at the same time, the wounds on the limbs injured by Madara had been cracked again by Corazon's violent movements, and more blood remained from the wound. Corazon raised his head slightly and glanced at Madara slightly. The tears in his eyes were already unstoppable, and the pitiful look almost made anyone feel compassion. But Madara still looked at Corazon coldly, still did not take out the meaning of the devil fruit in his pocket, although he had already judged that Corazon was indeed not lying. But he was not a rotten good person. Uchiha Ba was not only a powerful figure, born in the Ninja Warring States period, and he also became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He naturally has a deep concept of trading. After staring at Corazon for a while, Madara slowly spoke, then you lead the way. Although I don't understand what Madara wants to do, it can be regarded as a hope for Corazon. Corazon immediately resisted the severe pain coming from his body, got up from the ground, and saluted Madara with a military salute. Thank you so much, Black Hawk General. Khorasan still spoke a little twitching, just now although Madara did not hit his key position with an attack, but also penetrated his limbs. Now Khorasan can stand up, completely has nothing to do with strength, because of his strong willpower. Go! Madara coldly dropped a sentence and ordered Khorasan to lead the way. Yes. Khorasan quickly answered, but the sharp pain in his leg made him fall to the ground after just taking one step, constantly crying out for pain. Annoying! Madara showed a hint of impatience, released Susanoo's arm, and reached out to lift Khorasan in front of his right without any emotion. The tone of color said to Khorasan, now show me the way. This is the ability of the Black Eagle General. Looking at the huge skeleton hand that raised his body, Khorasan thought in his heart in surprise, but immediately reacted and replied to Madara, yes, General Black Hawk. Only, right in front of the entrance to the town. Just wait for me there. After hearing this, Madara walked towards the entrance of the island town with his arms folded. He had come this way before, and naturally he knew it. Sensing it with a domineering look, Madara said lightly, is it a little devil with platinum lead disease? You know? Hearing Madara talking to himself, Khorasan asked in shock. He naturally didn't know that Madara was perceived by seeing and hearing domineeringly, but he just thought that Madara had discovered his whereabouts in the past. Without answering Khorasan's words, Madara walked in silence in the direction of the entrance of the town, and in Madara's heart, he had already begun to plan. Arriving at the entrance to the town that Khorasan had mentioned, Madara had already seen a small figure twitching there, not because of the cold, but because of the serious illness on his body. Hidden under a spotted velvet hat, a small face covered with strange white imprints looks chilling. Hey, Gauze! I am back. Your illness is saved. Seeing the figure of the child, Khorasan's body, which had originally appeared to be dying because of Madara's attack, suddenly screamed as if it had exploded. Mr. General, please put me down. Khorasan anxiously shouted to Madara, who glanced at the guy coldly, then touched Susanoo's arm, and Khorasan fell to the ground at once. After being thrown to the ground, Khorasan ran in the direction of the little boy named Luo, patted him on the shoulder and said, hey, I am back. I have brought back the fruits of surgery that can save you. Mr. Korra, hearing Khorasan's voice, Luo Cai gradually raised his head, but his mental state seemed to have been extremely bad. His eyes were blank, and he seemed to be a little breathless, too. Great, are you safe and sound? I heard a bunch of pirates crying and thought something was wrong with you. Khorasan looked very anxious, although the fruits of the operation did bring back, but they were not in his hands. Madara-sama. Madara General. Khorasan looked at Luo's body that had reached its limit, turned his head anxiously, looked at Madara and said in a pleading tone, please, save him. Only the fruits of surgery can save this kid. Madara walked silently in Luo's direction, his gaze moving downwards to look at the little child that Khorasan had to save at the expense of himself. Name Trafalgar Row. Age 13 ability. There is no Devil Fruit ability, it has a series of mixed combat abilities, and the fighting knife art is slightly improved status. Born in the country known as the White Town, Frivans. The White Town was slaughtered, and Luo, who witnessed his parents as a doctor shot to death, his sister's hospital set on fire, the nun and his companions who told them that they would be saved were shot dead by the army, and Luo was devastated by the destruction of his country in a sea of fire. Later, he hid in a pile of corpses and escaped across the border. The tragic experiences and dramatic changes of childhood distorted the personality of 10-year-old Ro, and after learning that he only had 3 years and 2 months to live, he approached the Don Quixote pirates and asked to join in order to kill more people in 3 years. The experience is not a simple little ghost. Madara looked at this little ghost with some fierce eyes. It is no wonder that his personality is so twisted with such an experience, but what made him curious was that the nine-tailed man named Naruto Uzumaki in the past, after 12 years of insults from Kana's residents, should be able to be said to have the same completely distorted personality compared to this little ghost named Luo. But when he grew up, he still looked silly. Was it because Konoha was brainwashed too much? Or is it because that Uzumaki Naruto is a complete stupid X? Please, save this kid. Seeing Madara silent for a while, Khorasan thought that Madara had no idea of saving Luo, and knelt down on the spot again, kowtowing heavily to Madara and shouting. If he had the strength, Khorasan would have snatched it directly from Madara's hand, but that was obviously impossible. Madara. General Madara of Luo reluctantly raised his head, and after Luo heard the 3 words that came out of Khorasan's mouth, his eyes were lost for a while, and this name directly made him stunned. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Uchiha-ban. His name had already heard of his name when he was in the White Town in the past, and this legendary figure was actually standing alive in front of him now? The time to be stunned was only a few seconds, and Rome showed an extremely angry look, glared fiercely, and then roared to Khorasan who knelt in front of Madara, Mr. Korra. I don't want the government guys to save me. I hate the government guy the most. You don't kneel to such a guy. I don't want him to save me even if I died. Luo's words made Khorasan's face change greatly, secretly cursing this little devil who did not know the height of the sky. Who did he think he worked so hard for? Touch. Khorasan immediately gave a pop to Luo's head, reached out and held Luo's head, and pressed Luo's entire face to the snow, regardless of Luo's struggle, continued to plead with Madara, please give the fruits of the operation to this kid? I will definitely repay your kindness as a cow and a horse. Saying that, Korra-san, like Luo, slammed his head heavily into the snow. Mr. Korra, although his face was buried in the snow, hearing Korra-san's words, Luo's heart was unbearable again, and he forced his tears and snot from flowing out, and his heart was full of entanglement. Madara clasped his arms in his hands, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, although the results of the operation are no longer of much use to me, your ability is of some use. In the end, Madara came here to seize the surgical fruit, but also to take the earth-shattering points, although the devil fruit is powerful, but he has no idea of eating the devil fruit at all, becoming a dry duck and treading water this trick can barely make up, but as long as the ability touches the water, even ordinary water will be weak, such a weakness is too obvious. In that case, Madara's words made Korra-san suddenly raise his head, and a pair of eyes were full of joy to look at Madara with joy. But, that's conditional. Madara said coldly, it is absolutely impossible to make him a rotten good person. What the? Korra-san's eyes widened slightly, listening to Madara say the next thing. Madara said indifferently, after the fruits of the operation are given to this little ghost, you all have to join my military camp, and I will keep you useful. Well, Korra-san only hesitated for a second and was ready to agree to Madara's request, but the next second, Luo Genshin's roar called out, don't be delusional. I will definitely not be a lackey of your government. Even if, ahem. Before the words were finished, Luo coughed violently. Obviously it was snowy weather, but layers of sweat stains had appeared on his head, and his breathing seemed very urgently, white gas constantly spewed out from the mouth. Luo's breathing already seemed very urging, as if there is only chi coming out, and there is no chi going in. Korra-san felt that Luo was holding him steady and letting him lie on his arm, and shouted anxiously, hey, feed. Luo, cheer up a little. Obviously you can be saved immediately. Ha. In the midst of rapid breathing, Luo reluctantly opened his eyes. Those eyes still glared angrily, and only gradually softened when his gaze turned to Korra-san, and said forcefully, Korra, Mr. Even if I die, will not be a lackey of the government. Seeing Luo's dead brain, Korra-san was also angry to the extreme, and roared, idiot little ghost. Obviously you can be saved immediately. Hurry up and give me the request of General Madara. No, absolutely not. His tone already seems to be dying, but Luo is surprisingly tough. He is really a subordinate who will not be a spot even if he dies. Its very backbone. Madara glanced at Luo, who was already dying. When he was also serving as a naval admiral, he had learned about the White Town, and he was completely aware of the reason why Luo hated the government, and in the past, he used the dark side of Obito, and this time he might have to repeat the old technique. Even if it was the first time they met, Madara could completely see that this little ghost named Luo had no feelings for Korra-san, and vice versa. Korra-san was the same, so it would be easier to do it. As long as one of them was controlled, the other would be obedient. Although I am a little concerned about the legendary, undead operation of the surgical fruit, but it is also a trick that others have to perform on themselves, and at present, Madara gives a higher new existence, and there is only one absolute, but that guy is really not reassuring, and with his physique, he doesn't know if the devil fruit can initiate an effect. And not only that, Madara still has a certain reason and purpose for recruiting these two people, whether it is warring states or Kapu, Kyuzin, they have a certain loyalty to the world government, and they are not very suitable for their own hands and feet, but these two are in their own hands, and the other is a person who hates the government, which is very suitable. Although I don't know what kind of effect the surgical fruit has in the end, but it is said that as long as you eat this thing, you can become the world's strongest famous doctor, which is very beneficial to future plans. Korra-san's kind of detection ability that can hide his breath, even his own sights and smells cannot be detected, is beyond Baiju in some aspects. To use Korra-san's ability, Madara, even if he uses control to get Korra-san in hand, after all, the ability to hide the breath is too useful. At this time, Madara still said in a cold tone, if you want to die, you can do whatever you want, but after you die, I will accept Korra-san's ability. What? Luo's eyes widened, muttered, then looked at Madara with even more angry eyes and roared, why target Mr. Korra's abilities? Don't you already have that much power? Madara bowed his head slightly and said word by word, no, I just lack an intelligence investigator, and it is appropriate for someone who can hide his aura to take this position. You, Luo glared angrily at Madara, and Korra-san also looked at Madara with his eyes at a loss, but he didn't expect that he was fancying his own ability. I'm going to give me chips, otherwise I can kill you now and control Korra-san's will. Madara closed his eyes, then half opened, squinted at the two on the ground and said, it is easy for me to control a person's spirit. Abominable. Luo gritted his teeth for a while. He didn't think that Madara would make a big fuss. Since he dared to say so, then he could definitely do it. Slowly holding the results of the operation in his hand, Madara looked at Korra-san and Luo indifferently and said, but mind control is still limited in the end. I still have some use for you, and I don't need to want to find death so quickly. Thank you. Appreciate. Seeing that Madara took out the fruits of the operation, Khorasan was incoherent with excitement on the spot, and hurriedly took the things in Madara hand. Regardless of 3721, he stuffed it into Luo's mouth. All right. If you can finally be saved, you will be grateful to give me something to eat. Khorasan left hand to Luo's mouth, Ba wrenched it open, and the fruit of the operation in his right hand went directly to Luo's mouth. Barris, hurry up and eat it. Luoji was embarrassed by Khorasan's rude movements. Mouth, the devil fruit from berry exuded an extremely disgusting smell, and he choked and said, Goo. Not. You dare to go deep wood. Can. It's so delicious. All right. Chew it quickly and swallow it right away. Khorasan grinned and viciously shoved the fruit into Ro's mouth. Barry, knowing that the saliva was flowing down, after Luo completely swallowed the fruits of the operation, Khorasan stopped his movements. Whew, good, so that our purpose this time has been achieved. Khorasan finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat down and said, Gag. The unpalatable nature of the devil fruit is known to everyone. Luo is vomiting now, and the taste really doesn't want to come a second time. Don't be happy too early. At this moment, Madara's indifferent voice came, causing Khorasan and Luo to look sideways for a while. I kept you for my own purposes, and you heard what I just said. Madara already had a murderous aura in his tone. If Khorasan Ro dared to take it from his mouth, Barry said a no and he was literally going to kill them. I know. Khorasan nodded heavily, and said in a deep voice, but the fruits of the operation were eaten by Luo, and we will probably become a thorn in the side of the world government in the future, and it is impossible to follow you with swagger. I don't want to care about the world government. When Madara heard the word world government, his face showed a thick disdain, and he slowly said, I have other things for you, as the identity of the dark side. I know. Khorasan is deeply grateful to Madara for saving Law, and is still in a state of sending people under the fence, and he must obey Madara's orders no matter what. When Luo on the side noticed the disdain for the world government on Madara's face, he stood up a little surprised and asked Madara, hey, so what do you want Mr. Korra to do? Shut up. Little ghost. Madara looked at Luo's body coldly, frightened. The other party took a step back, and after a slight pause, Madara continued to say in an indifferent tone, don't think that you will have nothing to do, after you will also do something for me. I will keep your life just because you have used value. Black Hawk. Oh no, Madara-sama, what is Luo going to do? Khorasan asked Madara with a frown. For him, now he and Luo were the only relatives they could rely on. His brother Doflamingo, he had long ceased to regard him as a relative. Madara glanced at Khorasan silently, then looked at Luo and said lightly, first, as a medical combatant in my barracks, I need to use the abilities of this little devil during this period. Luo listened to Madara and was annoyed. Even if the other party was equally hostile to the world government, he was still a navy, and he was still a highest-ranking general. To be honest, Luo really didn't want to do anything under Madara's men. Suddenly, there was a shrill sound in the air, as if the silk thread was pulling. The three looked into the air where the sound came from, and saw a long exaggerated white silk thread is climbing into the air at an amazing speed, and when the silk thread rises to a certain height, the top of the thread seems to be exploded, like a meteor shower falling. When falling to the ground, the silk thread will extend from a point in mid-air to the point of the falling ground, with countless silk threads forming an arc-shaped huge birdcage-like scene from the air to the ground. That was Doflamingo's tricks. Khorasan saw the countless silk threads in the sky above and said in surprise, does he want to turn this place into a hell on earth? Doflamingo's tricks. Madara looked at the birdcage around him with interest. This trick is a bit like the chakra silk thread I saw in the ninja world in the past. I don't know which one is stronger compared to the two sides. Let's go. Madara spat out two words and walked in one direction. Where to go? Khorasan asked as he looked at Madara with some doubt. Madara paused and replied indifferently, I'll go see Doflamingo. Khorasan looked stunned, and then said seriously, do you want to arrest him? Your Excellency, General. Khorasan did not use the title of Madara-sama just now, but changed it to the title of General, which already explained some problems in his heart. How to do it exactly? It's better to meet before making a decision. Madara turned his head and said to Khorasan, who was already in a commanding tone, use your ability to completely cover up the aura of yourself and the imp. Now is not the time for you to meet him. Madara has not yet decided whether to kill Doflamingo, because he has not yet learned about this person, although he has learned from the intelligence of the Navy that he is a notorious pirate. But what Madara fancy is whether the other party is worth using, as long as it can come in handy, no matter what kind of person can let go of it. I see, Madara-sama, Khorasan said to Madara and immediately grabbed the reluctant Luo and prepared to flee deep into the woods. But something unexpected happened, and I saw that Khorasan had just stretched. Izumi's right foot tripped over a stone on the ground, and then the body fell forward, and under Luo's loud complaints, he kept rolling into the forest. Seeing this scene, the fingers of Madara Yuen's right hand holding his arm raised slightly, and he frowned with some suspicion and thought, although this kind of guy has useful abilities, can he do things well? Slowly walking in the direction where Doflamingo's breath came from, Madara has already felt it. he is in the place where he sees the fruits of the operation before, the base of the Barrels pirates. In addition to Doflamingo, there are several other breaths. The strength is not weak, it seems to be his subordinates, but in Madara's eyes, it can only be described as running the long set. Barrels pirates base, there is an enemy invasion. It's the Don Quixote family. In the largest villa in the center of town, a group of people are shouting in fear. At this time, in the living room of the base, Doflamingo was looking angrily at the corpse on the ground, and behind him stood Sika, one of Don Quixote's highest cotters. This idiot, things can't be well protected. Doflamingo's forehead was bruised, and he looked at Barrel's corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, Stepping on Barrel's corpse, even if it was already a corpse, Doflamingo could not hide his anger. Before he suspected that his brother was an internal traitor, and now he found that the traitor was dead. How could this not make him feel angry? Is it Corazon? Dover? Sika behind him asked Doflamingo, but the extremely sharp sound was enough to make anyone spray rice, and the huge body of more than 4 meters and the full muscles were unbelievably such a sharp voice from which part, that sent out. I'm afraid not. Doflamingo frowned, kicked Barrel's body face up, looked at the huge hole in his heart in front of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, that guy from Corazon is not good at fighting. Being able to penetrate people's hearts with one blow is something that guy can't do. But, Dover Circa's sharp voice burst out again, I really don't know how those family members couldn't help but laugh, even if Madara heard the voice, maybe they would laugh softly, changed to carp, absolutely laughed and fell to the ground. Don't say more. Doflamingo turned around and walked towards the door. I have cast the birdcage, no one can jump out. Immediately go and interrogate the controlled pirates, be sure to put the words out of their mouths. At the same time, in the treasure house outside the gate of the base, outside the treasury, Don Quixote's top cotters, Diamante and Toripol, were standing here at this time, while Mabase was carrying a treasure chest at this time, and said with a grin, these guys really have a lot of good things. Dragging a strange long voice, with a snot, a sloppy face also said excitedly, Nah, let's move all these things away, don't be lazy, hurry up and find Corazon. Guladius roared in dissatisfaction, and then asked the Baby 5 and Buffalo who were patrolling the air, how? Did you hear anything? Above the birdcage, Baby 5 was sitting on a buffalo spinning like a helicopter, holding a bug eavesdropping phone bug and saying, didn't hear anything. Wait a minute, I seem to have heard the retreat or something. Touch, touch, touch. Suddenly, it sounded very urgent. The sound of footsteps came, and Guladius looked in the direction where the voice came from, and was surprised to find that it was actually Corazon. Stop! Corazon. When he saw Corazon, Guladius immediately acted, kicked his feet sharply, and rushed to Corazon, stretched his right hand forward, and suddenly grabbed Corazon's collar and pressed him to the ground. Corazon shin, with both hands, he grabbed Guladius and grabbed his right hand, trying hard to break free. Guladius wore a mask and strange glasses on his face, but even from the voice, he could see his disdain for Corazon. No kidding. Corazon, you are just because you are the younger brother of the young lord, so you have obtained such a high position. In terms of strength, even if you were Baby 5, you can't win. Saying that, Guladius lifted Corazon up like a chicken, and fell on a large treasure chest by the treasure house, and shouted to the house, young lord, Corazon has been found. At this moment, Doflamingo was about to come out of the house, but he didn't expect such a coincidence. Did Corazon actually catch it? Doflamingo and Sika who came out looked at Corazon who fell to the side of the treasure chest and looked dying, and after staring at each other for a few seconds, they confirmed that the other party was okay, and the originally tense mood gradually relaxed. You bastard! Is it really a traitor? Guladius said and wanted to wave his fist and greet Corazon's face, but was immediately stopped by Diamante and said, wait a minute. Things haven't been investigated yet. It's up to Diffie to speak. Got it. Although dissatisfied, Guladius still did not dare to disobey Doflamingo, and since Diamante reported the name of his master, he had to stop. Doflamingo slowly walked in front of Corazon, smiled darkly, and slowly said, I haven't seen it for half a year. Corazon had a lot of bullet holes on his body at this time, and the blood that flowed on his body stained the snow around him bright red. Corazon didn't speak, just a pair of eyes looking directly at Doflamingo, his eyes revealing hostility, and nothing else. Oh, sorry. As a brother, I actually want to doubt you now, but there is no way, because in the 6 months since you left, the Navy seems to know our whereabouts, so I have to think so. Doflamingo kept his usual smile and looked very intimidating. Corazon remained silent, which also made the more irascible family members on the side a little scratchy, because most of them already thought that Corazon was a naval spy. Hey, Guladius, which pen and paper to give my brother, don't forget that he can't speak. Doflamingo ordered with a scolding of Guladius. Guladius was obviously very upset with Corazon, but under Doflamingo's order, he was still cut. After a while, he ran to the room to find a blank piece of paper and a pen, and threw it in Corazon's hand, and the time before and after was less than a minute, which can be said to be very efficient. Corazon looked at the pen and paper that fell beside him, and after a moment of silence, he picked it up. Baboons, baboons. Worthy of being my obedient brother. Seeing Corazon so knowledgeable, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh again, and said to Corazon, "Now I want to ask you a little question, and heal your wounds immediately after asking, rest assured. For his own brother's injury, is intelligence more important? Doflamingo is worthy of being a pirate known as a sea rogue. First, where is Luo? Why didn't he stay with you?" Doflamingo asked. After staring at Doflamingo for a while, Corazon immediately wrote on the paper, "I have eaten the fruit of surgery. Is the legend of the undead surgery of the fruit of surgery true?" Corazon did not fully answer Doflamingo's question, but instead asked him a rhetorical question, but Doflamingo did not seem to be annoyed, but continued to smile and say, "Is it? Did you give it to Luo? Have you already hidden him?" Corazon. After a slight pause, Doflamingo took a few steps closer and continued, "Are you worried that I will make you request an immortal operation on me after letting you eat the fruits of the operation? That's why I came to grab it, and now after eating it for Luo again, I am afraid that I will be unfavorable to him, and hide him again? Because as long as the undead operation is performed, the capable person will die himself." Corazon looked at his brother dumbly. He was now dumb and couldn't answer anything, just continued to write on the paper, "Have you forgotten how our parents died?" Doflamingo's face was already faintly angry at this time, and at this time he least wanted to recall things, but he did not expect that Corazon actually dared to pick him off. Doflamingo asked Corazon, who had fallen to the ground with a gloomy face, "Don't mess with. Where the hell are fire me, Corazon, row now. Don't worry, I won't treat him as such, I have been cultivating him as my right and left hand for so many years." After staring at Doflamingo's gloomy face for a while, Corazon wrote on the last blank spot on the paper, "It has been handed over to the Navy for protection, and you can't catch up." What? When he saw the sentence on the paper, Doflamingo's face had completely changed, annoyed into anger, a word that is really suitable to describe him now. "Young lord, just hijacked the Navy's intelligence call. There is indeed a teenager who is protected by the Navy, and now the Navy has all retreated." At this time, the words of Baby 5 came down from the air, and this sentence made Doflamingo even more annoyed to the point of bursting. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't expect it to be Luo. Damn it." Doflamingo cursed, and immediately waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "I will contact the birdcage now and prepare to set sail. As soon as you find the battleship carrying Luo, you will immediately shell him, and you must take him back to me." Yes, so the members of the family began to act, but Guladius, who had always wanted to go to Corazon's head, asked Doflamingo before leaving, "So young lord, what should Corazon do? Since he was able to send Luo to the hands of the Navy, then it has already been determined that he is an undercover Navy agent," Doflamingo said with a gloomy face, and at the same time took out a pistol in his arms and pointed it at Corazon's eyebrows. "You forced me to kill my relatives again, Corazon." After saying the last sentence, Doflamingo pressed his index finger and pulled the trigger of the pistol. Touch. With a bang, the bullet shot at Corazon's eyebrow. The bullet under a bang, with a rapid breaking wind sound towards Corazon's eyebrows. The terrifying feeling of destructiveness is completely different from ordinary bullets, although Doflamingo uses not a troublesome bullet like Hala Stone, but the lead bullet he uses is also a super troublesome bullet. Once hit, the wound will be very difficult to compound. And at this moment, Corazon slowly raised his head, and said in an extremely impatient tone, "Really, I didn't get any valuable information." Although Corazon's words were very soft, this surprised the Don Quixote family members present, and even Doflamingo's face changed greatly. Even if his eyes were hidden by sunglasses, he could still see his surprised look. Boom! In an instant, Corazon's originally dying body, a strange blue flame suddenly flashed around him, and when the lead bullet was about to hit Corazon's eyebrows, layers of huge blue ribs flashed out of the fire, and instantly turned into a protective shield in front of the bullet, and with a bang, the bullet flew on the snow. What? Everyone's eyes widened, and the reality in front of them was unbelievable. "It seems that I have to ask questions myself." Corazon had slowly stood up, his face was indifferent, no, it had completely turned into a state of contempt, and this look made the cotters of the Don Quixote family who had previously looked invincible feel a chill in their hearts. "You guy, not Corazon, right?" Doflamingo had gradually withdrawn his smile, and his eyes were staring at the man in front of him who had exactly the same face as Corazon. What kind of strange devil fruit ability? He actually hid his eyes. Isn't it? The cotters who were going to go to the coast to hunt down, all ran back at this moment, looking at Corazon with heavy eyes. "Who is this person?" I saw Corazon snort coldly in disdain, and then put his right hand into a fist in front of him, and his index and middle fingers were extended out, and then the breath of the body suddenly changes, in the bang. After a sound, a white mist wrapped Corazon's body, and after a few seconds, the white mist gradually dissipated, and the outline of a figure gradually appeared. After the white smoke completely dissipated, all the other high-ranking cotters, including Doflamingo, all their eyes widened and roared in unison, "Black Hawk!" The person who replaced Corazon in front of him was none other than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Black Hawk, Uchiha Madara, who pretended to be Corazon? After Doflamingo was stunned for a few seconds, he laughed, "Hee, baboon, baboon, baboon. That's awesome. It's too much to play us around. I didn't expect to see myself, Doflamingo actually dared to ridicule here. The corner of Madara's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of contempt, slowly walked forward, and slowly said, "You seem to know some interesting things, now spit it out for me." "This can't work," Doflamingo grinned, and then before he turned hideous, he spoke, "Before you became Khorasan, that means the fruit of the operation is on your hand, right? If it were you, how Beryltz died could also be explained. It seems that you are not going to answer my question anymore." Madara smiled slightly, but with a chill penetrating the bone marrow, his eyes opened sharply, and appeared, eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Mission on. Kill Doflamingo. Mission success, 75,000 points. Mission failure, 80,000 points deducted. This is a side quest. Does the host accept it? I refuse. Just thinking for a second, Madara refused the task sent by the system, how to deal with Doflamingo. He also had to carefully observe, as long as the value can be used, but what kind of existence the other party is can be controlled. Ding. Host refuses. This mission is cancelled. Friendly reminder, Doflamingo is a very sensitive character, and hopes that the host will deal with it cautiously. Humph. Bored. In the face of the system's prompts, Madara just disdained Whitebeard and Roger's existence. Madara has not backed down. What is there to fear of a little pirate? "You guys step down." Doflamingo turned his head to look at several high-ranking cotters behind him, and said in a deep voice, "If you are involved in the battle, you will die." All the cotters were surprised with slightly long mouths, but before they could escape and speak, Madara indifferently said, "It's okay, I'll make you vomit all at once." Although he knew that Doflamingo was a domineering person with an overlord color and a strength that could break through illusions, he didn't plan to let him go just like that. He really beat him to death if he couldn't do it, and then let Baiju play a role. "Do you think you can win me?" Madara looked at Doflamingo's face, and suddenly a blue aura erupted from his body, and the snow under the ground seemed to be unable to withstand this explosive momentum, and it was completely exploded. His domineering can actually materialize. Doflamingo's face was completely devoid of a smile, a drop of cold sweat ran directly from his forehead, and the weaker Baby 5 and Buffalo could no longer bear the oppression from the soul, and as soon as it was black, he completely fainted. This power, even Diamanti, Circa and the others with higher strength were unable to raise their heads by this strong domineering pressure, and they had already fallen to their knees, and they were in danger of fainting at any time. Now Madara has not released Chakra or Susanoo, what he is now taking out is only the domineering overlord color, but just like this, with Roger's fusion overlord color, it is enough to make the people of the Don Quixote family overwhelmed. "Get out of the way, I'm not interested in you." Madara didn't even look at the Don Quixote cotters, but said indifferently. When Madara turned his gaze to Doflamingo, he showed a sinister smile, glared at the kaleidoscope and slowly spoke, "I just remembered that even if I bring your corpse back, it's okay." When Doflamingo heard Madara's words, his brows tightened, and beads of sweat slowly flowed down his face. The cloak like a bird's feather on Doflamingo's back, under the trend of strong spots, has been blown messy, forcibly pressing to resist the fear in his heart. Doflamingo forced his own sinister smile, and said, "I don't want to fight you, let me and my men leave. As a call, I will give you the information you want. You seem to dare to negotiate terms with me now." Madara wrapped his arms around Xiong, and replied to Doflamingo lightly, but in his heart he immediately began to think about countermeasures. Now it is easy to kill Doflamingo, but his ability and intelligence are still very strong. If he is killed so quickly, the body will immediately begin to decompose, because he has not obtained the Eye of Reincarnation, so he cannot maximize his use value. Speaking of which, now is indeed not the best time to kill Doflamingo. "You have a prize, how dare I?" "It's just that. It's just a fair deal." Doflamingo waved his hand lightly, and slowly spoke, "I know that you are not a dead brain like the warring states. As long as we can all reach the convergence of interests, why do you have to fight you to death and me to live?" Ting will say. Madara smiled coldly, but took his overlord color back. He wanted to see what Doflamingo could say to make him perform not kill on him. "Well, please listen to me, Mr. General." Doflamingo seemed to pull a family, and walked over to Madara with a smile on his face, but he looked gloomy and dark, and he didn't know what kind of past he had experienced to have such a smile. "Actually, I'm going to." Speaking of this, Doflamingo's face became completely hideous, and he swung his right hand into a beast claw like a beast claw and slammed it towards Madara's heart, and shouted violently in his mouth, "5-color thread." Doflamingo's fingers, each connected to a trace of transparent silk thread that could not be seen clearly, when he waved his hand, the 5 silk threads seemed to cut everything, and the wind rushed towards Madara's heart, and grabbed and cut. In the face of the sudden sneak attack, Madara just smiled disdainfully. He never thought that this birdman would talk well, so obviously murderous. How can he lose it and hide it? Touch. As if it was a balloon hit, under the attack of Doflamingo's sharp silk thread, Madara's body really wanted to be cut like a balloon that made a noise, and then disappeared. Doppelganger. Doflamingo frowned, and the green tendons above his eyebrows burst out and said, he himself is also a very good at using doppelgangers, and naturally has a certain understanding of this. After Doflamingo saw Madara, he began to think about the battle strategy, and his first thought was not to run away or buy, but to fight. If you want to escape and turn your back to the enemy, it is almost dead, and he feels that it is impossible to cooperate with Madara or something, and the only perfect way is to kill the other party. Doflamingo developed a bloodthirsty and cruel personality from an early age, which he had long been accustomed to. However, although he is insidious, can he be insidious and sinister? Doflamingo has deceived the opponent at most, but Madara can completely use the other party perfectly. From the past when he used Obito, it can be seen that Madara is very good at using and controlling a person. If he is deceived by Doflamingo's simple method just now, then he is still Uchiha? Whew! The burning feeling and strong aura coming from behind immediately made Doflamingo turn his head, and his right hand still made a claw without showing weakness, and directly grabbed it against the monstrous flame. 5-color line. Doflamingo's 5 fingers, which were sharper than the blade, carried the sound of breaking wind, and instantly split the wall of fire into several pieces and dissipated. But that is a spotted fire, naturally not so easy to deal with. The blazing flame directly burned the silk thread into several pieces, and there was a faint spark on it. This move still looks like both defeats, not equal. There, Doflamingo's domineering look was not weak, and he immediately raised his index finger and put away the other fingers in the air above him, and the thin line made from the fingertip shot something at high speed like a shot. Bullet line. Although Doflamingo's move is very fast, how can the spot under the dual detection power of riding wheel eyes and seeing and hearing be hit like this? And the body of the spot that descended from the air was immediately wrapped in a dark blue rib, one left and one right. Out of the huge skeleton hand, the blue broken thorn condensed in the right hand stabbed forward like a stinging balloon, and after touching something, it immediately picked it to the right. In an instant, the bullet line, which was finer than a needle, was changed its trajectory and bounced towards the sky on the other side. Abominable. Doflamingo cursed, looking very annoyed that Madara had blocked his attack so simply, but immediately showed an evil smile, and with his sunglasses, it looked even more hideous. This time, instead of shouting out the name of the trick as before, Doflamingo put his finger up and made an irregular gesture, which looked a bit like the puppeteer of the ninja world in the past. Madara suddenly noticed that Susanoo felt a little stiff when he moved, and after a few seconds, he was almost completely unable to move, and then the next feeling was that his hands and feet began to be a little uninstructed. Seeing Madara's body behaving strangely, Doflamingo laughed coldly. This is his best and proud trick besides the birdcage, and he doesn't know how many times he has used this trick to borrow a knife to kill. The puppeteer's tricks. After Madara landed on the ground, he constantly observed the lines on Doflamingo's fingers with his chakra eyes, and found that the thin lines on his fingers were wrapped in an almost transparent state. Wrap around your own skin. Oh, do you use this method to manipulate the enemy's body? Madara couldn't help but show a cold smile. Interesting tricks. It seems that it will bring a lot of benefits to his future plans. This guy, in this situation, still laughs. Doflamingo noticed Madara's smile, as if he felt a sense of humiliation. Anyone who can't control his body will shout in panic, but he didn't expect Madara to actually want to look at himself like a trick, so how not to let the always conceited Doflamingo feel humiliated? It's actually so underestimated. Loud za. Doflamingo cursed, his left hand manipulated the silk thread to make Madara unable to move, and his right hand began to touch the tip of his middle finger and index finger, making a catapult motion, which was the same move just now. Bullet line. With a low drink, Doflamingo's fingers were already flicked, like an invisible bullet, breaking the wind like rushing towards Madara's heart. With such a rare opportunity, Doflamingo was naturally going to die. What kind of look is this? Boy, Madara looked at Doflamingo's already angry appearance, but he didn't expect that he would actually lose his cool first, so that he didn't have to continue fighting. Boom! The strange blue aura rose again, and a huge blue shadow skeleton giant hand turned into a shield and directly blocked in front of Madara's body, as if driving flies forward, and after a collision, directly bounced back the Doflamingo's bullet line towards him. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, quickly moved his steps and dodged to his right, sensitively dodging his own attack, while the probe shouted angrily to Madara MD. You can still use this trick in a controlled situation. Are you fooling me? Ho! Seen through? As if he was angry and didn't pay for his life, he was obviously playing an opponent, but Madara still started with a, that's it, you bite me. The tone made Doflamingo itch his teeth with anger. You guy, did you actually deliberately hit my trick? Doflamingo gritted his teeth and asked Madara carefully. Thinking about it, he also felt that the previous battle was indeed a little too easy. Originally the person in front of him was a character who could be compared with One Piece. How could he be caught by himself so simply? Indeed, at the beginning, I was too proud because of my successful tricks, and I actually caused such consequences. Controlling Susanoo's hand, with a twist, the giant hand has turned into a blade and completely cuts off the silk threads connected to Madara's body. Oh? That, as if to stroke off the garbage, after erasing the only remaining thin line on his body, Madara tilted his head slightly, and recalled as if he said, that is just to see your specific ability, deliberately hit your tricks. Originally thought that after being caught by you, you'll get carried away and say a little more useful things. It seems that I still underestimate you. You bastard. Doflamingo seemed to be going to crush his teeth. What is called, still underestimating you. Now Madara looks like this. It is completely a look of, I didn't put you in my eyes at all. You'll pay for looking down on me. Doflamingo's eyebrows were blue, but there was an eerie smile on his mouth. His right leg stretched out to his right side, and suddenly the whole leg turned black, armed color domineering entanglement, around. Die! Black Hawk. After finishing the armed color, Doflamingo rushed towards Madara, and with the ability of the thread fruit, he can fly low in the air like Spider-Man, and even better. But at this time, Doflamingo was already angry to the extreme, and the first time Madara turned into his old brother and played him once, and this time he looked completely flat, which made Doflamingo almost lose his mind. Madara raised his eyebrows, obviously already having an impatient look, since he had understood the opponent's ability, and the other party was under his own strength. Then the battle became boring. Although Madara also wants to end the battle in 3 or 2 strokes immediately, but helplessly Doflamingo this guy mouth BA was really a little tight, and he hadn't spit out any useful information for so long, which made Madara more and more impatient. Doflamingo was already close to Madara, and with an upside-down golden hook in the air, he wanted to kick it over Madara's head without skeleton defense. But at this moment, a trace of an abnormal smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth that even Doflamingo felt bad, but it was already a little late at this time, and Doflamingo was too late to recruit. With a laugh, Madara suddenly controlled Susanoo's hand, grabbed a runny uncle who was less than 3 meters away from him with a bone hand, and kicked Doflamingo's lower hook directly at him. Doflamingo's eyes froze, and he wanted to move the direction of his feet in a panic. He never imagined that Madara's speed was actually above him, and he didn't expect that Madara was actually a navy and brazenly used his own men as a shield. But I don't know if Madara's belly is black, although in a hurry, Doflamingo is desperately trying to change the direction of his kick, but Madara just won't let him get his wish. Doflamingo's call to move to the right originally wanted to remove this attack, but Madara also controlled the skeleton hand, sent Torrible on the palm to his feet, making more flamenco like crazy. Doflamingo's armed colored kick finally landed on his subordinate Torrible, directly kicking Torrible's waist to pieces. Bang! The crisp sound made people feel sour. Although Torrible is the ability of the natural fruit, but because he was stunned by the domineering of the spot before, he is now unconscious and cannot be elementalized, and Doflamingo's move still uses armed color domineering, and can ignore the elementalization of the ability to attack. No matter what, it is a complete hit to the point of Torripole. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Madara actually laughed mockingly for a while, as if throwing off obscurity, controlling Susanoo's hand, and suddenly threw Torrible away. And the body of this wretched uncle also directly broke a few trees at an extremely rapid speed, before falling into the establishment of a piece of debris. The entire upper body has been buried in the remnant forest, but the red feet are still exposed, pumping and pumping. It looks as if it is not dead, but I am afraid that it is not far from death. It's too much to hurt your subordinates so ruthlessly, right? Doflamingo. Although Madara said in a mournful tone, the sarcasm and contempt on his face could not be concealed. Doflamingo only felt that his brain blood surged up, and he couldn't wait to smash the corpse of the man in front of him. In just 10 minutes, he almost suffered a loss that he had never suffered in his life, and this feeling of holding back to the extreme simply made him crazy. Doflamingo scolded angrily, and his right hand condensed into a beast claw again, and he grabbed and slammed away in the direction of Madara. Although he was embarrassed, but he was not angry and corrupted. This time Doflamingo attacked, but the direction was accurate, observing that the highest extension of Susanoo's arm was about 5 meters, and now the buffalo closest to his position was more than 10 meters away, and it was impossible for him to use his men as a shield this time. 5-color line. Armed color arming. Ordinary people can't see the extremely delicate silk thread clearly, but the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the spot can do it, which was originally white, but now it has become a black silk thread. No doubt, it is entangled, and it is a domineering trick around the armed color. An existence that can shoot at his own brother, but loses his mind because of a subordinate. Madara looked at Doflamingo with a smile, and the contemptuous smile maintained at the corner of his mouth was uninterrupted. I'll try a new trick too. Madara intersected his hands, and suddenly Susanoo, who had only 2 hands and a skeleton, began to gradually condense and form, and the upper body mature Susanoo had appeared. 3-headed, 6-armed form. Don't die, Madara said with a calm head, and at the same time, the broken thorns on the hands of the 6 Susanoo bones all turned into black forms, and there was no doubt that he put the armed color domineering on Susanoo's sword. Susanoo's 6 arms were thrown in unison, and in an instant the 6 broken thorns were thrown like javelins. Go out, not with broken stabs to fight at close range like in the past, all as a shot of a projectile attack. How powerful would the power of the 6 armed colored domineering thorns be thrown out? In the past, Madara also attacked my era with this trick, but was blocked by San no Moritsuru, but at that time, there was no armed color domineering and did not increase Susanoo's power to the current level, but at this time it was very different. This attack was already not inferior to the terrorist attack of the 8-foot Kaiengoyo. Just listen to the magnetic burst of fricative, broken thorns and silk threads in the air to rub a spark, but immediately, the silk thread cannot stop its forward speed. Madara Susanoo broke the thorn and rushed towards Doflamingo. Caught. Seeing that his trick was broken, Doflamingo scolded again, jumped on his tiptoes, and jumped directly into the air to avoid Susanoo's attack. The 6 broken thorns that Doflamingo avoided, after bombarding the town behind him, immediately had a carpet explosion, but it was not like the battleship that took the 8-foot Kayanga Jade to bombard the Golden Lion in the past, which blew everything up in one go, but like a sharp arrow, it penetrated the entire town, directly bombarded the sea on the opposite shore, only to break the sea explosion. If you get hit, it's trouble. Doflamingo posed in the air with a big character, and with the bird feather cape on his back, the time spent in the air increased a lot. Looking at the scene of the opposite coast, I couldn't help but sigh that it was a wise choice that I didn't run to hard connect and collide, otherwise my body would definitely be pierced. Do you still have time to watch? I don't know when. Madara also touched Susanoo, facing Doflamingo in the air. He also jumped up. His bouncing power was even more amazing, directly jumping a distance higher than Doflamingo. Don't you know? I will also arm the color thing. The right hand was made into a strong hand, and Madara struck Doflamingo's abdomen in one breath, and above the sky, he smashed his opponent and vomited blood, falling straight to the ground. Being hit by a real hit, Doflamingo instantly let out a scream, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body was in a straight track, smashing to the ground. Touch! Suddenly, from inside the snow on the ground, there was a sound of breaking ground, and a huge blue lightsaber broke through the direction where Doflamingo fell, breaking through the earth towards his landing point. Tear. Just listening to the sound of tearing the flesh and skin of the body, the smashed Doflamingo fell directly on the tip of the blue sword on the ground, as if skewered meat. The back was penetrated, and the tip of the sword with a large amount of blood penetrated from Doflamingo's abdomen, dyeing the snow with a layer of red. How's that? My feint. At this time, there was a sudden soft sound on the ground, and next to Susanoo's sword, a tiny crack suddenly appeared, and then it grew bigger and bigger, and the last person actually slowly rose from the land. It was Madara. At the same time, the spots in the air also fell, but after talking about landing, they immediately touched. With a sound, it turned into white smoke and disappeared. As long as you divide chakra into the body of the shadow doppelganger, even if you see and smell, you can't easily detect it, and fighting with me, it's very hard to just observe one. Plus you were also attracted by the previous attack. The Buddha figure who emerged from the snow looked at Doflamingo, who was still coughing up blood with an indifferent face, only to see that he desperately held the sword of Susanoo that penetrated his mouth with his backhand, slowly pulled his body out of it, and after a while, finally pulled his entire body out of the broken thorn, but his legs fell to the ground, constantly coughing up blood. It's embarrassing. Are you kneeling to me? Look at Doflamingo's kneeling on his feet, constantly looking down and coughing up blood, looking down at his ugly appearance with contempt. Suddenly, Madara raised his right foot and kicked Doflamingo's head violently. The sole of the shoe himself was slammed by Doflamingo's hedgehog head, and Doflamingo's head was violently buried in the snow. Now I'm going to ask you some questions, you just have to answer, and that's it. Madara stepped on Doflamingo's head with his right foot, and at the same time hit his self-esteem hard, being trampled on the top of his head. How could Doflamingo, who was self-financing, endure? It's worse than death. The first question, is the immortality ability of the surgical fruit real? Madara still stepped on Doflamingo's head, making his whole body immobile, but still not fully exerting his strength, and he still had to leave a little room for the other party to speak. Hearing Madara's question, Doflamingo just gritted his teeth for a while, and his whole head was trampled into the snow by Madara and let out a roar of anger and corruption, but he couldn't hear what was coming out of his mouth. Madara looked at him silently for a few seconds, then stomped on his right foot, and suddenly stomped Doflamingo's head deeper into the ground. Answer me. Ruthlessly trampled the wound on Doflamingo's head, Madara asked him mercilessly, even if it can only be hard to deal with this kind of person. Ahem. The huge force pulled the wound in the abdomen, and Doflamingo coughed up a mouthful of blood again, and after a long time, he slowly said in a deep voice, the sea. In the Navy, it is said that some people have completed the fruits of surgery and reached the immortal life. Oh, Madara raised his eyebrows. Has someone already done it? If that's the case, I shouldn't have seen it myself. Who is it? Madara's soul did not leave the top of Doflamingo's head, still maintaining this position and continuing to question him. I don't know yet, but I can already confirm that there is this person. Doflamingo forcibly resisted the great humiliation that had spread to his heart from his heavenly spirit cover, and he was almost fainting. I don't know, although he didn't have mind reading, Madara felt that at this time, Doflamingo was no matter how bold he was, and he would never dare to confront him, and he would no longer tell lies. Second question, who are you? At this time, Madara lifted his right foot off Doflamingo's head, but immediately kicked Doflamingo up at a fast speed, lifted his neck, pulled it in front of him, and said coldly, I have conducted a lot of investigations on this guy of yours, but I still haven't found out the specific origin of this guy of yours. Don't play tricks on me, otherwise I will really kill you and ask your corpse. Doflamingo, who was 3 meters tall, was carried by Madara, who was less than 2 meters tall, by his neck, below the knee, and he was still kneeling on the ground, looking even more miserable and funny. Madara grabbed Doflamingo's hand slightly, indicating that if he dared not answer or lie, Madara really wanted to strangle him. Hearing this question, Doflamingo's already blood-stained face suddenly turned vicious, as if he was recalled by Madara's words, and his emotions were completely out of control. Less insulting, loud Zahir. You government dog. Doflamingo, who had not dared to resist, suddenly roared at this time, barking wildly at Madara. If it weren't for my waste father, how could I have fallen into the hands of you, a government lackey? I have the blood of God, and I have the most noble blood in the world. Oh, the most noble! Madara almost turned a blind eye to Doflamingo's curse, and the people who resented him were like the stars in the sky, and they took care of them one by one. How could there be that idle worker? Thinking of the waste that was now controlled by Baiju, the mantra and Doflamingo's words were really similar enough. Madara slowly raised Doflamingo in front of him, looked at his eyes hidden under the sunglasses, and said coldly, "You guy. It's Draco, right? Cut. Now that you know." When it comes to his true identity, Doflamingo was a little confident, remembering that he was forced to give up his identity in the past, and the only thing left in Doflamingo's mind is madness. How did the marshal of your family educate you? If you want to investigate me, you better think about the consequences, and then investigate carefully. Very good at talking. Madara smiled coldly, facing the wound in Doflamingo's abdomen. His left hand was in the shape of a hand knife, turned into a blade again, and stabbed into Doflamingo's abdomen. Twice in a row, he was hit hard, and Doflamingo also roared in pain. As if throwing away a piece of waste, Madara directly threw Doflamingo on the snow, and a pair of chakra eyes constantly observed Doflamingo's body. Are you using threads to resuscitate your kidneys? The kaleidoscope observed the flow of energy in Doflamingo's body and found that in his body, a large pile of silk threads was both internally restoring Doflamingo's body kidneys, and the thread fruit had such an effect? Draco? Madara saw Doflamingo, who fell motionless on the ground, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since Doflamingo is a Draco, then his brother is the same identity. Does that guy from the Warring States know about this? Now is not the time to kill you. Madara looked at Doflamingo, who was already covered in blood, and secretly said, with a fallen Draco, this layer of identity, the value that can be used is really very high. It is a pity to kill him now. After getting the Eye of Reincarnation, I will come and take your life at any time. In the end, Doflamingo was left with a meaningful look, and Madara had an indescribable ecstasy and horror on his face, and even Doflamingo, who fell motionless to the ground, couldn't help but shiver. Walking slowly into the distance, Madara looked at the birdcage in the air. Hasn't he lifted this trick yet? Originally, I thought that Doflamingo would automatically lift this thing as long as he had no combat ability, but it seems that this is not the case. No way. Madara glanced at the birdcage and slowly walked towards the coast. He had already ordered Khorasan and Luo to stand by there. These two people are also extremely useful existences. Madara decided not to take Doflamingo's life for the time being, so he also decided to leave the island as well, and in a forest a few kilometers away from Madara and the Don Quixote family battle, when Madara had just walked here, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out of it. Madara-sama, coming back? How about it? For Doflamingo, the person who came was Khorasan, the brother of Doflamingo, who had just been looking for teeth on the ground, and at this time, he was dancing and asking Madara with his hands. And after Khorasan, Trafalgar. Luoya walked out slowly, and his eyes were still full of resistance when he looked at Madara. Not dead yet. Madara replied lightly, then looked at Khorasan again, and said coldly, wait a minute, I still have something to ask you, now get out of here first. Yes. After Khorasan heard that Madara did not kill Doflamingo, he slowly sighed. To be honest, as a navy, he was in order to investigate the details of Doflamingo, so as to infiltrate the Don Quixote family, but if he wanted to kill his old brother, he really couldn't get off. Khorasan, this person is really not ruthless enough. In the end, it is still difficult to become a master. After raising his head and looking at the huge birdcage that still existed above, Khorasan asked Madara, so, how to solve this birdcage? Madara-sama, will it be automatically unlocked when Dover leaves? After glancing at the birdcage in the air, Madara revealed only a thick disdain, and while walking forward, he said to Khorasan and Luo behind him, I can untie this kind of thing right away and go. Although he understood the horror of Madara, Khorasan was still very incredulous at Madara saying, untie the birdcage. Birdcage is Doflamingo's strongest trick, and it is not easy to crack it. When he reached a certain distance, Madara looked up at the sky above the birdcage hundreds of meters high again, and said to Khorasan and Luo coldly, you, go to the south of Hainan and wait, after I touch the birdcage, I will join you. Yes. Khorasan quickly grabbed Luo in his hand under Madara's order, and under Luo's complaints, he stumbled to the south, and the wound that was made by Madara before has been urgently treated at this time. Even if there is no combat ability, Khorasan is a high-ranking cadre of the Don Quixote family in the past, a certain physical quality is still there. In less than a few minutes, Khorasan and Luo's shadows disappeared from Madara's eyes, and they looked up again at the high distance of the birdcage, and from visual inspection, it was about 300 to 400 meters away, which seemed to be enough. This kind of thing, it only takes one blow. The island of Minyan, too, will soon be removed from the map. Madara muttered softly to himself, and at the same time his eyes suddenly released an overwhelming terrifying energy, and after Madara's cold voice, then a huge shockwave suddenly burst out from Madara's eyes, and the surrounding large area of snow was suddenly scattered, gradually revealing a huge dark shadow. On the side of the Don Quixote family, you're still useful, Doflamingo, don't worry, I won't kill you now, oh fallen Draco. Interesting guys, but I'll come and receive you. It's just a corpse, in the shadows, only the extremely faint oil lamplight was felt. At this time, a man with long black hair was half turning his head, revealing his left face, and the strange red eyes under the bangs revealed a cold light. At the same time, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, emitting a smile, giving the person who saw it a terrifying power that strangled the soul. Black Hawk. With a shout, Doflamingo opened his eyes sharply, and saw that the surroundings in front of him were already crowded with people: Baby 5, Buffalo, Sika, Diamante. Own family members. Ugh, Baby 5 exclaimed, and quickly shouted, wake up, the young lord is awake. Dover, are you all right? Diamante also surrounded at this time, looking at the bloodstains on Doflamingo's face and the large mouth in the abdomen that was broken but had a tendency to heal, and thought to himself, such a weak Dover, I haven't seen it when I come out. Doflamingo felt a tingling pain in his abdomen, but fortunately there was no danger to his life. Slowly stood up, Doflamingo asked the surrounding family members with a fierce face, where is that guy from Black Hawk? So after the family members looked at each other for a while, Diamante was the first to stand up and say, Dover, the first thing I woke up to find out that guy was gone, I thought we were all dead, so went back. Or let us go, said Baby 5 in a low voice. She didn't dare to say it out loud if she was so humiliated. Sika came over and asked Doflamingo, Dover, let me make that move, only I will give it my all, even if it is that guy, it will be. Without saying a word, Doflamingo interrupted Sika's shrill and funny voice, and said in a deep voice, don't be in such a hurry, you are not that guy's opponent. After this stop, Doflamingo is completely aware of how terrifying Madara is. What he has to do now is to leave the retreat. In order to deal with Madara in the future, he must quickly make a plan, otherwise he will only obediently wait for the other party to take his life. Young lord, then we are now. Guladius walked up and asked Doflamingo, after being abused by Madara's domineering. He didn't have the rampant madness at the beginning when Madara pretended to be Khorasan, but just had endless fear of this person. Return to base, don't act casually until you come up with a way to kill that guy, Doflamingo said in a deep voice, the anger on his face making the family cotter next to him tremble. I'll lift the birdcage right away. With that, Doflamingo led the family cotters to the shore where their ship had stopped. What about Dressrosa? Dover? Following behind Doflamingo, Diamante inquired. It won't change, but that guy Blackhawk, I must crush this guy's corpse into 10,000 pieces. And now the word Blackhawk has completely become a forbidden sentence for Doflamingo. I'm afraid that anyone who casually mentions these two words in front of him will be killed. Walking on the way to the coast, suddenly a violent chill instantly broke into Doflamingo's head, making him feel the danger of suffocating. What is it? Looking in the direction where the breath came from, a huge dark shadow had risen on the island, and the trend and fear of destroying the world gradually climbed into everyone's heart. Boom! It seemed to expand like an extremely fast explosion, but after this loud noise, I saw that in the midair of the explosion place, there stood a giant who was as tall as a mountain 100 meters. This giant was covered with a huge ancient costume armor, the body flashed with dark blue flames, the huge head was surrounded by a huge helmet, and there were two blood-red rays of light in the eyes, and in the final position of the forehead, there was a huge energy crystal, and the figure of the spot was in it, and this huge mountain-like figure is a complete body Susanoo that can only be used after Madara opens the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. And completely Susanoo, the whole body is surrounded by a huge giant. There is no weakness, nor will it be broken by my arrow from the ground with a feint of sand like in the past, and this complete body will not be able to break it from the periphery unless it is forcibly broken from the periphery like the Senjuja pillar or Roger. This kind of caged bird's cage can be split with one blow, relying on my complete body Susanoo. Standing among Susanoo's forehead, Madara looked at the huge birdcage in front of him and said indifferently. Immediately after a pair of kaleidoscopic writing wheel eyes rotated rapidly, a huge pupil force was constantly flowing out, the right hand was held, and the corners of the mouth poured, it's not over yet, set. As the words fell, a huge blue sword light gradually condensed in Susanoo's left hand, and this sword light gradually condensed into substance, and finally turned into two extra long large swords that appeared on both sides of Susanoo's waist. This is? Looking at the situation in the air, the giant who almost burst the birdcage, the people of the Don Quixote family, those eyes are whiter than the giant's, no. Circa is several times more lithized as a supergiant. This incredible scene made them already unable to speak. On the coast, Khorasan and Luo, who relied on their excellent dynamic forces, also saw the giant that almost smashed the sky, and they were so shocked that they forgot to go. On a warship located a few nautical miles from the island of Minion, a female navy with a telescope looked at the island of Minion in the distance through the telescope, and stammered to the crane next to her, the crane. Lieutenant General Tsuru, that is, don't say it, I'm not blind yet. Tsuru clasped his arms in his hands, looked at the faint giant in the distance, and said with a frown that Guy Madara actually made things so bad. Does he want to destroy Minion Island? Lieutenant General Tsuru, did Madara really use such a powerful move? Robin didn't have as much insight as a crane, and she couldn't see so far away, she only vaguely saw a faint blue glow on the distant island and sky. The crane frowned, and said with an unkind face, "That's a trick to destroy the upside-down mountain. I've also heard that kid actually made it so powerful, the trick to destroy the upside-down mountain?" The female navies listening around all widened their eyes in fright, and in the Supreme War, Uchiha and One Piece Gore, who were still vice-admirals at that time, Roger destroyed this upside-down mountain and became a legendary battle, and he did not expect to see this trick again at this time. Wait, Madara-sama, we're still here. Korasan saw that Madara looked like he was going to destroy the island, and roared anxiously, but before he finished speaking, he only heard a sudden sound of a click sword unsheathed in his ears, and then he only felt that a purple thunderlight flashed in front of his eyes, and a huge thunderblade directly cut through the ground of the island and flew to the birdcage on the outskirts of Minion Island, and at the same time there was a faint sound of a huge scream in Minion Island. And where this huge thunderblade was cut, the ground of the island was directly broken, and a huge ditch appeared in the distance. The huge Susanoo right hand had already drawn this Buto Imperial Soul Sword, and the sword light that almost split the entire island of Minion in half was emitted from the sword of Madara Susanoo. One move split the birdcage entirely. The power of the complete body is so terrifying. It's been more than 5 years since I last used it, stood in Susanoo's eyebrows, feeling the power of the sword blade he had just emitted, and slowly thought, "Cut. It's a monster." Feeling the power of the sword chi just now, Doflamingo's head was covered with bean-sized sweat. If just now he was thinking about how to find Madara to take revenge, now almost such thoughts did not dare to rise. It's so big. Although Baby 5 is only a child in his early 10-year-olds, he has already seen a lot of strong existences, and he thought that his young master was already one of the best existences in the world, but he didn't expect that there were such monsters in the Navy. "I almost did something to such a monster before." Guladius looked down at his gloved hands, thinking in disbelief, if he really made a move just now, I'm afraid he would already be in a different place at this time. Boom! I don't know how far Susanoo's sword chi split before stopping, but after splitting the birdcage, the sword chi was like a bullet breaking through one side of the white paper, without hindrance, directly rushing to the other end of the sea. And on Petrol Island, a few nautical miles away from the island of Minion, a sword chi slammed towards the swallow-shaped mountain. The hill crashed away, and after a cutting sound, it actually split the whole of Hin Island in half. And then, under the giant ravine split by the sword chi, the bursting seawater burst out from below, and in less than a moment, the entire Petrol Island was engulfed. The island. On the Crane's warship, even without using a telescope, everyone can see the situation of Petrol Island, and the island where he and the others were standing on it a few hours ago has actually disappeared from the map, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. It's Uchiha Madara, Tsuru muttered in a low voice with a calm face. What kind of impact such a navy will have on the navy itself? Everyone else was stunned, but Robin seemed very excited. She was still a girl less than 15 years old. After seeing Madara such a strong strength, she held her hands in front of Seong, her eyes looked towards Minion Island. If you want to describe his current state, it is girlish feelings. Under its blow, Petrol Island completely disappeared from the map, and when they saw this legendary power, everyone was stunned in surprise. But Doflamingo was the first to react, shouting to his subordinates behind him, "There is no time for you to be in a daze. Let's go." Doflamingo's words made the members of the stunned Don Quixote family come to their senses, realizing that such a terrifying enemy is still staying on the same island as him. "Don't go yet, wait for death?" Following Doflamingo, the family officials all quickly rushed to the coast, and while running, they glanced at the huge monster that had not disappeared, afraid that Madara would find them, and then give them the trick to destroy Petrol Island. Madara glanced below him, and immediately found the Don Quixote pirates. This time, he ignored it. The word use is derived from this, and it is the smartest thing to do when the other party's use value is at its highest. Solved. Scatter. Looking at the silk thread that seemed to have fallen down as if the bracket had been lost, Madara unfolded his right hand and completely lifted his body. Losing the power output of the Madara Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo soon began to fall apart. The original Tengu form dissipated under a buzz, and the energy on his body dissipated and became a skeleton frame state, and then the skeleton-type Susanoo also immediately began to scatter, and finally the height straight to the sky completely Susanoo dissipated. But if people who have seen this move, I am afraid that this will become their eternal nightmare. Madara-sama. Here it is. After Madara landed on the ground, a voice immediately shouted towards this side, and Madara looked in the direction of that side and found that Korasan and Law were running towards this side. Yes. Before Korasan could run over, he fell on the snow again, and the appearance of his 4 feet facing the sky made Madara frown. Can this kind of person make a big deal? It seems to be even more unreliable than Baiju. Immediately got up from the ground and patted the snow on his body. Korasan ran over again. A clown-dressed face showed a ridiculous smile, and said to Madara, "It's amazing. Madara-sama. One move cracked Dover's strongest trick." Korasan's eyes were filled with admiration and joy, and Luo on the side was stunned. He was the same as Baby 5. He thought that Doflamingo was already a top-level figure, but he didn't expect that such an anti-heavenly existence appeared in front of him now. Gone. Madara just spit out these 2 words softly, and walked in the direction of the coast. This time the purpose was barely completed, but there were still a lot of things to deal with, and he couldn't be idle, ask for tips and subscriptions walking to the shore. It was already empty, and the ships that had been parked here were all driven away. No, the only pirate left that was dried up by Madara, Barrel's pirate ship. Madara-sama, only this ship is left. Khorasan tilted his head and asked Madara, it doesn't matter if he is a pirate ship, anyway, when he was undercover, he has been doing what pirates do, but as a naval admiral, I am afraid that it is a little bit to be a pirate ship. It's okay, go up. Madara jumped on Barrel's pirate ship, but it was just a pirate group that was not even qualified to enter the Great Voyage, and the ship was not very large, but it could still be used, and Madara himself was too lazy to summon psychic beasts now. Understood. Khorasan shouted at Madara, and then immediately said to Luo next to him, okay. Hurry up and go. Luo didn't speak, just looked at the spot on the ship for a while, then turned his head to look at Khorasan. His face showed determination, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Khora, I will never go to the naval headquarters. There are the lackeys of the world government that I hate the most. What do you say? Stinky imp. Khorasan punched Luo in anger and roared viciously, if it weren't for Madara-sama's help, you would already be dead. Also, if you change your mind now, you will be targeted by the three major forces of Doflamingo, the headquarters of the Navy and the world government. Do you want to die? Dead. I will not be a government lackey, I will not be some naval. Luo Longmouth B.A. roared angrily, my parents and sister were killed by the world government. You kid doesn't understand the value of surgical fruits at all. Khorasan lifted Luo's collar up, lifted his short body hole, pulled it in front of him in the air, and roared, now that you don't have a little strength, the fruit ability is undeveloped, do you think you can escape other forces and survive? Standing on the deck, Madara frowned and looked at the two people shouting below, his eyes revealed a burst of irritation, and suddenly jumped off the deck, and before Khorasan and Luo could react, one by one, he threw the two of them onto the ship. In a parabolic line, Law and Khorasan were directly hit on the deck by Madara's sudden blow, covered their heads and cried out in pain, looked at Madara who had returned to the ship, and shouted fearlessly, it's absolutely impossible for me to be a navy, I just want to kill all the bastards of the world government. It is me who left you with your life, I want to need you to do a lot of things in the future, don't be in a hurry to die for me. Madara clasped his arms and said to Luo coldly, aren't you still going to kill the people of the world government to take revenge? Then don't give me a casual death until I have exhausted your value. After saying this, Madara ignored Luo, who was a little stunned, turned his head and said to Khorasan, go drive the boat, leave this island first. Yes, Khorasan nodded, feeling that he was running in the direction of the steering ship, and he quickly grabbed Luoyi, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and ran with him to the joystick. Khorasan was worried that if Luo spoke ill of Madara again, he would really lose his life. Turning the lever that controls the ship, Khorasan glanced back and asked Madara behind him, Madara-sama, we have already left the island of Minion, which way are we going now? Back to home? Madara looked at the surrounding sea for a while, and after seeing an island not far away, he said to Khorasan, don't worry, stop on that island first. Ah, B. Khorasan nodded, turned the lever to the right, and headed for the island, and next to Khorasan, Luo was leaning against the side of the ship, his face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but the white spots on his face had completely dissipated in less than a day. 10 minutes later, after bringing the boat to the shore of the island, Khorasan took the initiative to drop the anchor and stabilize the boat. Pulling Luo up, Khorasan walked up to Madara and asked Madara, Madara-sama, now the fruits of the surgery that the world government has spied on have been eaten by Luo, and now the world government will definitely not let Luo go, and ask him to become a navy. Khorasan said this, his face was ugly and stopped. He had also heard of the undead operation, since the world government also came to grab this thing, then it shows that they attach great importance to it, but now it is eaten by others. They know, can they still be a navy? Absolutely, the first time to issue you a wanted warrant. When did I say I let him go to the navy? Madara raised his eyebrows and asked Khorasan rhetorically. Ha! Khorasan and Luo were stunned at the same time, not letting Luo be in the navy? Isn't that going to use his abilities? This little ghost, I'm going to give him to someone and make him my future tool. Madara looked at Luo, his eyes were half widened, and slowly said, the warring states have already begun to prepare to summon the 7 martial seas, and this thing is very useful. Khorasan was stunned after hearing this, then touched his chin and said, I have also heard about this matter. Kabukai is a navy recognized by the government, and it is the 7 sea pirates recognized by the world government, with catastrophic destructive power and huge combat power comparable to the country. Only pirates who are highly well known or have high combat effectiveness to shock everyone are eligible to be selected as His Majesty the 7 Wohei. After a pause, Khorasan glanced at Luo before asking Madara again, it is indeed a very powerful position, but Madara-sama, who is the teacher you plan to hand over to Luo? Madara glanced at the two, tilted his head to look at them, and slowly spoke, Sirbaz. Riley. What? ×2 the two called out at the same time, and Khorasan was the first to ask Madara that, known as the right hand of One Piece, the deputy captain of Roger's pirates, Hades Rayleigh? Madara nodded slightly and said, that guy is very good at teaching people. The Navy searched everywhere and couldn't find him. Have you actually been in contact with him? Khorasan frowned and asked, you have been in touch with him? Khorasan did not dare to imagine that the admiral of the naval headquarters has always been connected with the legendary pirate Pluto Renly. What should this say? Is it a family of officials and bandits or something? Madara glared, and said in a deep voice, don't compare me with that guy. In Madara's eyes, Renly is already a person without a trace of ambition, and the old man who is already waiting for death with a red face, comparing Renly with himself, it is simply an insult to himself. 10. I'm sorry. Khorasan was startled by Madara's gaze, and then, as if remembering something, said to Madara, oh, by the way, Madara-sama, I haven't told you the real name of this kid Luo. Trafalgar S.D. Watai El Ro. After watching the two for a while, Luo still said his real name. D. Madara raised his eyebrows when he heard this letter. He seemed to have met many characters with this symbol in their names. First Sorrow, then Carp, then Roger. These people have a D in their names. Does it have any special meaning? However, that sea thief Renly, will he teach Luo? While knowing that Luo is your subordinate as a past opponent, Khorasan didn't understand what kind of personality Renly was, and asked suspiciously. Although Luo expressed dissatisfaction with the word subordinate in Khorasan's mouth, it was only cut. He snorted, and did not object. He will agree. Madara said indifferently, his captain's son is still under Madara's control, and at his own request, even if he does not threaten, Renly will agree 9 times out of 10. Go find some prey, stop here today, Madara said, and walked from the side of the stairs to the island, turning his back to the two and whispering, starting tomorrow, go to the Great Voyage. Night in the blink of an eye, night had fallen, and under the moonlight, on the coast of the island, by a campfire, Khorasan was munching on a piece of meat stuck with a twig, spitting out the dregs of meat and asking, that, Madara-sama, Law went to hand it over to Renly, so what should I do? It should be impossible to go back to the family as an undercover agent. Not a combat type of you, I have a partner to hand over to you. Madara already looked at Khorasan with a straight face. He has now been settled by me for other tasks, and you give me a quiet wait before the convergence. Good. Madara didn't say it thoroughly, but Khorasan didn't dare to ask more, just nodded in agreement. After hearing that Madara had arranged the tasks of the two, Luo couldn't help but look at Khorasan for a while. In this way, the two people were going to separate? When is the next time we meet? Ah, ha ha ha. Boy, you won't be reluctant to let me go, will you? Just in front of Luo's eyes, Khorasan couldn't help but crack a super ugly smile, hooking Luo's neck and laughing. Nonsense. I didn't. Luo's teeth had completely turned sharp, and he roared in reply. Don't be embarrassed. All said I didn't. I've long had enough of you, idiot. Hurry up and stay away from me. Madara stood up and walked back onto the boat, ignoring the scene of two people who were more than 10 years apart, but still seemed to be grounded, feeling sick. To go to the Chambord Islands, where Rayleigh is located, the first thing is naturally to go to the Great Voyage. On this day, Madara is still bored to close his eyes. Training this kind of thing, for a person of his strength can no longer achieve improvement. Directly on the deck against the side of the ship, Madara looked at Luo, who was not doing slashing training with a cheap Teiji that he had taken out of the system casually, thinking that this little devil would definitely bring benefits to his purpose in the future. Madara is definitely not the kind of leader like Roger or Whitebeard who takes his life to protect his companions or men, although he is not as crazy as he was in the ninja world in the past, but he is also definitely a conspirator and careerist, which is far from comparable to Orochimaru and Orochimaru. Give law to Riley, while Khorasan is temporarily doing things by his side, not only to make plans for the future, but also to prevent the two from defecting to themselves. The two are not easy to control together, but it is definitely much easier to separate. Whew. Khorasan, who was originally driving the joystick, suddenly sighed heavily, looked up to the sky with a long sigh, turned his head and shouted to Madara, Madara-sama, it will take several months to go to the Chambord Islands, is it okay to go so leisurely? Seeing Khorasan's idleness, Madara slowly stood up, slowly walked to Khorasan's side, looked at the endless sea in the distance, and said expressionlessly, don't be too anxious, your personality will be prone to bad things. Ah ha ha. As long as I used to pretend to be dumb and stupid as I used to be in the Don Quixote family, undercover this kind of work is actually very good at me. When Khorasan heard Madara's words, he couldn't help but snort. At this time, Luo, who stayed not far from the two and had been practicing wielding the knife, after hearing Khorasan's words, coldly spit out, no need, Mr. Khora, you are usually already an idiot. Ah, Khorasan's face turned green by Luo's words, and he wanted to teach this little devil a lesson on the spot, but he was still screamed, drive the boat well. The command blocked. After continuing for less than half an hour, as if it was too boring, Khorasan had to ask Madara again, then again, Madara-sama, is it really okay not to change that flag of our ship? Saying that, Khorasan also looked up at the logo on the flag on the disembarkation, the big skull symbol. There is no doubt that this is the symbol of the pirate group, but of course, this ship was originally the ship they took away from the pirate group Barrels. Hearing this, Madara and Luo also glanced at the sign a little, but Rome went to practice swords. Anyway, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters is here, what are you afraid of? Madara only glanced sideways at this, and then said lightly, it's not a big deal, but after you get to the next town, replace him. Of course, Madara can't be afraid of any pirates or pirate hunters targeting, but since there is no necessary trouble, then avoid it. Anyway, it is just a group of nobody-level pirates, after all, it is only a short time after entering the Great Voyage, and there is no strength in existence. After saying this, Madara returned to his original position and sat down. At this time, very boring, there are no task points to take, the only thing that can be done now is to rest for a while, and when there is a situation, come out with the best state to deal with it. Khorasan, who is now in charge of piloting the ship, looked at the surrounding sea and thought with some doubt, alas, speaking of which, it's too cracked now, right? As the North Sea rode with the most fierce pirate character, so you don't see other pirate groups? Boom! Just when Khorasan was still puzzled, a deafening bombing sound roared in the ears of the three, and immediately a broken water wave exploded next to the boat. It's a cannon. I just think casually, you don't need to cooperate with me so much, right? Khorasan shouted loudly in his heart. How did he just think that there was no enemy, and then the enemy really came in the next second? Is this the so-called crow's mouth? That's not right. I haven't spoken it yet. Pirates? Or the Navy? Luoya put down the tie knife in his hand, rushed to the side of the ship, and looked into the distance, since it was really a pirate ship. Although there is a certain distance, you can already see that in front of the right side of his ship, there is a pirate ship that is larger than his side, and it is moving at a rapid speed. Met the enemy so soon? Luo looked at the giant ship approaching, and immediately picked up his knife, with a shadowy face, wanting to kill. That way, you won't be bored for the time being. Madara-sama, how about snatching all their treasure? Khorasan grinned. As a pirate, it is often very boring at sea, but when you encounter enemies to fight, you will feel excited and happy. Oh? Madara squinted sideways, glanced at the big ship and searched in his heart for the pirate flag. After thinking about it, he found that there was no memory of the pirate flag in his mind. Nobody? Boring. After softly spitting out 2 words, Madara stood up and walked directly into the cabin. Alas? Madara-sama, you are. Khorasan was stunned by Madara's behavior. He was not very suitable for fighting when he wanted to control the ship, and here it was only Madara, right? Tell this imp to deal with it. When Madara passed by Luo's side, he replied lightly, and then walked into the cabin, closing the door and ignoring them. Madara's words shocked both Khorasan and Luo, and from the other party's ships, there were not to mention 100 people. How can you leave it to a child under the age of 14? The pirate ship in the distance did not approach at the first time, but constantly bombarded with cannons. Khorasan constantly rotated the joystick before barely dodging again and again. No way, he is not the fruit of combat ability. And he and Luo are both capable people. If they are knocked off the ship, they will die. Glancing at the door of the cabin, he pitied and shed a cold sweat and thought, what are you doing? He actually asked Luo alone to kill an entire group of pirates. Although Khorasan knows the strong ability of the surgical fruit, Luoya has only eaten the surgical fruit for less than half a month, and even the little ghost whose ability has not yet been developed, 1 person against 100 people, it is completely impossible. No way. Let's reduce the opponent's combat power first. Khorasan took a deep breath of his cigarette, turned to Luo and shouted, hey, Luo, quickly load up the cannon, we will also fight back with a breaking attack. In the face of Khorasan's shout, Luo was silent for a while, shook his head and said, no, Mr. Khora, I'm going to fight them. What? Khorasan's eyes widened, you kid is dead. Waving the Tai sword in his hand, Luo's dark gaze glared angrily at the pirate group in the distance, and said fiercely, I must get stronger strength, I will definitely do it. You boy, Mr. Khora, don't make a move. Drive the boat at them. Luo tilted his head and said to Khorasan. Gee, Khorasan frowned, but still turned around and took the initiative to lean towards the other party. On the opposite side, the leader is a pirate group led by a pirate named Belukas, from the North Sea, with a bounty of 56 million Baileys, 4 pirates who are still entering the Great Voyage. This is already a scary number. Belukas is strong, the ability of the devil fruit. There are also many subordinates, belonging to a larger number of pirate groups. There are more than 160 members on board, but the strength is a very ordinary existence, compared with Don Quixote, the strongest pirate group. In the North Sea, Don Quixote pirates can be said to be an elite group of pirates, and the two sides are not comparable, but Byakuya is also a character that cannot be underestimated, at least for the current Luo. Now they are a little out of ammunition. After seeing a pirate ship, they rushed up impatiently, ready to plunder. After seeing the pirate flag, they also recognized it, but Barrels is just a little pirate, don't be afraid at all, but they don't know that the person sitting on it is not a member of the Beret pirate group at all. Standing at the top of the deck, Billis looked very ordinary, and he couldn't contact the sea pirates worth more than 50 million Baileys, mainly because his public face and not burly body at all made people really feel a trace of fear, but the men behind him who were hideous and holding steel knives looked more terrifying. After seeing Barrel's pirate ship on the opposite side actually take the initiative to lean over to this side, Bilicaz's men couldn't help but laugh maniacally. What's wrong? Does that guy from Barrelts want to go straight to us? I'll go and cut off his head right away. At this time, Bilicaz, who was still silent, suddenly spoke. Don't be careless. The other party is not Beret. Nanny. But that flag is obviously. While Bilicaz's men were stunned by his words, Khorasan had already driven the ship to a very close distance from them, and the sides of the ship were almost less than 5 meters away. Yes, under a low roar, everyone only saw a short figure suddenly jump from the opposite side, and before they could clearly see who the person was coming, the knife in the short figure's hand stabbed one of Bilicaz's subordinates in the stomach. Blood continued to flow outward, and the stabbed pirate's eyes widened, unable to believe that the person he killed himself would actually be a little ghost who looked to be only in his early tens. Hey, Malik! Seeing their companions fall, the other pirates shouted one after another, angrily looking at the person who killed Malik, but when they saw the appearance of the person clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was actually such a little ghost. Cut! Luo took a knife in his right hand, and with his left hand disdainfully wiped the blood that had just flowed out of Malik's wound and splashed on his face. Looking at the more than 100 people gathered around him, without much nonsense, he directly raised the knife and cut it again. Tear! Tear! In a burst of sword slashing and killing, several pirates were cut to the ground by Luo by surprise, and at this time, other pirates took the knife in their hands and slashed at Luo. Stinky imp! Give me death! You actually dare to spread wild on our pirate group! Seeing the several knives and forks that were slashed at him, Luo Leng snorted, took a step forward and slipped directly to the ground, quickly swung the knife in his hand, and cut at the feet of several pirates around. As the foot of the fulcrum of the human body, if it is cut, it is absolutely the first time to fall. Luo makes good use of this. If he collides with the other party's 100 people head-on, the absolute dead person is him. The pirates who were hit by Luo's ankle screamed one after another, holding their severed ankle and crying out in pain. Go and die! Rome stood up from the ground, raised his sword, and prepared to slash at the pirate who fell to the ground. Swoosh! Just when Luo was about to kill a few pirates who fell to the ground, suddenly a brisk stepping sound appeared, and under a strong force, Luo felt that the knife in his hand was kicked away. What? Luo's eyes looked back viciously, but before he could react, he was grabbed by a hand and lifted up. Looking forward with a painful face, Luo stared at it. It was the captain of the other party, Bilicaz. But, damn it! Luo hated and said, he didn't expect that before he killed a few people, he would be caught by the other party first. After killing so many of my crew, what do you say I should do to you, gremlin? Bilicaz looked at Luo with a grim face and said slowly. The skin on his face and hands began to gradually grow hair. The skin on Bilicaz's body gradually gave birth to golden hair, and his face became fierce, and the muscles that almost burst his coat were completely different from the ordinary appearance that looked outstanding before. The fluffy blonde hair, especially the longer fluff and beard on the neck and face, gives it an animal feeling. That's right, it's a lion. Cut! You guy, be capable people. Law grabbed Bilicaz's wrists around his neck with both hands, and said fiercely, but his strength was too small. How could he win an animal-capable person known for his strength? Animal line, lion fruit, Bilicaz said grimly, and then increased his strength, and Luo felt that his neck became tighter and tighter, and his consciousness began to gradually blur. At this time, Law was captured by Bilicaz, and Bilicaz's men were not idle, jumping on the ship they were on one by one, and approaching Khorasan, who was originally driving the ship. It's not Barrelt's people. Did you steal his ship? A group of pirates looked at Khorasan with a hideous look on their faces and walked towards him. Abominable, Madara. Does he really care? Khorasan thought with a bitter face, and then saw Luo's crisis, and couldn't care so much, and immediately let go of the ship's joystick, and rushed away at those pirates. Finger gun. Khorasan's index and middle fingers are made into the shape of a pistol, and he makes a stab motion at a pirate. In a split second, a large hole was pierced in the abdomen of one of the pirates. In any case, the villain is Nikeza of the Navy headquarters and the righteous son of the warring states, and the Navy 6 is still a good practice. In the past, in the Don Quixote family, Khorasan did not use the 6 styles at all in order to avoid revealing his identity. However, now that he has left the family and joined the same force as the Admiral of the Navy headquarters Black Hawk, there is naturally no need to hide his strength. That was Navy 6 style. When the other pirates saw Khorasan's tricks, they suddenly became a little flustered, turned their heads and yelled at Lucas, Captain, these guys are not pirates, they are the Navy. What? Bilicaz, who had completely turned into a half-lion, immediately changed his face when he heard his subordinates shouting this, but before he could say anything, his subordinates' voices came again, and his tone was already panicked. Help, Captain. Several members have already been killed by this guy. It seems that in order to cooperate with what the crew said, a few pirates were immediately kicked away, and flew from their ship to Bilicaz, and several of them almost hit Bilicaz. Abominable. Navy? Seeing his men who fell on the deck and kept covering their wounds and shouting, Bilicaz had a hint of anger, threw Luo aside with a flick of his hand, and turned around to go over to clean up cave. Wait a minute. Suddenly, there was a loud drink, and I saw that Luo had picked up a western sword from the crew of Birukas lying on the ground, held it with both hands, pointed it at Beerus, and shouted to him with a fighting intent, "Your opponent is me." Luo knew that if he wanted to fight, he had to come with the strongest opponent, and the other pawns had no training value at all, only the man in front of him could stimulate the ability of the devil fruit in his body. Boy. Birukas snorted disdainfully, and whipped his leg at Luo casually, wanting to directly pump Luo out. Luo stood firmly on both feet, looked at the direction of Bilikas's attack, and suddenly retreated back and forth with his right foot, instantly avoiding Birka's quick attack. With a wave of his hand, Law swung his knife again and slashed at Beerus, facing Luo actually avoiding his attack. Birka's lion face showed a little surprise, but soon disappeared. Luo is plus the knife, not as long as his legs. This time, Byuka's kicked low again, and before Luo's knife touched, his stomach was hit fiercely. Ahem! Coughing up a mouthful of blood, even if it is a devil fruit ability, but now the body is really a little ghost less than 14 years old, not to mention that the other party is still an animal ability, and it is simply lucky enough not to be kicked and faint. Damn, how can Luo win the ability one-on-one? Khorasan glanced in the direction of Ro, and then slashed at a navy who was slashing at him with a knife, and flashed a blue-white light. Arashi foot. As soon as he drank in a low voice, Khorasan's long legs had already kicked the other party's neck, kicking several pirates into the sea at once. If you dare to touch the door of the cabin, you will die. While dealing with the remaining dozens of pirates, Khorasan glanced in the direction of the cabin not far away, but did not dare to say it. How terrifying Madara saw and heard how domineering, he knew. I didn't feel it. What kind of power is the fruit of the operation? In the window of the cabin, Madara looked coldly at Luo, who was constantly abused by Lucas, and was very dissatisfied. It seems that he still has to add a little material to that bastard. In Madara's eyes, Luo's future usefulness may not be lower than that of Obito in the past. When he solved almost half of the people of the Bilikas pirates, Khorasan was already a little out of breath. Although he was at the level of Nikaiza, his strength was enough to be rated as an ordinary major general, but even so, it was barely enough to deal with hundreds of outlaws. Whew, call. This kind of drudgery just came across when I joined the new military camp. Khorasan smiled wryly, and although he complained so, Khorasan did not hate working under Madara than playing dumb and blind in the Don Quixote family. Alright. This guy's physical strength has reached the limit, and everyone will kill him together. A chicken-headed pirate with an axe cracked his mouth and laughed maniacally, and after his order, the other pirates shouted and took up their weapons, ready to slash to death at Khorasan. A bunch of trash, deal with them for so long, Khorasan. Who? You guy. Hearing that Madara who came out actually dared to call himself and the others waste, those pirates all aimed the spearhead that was originally pointed at Khorasan at Madara. Where did the weak brat run out? Is this also the navy? Wouldn't it be nice to hide in the warehouse as you did at the beginning? All the pirates laughed at Madara one after another. Although this is only the entrance stage of the North Sea to the Great Voyage, but Khorasan has already silently mourned for these pirates in his heart. A bunch of idiots who never read the newspaper? Who is standing in front of you who really doesn't know, or is it swollen and fat? Ah, Madara-sama, since you are all out, then I will help Luo Yuma, right? Khorasan still expressed his concern for Luo, and asked Madara without fear of death. If you dare to go, I will deal with you. Madara calmly glanced at Khorasan, but the words that came out of his mouth made Khorasan shiver, and immediately retreated to the side, looking at Luo, who was still abused as a dog by Bilikas, although he was still worried. But after Madara came out, Madara was absolutely impossible to let Luo die, and the future of the surgical fruit ability is definitely a famous doctor unparalleled in the world. Who can guarantee that they will not get sick in the future? In fact, Khorasan still guessed the wrong attitude of Madara to Luo. Madara is just to cultivate strength and want to experiment with the ability of the fruit of surgery, that is, to make an attempt, and whether his own body will get sick or not has nothing to do with it at all. If Madara will get sick, he doesn't have to rely on the fruits of surgery, he can solve it himself. Madara. How is this name a little familiar? Not all pirates are brainless, but although they recalled it, they still didn't recognize Madara as a person. In fact, Madara was with Gore. Deed Rogers' legendary characters with a reputation comparable to each other, but most of the people who really know Madara's face are also in the Great Voyage in the New World, and no one can associate the characters of nearly 40 years ago with the man in his 20s in front of him, or just now Khorasan pronounced not Madara, but Uchiha Madara. These pirates may recognize it. Madara didn't say a word, and rushed away instantly towards those pirates, and before all of them had time to see anything, Madara made a few light and flowing movements, and then knocked them down into the sea in unison, without taking out any sharp weapons, and did not use the chakra, ninjutsu, domineering and so on, just relying on physical skills. Madara also has a reason to protect the ship. If the ship is destroyed, if Rab is called out, or he will carry two capable people. Rab recently lost to its chakra family. The body looks a little weird. Originally forced to lose chakra to animals is a certain side effect, so Rab needs to breathe the body for a certain period of time, cannot be used as a mount for Madara in the near future. But even so, Madara has long been a terrifying thing, compared to the thick eyebrows that attacked him in the 6 states in the past in the war, such as using the 8-door Dunjia. It is impossible for Matkai to win the current Madara. The battle against the nobody, in the eyes of outsiders, may be powerful Cowbee, but the feeling of Madara is just boring, like an ant one stepping on the ground, and not a child. Why talk? Did not directly kill the killer, Madara almost dozens of pirates, as well as those pirates who were knocked down by Khorasan before, but did not die, directly kicked the pirate ship on Lucas's side. Such a strange move made Khorasan blur. What is this for? When Khorasan saw a weird and somewhat dark smile on the corner of Madara's mouth, he couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Luo won't have an accident, right? The already animalized Birukas kicked Luo, who attacked him again, making him fall heavily on the deck. For so long, he hadn't killed Luo, but wanted to play and tease Luo. I don't know if it was because he was a little perverted in his personality, or something else. Whenever he saw Luo spitting blood and attacking him again, there was a bloodthirsty smile on his originally plain face. Animal line ability? What kind of species I rarely encounter. Madara stood on the side of the ship in less than 2 minutes, looking at the battle on the opposite side, especially the golden fur on Billis. Life, Viscontin. Biluka's ability, animal line, lion fruit ability features, has strong strength after beastification, marked animal line ability, no domineering, from the North Sea, just entered the Great Voyage from the North Sea for a weak bounty, 55 million Bailey personality, usually taciturn. Once in a combat state, an animalization will become extremely cruel, like not to kill the opponent at the beginning, leave the opponent a trace of strength, wait for the opponent to continue to attack again, and finally torture the opponent alive to death. Also a notorious pirate in the North Sea. After reading the introduction of the system, Madara couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This kind of opponent is simply the most suitable experimental product to use as a target for Luo's ability. Madara-sama? Are you thinking? Khorasan didn't know when he was already standing next to Madara, his expression stunned, and he asked Madara as he asked. Madara didn't answer Khorasan at all, and aimed directly at Birka's ship, and as soon as the handprint nodded against the bottom of his ship, a burst of flames was ejected. Fire! The fire is extinguished. From top to bottom, the huge wall of fire directly engulfed the bottom of the ship, and although there was a hindrance from the sea, the middle and lower parts of the ship had begun to burn, no matter what kind of ship was made of wood. Madara-sama. Luo is still on it. What are you doing? Madara's actions made Khorasan roar, and Madara asked as he pulled his arm. Ha! Madara quietly slapped Khorasan, holding his paws away, smiled disdainfully, and immediately shouted to Birukas on the opposite side, "If you want to live, kill that little ghost, so that I will leave you with your life." Saying that, Madara glanced at the fire that was constantly spreading to the ship, and added lightly, "There are still less than 5 minutes before the ship is burned clean. Are you going to kill Luo?" Spot. Seeing Madara looking cold and ruthless, Khorasan was already anxious, and he forgot to add the word adult in a hurry. The heart just has to stop to unleash its potential. Madara replied expressionlessly. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fly.